Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did I say earlier this week, Lance? What did I say? That the Astros would be the 2 seed when the playoffs started? You see where they are right now?
Well, they're behind Seattle.
They're tied with Seattle. And they're going to win this series with Seattle. And they're 1 game behind Detroit right now. 1 game.
Yeah, I don't think the Astros are going to be the 2 seed.
They're going to be the 2 seed.
I think you can wait.
Well, they're 1 game back. Why would you say that they can't do that?
You can wait if you like. They're also not super far out from getting eliminated from the playoffs right now.
Oh, yes, they are. They just destroyed.
Did you see Cleveland?
Yeah, Cleveland is still 4 games behind. I mean, come on.
No,
I mean, give them some love.
4 games behind.
Cleveland has won 7 in a row, and Cleveland is now at 81. They're 3 games back, or 2.5 back.
2.5 back.
You're closer to Detroit than Cleveland is to you.
Okay.
I mean, but you have ye of little faith.
No, that's fine. I'm not. Look, I'm just going to be. This is realistic Friday. I'm not.
What? It's not realistic when they're 1 game behind them.
Either. No pitching, no Jordan. It literally take a miracle.
Just swept the Rangers. Going to sweep the Mariners.
No, we're not.
Yeah. Watch this. Just watch
it. Is Fromber pitching?
Fromber is, but Hunter Brown pitches tonight.
Fromber's pitching.
Yep. Just beat DeGrom.
Who are you gonna Fromber's they've taken losses in 8 of the last 9 games Fromber's pitched? Every time he pitches it's a loss.
That's why he's due.
He sucks.
That's why he's due. Right? That's what I'm talking about.
He's not doing. I almost wonder if he's doing this on purpose sometimes. I mean,
I don't think
he's so damn pissed off at the Astros. He's like, here, I'll just throw it up there. I don't care.
Yeah,
it'd be the dumbest move ever, obviously, because it's a contract.
He's losing money.
Yeah,
losing money.
He's losing money regardless.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I agree with that. He's mentally so fragile. I mean, it is, and that's always been the case, though. That's always been the case with him. But right now, his head is not in this thing.
No, at all.
Yeah, and I wonder what that conversation is going to be like if, in fact, they are in the wild card or in the postseason and playing. If they're the 2 seed, you got to wait for your. I wonder what that conversation is going to be like when he's not the number 2 starter.
Well, I don't think it will exist, but we'll see. I mean, he's not pitching like it. He doesn't give you the best chance to win right now. Jason Alexander does. I don't know what, and you don't really have to make him happy. He's not going to be here next year.
No.
So you don't really have to, Joe Espada doesn't have to worry about making him happy. And I can't imagine Joe Espada really likes Fromber anyway, if we're really being honest. You think he likes Fromber?
Not the stuff that he says. He had to bring him into his office when he crossed up the 5th string catcher. Yeah. Yeah. When, so I mean,
one of our catcher, one of the players who was on the roster that we couldn't believe was on the roster.
Yeah, right. One of those guys.
One of the many this year.
Yep. So, I mean, listen, they're tied now. Biggest series of the year. It's Seattle in town. Seattle's playing good ball, although they did cool off and lost the game. So they lost 1 out of 3 there. So here we go, and we got the biggest series of the year. Hey. The Astros play like they did against the Rangers, and they face some really good pitching there. They got some really good pitching that they're going to face here. But you know what? They win this. The Tigers are on. The Guardians went in there and swept the Tigers, and they've won 7. The Guardians are now 7 straight.
It is crazy how bad the Tigers are playing, and how well the Guardians are playing.
Absolutely. The Guardians, they got rid of a couple of guys.
I mean,
they lost a couple of guys to suspensions because of gambling.
Well, that was a while back, though.
No, but they've lost those guys for the year.
Yeah. But the Guardians, I mean, look, they look dead in the water playoff wise. Now, the Astros, where I'm talking about if the Astros can hang on, you don't want to you don't want to have you don't want to get swept by Seattle. Not the way the Guardians are playing. But the Red Sox are actually the team that the Guardians are have to catch first. The Red Sox are right behind. The Guardians are just a game and a half behind the Red Sox. So it's the Red Sox technically who the Guardians are trying to catch because either the Astros or Seattle, one of them's going to win the division. One of them is likely to make the playoffs as a wild card. Yankees are going to be a wild card team. And then that next wild card spot is going to be between probably the Red Sox and the Guardians. The only way you don't make it is if you get swept by Seattle and then you don't handle your business in road series against the Angels and the A's.
Right. So, yeah.
So you control your own destiny, as we've always said. You got 12 down the stretch where you control your own destiny. So you started off 3-0.
This one tonight is the biggest game because whoever takes that one-game lead, at worst, you lose one gear. You're going to leave Houston one game behind at worst.
Right.
So this is a big, big deal tonight with Hunter Brown against Wu tonight on the mound.
It's a battle of two aces, really.
Yep.
I mean, it's good on good, so we'll see what happens. But the bats need to show up. They showed up against DeGrom. They got to show up here, too. And they got to show up early. They need to show up in the first four. And, none of this stuff like Sanchez the other day when you're wearing DeGrom out and Sanchez swings at first pitch. Don't do that. Get Wu deep into counts. Go old school Astros and make him work. Get to that bullpen.
Oh, absolutely. And the way they made DeGrom work in that first inning was a thing of beauty. Make Wu work. Well, here's the thing is Carlos had a great at-bat.
Yeah.
Great at-bat. Pena gets on. Pena gets a hit. And then Carlos worked. I think it was a 9 or 10 pitch at-bat. And it was just awesome. He started 0-2 and he got it to 3-2 and then got the knock. And then you strike out. And then the huge, after a walk, the huge hit by Yiner. That kind of thing, starting fast tonight, would be awesome against Wu. Make him throw, like you said, a bunch of pitches. And Paredes comes back. The best guy on the team, to see pitches is Paredes, right? I loved what Joe Espada said. If it's not a good pitch for him, when Paredes was on early in the season, he'll take, if it's not a fastball down the middle, Paredes is going to take it. Paredes is not going to swing at your pitch early in the count. And Joe said, he'd rather be 0-1 than 0-1.
Yeah.
And that's such a great approach at the plate. Just don't hit a pitcher's pitch.
That's a great what a great quote that is. I'd rather be 0-1 than 0-1.
Right. Exactly.
That's Altuve's the same way. He's like, I'm going to wait on my pitch.
He doesn't do that.
Oh.
He doesn't care. He's hacking. He's walking.
He is the.
What did Chris Solis say? What did Chris Solis say? You don't get off the
island by taking.
By taking pitches. No, by walking. You don't walk off the island.
No. You don't walk off the island. That's right. You swing off the island.
Yeah, you got to get off the island. You got to swing. So that's the way Altuve approaches it.
I don't know that I'm talking about that with Venezuela, but yeah,
right.
But the island in general.
Right, exactly. Well, right.
But the thought here. Isak, for what John was talking about, Chandler Rome reports Isak Paredes continues to progress well, and the next day or two will determine when he's activated. Could be as soon as this weekend. Joe Espada also said he will, quote, ask Paredes not to run 100% on the bases given the nature of the injury. So that's not ideal if he's on base and, trying to score from second.
Yep. So
hey, you know what? Don't run hard. Okay. I guess we'll play station to station.
I don't know now, unless you put Altuve in left field, if Arias could get in, Ramon Arias, who has been
he's played
wonderful.
Well.
I could certainly see Arias starting tomorrow at second base with Altuve in left and Paredes DHing or Caratini DHing, depending on if Paredes is back.
Would have been interesting if Jordan was still on the team. How they would have managed this,
and
I don't know where Paredes would have played.
Right, I don't know how. Yeah, well,
you're not benching Altuve.
He played second base, and Altuve would play left, and Jordan would DH. That's what you'd have to do.
Yeah. Do you want to do that? Is he if he can't run? Do you want?
Well,
Paredes
if Jordan was if Jordan's ankle was healthy, he'd be in left, and Altuve would DH and.
Well, wait,
Paredes, or Altuve at second, and Paredes would DH.
I think Paredes is only DH.
Yeah.
I don't think he would.
taking
I don't think
he's
they'll put
taking
him in the
ground
field
balls.
if they don't want him to run.
Yeah, no. Well, second base, you don't have to do that much.
Well,
running,
but you have to range, and you have to range suddenly with sudden explosive movements. So
right.
I don't know. I mean,
well, no,
look, just hit.
You DH Paredes, Altuve at second. You'd have to live with Altuve at second, even with Framber on the mound. But Jordan's not there, so you don't have to. So, Paredes coming back would be. I don't know. He hasn't hit in so long. It's going to be interesting to see. Although Jordan came right back raking, Jake came back raking. If you can hit, you can hit, and Paredes can hit.
I will say, Urias over the last, he's just won for his last 19. So he hasn't been exactly on fire.
Well,
He was hitting 300 after on September 1st. He's now currently hitting 241.
Well, one of the hardest things to do in baseball is get inconsistent playing time. I mean, it's amazing to me guys who come off the bench.
Yeah, he's only hitting 130 this month.
Yeah.
So it has a 386 OPS this month. So it has, and you're right. There's been some pinch hits here and there, but. They have not gone to him as much, and it's hard to get out of it when.
Such a good fielder. Holy crap!
Yeah,
that guy
really good, really good. Boy, we've got some really good fielders across the board. Pena's typically, I mean, he makes some spectacular plays. He's just had some tough errors this year, but in general, he's actually,
he's been good.
He
Carlos at third,
really good player. Yeah, and
Carlos at third has been great.
Carlos is great.
Christian Walker
can dig it out of there.
Yep. No, second base has been. Second base, actually, Altuve's second base has been just fine.
He's fine. That's why I don't know why. We'll have to try to survive it and just hope that he doesn't throw the season for us at second. Like what? Altuve's he's just second. It's no big deal. Second base is no big deal. Altuve's fine.
Yeah,
he can play second base.
We got a lot of Texans sound that we're going to play today, but this is this is the biggest series that we've seen since last week, the last weekend of last year, which was huge. Here we go again, and listen, it's all out there this week, right here. Win the division, maybe get to the second seed. You're only one game behind that.
I mean, if you sweep,
you're fighting to just stay alive in the playoffs.
Yeah, so, you just can't. You either sweep, but don't get swept.
Yeah,
1 and 2 you can potentially survive. 2 and 1, I would say you should cruise into the playoffs. 3 and 0, you're probably going to win the division. I say that, but I mean, it's not. That's a 3-game lead.
Yeah, 3 game.
You're going to win the division if you're 3 and 0.
3-game lead with 6 to play. That's not bad. And Seattle still would have to go or have to play the Rangers still. So, and we'll see if the Rangers are. I saw a video of guys talking about the Rangers that Marcus Semien put together. Hey, everybody come. We're going to watch the games and come and hang out. And he said just a couple of guys showed up. And he said in the past everybody'd show up. It was a great team camaraderie with the Rangers. Now there's nothing. They got no team camaraderie.
Really?
And that is, in baseball, I don't know in baseball because it's such an individual sport, but it obviously matters.
Dude,
it obviously
162, if you're not with your team, you need that team just to pull you through, that team stuff.
Yep. All right, we got a break. We got a lot of Texans sound to get to, the Texans and the Jags, and there's another must-win game for our Houston Texans. But first, you talk a little Allstate.
Allstate windows and siding. I'm going to focus on the windows. The windows are made in Texas. Why is that an important thing? Well, number one, the quality is much better than some of the windows that are made in China that end up here in the state. They're not really made with the materials necessary to withstand the extreme weathers we have. That's why it's such a big deal. The extreme weather includes long-term droughts, excessive humidity to where it's just moist in the air at all times. The heat we know about, the derecho that we had, hailstorms that we have out of nowhere. Then you have hurricane strength winds that can come in, and and even if you're not directly on the coast, we of course experience issues with that. There's just extreme weather we deal with, and you need windows that are going to protect you from that, and that are going to protect your home from that, and that are going to help keep your home keep it sealed the way it's supposed to be. That's why it can lower your energy rates by as much as 40%. That's a major deal. So it looks great. The windows look phenomenal. Their workmanship when it comes to taking the windows out, the old windows out, there's no glass breakage. They're able to replace them relatively quickly. I mean, obviously same day, but they get it done pretty quickly. And the other great thing is that your home is going to be protected not just against the elements, but against the bad guys. It's double pane, double strength. It's just much sturdier. It's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com. Make sure you tell them that Lance Zerline from ESPN 97.5 sent you, and you are going to get a big break on price when it comes to your window job. So make sure you mention ESPN 97.5 for additional discounts. It's AllstateWindowsandSiding.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you would like to get in here with us, you're more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. The Texans, well, the media, the coordinators met the media yesterday. We'll have some Matt Burke sound about what they're doing. But Nick Caley, boy, he caught a lot of questions about the running game, a lot of questions about pass protection.
I'm gonna say it again. I just because it bothers me that this narrative is out there a little bit. It's because this is anything. I can be talking to anybody. Somebody who is just, I don't know, if they know what I do for a living and they come over and the exterminator or whatever. Man, what are they going to do about that offensive line? I'm telling you now, it's not necessarily a massive problem right now in pass protection. The offensive line. Watch 2 games very closely, all 22. It's not as bad as you think. It really isn't. I think my bigger concern right now is CJ throwing on time and CJ not getting panicked when the pressure mounts a little bit. That pressure mounting is part of the NFL. That's part of the pass rush process. And the one-on-one stuff hasn't really been too bad. You've had some bad losses. It's glaring when you have a bad loss. When Laken Tomlinson gets knocked down and the guy gets a sack, when it happened to Jared Patterson, those are 2 sacks, and they're bad. No question about it. But on the whole, the unit hasn't been as problematic as I expected.
The stats put them middle of the pack.
Right. I think that now I do think blitzes. I think the Texans are not as a unit, and this really includes CJ and it includes Nick Caley and wide receivers. They're not handling, and in one instance, Dario Gumbawale, who also looked really bad. Like 3 of the sacks were really bad that you had the other day. There's no question about that. But I think that they're not that the blitzes. I don't quite know who to. It's not on the offensive linemen are picking the men up they're supposed to pick up. Now that I think about it, this is what makes it look bad. They run that delayed blitz, right, with Levante David, and so it looks like Ed Ingram, you screwed up. He kind of not. It was just a smart blitz. Then you got Laken Tomlinson got beat badly. Then you got Jared Patterson got beat badly, and Dario Gumbawale got beat badly. I remember all 4 of those. They all looked really bad. On the whole, though, it wasn't bad one-on-one, but it wasn't good against the blitz. CJ couldn't beat – teams don't – here's the thing. Teams don't think CJ can hurt them when they blitz. They have no fear. It was obvious that Todd Bowles said, this guy can't hurt us. We're going to blitz. We're going to – on third downs, we're going to show blitz, and we won't even blitz. We'll bail out of there. We're going to force them into throwing short, and then we'll bring a blitz. We'll show double-A gap blitz, and then we'll blitz off the nickel, off the slot. They did that so much, and they had no fear of C.J. Stroud. They don't fear C.J. in that offense at all if they blitz. No one else is going to – remember how Green Bay last year, John, showed everyone – Green Bay and Minnesota showed everyone, listen, just keep running twist. The Texans can't do anything about it. And they saw it the rest of the year. I got a feeling you're going to see blitzes the rest of the year because nobody fears the Texans hitting big plays against them. Nobody.
Yeah. And – listen, they can't stop. They can't stop them, especially a delayed blitz. It's like, oh, my God. Just go right up the hole. Just follow your guy, and you're going to get to CJ.
You got to be disciplined, Ed. You got to stay there and look for it.
Well, but there's predictability. Dell, let's do so far, and it's a small sample size, and I'll give Nick Caley that. But asked whether or not he was too predictable because – when they're under center, they run 67% of the time. When they're in shotgun, they throw 87% of the time. Here's his response.
I think we always try to have some balance in everything that we do. The one thing I would say is early on in the season, especially if you take the inventory of the first 2 games, you get back to a lot of get-back-on-track situations. At that point, we're trying to make some positive plays. So, no, in the long term, I'm really not. Because I feel like we do a good job of trying to stay on top of that. Some of these outcomes, come into situations in the games that evolve, whether it's obvious pass situations, et cetera. So I think it dictates it game by game. Certainly, you want to have as much balance as you can.
You have some more Nick because Nick had that's a standard answer.
Yeah. Is it too quick to say, hey, Nick, you're too predictable. 2 games in, it is a small sample size. Maybe this thing evens out over the long run. I don't know. Maybe. Now that he's seeing now that, maybe we are.
We can't do this.
How about a little bit? Well, he was asked about motion, not using motion, and he was like, well, sometimes you're going to use motion against some teams and sometimes you're not. It depends on the team.
But he excited about motion.
He hasn't used motion. He really hasn't used play action. He hasn't. He's been under center running. He's been in shotgun throwing. I mean, he's a first timer, and these things are going to add up unless now he starts to have make a concerted effort to change things up a little bit. And so far he hasn't. So now, in fairness, D'Amico said this, and he's right. He says Dare doesn't fumble, Tua Toa makes a tackle. We're 2-0.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Probably 2-0. You still had to score a touchdown against the Rams.
Right, but you were getting down to the
touchdown scoring team.
You were getting down to the final minute of the game. You were, going inside. You were inside the 15-yard line. Maybe there, or at least 1-1. Toa makes a tackle.
You have a good chance. Well, you had some momentum too. You had a good chance to be 2-0. Yes.
Yeah, you had a chance to be 2-0. So, it's a fine line, but you know what? Winners win, and losers don't. So
yeah. In the meantime, you're 0-2.
In the meantime, that's right, and that's the reality of it. You are what your record is.
Nick Caley had a phrase that I've never heard before, and I'm like, oh, these are one of these smart football phrases because, especially young people come up with, like a younger generation, Gen Z, millennials, came up with rephrasing, like in a very general sense. You're not homeless anymore. You're what? You're unhoused. You're food insecure. There's just, it's changing words and changing phrases and phraseology. And I saw a phrase from Nick Caley, and I'm like, what is that? I have never seen that phrase. I'll find it for you, but it's a new one that I haven't heard. I want to see if you've heard it before. Let me just look through here, and I'll see if I can find it.
All right, we'll do that. And while you're doing that, I'm going to talk about Chastang Ford. I'm going to talk about the people. I want to talk about the history. I want to talk about the how great they have been over the years. It's the number one Google rated Ford dealer in Houston. Number one Google rated Ford dealer in Houston. That tells you something. You're going to have a great car buying experience. I have 4 times. 4 great car buying experience. And if you can't go to them, they'll come to you. And you listen, whether it's service or sales, you got a fleet of vehicles and you can't, we got to tow them all in. No, they'll come to you. They'll come and fix your vehicles on the site. They've got mobile fixing units. I don't know what they're really called, but that's what I call them. All right. While other dealers are stacking on fees, Chastang Ford is going to keep it honest, straightforward, transparent. If you're going to buy a truck or SUV, I feel like there's only one place to go. There's a reason they're number one in commercial dealers amongst commercial dealers because because you want a great deal, you want a great product, and you want service. And you got all of those things with Chastang Ford. Okay, they're Houston's best kept secret. I'm trying not have them be a secret anymore. You got 2025's F-150 XLT models, 0.9% financing, or just $388 a month in a lease. Are you kidding me? This is great deals, and you'll love Chastang Ford. ChastangFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Hey, I want to talk about Walmart. And have you done any grocery shopping online? I'm not typically an online grocery shopper, haven't been in the past, but that could change drastically because I've always known, like, I like to go pick up pizzas. I'm not, I just don't want to pay the delivery charges. I see how much extra money it is. It's like, doesn't make sense to me. And it's been the same thing with delivering groceries. You love the convenience, but not if it's going to cost you a lot more. At Walmart, it won't. It's the same price. It's the same price. They don't change their prices for delivery. And I'm not talking about just groceries because obviously the Walmarts have groceries in them now, and they have for a long time. But also all of the items they have, all the household items, over 500 million items are available online, and you can get them all. And that includes household items, includes all your groceries, includes prescriptions. Get them all, obviously, at lower prices. But now you can get them delivered in an hour for the same price that you'd pay in the store. That is a big benefit for you. They don't change the prices. Make sure that you shop online at Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is new. Who knew? It's walmart.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I think I found it. Here's the phrase, John. And it's not, maybe it's used in football. I just don't hear it very often. I think everything on helping the offensive line, Nick Caley said, I think everything that we think about before we draw up any pass play is with the intention of having the best protections we can possibly have. So that's personnel driven from us and from the teams we're playing. That's schematically what challenges. What front structures, what coverage contours you're going to see. I have never heard coverage contours. And I know what it means. You're going to see shell coverages. You're going to have safeties back. Is it going to be flat across the top? I get what it is. I just haven't heard the phrase coverage contours. So that's a new one, for me at least. What teams activate certain blitzes. And so Nick Caley's first two games, he gets a defensive front full of disruptive players with the Rams. And then he gets one of the craftiest defensive signal callers. And, Todd Bowles, I cannot stress this. My dad told me when he coached with him in Arizona, he goes, let me tell you, Todd, first of all, he loves Todd Bowles because Todd would have he'd had this weekly thing where he would kind of rag on all the coaches. He would write a coach's information chart, and he would take all these coaches and talk about, and they were all older coaches with the Cardinals, about this guy dated Raquel Welch, and then she threw a drink in his face. Like he would write these funny things each week for all the coaches to read. But my dad said, I don't know that I've gone against a guy other than Belichick who knew more about attacking an offensive protection than Todd Bowles. And we definitely saw that on Monday night. We definitely saw that because they don't have great individual pass rushers over there, and yet they found ways to get free runners and to get a lot of heat on that pocket. So,
to your point earlier, CJ against the blitz, his numbers versus no blitz is like it's night and day. It's night and day, and they're going to continue to blitz him, and the Texans are just going to have to find a way. I don't think he was asked about Dare yesterday. Listen, Dare has been a disaster. Maybe Dare is going to be better, but so far Dare.
What do you want him to ask? How can you keep playing Dare?
Yeah, right. Well,
that's the question.
Well, as bad as Dare has been at the start this season.
Huge fumble, a huge sack given up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
not playing a lot of snaps. Your snaps
how the hell do you get
positive.
a 1.4 rating in pass pro? How do you get that?
We're going 0 for 1.
Yeah, I don't
know.
No, he was in there more than that. It just is. It's listen, and they had plays that worked. They had the screen to Nick that worked really well. They had the little out to Woody that worked really, really well. And you know what? Do it more. If they're bringing it and you got to dump it off quickly, dump it off quickly. I don't. We'll see whether or not Nick Caley is going to get better. He's got a lot of stuff that so far it's not great. It's not great so far with Nick Caley, but he's going to get better as he goes along. Unfortunately, are we in a learning process here, or is this team good enough to win?
Oh, well, I think you're in a learning process. Well, you're always in a learning process, unless you have a really veteran team that's won a lot of games. But Nick Caley is in a learning process also.
Yeah.
So I think that's and I don't want it to come off like I'm killing Nick Caley every time I do this. It's just the unfortunate reality. It's like Cam Smith. He's like Cam Smith as a play caller. He's going to have some good moments, and there's going to be things he doesn't know. Cam Smith doesn't know how to handle certain pitches right now. He doesn't know the book on certain pitchers. Nick Caley doesn't know the book on certain. He can watch tape as much as he wants. These guys change their strategies and game plans, and he doesn't know the book on a lot of these defense coordinators. You could say, well, they don't know the book on him either. Yeah, but he doesn't have a book because he's never done this. It's like Cam being in a batter's box, and he's going against, some established major league pitchers. It's hard. It's hard. Eventually it'll get better, but these are growing pains that the Texans knew they were going to have, or they should have known they were going to have when they hired him. And it's not Nick's fault. Nick's going to get better. He's going to be better as a play caller. He'll figure certain things out. And I don't think D'Amico's sitting there like, oh, I shouldn't have got a rookie play caller. That's not – I can promise you that's not how D'Amico rolls. He is – hey, this is part of the process. We're going to be okay. And that's why D'Amico's better to be a head coach than I am, because I'd be like, man, what the hell are we going to do now? And D'Amico sits there like, we're going to be fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think, listen, D'Amico is, when asked this week, hey, how much are you in on the offensive? He said, I'm in on everything. And
he said, stops with me.
CJ said, and Tom Brady talked about this, CJ said Bill Belichick would come in and watch film with them and tell them what the defenses were doing, because nobody's better at knowing what defenses are doing than Bill Belichick.
Right.
And D'Amico does that too. D'Amico sits in with them and shows them what's going on. And you know what? Can you have anybody better to learn from than guys who were DCs and great, not only great player, but also a great DC in D'Amico? Can you have a better guy teaching you? No, I don't think so. So, he's fully involved. I can't be happy. Can't be happy right now though with what Nick's. I don't know about we're going to be fine. We got to work harder and we got to be better. And Nick Caley even said that when asked. Okay, the goal line debacle, for example. Mm-hmm. I mean, I just feel like I feel like he lost his mind because they didn't get a yard on second down. I feel like, oh crap, we better throw the ball.
Well, Vita Vea scared him.
Yeah,
because Vita rolled right through Laken Tomlinson.
Well,
then
run fling or do something.
Exactly. Get away from Vita Vea.
Yeah.
Run misdirection.
Yes.
Run misdirection.
Run a crossbuck. Remember when they were called crossbucks?
Yeah, the one guy goes this way. He's got one dog going this way, one dog going that way, and the guy, what do you want from me, huh?
Right. And that would fool Vita Vea. He couldn't. Vita Vea would not know what to do against a crossbuck.
Man, you're going old school.
That is way old school. But here is, this is a bit of a word salad with Nick Caley. But here is Nick Caley talking about the goal line idiocy.
Down there, we ran the ball, obviously, stuck in a run, didn't really gain much on it at all. Then you get into a third down situation, and at that point have a lot of confidence in the guys that we have on the team. So called a low red zone play that we have a lot of belief in, and it didn't work out. Again, our process, I feel confident in the process. Gets to fourth down, same thing, call a low red zone, third down, call it third and fourth down play. Didn't work out the way we want it. So, again, got to assess those things and move on and learn from it. And, just I can do better. We all can do better. So moving forward and trying to grow.
I don't know. We're not. Nick Caley knows more football. Nick Caley's forgotten more football than we'll know. Than I'll know anyway.
Me too. Yeah.
But is it that hard? If you got four downs, you run the ball on third down. You run the ball on fourth down. You run the ball there, and I stay away from. But you can get closer to the goal line. You were inside. You were at the one. At the one. And get put your big package in. Get downhill. Everybody see if they can't blow it. Stay away from Vita Vea and run the ball into the end zone, especially with two plays. I just don't see throwing it on low percentage throws at the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
Is bad. At the very least, roll CJ out.
Well, how about a jet sweep, for example?
Yeah.
You get somebody running in motion, and you either jet sweep it or you use that as a deception mechanism. You use it as a deception mechanism for linebackers. I think the jet sweep with Jalen Noel or even a running back, you could have had a second running back in there running that, and it either acts as an opportunity to deceive and as a misdirection tactic, or you give it to him. And those big wide receivers that you loved blocking with in space the other day, because he did it a lot. He run reduced. He had his wide receivers in tight, and he was using them to block, especially Xavier Hutchinson and Justin Watson. You got Nico, who's an okay blocker. Xavier Hutchinson, who's a good blocker. Justin Watson can block. Harrison Bryant is a good blocker. Why not run a jet sweep and have those guys bunched up on that formation on that side? You can have and they can be real tight to the line of scrimmage. And you have Harrison Bryant, sitting there, and you could have gone. You probably had a 2 tight end set down there. You can make it look like what I'm telling you is you could have had those guys on smaller guys, big body on smaller or same size bodies, maybe an occasional linebacker, and had a running start. For a running back or Jalen Noel or whoever who's coming across the formation, getting the handoff. You could have, and that's something where you get the ball out in space and you got big body wide receivers just trying to get a long enough sustain that the guy can turn the corner. That's something that gives you a much better chance than thinking you're going to run it Vita Vea. And It's way better than trying to throw where you're sprinting to one side of the field. So now you've eliminated half the field and you ran a rub route. What you did is you ran a rub route down there, and Jamil Dean did a great job of passing off one route and taking the rub route, who was going to be the rub option was going to be, I think, Jaden Higgins. He basically read what they were trying to do, and they switched out. That's Kevin Ross, the defensive back coach for Tampa, doing an incredible job. The Texans tried to run a very basic little rub route, and what Tampa did is Tampa said, we're going to switch these off. So if one guy does this, I'm going to change to the other guy. And they did it seamlessly, and the Texans had nobody open, and the play was dead. So one smart move by Tampa, one fundamental move. They played fundamentally, and the play was completely dead. You can't have a play that you're already shrinking the field, and then you have an option that is ruined if Tampa plays it correctly. That's my point. Nick, you gave yourself very little chance to succeed on a 4th down. Very little. And, the other throw is a really tight window throw. Like, I didn't think what's his name? Nico Collins really sold that first fake as much as he probably should have. But still, it was still a low-margin throw, a low-margin for error throw that CJ had to make. So, hopefully it gets better. I mean, I think it will get better with time. It will get better. But it's got to get better quick.
It's got to be better in a hurry.
You can't go 0-3.
No. Got to be better in a hurry. And you know who's really, really good? Who's really, really good? Air Team. Now, that's that's the difference. We're talking about coordinators who don't have much experience. How about the experience of 30, 40 years in the business? How about the experience of taking over from your family, your parents, pass it down. Now they're passing it down. The Curtises have been doing this, and there's a reason that Air Team is so good at what they do. They've seen it all. They've got guys that have worked there for over 30 years. When you stay with a company for 30 years, it says a couple of things. First of all, how smart you are, how good you are at it. You've seen everything. Secondly, how good that company is, because they want to stay there. They want to make a career there. They want to be with those people for all of those years, and and working together, knowing everything, having seen everything. When you have a team that's been together and they've seen everything together, it makes it a lot easier. Okay, this is not a fly-by-night. Never will be a fly-by-night. Stand behind all of their work. I've seen it myself personally, and you will see it too. When you have an air conditioning issue or a heating issue, but we don't use that too much. But if you have an air conditioning issue, and once again, you won't have an issue if you have them come out and look at your stuff before it breaks down. If you have any issue whatsoever 24/7, 365 days a year, call Air Team. 713-936-5346, 713-936-5346, or airteamltd.com.
Hey, I want to tell you about Taqueria Arandas, and we're going to do that for lunch today. How about that? I'm running by Taqueria Arandas. Matter of fact, I had a guy say, stop rolling your R's. Tell Lance to stop rolling his R's. First of all, sir, Taqueria Arandas, I'm not rolling my R's. If I said churro, one of their delicious churros, now I'm rolling my R, sir. And now you can really get mad. He said, tell him he's German. He shouldn't be. Guess what, sir? I'm going to have authentic Mexican food at Taqueria Arandas. And sometime I'll say Taqueria Arandas because I'm like that. I'm him. And him sometime will go get some cheese enchiladas. Enchiladas. That's got to make you mad. Sometime I'll get horchata. That's got to make you mad. Sometime I'll go get a modelo. That's got to make you mad too, sir. And I'm sorry for pronouncing it like that. I just know that the food is so good. Sometimes I feel like I'm authentic. When I'm having authentic Mexican food, I feel authentic. Authentico. And I know it makes you upset. But, sir, if you would also come along to Taqueria Arandas, you might speak like this too because the food is so delicious that you can't help yourself. Stop in at one of the 14 locations and get on my level, sir. Get on my level. I don't care if I've got German heritage. I haven't had any German parents or any lineage since my great-great-grandparents came over from Germany. Well, one set of them did. And they probably would have left Taqueria Arandas if I'm being honest with you, sir. It's taqueriasarandas.com. Find a location nearest you.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you just hear my commercial, John?
I did.
That was 100% real, by the way. The intern said, Lance, by the way, the intern was bold yesterday. He was bold. He made a move for the food early. Most interns sit back and act like, I don't know if I can have any. He was standing up like, you know where the paper towel, there are more paper towels back there? I'm like, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you think you're going to jump on this food early? But
no, did you just say know your place?
No, I'm just saying that was a bold move.
Okay.
Our interns now love sports. Like I've talked to 3 of them. They're big. Like they want to talk sports. I may have to see which one has. I'd like to have an intern challenge one time. See who can argue the best in sports. But my point is, he goes, you had a caller yesterday who got really mad that you said he said you were rolling your R's when you said Taqueria Arandas. That he was really mad, and he just said you're not Mexican. Stop talking like a Mexican, and you're German. Oh yeah. I've had that happen before, and I'm like, it's not rolling. Taqueria Arandas is not. That's not. Those are Spanish words. and it's not rolling my R. John, show people how you roll R's. What word do you roll your R on?
If it's double R.
So carro, churro,
Churro. See.
perro, or perro, which is butt, or perro, which is dog.
Yeah, yeah.
If you say a dog's butt, you say perro's perro. Perro de perro.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't. But no. It's not a dog's butt. Perro, it means butt, not the butt. Culo is butt.
Well, I don't. Well, that's actually true. It's B-U-T
Yes.
and B-U-T-T. Yeah, culo. But is culo slang? Does that actually mean butt for real, or is it?
Culo is butt.
That's a real word. I always thought you call somebody a culo,
Basi-
you're calling them a butthole.
No, you add a little bit to it from what I remember playing in a predominantly Spanish-speaking league. It's not culo. It's cool.
Wait.
I've told
Playing in a predominantly Spanish-speaking league.
Yeah, I played
Did you
soccer.
play in a lower league, La Liga,
No,
lower level?
I played soccer, and everybody who played there was
And they call you coledo?
no.
Oh, wow.
That's just what I'm saying.
That's gone too far.
See,
dude.
It is?
That's the word I was trying
Wait,
to
did you
avoid.
dump me?
Yeah, that was the word I was trying to
Wait,
avoid.
why did you
That's
dump me?
too
That's
far.
not a bad word.
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
yes,
it is actually.
yes, it
Are
is.
you sure?
That's why
Yes,
I was
yes.
dancing around it before
Yes.
you got to it.
Oh, I did not know that.
Culo's okay. That's not.
I was trying to explain there's a little extra that gets you to
Yeah.
what
I don't
you
feel
just
like
did
you
it.
should have said cool. I don't even think you should say the C word.
No,
Culo.
well, there are
that's
different
okay.
C words. You can say culo. You can't say what you said.
Can't say what you said.
See, we're going to have a list of words we can't.
So maybe that guy is right. You
Well,
stay
there
away
is a
from
list.
Spanish.
I don't know if you heard, but there is a list.
But not in Spanish.
No,
'Cause you said the
yes,
P
there
word in
actually
Spanish.
is. There actually is. I'm sure on their Spanish-speaking stations, they can't. They
yeah.
know the words. You just don't.
All right, then butthole, whatever.
Yeah.
There, you happy?
What's wrong with him?
Yeah. I
Let's
don't
go back to saying butthole.
know. Okay. So
Like that
Del,
one racist guy wants me to do. Say butthole, don't say culo.
I just think he wants you to stay away from the R's. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Del.
Yeah.
What happened last night? With
What do
your
you
team?
mean? I told you. I told you what would happen. The game will be closer than people thought, and they will lose.
Dell
And
was
they-
absolutely 100% correct.
I told you what would happen.
They covered.
They do that all
No,
the time.
they didn't cover. It was
Yeah,
11
they
and a
did. It
half.
was 11 and a half.
You mean
It
the
was-
Dolphins?
oh, the Dolphins
Yeah,
covered,
I
yeah.
told you. And that's why, speaking of Taqueria Arandas, our guy lost because he took the Bills, right?
That's what he's trying to play. And John gave us a stat. Was it you or John?
John
you
gave
gave
the
us that
stat.
stat that was like, it was crazy. It was basically a 0%. It had a super low winning percentage if you played a
If you were
favorite of
del-
over what
Over
was
11 or 10,
Over
and,
10,
and the
double
total was
digits.
under 50 or something like that.
You take it's 20. It was 21 and 0 for the underdog. No, for the favorite. 21 and 0 if the
Under
favorite was
54.
over 10
And under
was a
54.
double digit favorite, and the under over was under 54.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was
Which-
50.
And guess what? And guess what? And now it's 21 and 1.
Yeah, people don't understand, and rightfully so, because why are you paying attention to a rivalry that isn't? Because it's more hammer versus nail. But every time they go up there, like 3 out of the last 4 times, maybe now 4 out of the last 5 times, the game is closer than people think. Like, people thought they were going to get the disaster scenario where the Dolphins lose like 35-10, and we're talking about how everyone's got to go. That's never how that game generally plays out. It played out the way at the end because the Dolphins make losing plays. But as far as I knew that was going to happen.
They had 2 guys who are really tough to cover.
Yeah.
In Waddle and Hill, and it showed up. Now, Tua didn't throw for a bunch of yards, but you had Ollie Gordon, who, by the way, how about Oak State's Ollie Gordon giving a little power boost? Ollie looked good yesterday for the
Running between the tackles.
for the Dolphins. The Dolphins were awful on the ground defense, which I expected them to be. James Cook was just gashing them, and they had a billion corners out. And so on paper, you think, but it never works that way in the NFL.
No.
Like I saw Joe Fortenbaugh for ESPN, who is a good handicapper. You know, some of his favorite plays this week are the Rams plus 3.5 against the Eagles. I guarantee you Vegas is going to need that because everyone's going to be on the Eagles. He likes Cleveland. He likes the Browns plus 7.5, whoever they're playing. He likes dogs. He likes dogs, especially dogs, that are over key numbers. But it's hard, man. It's hard in division games to be laying double digits. That's hard, especially early in the season where both teams are still carrying. Like Miami is still carrying. They're still fighting. And
they've had slow starts last year, and they fought back to be in the race. In fact, they started off bad because Tua got hurt, and then they came into here controlling their destiny, and then the obviously the Texans beat them. That switched their from controlling their destiny to not. So they've been slow starters before. I was not surprised by how that game went, and of course I wasn't surprised how it ended because they were going to make mistakes. I didn't expect Zach Sealer to make the mistake. He's one of their more well-respected players, and a defensive tackle trying to block a punt led to what you might think. The problem for him is he's too big to be running through the center. Like, it's one of the Ferguson brothers, a guy probably weighs 240 pounds. Zach just ran him over. And if you had a more stout player there, it's probably better for the Dolphins.
Did you notice that? Okay, this is just a nothing. I just happened to notice it twice. Malik Washington trucked people twice. Trucked DBs 2 times, once by the goal line and once on that little run.
To get a first down or something.
Yeah, he trucked guys twice. Little Malik Washington ran over DBs 2 different times.
Yeah, he fits the mold of all those 5, 9, the 10 receivers they have, and
he can never have enough. It's like Daryl Morey used to say, we can never have enough 6'7" power forwards.
It's just a bunch of.
And Mike McDaniel says we can never have enough 5'9" and under wide receivers.
And Waddle amazingly can win on the outside because of his quickness, but they don't have a lot of guys who can be him, or if they're not operating the middle field, that's what Buffalo took away. They dropped everyone in the middle, and that's why you saw a lot of swing passes. You see Tua look to the middle, no one there. He's got to drop it off the H-hand with that convoy block that they do a lot. So, yeah, they're 0-3, and it's the game itself wasn't surprising. They got the Jets. Sorry, guys. There's a Jets-Dolphins game on Monday night.
He's sticking around, right? It would have already been announced.
Well, Stephen Ross said he's going to be patient with them. The owner said that before the game. I don't think losing the way they did is going to enhance his willingness to get rid of him. Sorry, everyone. There's a Jets-Dolphins game coming up next Monday. Just so you're aware.
Oh my God!
I just want you to know that game. There could be 2 0-3
is that a
teams.
Thursday night game?
No, that's the Monday night game.
God!
I said next Monday. I said next Monday.
Oh my! Is there 2 games though, and they're going to do 2?
I don't
2
know
at
that.
once.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, let's do it 2 at once.
2 at once.
I don't know if it'll be that, but it's a real possibility. You have 2 0-3 teams.
Put a college game on, like Boise versus.
It would be a MAC game more likely.
Yeah, that's fine. Give us a MAC game to watch.
Just a warning to everyone.
Hey, shout out to Rice who took care of Charlotte.
Yeah, they beat Charlotte last night. Good for Rice. They're 3-1 now. Rice only lost to the Cougs.
I want to get back to the Astros when we come back. So let me ask you this quick. No, I'm gonna give you a little teaser to think about, and then we'll attack it a little bit later in the show.
Right.
But I was thinking about Buffalo yesterday, and Buffalo feels kind of likable. It feels like a team that a lot of people who don't have a team kind of like Buffalo. I want
they're
to see
losers.
I want to see if they remind you of somebody. They're reminding me of somebody, and it was mentioned on the broadcast, but not in this way, and it really triggered something where I say, boy, I've seen this whole thing play out before. And I want you to think about Buffalo and who they remind you of.
Okay.
The Bills, obviously, I'm talking about.
You know what game day reminds me of? Game day reminds me of feeling great. That's what game day does. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. There's locations. So if you're downtown, you go see Jarrett. All right. He's on Commerce. If you're in Friendswood, you go see Kyle, Katie, Amina. Okay. In Mount Bellevue, you see Paul in NASA and Clear Lake. You see James in Tomball. You see Connie in Pearland, Angelia, Sugarland, Ray, the Woodlands, Jeremy, West Chase, Westheimer, right there at the Beltway area, Crepal. Sean is in Willowbrook. You go see these people, and they take care of you. Go to the website, find the location nearest you. Go to Game Day Men's Health, get a free consultation. You get labs on site where you find out right away. See how it's different. You will get a consultation with someone who is so knowledgeable, okay? I go to the Willowbrook location. I love what Patty and Jamie do for me. They're awesome, okay? Patsy and Jamie, they're awesome. I am a big fan. I've been doing testosterone treatment for a while, and I'm a big fan of the way they go about it, how good they are, how much they care, all of those things. There's a difference. There's a difference in these testosterone places, and I just think Game Day Men's Health is better. Find the location nearest you, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, if you're in charge of getting your big holiday party together or really getting any getting together and you need a space, you say, man, we want to find a space. I want to recommend St. Arnold. We went for our big listener appreciation event, and it was terrific. They did a great job. Now, we had a larger event, so we were in the beer hall. That can hold up to 300 people, so larger events go there, and I'm telling you, they got a lot of room. You could put a band in there. You could put anything you want. I mean, it's a really great space. And then you've also got the Investors Pub, which is going to be, more from as low as 20 to as many as 100 people in there. A lot of times people go 50 to 100 in that neighborhood. But just keep in mind that not only do they have a great space, they've also got the opportunity for you to use their catering. They can do something smaller like appetizer table, or you can have the full-on feast. They can open up the entire menu to you, and you make this decision. So they have some of the best beer you're going to find anywhere in the state. They make their own cider. They've got root beer that they make. They've got soft drinks. They can, they'll get you taken care of no matter what it is that you're looking for. But the food, the drinks, and the space are incredible. The hospitality is great, and they even have audio-visual capabilities for you, as well as game packages like cornhole and Jenga and just whatever else you're looking to, a photo booth to make the event special and fun. StArnold.com. Look at or click the link for private events at StArnold.com. Click private events.
Welcome back. On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros Mariners tonight. How about this? It doesn't get any bigger than this. Closest race in baseball, it can't be any closer. Two teams tied for first right now in the AL West, and they're playing each other with just 9 games to go. Just 9 games on the season left. And the Astros and the two teams that are fighting it out. Game 1, so important. And it's Brown, Hunter Brown against Wu. And that is a great, great matchup. This game will last about an hour and 20 minutes. And you are going to see a lot of you got to keep the big dumper in the park. You definitely got to keep him in the park, and this is the guy to do it. I'm a little worried about Fromber. He's given up more homers. He gives up more fly balls than he has in the past.
Yeah.
A little worried about. But tonight's the game. You win game 1, and you're in the driver's seat. At the very worst, you're 1 game back with 6 to play after this series is over. At the very worst. So this is the important game. This is D1, and you got your best on the mound.
You're shooting for 2. Well, you're shooting for 3-0, but you're really shooting for 2-1.
2 out of 3.
Because you've got your 3 best. Well, theoretically, your 3 best on the mound. It really is hard to call Fromber. This has been an extended run of suck for Fromber, so it's really hard to call him one of your best when he's been this bad. But on paper, it's Hunter Brown, Jason Alexander, and Fromber, and not necessarily in that order. Those are the 3 you've got, right? Well, is Fromber 3 or 2?
Fromber's 2.
Yeah.
And you got your ace going in the 3rd game.
Yep.
Jason Alexander.
A.K.A. the hero.
Yep. Here's an answer. Clayton Kershaw said yesterday that he's retiring. Mike Trout, Jose Altuve, and Salvador Perez, the active players who have spent the most seasons with only 1 team. And Aaron Nola and Lance McCullers will have the most among active pitchers. Trout and McCullers, they spent all this time with their teams, really? Have they?
I know, it doesn't feel – well, Lance has missed entire seasons, multiple years.
And Trout's never around.
Isn't it crazy that Mike Trout has over 400 home runs with the time he's missed?
Oh, my God.
I think people forget how dominant – Mike Trout was 100% Aaron Judge. Like, Mike Trout's career, he had years – and we forget about him because he's so like J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt was Defensive Player of the Year in 3 of his first 5 years in the league. In the NFL, and then injuries kind of slowed him down, but his dominance was just astounding. Mike Trout, in his first 6 years, Holy crap, he won MVP twice, was Rookie of the Year, finished second in MVP. He had a 5-year run where he was second MVP, first in MVP, second MVP, first in MVP. That was a 5-year run where he was just unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He had a J.J. Watt kind of run.
No, it really was. But then
Yeah.
he had, 2020 he played 53 games. 2021 he played 35. He had 119, which is like Iron Man stuff for him in 2022. 23 he played 82 games. Last year he played 29 games.
Yeah.
And this year he's played 122, which once again we're in Iron Man territory for him.
Yeah, my first thought was,
And his OPS is
if
7.
you spend all that time not actually playing, have you really been with the team all that time?
15 years he's played 1,640 games in 15 years. 1,640. Jose Altuve in that same amount of time. So remember, 1,640 games in 15 years. Jose Altuve has played 15 years, and he's played 1,968 games. These two are different. And Lance McCullers has played, in his career, 52 games.
Lance McCullers has pitched in 52 games?
Total in his whole career.
That's a lie.
I know.
Well, how many does he actually have?
No, Lance in real life has pitched in
In 11 years, how many
he
games
has
has
51 wins. He's pitched in 145 games.
145.
139 starts.
139 starts?
Yeah, for his career since 2015.
And it's 11-year career?
Well, he missed 2019. He missed 2023. He missed 2024.
Well, that's regular season, yes. Then
And he
you throw
only
in
pitched-
another 19 playoff games.
And that's true. And he only pitched 8 games in 2022. So, yeah, Lance has been there a long time. He's been there for, well, he's only played, it's funny, he's been there for 11 years, right? But when you look at Baseball Reference, it only shows him for 8 years because they don't give him, even though he got paid for 11 years, they're only saying, nah, son, this is only his 8th year. No, but he came in 2015. Yeah, no, it's 8 years in the league. It's 8 years of baseball. I'm like, technically, Baseball Reference is right. He's only played in 8 seasons. And they list it as such. They don't list a whole season you missed. Now, he got paid for 11 seasons, but
Lance is living the dream.
Yeah.
No, well, he's in reality, he's living a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
He's got to feel.
Which Lance? Zerline right now or with all the numbers?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Zerline
I'm
Zerline.
living the dream.
giving us all these numbers.
All the
yeah.
numbers.
Can
You're
you
a numbers
imagine
guy.
Lance McCullers in real life just sitting there like, this is bad. I at one point, the city loved me. I was, a key component in a World Series win. I was active participant in World Series wins, and now I'm not earning my money. I'm constantly hurt. I'm ineffective when I pitch. Like, I'm sure it's killing him. I'm sure it's just absolutely killing him because it looks like he's, just by the looks of the numbers, you would think he's done. You think he's done, but it's hard to remember last year no, it wasn't last year because he didn't pitch last year. I got to go back to his 8 games in 2022. I mean, that's the problem. I guess in 2021, he was 13-5 with a 3.16. Looked good. He pitched. He had 28 games started. He had 162 in the third innings. Gave up 122 hits. Did have a really high number of walks. Was 76, way higher than you want. But 185 strikeouts. Like Lance McCullers in 2022, 2021, I should say, was dealing. But man, that was a long time ago. I mean, 2021 is just a long time ago.
Yep. Well, that's when he got the contract. Boom. Give him money. Give him all that money. Him and Christian Javier, give him all that money. Give him the money. Give him the bag. And then scene. And then we don't see him no more.
See, and the Javier thing is one where a lot of people will point out, see, this is why you don't give money early. This is why you wait for club control.
Well,
But at the time, that's an easy hind. That's an easy. Well, the thought is you don't.
That's not.
But John, are they
That's
Astros
not
going to? Well, let me ask you: are the Astros going to start thinking about this differently now that their arm injuries are so prevalent? Are they going to look at pitchers and say, you know what, we're not giving early money to pitchers?
Well, I don't know that it's got anything to do with early money. I really don't. It's actually just pick the right guys, right? I mean, and with the Astros, everybody's going to have arm problems. How about giving nobody money?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they give any. Well, they may still get a hit. They may still try to give Cam Smith eventually early money to get him to extend, a couple extra years. It's if you're not going to, I'd rather they do that. If they're not going to fight for them for a second contract, then I'd rather they get an early extension and buy a few more years. I think all of us would hope they do that for the good pitchers or for the good players. But when you look at Christian Javier, I mean, they gave him the money after 22. So he had been in the league 3 years. So he had 3 more years of arbitration that they could have just hung on for, but they gave him early money. But it was understandable because he looked so good after 22. He looked like if he was the favorite to win Cy Young to start the year. People forget that. He was the Cy Young favorite, and he went from a 2.54 ERA to a 4.56 the next year.
I have no problem giving early money. Actually, wouldn't you love to give Hunter Brown early money right now?
Hunter, I feel good about because he's pitched for so long, and the way that he pitches, I don't feel like he's a lot like Verlander. Verlander had arm trouble in his late 30s, so whatever. I mean, that's eventually you may do that, but
if Hunter would take early money, you do it right now. You do it right now. Just keep him around for a couple more years. Give him $100 million to stick around for a couple extra years. Done right now. So I don't know that it has anything to do. That's the guys that you gave it to.
But we're not talking Hunter. Are they going to start being? And Hunter's not taking early money. He's going to stick.
He's going to Kyle Tucker this thing.
Yeah, realistically he is, and he'll be gone. But if there's one guy you need to pay, it's Hunter Brown. It's pay him early, pay him market value at that time a year early, and get it done. You may even need to do it. Well, you may need to do it in the offseason. But I don't know that I would give anybody else on the pitching staff any more early money. Now, Fromber's never had arm issues either, but it doesn't matter.
Aren't you glad you didn't give Fromber early money now?
Yeah. Although, how long has Fromber pitched?
Well,
is this just his 6th year?
6th year.
God, doesn't it feel like he's been around?
Well, and he's older too. Don't forget.
Yeah,
he's older too.
But Fromber's not an arm issue guy.
No, but going into this year, we were like, pay Fromber, and now we're like, oh, can't wait till Fromber's done.
Well, this has been a long run.
Well, is it because he's not being paid that he's this way?
That's what
do we know?
I don't know.
I don't know.
If it's an attitude, then he's dumb because he's going to be a free agent.
Well, not attitude. I don't know that he can control what's going on. May be.
It may be. It's just
the sports psychologist thing was a thing. We thought it was a thing of the past. He's had that in the past, so maybe it's not him. Obviously, I don't think he's doing it on purpose, but maybe it's weighing on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only is it possible, it's probable if there's not an injury.
Yeah,
I don't need Fromber Manning to just completely lose his head where he can't even throw the ball straight anymore.
Yeah. And Field.
He leads the.
Please don't hit any balls to him this week.
Do you know he leads the league in wild pitches this year?
Yeah.
It's his highest he's ever had in his career.
Yeah, he's lost himself some money. I don't think there's any question. All right, 713-780-3776. You want to talk about our Astros? Come on in. You want to talk Texans? We got more Texans talk. And Lance is going to reveal who he thinks the Buffalo Bills are.
Yeah.
But
also,
right now,
let's remind people at 8:30, what have you learned this week from the show?
Oh.
What have you learned?
8:30 or 8:45?
8:30.
8:30.
So be ready, 8:30.
Oh,
Okay.
You know who it's brought to you by? Taqueria Arandas.
Not Taqueria Arandas.
Not Taqueria Arandas.
No, Taqueria Arandas.
Or if you're just driving in your car and you don't like those people, you just say Taqueria Arandas.
Arandas.
Say it like a German.
That's why. Taqueria Arandas.
Ich bitte von Claude und Steinheiser.
Not like that. Doesn't mean that doesn't translate as Taqueria Arandas.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Doesn't mean anything. It just sounds like I know what I'm doing.
Right. No, that is. We got to get that translated too, Del. But right now,
are we pumping it up for this series?
Well, I don't know.
We
That's
didn't
another
pump it
question.
up for the Rangers series, and they were just fine.
But you always like to crap. How can we get some all systems go since they just are 3-0 and all systems go?
Now there is
we
that.
won World Series with all systems go.
Yeah.
So do you want to change things up?
Yes.
Even though they just
Yeah,
had
because
I don't know.
John, they're 11-9 in their last 20. It's okay.
they're
to change
3-0 in their
up.
last 3.
Yeah.
Three.
It's okay to get them hype. It's won World Series before.
They just crushed the Ranger spirits.
No, he's going to save it for his
I'm
show
asking,
again.
do you want to change things up? Because
He's trying to save it for his show.
No,
John.
I don't play it on this show. That's a lie. Don't lie. You're the liar, not me. I'm just asking, do you want to switch it up or you want to leave things as they are?
We'll talk about it. But right now, we're talking about Houston powder coaters. Houston powder coaters, to me, is what a great, great business. There is a conglomerate. There were a bunch of guys and girls, Robin included, that were doing it, and then they started Houston powder coaters, and Houston powder coaters became, wow, Houston powder coaters is now the leader in the industry. Houston powder coaters is the standard in the industry. Houston powder coaters Google reviews, Houston powder coaters, everything about them says we are the best, okay? And if you're looking to powder coat something, they're biggest, and they're right on the Hardy Toll Road. And they get wherever, pick up your patio furniture or your car parts or whatever it is that you need powder coated, pick up and deliver absolutely free, and then do the best job. It is incredible, the process that they go through. And they don't skimp especially when they're primping and priming and they're getting it ready, whatever it is that you have ready, or if you've got patio furniture that you need the slings and the straps, if you need all that repaired, whatever color it is that you're looking for. Are you looking for your team colors? They'll match them perfectly so that when you go out tailgating, you're free. It looks it's incredible. But Houston powder coaters, it's going to last. It's going to last because they know what they're doing and they're really, really great at it. I've seen the operation and it's second to none. You, my friends, if you have anything that you need powder coated, you want to save any metal whatsoever, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So who is this team that reminds you of this Buffalo Bills
The more
team?
I watch the Bills, and I'm thinking about their quarterback, I'm thinking about they're on a quest to win a championship, and it hasn't happened, and they've got a beast ahead of them that they just can't get past. And there's a positive vibe about this team, kind of a Chicago Cubby vibe around them. They remind me of the 90s Packers, with Brett Favre playing the role, with Josh Allen playing the role of Brett Favre, with the Dallas Cowboys playing the role, Kansas City Chiefs playing the role of the Dallas Cowboys, and, San Francisco 49ers or the Baltimore Ravens. There's still those three teams are battling it out. I think there was generally people like the Green Bay Packers. They were kind of, I can't call them lovable losers, but they were a team that people could get behind. You saw the moxie of Brett Favre, the gunslinger, and he just does think, you just had so much fun. People forget, man. Brett Favre would make a lot of mistakes, but Brett Favre could do some things. Like, he had balls, and Brett Favre really was fun to watch on a Sunday. Without question, Josh Allen is one of the most fun quarterbacks to watch in the league. I mean, he and Lamar Jackson are kind of, to me, they're on a league of their own, and Mahomes is just below them. But those guys are really fun to watch. But they're on this quest. They're really good. You think they might be the best in the league, but you can't really believe that's true until they do it. They come from both small little town. Green Bay. You know how small Green Bay is. Buffalo is very small too. Buffalo and Green Bay are very similar in that regard. I just think the vibe is kind of the same with Green Bay. You can almost pick a year before Green Bay won a championship, and that's what the Buffalo Bills feel like, where I think there's a very positive vibe about them from fans in general and media in general. You got Josh Allen, who may be the best player in the league, like Brett Favre was, but, Brett was one of them. It was, it was hard to tell, but I think I don't know, it kind of hit me. Kirk Herbstreit was talking about Green Bay and the similarity between Green Bay and Buffalo, and I thought, well, you know what, just the places, and I thought, actually, this reminds me of the 90s Packers, who were trying to get over the hump. And once they did, it still had that small town feel. It's still, there's people who still like the Packers. But, once a team wins a championship, they're not as lovable anymore, just like the Cubs. You lose that everyman quality once you win a title. But I feel like Buffalo reminds me of the Packers in the 90s a little bit. You?
I can see it, I guess.
Quarterback's way bigger than any of the wide receivers he had. Favre didn't have wide receivers who were anywhere near the personality he was. Their running backs were good running backs.
When he got there, he had Sterling.
But not for very long.
Not for very long.
Sterling got hurt and was done after that.
Yeah, Antonio.
Antonio Freeman was a good player. Robert Brooks he had good wide receivers.
Yeah.
But they weren't stars.
Yeah. I guess. Well, now we got to see if they can win one like Brett Favre did.
You had the Cowboys. The '90s Cowboys were the evil empire. Now their last win was '95. But the Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers are kind of like the Ravens, and although they beat the Ravens typically, but especially the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, and then the Packers won at what, 97, 98? One of those right after the Cowboys' reign was done. Not long after. You also had the 49ers that were great at the time, yeah. So I guess, I hate to compare anybody to Brett Favre with the issues that he had.
Well, no, that's not the football Brett Favre.
Right.
That came years after.
Yeah. And Brett Favre was a gamer like Josh Allen is. Yeah. Josh Allen will put his head down.
And if they get hurt, they don't care. Their offensive linemen love them. Their team. I watched the interview with Deion Dawkins after the game. Like, those guys love. You know why? He got his nose busted, and he just stuck to things of toilet paper up his nose for the gushing blood he had, and ran back out on the field and kept playing. Like, that's the kind of thing Brett Favre would do. I just think there's a lot of similarities between prime Brett Favre and Josh Allen, and then except Josh makes now fewer mistakes. And then, Green Bay as a whole and Buffalo as a whole as the cities, because they're not really threatening. They're not like, oh, boo, I hate New York. Anything from New York or L.A. I don't like because it's on the coast, and they think they're better than everybody. And, Buffalo, they jump off They jump off of campers and crush other people who are laying on tables like they're doing wrestling stuff. They shotgun beer and they eat chicken wings. That's not threatening.
Listen, what? It's about 12 people bigger than Green Bay. That's all.
Yeah, and Giants fans will fight you, but not Bills fans.
No. All right. What did you learn this week on the show? What did you learn from the show this week in one sentence? And it's brought to you by Taqueria Arandas. Taqueria Arandas is where you get your Mexican food on. Get on over there and enjoy. They got locations all over the city. You're looking for a great Mexican, Taqueria Arandas. But right now, you learned something this week on the show, and I want you to bring it to us. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Lance can teach you something about Underdog Fantasy right now.
I can teach you. I told you yesterday James Cook was going higher than 67.5 yards. I told you that. And I told you Josh Allen was going lower on his passing yards, and he went lower. I gave you two right there. That's how easy it is. Take a look at the game and then make your decisions. It's that simple. Every game is in play too. Every NFL game, a ton of college games. You've got all these, not only a game, but then you have all these players, and then you have statistics for every player. So there's an infinite combination that you can put together, and it really helps if you really. To me, it helps if you focus in on maybe 2, 3, 4 games, and you really get a feel for those games, and you say, okay, I'm going to find the player with the statistic that I know is off, and I'm going to take advantage of it. And don't be afraid to go lower than. Everyone goes higher than. Don't be afraid to go lower than on a statistic, because that happens plenty of times. And what you do is you pick on Pick'em, you pick 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different players on their statistics. And the more players you pick, the higher your payout is going to be. And you can win real money, up to 500 times your original play. And it's a lot of fun, and it's a way to make real money and enjoy the games you're watching. Sometimes you get to watch a game you weren't going to watch before because you got to watch how your underdog picks end up doing. Underdog Fantasy, download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and they are going to give you a $50 cash bonus into your account when you spend your first $5. But you got to download the app, and you've got to use promo code Lance. That's Underdog Fantasy. Download it with the promo code Lance.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. What did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? Friday mornings at 8:30. In 1 hour, we're going to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. But this is the segment where you get to tell us how. Now, see, Charlie used to say, not along the way, we'll entertain and inform, right?
Yeah, that was his saying, yeah.
That was his thing. Not we will inform and entertain along the way. And you know what? I kind of feel like we've taken that baton from him. And we inform and we entertain
along the way.
Along the way.
Along the way.
All right?
Sometimes
on hump day.
Yeah, on hump day editions of the show.
Yeah, right. But
some days we'll open the refrigerator and look for something to talk about in sports in the summer, and we say, and there's nothing there.
Yeah.
The refrigerator's empty. Boy, let me tell you, the program directors at 790 love when Charlie would tell the listeners at the very beginning, there's nothing to talk about. It's a boring sports day.
Yeah. Well.
Nothing made them more excited than Charlie saying, basically, why are you listening? There's nothing to listen to. Here's what some people learned on the chat before we get to the phone lines. Okay. I learned that when Johnny G tells you who is calling a Monday night game, believe him.
Yeah. See that?
That's true. That's true. Dell tried to
sabotage the entire Monday night booth.
Hockey. Dan, go ahead, Dell. Get you.
Yeah, it was important to have Joe and Troy on the call. See how that worked out for the Texans.
Dan says, I learned this week that all three of you guys are locker room cancers and bad teammates to each other. Well, welcome to the show.
That's not true. I mean, I'm not. You two, yeah. But I'm not. Right?
Ryan said he learned that I should stick to schnitzel. No, that's not. You just learned that today. Well, I guess technically it is this week. Yeah, instead of speaking about Taqueria Arandas, I should have just stick to schnitzel.
Yep, you should stick to schnitzel. Did I learn this week that that's all you do everything for is for views? Was that this week?
That was this week.
Was that this week?
I think it was early in the week.
It was Monday?
What were you yelling? You were saying Jim Crane wasn't going to tolerate. Heads would have to roll because of injuries. Wasn't that this week?
Was that Monday or last week?
No, I think it was last week. Yeah, because the guy said something on
and said you're doing it
Twitter,
for views.
like you just do it, saying that for
When did
views.
you tweet that?
What? I tweeted it like last week. I think that was last week.
Okay.
I was really mad.
I learned this week that you'll spill your coffee when Jordan turns his ankle and the Texans lose a game on Monday night.
I didn't spill it.
You slammed
hit it on the ground and it came out of the...
And coffee spilled on the table. I learned that this week.
Mm-hmm.
You will get upset.
That's overrated.
No, it happened. What do you mean it's overrated?
That's overrated.
It's not, that doesn't work. That doesn't fit. It actually just happened. It's not
you
rated.
You contradicted yourself.
No, you're just saying.
You did.
Now you're just saying stuff now. All right. The nonsense is continuing. Let's move to the actual callers who've learned stuff. Let's go to Booger. Booger, what have you learned from the show?
Well, I learned that John's stat of 21-0, where on Thursday night when the favorites and the stars and the moon are aligned, is 21-1 now, and it cost me.
Yep, that's it. That's all. One sentence.
Yep.
One sentence.
Well, should have listened to me, Booger. I know that rivalry.
Dell tried to tell you what was going to happen. He literally told you what would happen.
Right. No, well, one or the other had to give, right? One or the other. There were two stats.
Yeah, and the 21-0 stat gave.
The 21-0 stat gave. Yeah. And now it's double digits favorites. The Bills are 0-9. Oh, and so that one lives.
Yeah.
21-1 now. 21-0 doesn't live anymore. Yep. Who's next, Al?
One of our favorites, Chris in the North Side. What'd you learn from the show?
Hey, what's up, guys? So this week, I learned that Lance once tried to hit on Molly Kiram by buying her Starbucks, Lebanese food, and a Snickers bar.
Not how it happened.
And he told her that he was like that guy Matthew Berry, and that he.
All right, we're just running on.
Yeah, he's trying to fit like 15 things into one sentence. No, it goes like this. We talked because I was doing a segment with her that day, so we talked at the Starbucks while we were both waiting for coffee. I said, "Oh, do you like?" She said, "I'm Lebanese." I said, "Oh, I've got great spots around me. You're still a big fan of it?" She goes, no, I am, but then if I eat it, I'll get thicker than a Snickers. I did not buy her Lebanese food, Snickers,
Yeah, you
and
kinda
Starbucks.
did.
That's not how it happened.
That's how, actually, I feel like that's how it happened.
No, he misremembers a lot.
Right, you bought her a Snickers bar
No one
and
bought
potato
anyone a
chips.
Snickers.
Was it a king size or like the Halloween size, the miniatures? Which one did you give her?
Can you believe anyone used to buy king-size Snickers to give to kids? Why are you doing that? Just get the little tinies.
Well, because you're the best house on the block if you do that. The kids love
What
you.
about raisins?
No one's looking for raisins. All right, let's move to La Raza. What did you learn? What did you learn from the show this week?
Gentlemen, buenos dias. Hey, shout out to Taqueria Arandas, not Taqueria Arandas.
Yeah, Taqueria Arandas.
There you go. And so what I learned is that pretty much, Johnny, you took my word out of my mouth. I was going to say the new trigger word for Lance is views, and I was going to say that whole summed up. Everybody can suck the hole.
Wow.
Phil, was that a sentence?
I don't know, actually.
Well,
He was kept talking, but I don't know if it was a sentence.
Was a period in there?
It was
at
a
some point?
run-on sentence.
Yeah, I
think.
didn't see where there was an end of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like it was a little long.
Yeah.
Was that this week? You told people to.
I thought
They
it was
all
this
run
week.
together. They all
Well,
run together.
because Sam enjoyed it because she put it out
She
there
turned it
everywhere.
yeah. If you had not heard it on the show, you heard it on social media. Lance ranting about call people the B word and other.
She put that out
She
there?
bleeped it, but yeah, you.
Sam's always snitching on me. Just because I say it on the show, what
It's
happens
not
on
really-
the show stays on the
It's
show.
not really snitching if you say it on the show.
Yeah, but
No,
what happens
it's-
on the show stays on the show.
Well, but it's a public. It's public airwaves.
People heard it already.
yeah, but if
right.
you don't listen in real time, you shouldn't get to hear it.
Well, it's in podcast form too, and on YouTube.
Well, we should have taken it out.
Well, you should have made that request. All right, let's go to Sean. What have you learned from the show this week?
Hey, good morning, guys. Beautiful show as always. I learned that we can beat the jack off the line.
Yeah, that got dumped because I don't know that you learned that on the show. What's
What
the
is that?
context of
I
what
don't
he just
even
said?
know what he's talking about.
What?
Beat the off the line. Did we mention that at any point?
No, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, no one knows what he's talking.
Well,
I mean,
no one
he
heard
just-
it because I
Well,
dumped it.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I don't. Yeah, I
Well, the
was trying
streamers heard it.
Yeah. Well, who cares about them? As far as getting us in trouble, I don't know what that is in reference to. Honestly,
I don't either. Don't
Some-
care that much.
no. Oh well.
It wasn't that funny.
Beat the off the line. Nope.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. That's it.
Jaguars? Did somebody
Beat
say
the Jags.
Did somebody not say Jaguars the right way? I don't remember
He
that because
said-
we would have clearly made too big a deal about that. If somebody had actually said, we wouldn't have just skipped over and hoped no one heard it. We would have literally made a huge deal about it.
Oh well.
But
I'm gonna say this segment below par.
It
Yeah.
is.
This
It is.
version of it. Last week we were good. This one.
Listen, this is brought to you by this week and every week by Taqueria Arandas. If you want the best authentic Mexican food, stop in there. And you know what? You guys might need to fuel up. Maybe you need to stop in and get some breakfast tacos because that wasn't as good as it usually is. And maybe you just needed some breakfast tacos because that wasn't as good
You
as
guys
it
failed the
needs to
show.
be. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys did. You failed us.
It's
Just so
usually
you-
much better.
It is. But we're getting out on time. That's the good news. We're getting out on time.
Yeah.
And so, how about that, Del? We hit the clock. We hit the clock because of it.
You guys are so terrible. You forced them to hit the clock.
Yeah, we actually hit the clock because you guys are so bad. All right? That's so bad. 713-780-3776. The number, if you want to get in here and talk about anything else, or if you still got one that you want to bring to the show, you're more than welcome. In the meantime, I'm talking right now about HR&P. I'm talking about your business. You're heading towards the end of the week. I don't know. Do you pay on Fridays? Do you pay every Friday? Is your paydays beginning of the month, middle of the month like ours? Is it weekly? Is it bi-weekly? Whatever it is, HR&P can figure it out. There is nothing that they can't figure out. We got hourly. We've got commission. We've got salary. We've got any way you could pay. We've got it at our station. Not a problem. HR&P figures it out. We've got different, entities within our building. That's fine. If you've got different Branches, that's not a problem. If you got different branches in other states, it's not a problem. The technology is so good at HR&P, there's nothing that they haven't seen, nothing that they can't do. All right? They will make your business chug along and be great. They're going to be better at this than you are because this is what they do. This is their expertise. You, not so much. You're not good at this. Let HR&P do what HR&P does and bring your payroll to your people and then all the other admin stuff that you need as well to make your business great again. Well, if you're looking for the best way to get your payroll to your people, get your HR, and just be great, all you need is HR&P. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, watch your college football at Damaris Barbecue. All you can eat ribs tomorrow. All you can eat ribs. And he's got all these great TVs. You watch it in the bar. And all you can eat ribs tomorrow at Damaris Barbecue on 18th Street. Let's go. And I think at both locations, actually, you got all you can eat ribs. And you got TVs at the Shepherd location as well. So you're looking for a great place to get your ribs on tomorrow. All you can eat ribs. All you can eat ribs. Have you guys seen this? Do you have any idea who the favorite for the Davey O'Brien Award is? The Davey O'Brien Award goes to the country's best quarterback.
So, I mean, is it Mateer? It's not Mateer.
Mateer's second.
It's not the kid from Arkansas, is it?
It is not. You'll never get this.
Who is it?
Jaden Mayava.
Okay, let me guess. He's either plays at Utah, Hawaii. Not BYU. They got to have a white quarterback.
He plays at USC.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
well, no, not typically, but that's okay.
Yeah. Jaden Mayava is now I'm like, okay, who's Jaden Mayava and what is USC actually winning or something? No one knows. No one can possibly know who Jaden Mayava is, and he's the favorite. Mateer is second. Sawyer Robertson from Baylor is third. Carson Beck, Baron Morton from Texas Tech. By the way, Texas Tech has a big game against Utah this weekend. I'm interested to see, is Texas Tech a real contender for a playoff spot?
They're a dog here. We'll find out. I mean,
Yeah.
Whoever wins the Big 12 will obviously. But
Julian Sayin, Dante Moore, and then Garrett Nussmeier, who's hurt and hasn't been very good.
I think Dante Moore's the guy to keep an eye on. They're almost a 5-touchdown favorite against Oregon State this week. He's going to – Oregon quarterbacks always pile on numbers. It's a question of how long Dan Lanning lets him play in blowouts.
Some spots, that's 35.5. Oregon did not cover against – they were covering against Northwestern, and then they let them score at the end.
Yeah, 2 late touchdowns.
Yeah, and which blew the cover. But Oregon is a really good football team. Really good. Dante Moore is really good. And
Lanning's a good coach.
Their tight end, Sadiq, is probably the best in college.
That team lost a lot of players off the defense and offense. They lost both their starting tackles. They lost their starting running back. They lost their starting quarterback. They lost a wide receiver. They lost 3 defensive linemen, or maybe it's 4. Jeffrey Bassa, their linebacker, a couple corners, and it didn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. All these guys got drafted, and here they are, same position. That's impressive. That's impressive from a recruiting standpoint / portal standpoint. It's impressive from a coaching standpoint.
One thing we haven't mentioned is that Jimmy Ward has been he got a no bill. So we should mention Jimmy Ward, the safety for the Texans. He says, I can finally move forward. His case was no billed by a grand jury.
So here's what I was told. I think I can say this. John Daspit told me, listen, Montgomery County is brutal. He said if they no billed him, he said the old saying is they'll indict a ham sandwich. Anybody, he said, it's easy to get indicted. You're likely to get indicted because it moves the case forward. He said he said you can indict a ham sandwich. He said Montgomery County is known for being really, really tough on criminals. He said, because I asked him, I said, does it feel at all like, I said, what do you think here? Because I know the general sentiment right off the bat is going to be, well, Jimmy Ward is getting away with something because he's an athlete. He goes, let me tell you something. In Harris County, maybe? He said, not Montgomery County. He said Montgomery County, if they wouldn't even indict him at Montgomery County, they must have had some real exculpatory text messages.
Well, and you don't need a cooperative witness anymore.
Right.
But it makes it a hell of a lot harder if she's not going to cooperate.
Well, apparently, I don't think that's the case. I think what happened reading the article in the Chronicle is that the defense had some text messages. They didn't go into detail, but they had text messages and things that they gave as evidence, and the case was dropped. So he's not facing any charges. The NFL will do their homework, but I don't think he's going to face any punishment. I expect him to be back on the team 100% because D'Amico was very careful to say, hey, let's not rush to judgment, and we shouldn't rush to judgment. We shouldn't rush to judgment. We can talk about it, but this case shows that, for him, the way John told it to me, for him to be in Montgomery County and not even get indicted shows that there must be something strong on that side on the defensive side. So there it is. I think he'll be back with the Houston Texans. What his role will be, I have no idea. I don't think he plays ahead of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I don't think he plays ahead of Bullock, so I'm not sure what his role is going to be.
Well,
I mean, he might play ahead of Gardner-Johnson. Gardner-Johnson's not going to play the run like Jimmy Ward would, but I don't know.
Well, I've seen some stuff. He knows Bullock has not played great. The safety play has not been great. Jimmy Ward can't stay on the field, first of all. And whether or not is he healthy enough to play? because he wasn't healthy enough before all this stuff happened. So I don't even know if he is healthy enough. Safety play has not been great. Kalen Bullock is, and Jalen Petrie and C.J. Gardner-Johnson is just new into this system. So Jimmy Ward has been around D'Amico a long time. So, he may be an upgrade. But I thought the charges were enough for the Texans to not ever have Jimmy Ward on the field again. But maybe he will be. He just might be. And he may be an upgrade. Now the thing is, can Jimmy McCullers stay on the field? That's the thing, because he hasn't been able to. And they paid him, and they like him. They want him on the field.
Right.
But he just hasn't been able to stay on the field. So I think it would be you can't have enough depth. You can't. You just
no.
You
and when
just can't.
Petrie got hurt the other day, what it does is it keeps Jalen Smith off the field. And what you can do is play Chauncey Gardner-Johnson at nickel, and then you can have Jimmy Ward playing the other safety spot.
And Jalen Smith, I don't think practiced yesterday.
Yeah, and he's not he doesn't have a lot of experience. I'd rather have Jimmy Ward. If Petrie were out, for example, he was hurt the other day, came back, but if he was out, I'd rather have Gardner-Johnson, Jimmy Ward, and Caden Bullock on the field rather than Jalen Smith in there. That's just me, but what do I know?
Yep. So so the Texans, we got more sound that we can play. One of them is Matt Burke. Let's play that here. Man, was tackling an issue the other night. Tackling was horrific. They were bad at the one run that I'm thinking of, Rashad White catches a ball and a little out. Azeez Al-Shaair gets turned around, and he's running parallel to him. And boom, he's bouncing. Rashad White is bouncing off guys like a pinball. 3-4 guys, nobody's wrapping up. And finally, Azeez Al-Shaair brings him down about 20 yards up the field. And you're like, oh, my goodness, that was awful. Awful coverage and an awful tackling. And it did not get lost on D'Amico, and it certainly didn't get lost on Matt Burke. Here's what he says they've been practicing this week.
Things, obviously, we have a tackling sort of circuit every Thursday, or really every day we're on pads. So that was today, so we tried to extend that a little bit to get a little bit extra work. And I think the thing we preached from the start is obviously with some rule changes and the way things go, you can't get a lot of live sort of true tackling. So we just try to preach positioning. A lot of times missed tackles are just like your feet are behind, your body's behind. You don't take that extra step to get in front and get used to sort of reaching. So really, just a re-emphasis on those sort of things of our tracking angles, of sort of taking that extra step to get to that body-on-body position. I have a lot of good athletes on the defense, and so we just got to get them in a position to make those tackles for sure.
And then the biggest missed tackle was Toa. I mean, if he makes that tackle, the game's over. Texans win. Toa, Azeez Al-Shaair, Christian Harris, E.J. Speed. I mean, you got E.J. Speed sitting there. You got Dario Gumanwale on the field in third down when he's been awful, and you got Woody Marks and Nick Chubb who have made plays and are better in pass pro than Dario is. Are they playing the wrong guys right now at positions?
Oh, I mean, I feel like they are. I feel like Azeez Al-Shaair is just so limited. He's tough. He's tough as nails, and that's great. I just think he's limited. EJ, and look, Christian Harris doesn't have very good instincts, but Toa's instincts are average too. Azeez Al-Shaair's are not great. They don't play ahead of the blocks. Give me fast guys who can beat blocking schemes and who can attack and run and hit. You got two run and hit linebackers on that team, and EJ Speed and Christian Harris, both with starting experience, both with playoff starting experience. Well, I don't know if EJ Speed technically has been in the playoffs, but I know Christian Harris has and has made plays. I would love, and EJ Speed has starting experience with the Colts. I don't know how they do it, but I'd love to see one or both of those guys get more snaps. I think you'd have a faster, more disruptive defensive front. Because what you don't have is anyone in the middle of that line to beat blocks and just clog the drain. You just don't have that. You got a bunch of the same types of defensive tackles. You got a bunch of three techniques whose job, whose strength is getting up the field as rushers, but they're not. We saw Tampa beat the brakes off of them in the run game. So if you're going to have that, you better have linebackers who can make some plays and who can play ahead of the blocks. Because if not, you'll just be catching blocks all day long, and then you better be unbelievably elite as a tackling unit to keep plays at 4 yards rather than turning into 8 yards.
Yep.
Hey, I'm going to spell out the acronym because when you just say it, it sounds like you're very insulting.
Are you going to do SWIRM again?
No. Every linebacker on that team is just another guy. When you say Jag, it sounds worse. Every one of them is just another guy. They're barely replacement level players. You can pick a linebacker out of a lineup and go, that guy could probably play for the Texans because they're all the same. Maybe they have different skill sets, but there's not an impactful linebacker on the roster. There isn't. It's D'Amico. You would think, being D'Amico Ryans leading that defense, he would have found one. He thought Alshire would be that. He's not it. You can throw speed in there, give him more snaps, because I do think it's a little ridiculous that Alshire and To'oto'o are playing 77 out of 80 plays. They're not good enough to do that. There's no reason they should be on the field that much. But all of them are just dudes. There's a reason EJ Speed can come over from the Colts, and the Colts like, whatever, take him. There's a bunch of guys.
The Colts love EJ Speed.
Then why is he here?
Colts love them. They just can't afford everyone. They had
how much is he
time
getting
for
paid
a second
here?
Contract.
What's he getting paid here?
But you have to. The Colts have to. They had to pay Bernard Raman, their left tackle. Like sometimes guys, like I'm just telling you, I texted Ballard in preseason. I said he just laid some. He goes, I love.
They couldn't pay him 3.5. That's what the Texans are giving him.
Well, to
be a backup.
They had to pay their. You just have to make cost-cutting moves.
No,
he loves CJ.
No
he
offense.
loves EJ
they got
Speed.
the corpse of Xavier Howard playing corner out there. They brought him in, so they could have paid EJ if they wanted to. They just decided not to for their reason.
Yeah,
and now he's here.
They still like him. He's better than. I'm just telling you, he's better than To'oto'o, and I think To'oto'o plays smart. I think he's where he's supposed to be. He's just limited athletically. He just is. EJ Speed is a guy who can be more disruptive. He'll make some more mistakes, but he'll also make more plays than To'oto'o will.
Just a
and I
bunch
know
of dudes.
To'oto'o jumps up and he's celebrating after plays, and you recognize when he makes a play, but you're not wrong. They're just
I'm not
guys.
saying EJ Speed shouldn't get more snaps.
No, but they're just guys.
They're just a bunch of guys out there. They haven't really attacked it in a way that would.
Linebacker's a big need.
Yeah, drafting one certainly would help. So maybe they'll do that in this upcoming draft. But this is what we're doing here.
Guard, center, linebacker, for sure, are all needs. And probably running back, if we're being honest.
And to be fair, I mean, because the way they're built, the defensive ends are certainly what they feature. But defensive tackle, up the middle, they're middle.
I'm sorry. Defensive tackles as a major
up the middle, which speaks to not being a very good team if you have weaknesses up the middle of both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Those need to be addressed.
You weren't winning on the first level, and you weren't winning on the second level. Well, that's why you got gashed in the run game.
I think that EJ Speed would be better. I do. I think that throw him out there and let's see. Throw him out there and let's see. Because we know what else. We know what To'oto'o is. We know what. I don't know what Christian Harris is actually. No, I'm not sure.
So in this instance, we're not trusting the coaches.
Yeah.
Well, I just think they have guys that they like, and they're going to stick with their guys. I'd like to see him go Joe Espada and mix things up. I'd like to see D'Amico have a little Joe Espada in his blood and say, you know what? Let's see what these guys can do.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Craig DeSurf can do for you.
Well, Craig DeSurf is trying to hook you up with Carcella. Look, you're going to get great. There's no question that you're going to get great deals and great prices and have a great selection at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. I can tell you about the great finance rates, but just go to the website, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com, and you'll see all the different offers and all the different programs that they have available. But they're so different because they treat you like family members. There's never a hassle or hustle over pricing. Their trade-in value's incredible. And Craig DeSurf 8 years ago said, I wanted to start up a cool car show. There's a lot of people with awesome cars that put a lot of money into it and a lot of time. So he started up this car show, and now it's called Carcella in the Cornfield. And it's now a 2-day event starting this year where they have a free On Friday, October 3rd, there's going to be a free concert from 6 to 9. So they have music out there for free. You can come check it out if you want something to do on Friday. And then on Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., they are going to have all of these really cool classic cars out there, and it is impressive. They'll also have food trucks, coffee trucks. They'll have games and activities for the kids as well. And you can just go out there and enjoy yourself October the 4th on Saturday. So Carcella in the Cornfield, it's a 2-day event. On Friday, there's the music. On Saturday is the cars. Check them out for yourself by heading on over to Angleton at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Biggest series of the year starts tonight with the Astros' best pitcher on the mound. This is, I'm telling you, this is going to be huge for our club. If they can win game one, and now whoever loses game one, the pressure is on. You lose game two, and you're fighting just to get one, just to get one and not get swept here.
I don't like the way you're talking about it. You're going about this as just pull one out, guys. Just please.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that game one is huge. I'm not unconfident. I think they're going to sweep them. What are you talking about?
Then stop talking about the game one is huge. Game
one is huge. No, sweep. In any 3-game series, any series, the odd games are the biggest games, and this is huge to get off to a great start. And you got your best pitcher on the mound. They got their best too, but his name is Wu.
So Brian Wu has only pitched 3 years in the major leagues. This year, what you can expect to see this year is he throws his fastball almost 48% of the time. Then is the sinker. So basically, you're getting a fastball. The sinker's a 2-seamer. The fastball's a 4-seamer. That's basically what you're talking about. So he's going to throw fastball 73% of the time, John. He's coming with a fastball that's either got a little sink action because it's a 2-seamer, or it's going to be the straighter variety because it's 4-seamer. Both of them, he throws the four-seamer at 95.7 is his average velocity, so he's got some gas on that sucker. And his sinker, which is going to be a different grip, is 95.4. So he's going to work. That's his average fastball. Brian Wu is going to be throwing gas for the most part. 73% of his pitches are going to be with some heat on them. And after that, you got the slider at almost 87 miles an hour, almost 20% of the time. And then changeup is very rare, but his change is 89 miles an hour. That's a very fast change.
That's a really fast.
Yeah, that's not even 10. That's only. I mean, he's only got a 6 mile an hour difference between fastball and changeup.
Yeah, no, that's so you see that changeup, and that's a fastball for a lot of guys.
Yeah,
and you're like, oh, I can hit that. Now, 6, 7 miles an hour is a big difference, though, hitting it off the end of the bat, or even. But dude can bring it. There's no question about it. But fastball's coming. That's a good thing. Fastball's going to be coming out, especially in a 2-strike situation. Now, it could be the riser, it could be the. And by the way, yeah, there was a story yesterday out that it was thought that a fastball can't rise. It can rise.
Where did I see that article? Because I wanted to read that.
I think it was on The Athletic.
Yeah, I think it is on The Athletic. So what did the article say? Because I wanted to see that.
That the ball can actually, the spin can.
So there's no such thing as gravity.
Well, I mean, if you're going at that mile an hour, things rise, Lance. Things rise.
How? If it has yeast in it?
Well.
Yeah, bread rises.
Does a plane have yeast in it? No.
No, but it has.
Faster it goes, it lifts off. Okay? So.
Doesn't make sense.
So there. I mean, you can't. Now, from a standstill, a helicopter can go straight up.
And you're coming downhill. Here's the crazy thing. You're also coming downhill.
Right.
Off the mound. Now, it does seem like certain pitchers have movement that seems almost unnatural. With pitchers.
And it looks like, that's like Christian Javier.
That kid from Milwaukee's got some funk on his throws, on his pitches.
Old Christian Javier, it looked like his fastball rose.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
And that's why his 92 gave people troubles. There was some late movement on it, and whether it was down or the fastball almost seemed to change eye level on you. You know how I know that? Because John Smoltz told me. John Smoltz is smart.
Yeah. John Smoltz is smart. John Smoltz is actually I like listening to Smoltz. Yeah, he does a good job.
See,
all
the
right.
more wind underneath a surface, the more lift it creates. Now that's a very small time frame to work under, but and it's the same thing with disc golf. Actually, I do see discs also that will rise. So
here we
now
go,
that you
Del,
say that,
this
is starting to make some sense because I can throw as hard as I want to on a straight plane, but it will rise eventually. So that actually makes some sense.
Yeah, I mean,
I was terrible at Jester yesterday. +3 was awful.
I mean,
don't say Jester like it's some common thing we're supposed to know about a disc golf course. You don't
It
like
is.
Augusta. Okay, we know what that means.
Yeah, Jester.
Pebble, we know what that means.
Jester is like Augusta.
Don't say Jester.
No, Jester's more of the.
Don't say Jester.
Jester's more of like what's a good course in like New York? What one that they played like a U.S. Open on?
Oh, well, they're playing the Ryder Cup at Bethpage.
Okay, it's kind of like the Bethpage of Houston.
Don't say Jester like it's supposed to mean something to people.
It does, but it does to the
It
community.
doesn't. What community?
Disc golf community.
Don't talk about Jester.
Even I won't allow you to besmirch golf like that.
What's wrong with you
Jester.
guys? It's a 3.4 mile walk. It's a good course.
Well,
it's
just
a
say
good track.
just say you went to the park to walk.
It's not it's the trees don't come into play as much, but that's fine. That's
How
what I
many
like
chains
it's
did
more
you
of a
break?
link style. I broke a lot of chains. It's more of a link style course.
A link style course.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have to play out of the
There
rough?
is a place that, if you get to 7, 8, 9, I call that Hell's Corner. I nicknamed it yesterday after I took bogey. I said, this is officially Hell's Corner now. So that's the new nickname, guys. If you're playing Jester, just know that
You went bogey on Hell's Corner?
I went bogey. I had just birdied 6, and then I went bogey. Yeah.
Yeah, see, golf has, disc has Hell's Corner. We got Amen Corner.
Yeah, I know. That's why it was a play on words.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, man, this needs something because, you have Amen Corner. What would this be? Hell's Corner.
Do you think you should have prayed to get through Hell's Corner? Maybe you would have played better.
Well, they changed
Drop a prayer.
They changed pin placement on number
pin
Nice,
placement.
Del. They
Instead of
changed-
worshiping the devil.
They changed pin placement to a much harder spot on hole 9, and so
Gotcha.
you basically have to pray on that now.
Got it.
It's ridiculous.
You know,
Are you?
I was thinking about you, Lance, in this disc golf thing you do. Would it
You
be
coming out?
No, not a chance.
Okay.
Would it be if you were 20-something years old and still looking for the love of your life? Would it be something you mentioned to them that you did, or would you keep it to yourself?
Yeah, I would. Now I wouldn't be playing. I'd be playing basketball.
Nah, that's what
So
we're
I probably
talking
wouldn't
about.
be playing
We're
any
talking
disc
about
golf.
disc golf.
Yeah, because there's girls who come out there. Sometimes
Girls you want to look at?
What
Silence
does
is
that-
deafening.
Absolutely not.
what does that matter?
I asked you the question. You said
girls that you love
I
might
asked you.
come out there and
I didn't say love. I said you said that girls are out there. I could, and then I asked you, girls you want to look at. And you didn't have an answer
I'm
for
not
me.
sure there's a lot of guys that girls want to look at out there.
Well,
to be
that's
honest
my
with you,
point.
To be fair,
That is actually my point involving the whole thing. You would not tell people.
it's not a singles bar,
Because
Dell. It's competitive.
No,
it's a
you
competitive
would not
athletic
tell,
endeavor.
You would not tell people if you were in your 20s. You know why? Because you would not want to be associated with the thought of being a disc golfer.
I don't know. I guess I'd heard about it in my 20s, didn't think anything about it, but then I didn't know how awesome it was.
Okay.
Now that I know.
Yeah. Okay. You went right in high school, right to disc golf. Forget football, basketball.
No.
You went right to disc
That's what I'm
golf.
saying.
Yeah, I mean
something
the
happened.
chicks. How the chicks would have dug that.
Yeah, you know what happened? You got married and you got washed. So you said, I'll play disc
Well,
golf.
if they were just stoner girls, they probably would have liked it.
True.
Well, yeah. Stoner
Yeah.
girls don't care about football players.
Hey,
they
listen.
don't care.
They like
Del.
musicians and disc golfers.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
Del.
that's how it goes.
Truth be told, Del, I didn't start playing regular golf till 27.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
because
it's not something that
It's
impresses
not- yeah.
women.
Well, you're
When-
not playing golf to impress women.
That's my
Del.
point. He started doing
Whoa.
it because he was no longer You do things,
No.
particularly in your 20s, to impress women, right?
Well, I felt like I needed to do something where I didn't have to be athletic anymore.
Yeah, you're done with that, and you're like, I
Well,
still want to be
look,
active, but
you're
I don't
not
want
going to play unless you're going to play flag football, and then you have to be like some
Raheel.
red ass athlete like
Raheel did
Raheel
that, yeah.
or Paul Gallant.
Right,
You know,
right.
Like those guys are.
I
made
was
for
done
that.
with my softball,
Yeah, all you have
flag
left
football,
is softball,
all that
So
stuff.
you have softball or basketball, and
Yeah.
I played basketball until I played basketball until like 40, and
I'm
then
just-
the Achilles just got too bad. but-
The point remains: if you were in a position where you still
Yeah.
needed dating apps, you would not
No.
put
Hey.
disc golfer on it.
Right.
if
no,
you're
no, no,
trying to
no,
be
no.
the
He
stoner
goes up to a girl in a bar.
Okay.
Hey, you want to come watch me play disc golf tomorrow?
I don't have
And
to say that.
Yeah,
Now, my wife has never been with me to disc golf.
Of course,
but I
'cause
don't want her to. She'd just be a drag on my time.
And honestly,
I like to just be me, play with nobody else other than
No, that's
Tyler,
fine.
who used to work here. That's it.
No, that's fine, but you should not invite
Me
your
time,
wife,
baby.
No.
because if you thought she thought highly of you in any way, if she saw you play disc golf,
No,
that would
if she
that would
saw
decrease.
the way I'm throwing that.
Well,
disc,
listen,
forget
you can't
about it.
ask Dell about this. What do you think every time you see a guy bring a girl out to East River 9, Dell?
I think he was forced to.
That he had a gun to his head.
that she
Yeah.
said we need to spend more time
John,
together.
I'm not taking any of that kind of
Nothing
advice
he
from
says.
Del.
You can't take anything he
I
says
will
about
say,
women.
Did you
It's about him,
Okay,
not about women.
Here's who would like disc golf.
Who?
You're a movie fan. You're a movie
I
buff. So
am.
I'm confident you've seen this movie. I'd be
We'll
surprised if you didn't.
we'll
it's
see.
a Quentin Tarantino movie. Have you seen the movie Jackie Brown?
Probably once. I can't remember
Do you
anything
remember
from
Bridget Fonda's character?
No, I don't remember anything from that
Okay.
movie.
She smoked a lot.
Okay.
And she was a stoner girl, really cute stoner girl. She would be out there
No
potentially at disc golf. The guy who owns the disc place, like there's a place where you can buy disc. You go in there and it smells 100% like weed.
That's fine.
There's
And
no
it's him
girl.
and his girl and a dog just
There is
hanging out,
no
and they're all
girl,
high.
even
All
if
three of
she's
them
a
are high.
stoner, a young, hot girl that wants a disc golfer. None.
Oh,
Zero.
100% they are. They have a
Zero.
lot of tattoos. They might have their hair might
I
be
said
starting
a
to
young,
dread.
hot girl.
You can have hot girls with dreadlocks and tattoos.
Name now. How many
It's
have
not
you
my
seen?
style.
How many have you seen at Jester?
It's there's not that many people who play there when I play. I play in the heat at 1 o'clock.
How many of
The
you?
hot girls probably come
So
out
the
on a
answer is-
Saturday.
The answer's zero.
When's the time that the hot girls come out? Go
Probably
ahead.
Saturday-ish.
Okay.
When I'm trying to watch college football.
So you don't
I
get to
wouldn't
see
know.
them. Okay.
I wouldn't
Okay.
know.
I'm looking at.
I like to go to movie theaters with nobody in them.
So do I. I'm looking at Bridget from Jackie Brown.
She is hot.
Zero chance.
You will never see a woman who looks like that.
No,
Yes.
zero chance.
She would have, because she would have been out there smoking on the course. Now, in Colorado, I saw they're all smokers. Like, everyone's super high, and they have dogs with them.
Uh-huh.
And
Any
they
Bridget
have-
Fondas?
Yeah.
That's a lie.
They're crunchy. The granola chicks were never my thing. I don't like crunch. I don't want somebody with dirty feet. Okay, and you crunchy.
Says the guy
Bridget
who walks
Fonda
around
types
without his
are going
shoes
to run
on.
around.
Yeah.
They're going to run around with dirty feet. Like, I don't need it. The whole dirty feet hippie thing. It's kind of a real thing. I don't want a dirty foot girl running around with her Birkenstocks with stinky feet, following me while I'm trying to play disc golf. That's just a personal choice. But I'm not saying that they might not be out there for other stoner. I'm not a stoner disc player. But there are stoner disc golf players, and they probably have the Bridget Fondas. Now, don't look up Bridget Fonda now.
They probably had the Bridget Fonda.
Had you
what he
Google
said.
Bridget Fonda now, it's not as good.
Well, because she's 20,
Because
30
now
years
she'd
older?
be out. Now she'd be out at a disc golf course.
I knew that
Now,
was coming. I set myself up for that. That's
Yep.
fine.
She's 61 years
not
old.
then.
I know.
Zero chance
So
then.
yeah. I don't wanna,
All right, we got a break. We got a break.
Not
We got a
here nor
break.
there.
At the bottom of the hour, we got Beat the Warehouse Live guy. Right now, though, we got GimmeTheVin.com. How about that John Clay Wolf gives away $25,000 a month? He's given away $25,000 a month. And now, and it was limited before to people who just would sell him his car. Okay? It started out everybody, then it went to just people who would sell John Clay Wolf his car. But now, GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $20,000 in cash every month. There's two ways to win. You get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That is significant. So you can go to GimmeTheVin.com, not sell him your car, and still have a chance of $25,000. Significant. But listen, if you're going to sell your car, there's only one place to go, GimmeTheVin.com. It's so simple. You go in there, you put in your license plate or your VIN number, which is easy. You get an offer in your car in minutes. It's always well above any dealer quote, guaranteed to beat CarMax, or they're going to send you $100. You go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. They'll bring you the check. They'll pick up the car. It can't be easier. Can't be better. You get the most money, and you get a chance. We get 1,000 chances at $25,000 in cash. But you can still go, even without selling your car, and get your mail-in entry, and you get 250 chances to win. You're looking for the best way to maybe get $25,000 and sell your car, or sell your car. GimmeTheVin.com. It's America's best car buyer. GimmeTheVin.com.
Green light offer. You've heard the commercials. You had to have heard the commercials. There's just no chance you didn't hear the commercials because they're very, very memorable. But let me tell you something. It's all real. It's legit. Sean, who is the owner, who you hear his voice, we had a long talk, and we were talking about all the different things that they do. And it's really cool that for people who know they have money in their house, I mean, your house is going to bring you money. There's no question. For some people, your house needs a lot of work. You've let it go, and you do not want to have to put the thousands and thousands into a house just to get it sellable. A lot of people who are buying houses now, they want turnkey houses. They want them ready to go. You want to put the money in for a new kitchen? You want to put the money in for a new bathroom? Do you want to do all that, get new flooring put in? If that's not what you want to do and you just want to sell the home and get your money, let Greenlight Offer take it from there. They can close in as little as 3 days for you. They will make you a very fair offer. You get cash. You're ready to roll. And it's a 100% local office here in the Galleria where you can talk to Sean, the guy you hear on the commercials. You can give him a call and talk to him. So if you're looking to sell a home, and maybe it's a home you got from a will, someone bequeathed it to you, and you say, I'm not going to live in this house. I just want the money from it. Let Greenlight Offer handle all of that for you and get your money quickly. It's greenlightoffer.com, greenlightoffer.com, or give them a call and ask for Sean at 832-819-5000.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, man. Quick segment here because we got Beat the Limo guy coming up in just a second. Quickly, a lot of talk about this week about CJ's body language at the presser, about his face, about his attitude, his...
Really?
Yeah.
What are they saying?
Well, he looks sad.
I don't think he likes losing.
No, I don't think he likes losing either. I don't think he likes all the questions. I don't think he likes particularly the way that he's playing. He's not playing like a top 10 quarterback. But some of that body language you saw at the end of the game and then in his press conference this week. Hey, dude's pissed off. I could see it. Dude's not happy right now.
Yes, sir.
You're 0-2.
Yeah.
He would be a lot happier if he was playing great and the offensive line was good, if he could get a running back that would block, if he, if he could get
Well, he
Dare
has
to block.
two that can block.
If he could get a wide receiver open,
Yeah,
that would help a little bit.
But some of it, but CJ also has to hang in when the pressure's mounting, stay there, be courageous, and deliver the throw that's coming open. You have to do some of that. Like, that's on him too. But but that doesn't mean. But let's make sure CJ might just be a guy who doesn't take losing well, and I'm okay with that as long as it doesn't turn into blaming teammates and it starts to affect his play. Like bad body language from a quarterback is it's one of the sneaky bad things that you can have. But I'm not really seeing that though. But people don't like his body language at the podium. That's a problem. Is podium body language?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, he seemed sad. He's not happy.
No.
You can't be happy when you're playing and your team is 0-2 and you ain't playing great. The offensive line ain't playing great. That's not great. So he's supposed to be up there, all happy? No. Hell no. And I would imagine he's getting. Maybe the questions are right. We don't have a media that is going to attack, and be belligerent. We don't have a media that's going to be unfair. I think if the questions are, if we see it with our eyes, we're going to ask the question and
with your human eyes.
Yeah, with your human eyes. I don't think we go after people like they do in New York or a small college like LSU, Brian Kelly, and I imagine Dabo. They're just sick of, anytime you're not great, that you're going to get, you're going to be criticized. What happened?
Fired?
No. Stephen Ross said he's fine with him, so good luck on that one, Lance, if you have a bet or something. Our resident Jacksonville Jaguar expert / your favorite producer is on hold.
RJ.
Oh, RJ.
The one who used to play the music we wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's here.
RJ. We're going to beat that.
¿Qué pasó, mijo?
Oye, vamos a kick that ass this weekend. Okay?
Oh, we ready to drive you smooth, John. We're ready to drive you smooth, mother.
Whoa.
That made me nervous.
Don't worry.
Who's getting buried? Who's getting buried in the H, or since we're playing in Jacksonville, who's getting buried in Jacksonville? That's what I want to know from the resident expert.
Duval.
You know they told us we can't play that at our station.
Did they really?
Called us and said we can't play that. Yeah, they did.
What?
Are you the home of the Jaguars?
Yeah. They told us, they were like, hey, like you can't play that.
Didn't call me.
What?
Duval.
They didn't call you. That's why I'm calling your station.
Duval. So
did you guys expect?
Go ahead, RJ.
So go ahead, Lance.
No, I was just saying, do you guys you had a really bad loss last week, a one that should have been a win. You snatched a loss out of a win. It was hard to lose when a backup quarterback throws 3 interceptions in the second half, and yet I would imagine that was a lot of fretting going on because right now Jacksonville should be 2-0. What's the vibe around Jacksonville with the new head coach, and you got another really a fun rookie. He hasn't done a whole lot so far, and Travis Hunter. Is it a lot more excitement there right now, or is that kind of tamped down?
Yeah, there's a lot more excitement right now with this Jacksonville group. I mean, I think the big thing is Trevor hasn't played terrible. It seems like he's really coming along with his offense and Liam Cohen. However, I guess the question is now surrounding Brian Thomas Jr. Apparently, he has been going through a wrist injury that nobody knew about. So that's why he's been dropping, or I guess that's been one of the reasons why he's been dropping a lot of passes, especially last week in the loss to Cincinnati. However, he's saying that he's fine, he's okay. He said, I just need to make the catches, and I just need to do my job out there on the field. So hopefully, he's able to do that, this coming Sunday because, yeah, I think the vibe is that there's a whole lot of individuals that think we should have won this game. If De'Ami Brown catches that touchdown in the corner of the end zone, I think the game is over. But something about Jake Browning, Lance, it seems like, every time he sees us, he turns into a Hall of Fame quarterback. So we can't seem to defeat him. However, we are off that, and we are ready to drive it smooth, Lance. We're ready to drive it smooth this coming Sunday against C.J. Stroud. And if you guys can get Cam Robinson to play, we want to take it to him too. And I should say, everybody's ready for Al-Shair. We're ready to boo. We are ready to boo.
Oh boy, he's gonna feel so bad about that. Oh, they booed me. Oh man, how's he gonna I won't be able to handle that, RJ. They're gonna boo me.
Took out our quarterback.
Oh yeah.
John.
Hey, listen.
That was foul play.
Get some stickum for Brian Thomas Jr. All right.
Ooh, stickum. How about longer arms?
Oh
Not
my
about
God.
stickum.
How about if I only had a heart?
And by the way,
Brian
Jake
Thomas.
Browning was a Hall of Famer with 3 interceptions, and they still beat you. Okay, you're terrible. Your team is terrible.
I'm not excusing it.
It's a tough place to be in when you're 0-2, calling the other team terrible.
It's a bold choice, Cotton.
It's 2 0-2 teams.
Your quarterback has thrown one touchdown for the Texans? One touchdown for C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, one-ish.
Yeah, but we don't have drops like Brian Thomas Jr. He didn't want no part of that.
All
right, we got to go. We got Beat the Limo guy.
Bearing TJ in the H.
We got Beat the Limo guy. RJ, thanks for calling. I would say good luck, but your team sucks.
Well,
your team sucks too.
The Texans own.
That's the problem.
The Texans own the Jags. Own it. That's a problem. We got Beat the Warehouse Live guy next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got John Daspit to talk about.
Yeah, I do. I have John Daspit that I get to talk about. I told you, John Daspit knows the law. We were talking about the Jimmy Ward situation and Montgomery County versus Harris County. And listen, he doesn't specialize in criminal defense or anything like that. He's a personal injury lawyer. He's been involved in other types of law, but he specializes now in personal injury law. And once he gets into something, he really digs into it deep. And so I didn't even realize that some of the areas that John Daspit works in are, I had no idea that they were even covered inside of personal injury. I really didn't. And if you go to practice areas, you'll see for yourself. I knew about car accidents. I knew about offshore and maritime. I didn't know about recovery from insurance. I didn't even think about catastrophic. Well, I did think about catastrophic injury, but I didn't think about aviation accidents. It didn't even occur to me. Product liability, commercial litigation, medical malpractice is one that he and Tony, I hope you're making the call over to Daspit because I know you got a case. 713 call now is the phone number. It can be anything where someone has screwed up and it's cost you injury, pain, money, whatever the case may be. Negligence is going to be taken care of by insurance companies, but the insurance companies are looking to squeeze you as tight as they possibly can. And if you don't have someone on your side who can fight for you and get you a fair offer, you're in trouble. So you got to have someone on your side, and that someone should be John Daspit and his law firm. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we've got Beat the Warehouse Live guy to play. And he's going to be playing Mark today. And we are going to see whether or not Mark, well, we got to see what kind of fan he is first, because we had a Rangers fan that we couldn't root for. For the most part, we root against Justin, but he won again. I mean, it's just sickening sometimes how much you've been winning lately, these last couple of years. Well, it was so much better when you sucked at this. Justin, welcome back to the show. And, yeah, nice. You pulled out a nice win. The double bangers. The double bangers was – what, did you split the double bangers last week?
I think we split last week, yep.
Yeah. And, I mean, I think he was a little disrespectful to you.
He was. In my defense, you guys have given me 2 rematches the first 2 weeks of guys that I'd already beaten. I don't even know why they were worthy of rematches, and I had to beat them again. So give me something new.
Well, we don't really
He
log.
did. He's beating up second comers are trying to come in here and like, I'm going to get a rematch on Justin. One guy was a grave digger, and he got put in his own grave.
And the other guy called him Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And said, when are you getting here?
Yeah,
when
Jason.
are my tickets getting here,
Bring
Jason?
my Coors Lights, Jason.
I'll put Coors Lights in my limo, Jason. Oh, terrible. What's going on at Warehouse Live lately?
Let's see, this weekend, tonight we got a rap show, Code of the Friend. Saturday we got an EDM show, Miriam and Friends. And then Sunday we have Tom Sandoval and the Most Extras, which you may know from Vanderpump Rules, I guess, is where he became famous. Not sure. I guess he has a band now.
Oh, hey, so if you're a Vanderpump Rules person, which I don't know any, you can go see whatever that guy's name is on Sunday. So it's no Sunday Fun Day. No Sunday Fun Day?
No Sunday Fun Day this week.
No
and
Sunday
next Sunday after that, we have your favorite band, Buck Cherry. So no Sunday Fun Day.
Oh, crazy bitch. Yeah.
It's the name of a song, Lance. Relax.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the name of a song. Okay. And yeah, so that Buck Cherry, we went. Frankie went too. Frankie went with us one time. Oh, I love Buck Cherry, and she said the ugly
I've
word.
only heard of Buck Cherry because I used to be a DJ at Alvin Community College, and trust me, they were a big part of that playlist.
They love that.
Yeah,
yeah. It seems like Alvin Community College would be Buck Cherry fans.
The general public in the area looks like a place that would love some Buck Cherry. Yeah.
So that's at Warehouse Live. Go to warehouselive.com, see all the shows, and get on over there and check out all the great bands playing at Warehouse Live. So what are we playing for? We read these tickets. These Astros tickets are going by the wayside, huh?
Yeah, we got no more Astros unless we get to the playoffs. We're going to mix it up a little bit. Let's do October 6th, the Rockets' first preseason game, even though it's a preseason game, but I'm going to give you my 4 front row seats.
Wow. 4 front row seats for the Rockets' first preseason game, the first chance that you're going to see
Kevin Durant sitting on the bench not playing, probably, but you never know.
He may go.
Is that the first preseason game? I'm going to bet he doesn't play.
You don't know.
That's why it's a bet.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there's probably a pretty good chance, but it's the first preseason game. You can be there in the front row, Mark. So here we are. We got Mark, who's our contestant this week. Mark, welcome to the show. We appreciate you listening. What do you do for a living, Mark?
I'm a commercial plumber.
A commercial plumber.
Well, we can't really talk about it.
We can't really talk about it.
He ain't. What's his name? He ain't Billy Brown, so we can't talk about it.
No, he doesn't work for Aqueduct. You don't work for Aqueduct, right?
I do not. No.
Okay. So, do you have a lot of butt crack? Do you do? Is that something that you try to? Is that real? And has anybody ever told you, "Hey, dude"?
To a certain extent, yeah, but I go ahead and keep that belt pretty tight. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Keep your belt tight. Attaboy. We don't need to see. We don't need to see that, Mark.
Mark, we're going to say you're the second best plumber in the city.
Yeah.
Second best plumber in the city, Mark.
Well, he's
behind,
or if you need to find
behind the people at Aqueduct.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
There you go.
Let's get the picks. Let's go, boys.
Oh, you in a rush?
Well, I mean, yeah, we might have a double banger.
Oh,
you're excited for that? Huh?
Oh, Lance
is
excited
on getting something
for a little
yeah.
double. All right, here we go. Let's play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. Justin, as always, you are first up.
Speaking of double bangers, this week's theme is fishing for bangers because I got a lot of bait right here for some bangers. Let's start out with the Chicago Bears.
The Chicago Bears at this point are getting 1 point at home against the Dallas Cowboys. Bears +1. +1. All right. Mark, who you got?
I'm going to go Rams-Eagles. I'll take Rams. I got +3.5.
The Rams and Eagles is plus 3.5. Plus 3.5. The Los Angeles Football Rams plus 3.5. Justin?
All right, a little more bait. Let's take the New York Giants.
The New York Football Giants at this point in our lives are plus 6 against the Kansas City Football Chiefs. Giants plus 6. Mark?
Okay, I'm going to go Raiders Commanders. I'll take Raiders. I got 3.5.
Raiders against the Commanders are 3.5 plus 3.5. Raiders plus 3.5. Justin?
Mark, the plumber's kind of scaring me with all his dogs.
I
bait's
know.
Not working at all.
I know, right?
All right, let's get even stinkier. Let's take the Jets.
The Jets at this point in our life are plus 6.5
Tyrod Taylor
against the Tampa Bay Bucks. Jets plus 6.5. Yeah, without Justin Fields, who maybe they'll be better.
Tyrod probably would be better.
Yeah, probably a bit better. Mark?
Okay, yeah. Texans Jags. I'm going to go Texans. And what do y'all got? I think I got 1.5.
The Texans at this point in our lives, the Houston Texans are 1.5 plus 1.5 plus 1.5.
Awesome.
Justin?
Well, I saved the best piece of bait for last here almost, and if this one doesn't work, I don't know what will. Let's take the Cleveland Browns.
Wow, you are taking all the crappy teams this week. He's got all the crap. Cleveland Browns are plus 7 at home against the Green Bay Packers. Plus 7. Mark?
Okay, yeah. I'm going to go Lions-Ravens. I'll take Lions plus 4.5.
The Lions against the Ravens on Monday Night Football. The Detroit Football Lions are plus 4.5. Is that it, or we got one more?
One more each.
One more each. All right, we got one more shot.
He's the only listener ever that would not have taken my bait on any of those picks, so I'm going to go ahead and switch it. I'm gonna switch it to a total and take the Chiefs Giants over.
The Chiefs and Giants over 45. Over 45.
That was an easy Giants over. Well, it wasn't actually an easy Giants over until the fourth quarter last week.
Yeah, right. Then they finally, they finally got it going on. And finally, Mark.
I'm going to go ahead and double bang them up because to save the best for last. Cowboys -1. Let's go.
That is a double banger.
Ich bin der Wundklon und Steinheimer.
Double banger with the Cowboys. -1.
Pulled one out.
At the Chicago Bears.
Pulled one
finally got a double banger in there. All righty then.
Mark understands drama.
He knows that.
He understands
man,
drama.
we thought we weren't going to even get one this
He waited. Just pulled
Yeah,
it
I
out
waited
the
for
last
that
one.
one. I waited for that one.
Hold, and now attack. Dell, who's everybody got?
We've got Justin with Bears +1, Giants +6, Jets +6.5, and Browns +7. And we got Chiefs, Giants over 45. Mark, Rams +3.5, Raiders +3.5, Texans +1.5, Lions +4.5, and the only favorite taken in our double banger, Cowboys
1 point
-1.
favorite. 1 point favorite. That's it.
Bunch of dogs.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That's some picking right there. That's some picking we had going on right there. All right, Mark, thanks. Best of luck. Keep that butt crack.
All right, thank y'all.
All right, buddy.
Thanks, Mark.
We appreciate you. And then Justin, warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com. You're looking for great entertainment, a lot of fun, great bar, a lot of fun. We go there plenty. Warehouselive.com. Get your tickets now. All right, well, I would say best of luck, but I'm not rooting for you.
Yeah, I'm actually a little worried with that. That was one of your sharpest pickers ever, I think.
Well, we'll find out when the picks go, when the games,
right.
when the totals pop up.
Watch all the favorites come in this week. Right? And you two are both betting dogs. We appreciate it, Justin, as always, man, and we will talk to you again next week.
All right, go Astros.
All right, go Astros. That's right, baby. Let's go. Dal, have we missed
Astros,
anything
go.
this week?
Well, we didn't mention Clayton Kershaw said he's done.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Oh, you said that already?
Briefly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we mentioned Rice winning last night. They're now 3-1. What else is out there?
We didn't mention this yesterday, but Dodgers are considering using Shohei as a reliever in the playoffs. Pretty smart, actually, I think.
Yeah, I would think so.
Although, how does that change the line? How does, I guess it doesn't change anything. We just don't see that often where a position player, comes in relief unless it's Chaz.
It doesn't change.
I guess it's not going to change anything.
Well, he's not. He's a DH. He's a DH. So you would lose your DH. Comes in. He would stay in the game as the pitcher. He would stay in the game as the pitcher, but
until he goes out.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, how would it work if
dig into that.
Can he still be? I don't know how you do that.
I don't know how you do that either.
We didn't talk really any college football. It's a nice weekend. You got Auburn going to OU. That's a top 25 matchup. You got Michigan, Nebraska. Nebraska trying to stake their claim in year 3 of Rule, trying to say, hey, we're pretty good. You haven't paid attention to us since we played Cincinnati. What else is out there as far as the college football weekend? Miami, Florida, that's for rivalry's sakes, but Florida's not good. Illinois and Indiana, 2 top 20 teams going at it. So we haven't talked any college football. So there are some matchups, and we'll see if Arch can throw a pass against Sam Houston State.
Did y'all see Trey Young going after Pat Beverly?
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, it's Trey Young okay, so the setup for this is there was a clip online of a bunch of NBAers going at it in an open gym. Like, I think Tyler Kolek was in it, Malik Beasley, Tim Hardaway Jr. was in it. And the caption was, how come these guys will go all out in just a random open gym but won't play hard in the All-Star game? So Pat Bev quote tweeted that and said, look at the video. There's not an all-star among them. That's why guys are going hard. And he was right. There were no all-stars there. And then Trey Young said, let us speak for ourselves. He responded. And then Pat Bev went on to rip Trey Young. Trey Young did a 12-minute YouTube video ripping Patrick Beverly. And then Patrick Beverly, because he's a giant troll, replicated the setup that Trey Young did. like the same setting, like the camera angle where the mic was.
Why is he like that?
Why is Trey Young spending 12 minutes going after Patrick Beverly?
It's been on his mind because Pat Beverly's on his mind. He's like, Pat Beverly better not say anything else about me ever again.
Sean and
as soon as he did,
Sean and I talked about it. If I'm a Hawks fan, I'm like, I don't feel great about my star guard spending 12 minutes talking about Patrick Beverly on the cusp of training camp. What are you doing?
He's had it with Pat Beverly.
I don't care about that. It's just
I don't want you spending 12 minutes talking about Patrick Beverly. What are you doing?
Yeah,
just cut it out. You're not a serious person, Trey Young.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh, we also
having Pat Beverly in your head.
Yeah, it's not great. The Hawks are expected to be pretty good in a weekend Eastern Conference. They made a lot of moves. Hey, Trey Young, cut it out. Also, we didn't talk about it on air, or did we? Kyler Murray had to apologize, or he did apologize for the I'm going to wear the vintage Mike Vick jersey
did he?
And take a picture of the pit bull.
We never really got into that at all. No. It was literally a vintage Vick, and it says Vick on the back.
Yeah, it's a Virginia Tech jersey.
Tech with a pit bull. Like, I can't imagine what he was thinking when he did that.
Well, at his weekly presser, he goes, "Yeah, I didn't condone. I treat my dogs the best. I didn't. What are you doing?" I am of the opinion he thought people wouldn't catch on. Only the real ones would catch on to what he was doing. And he was like, you know what?
It was kind of a story.
Everyone caught on. Because Michael Vick was a starting quarterback in the NFL and went to jail for dogfighting.
Michael Vick had no interest in him wearing that jersey and bringing that back up.
Why else would he do it then?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I can't figure out.
What else would he do it for other than, hey, the real ones are going to get it, but most people won't because it's like 20 years ago now, almost 20 years ago now.
Why do people court danger now?
Then what's he doing it for?
Imagine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what possibly could have been the benefit of that?
Yeah.
He thinks he's chasing street clout or something? Like, why do people court danger and then like, hey, wait a minute, I didn't expect that. What's going on? Just avoid things that are going to bring you unnecessary heat.
Yeah, he was lit well. The dog was lit well, and he had to come out as they're trying to go to 3-0, look, I treat all my dogs well. I treat Swoosh, and what was the other dog's name? Sean, did you remember? What? Trunks. I treat Swoosh and Trunks very well. I swear, I love dogs.
Well, then don't put out a Mike Vick jersey with a pit bull. All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Then right now, though, we got to talk about Coors Light. It is a weekend. We played some golf yesterday, and at the turn, I didn't have any Coors Lights in me. And at the turn, okay, time to grab. I mean, what are we doing? Why are we even doing this? Playing 9 holes of golf without any Coors Lights. Grab some Coors Lights, and then the world was right again. I mean, and it couldn't have been better. Had a nice little birdie, maybe even a couple birdies, and it's because my body was going, what are you doing? You're swinging this metal stick, and you don't have any Coors Lights in you. I don't even know who you are anymore. And so I feel bad for the first 9, the front 9, and because I didn't have any Coors Lights. On the back 9, I was myself. I felt good. This is how I am. This is how I want to be. This is how I want to live. And I hope you want to live that way too. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. You think I was refreshed yesterday playing golf? Yes. On the back 9, I was. Stupid on the front 9. Not refreshed at all. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm climbing on this weekend. I hope you do too. Coors Light.
Hey, let's talk about Zadig Jewelers, a chance for you to get your jewelry at the best jeweler here in the city of Houston, one of the best in the state, Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. But I got to tell you, something really cool is coming up October 3rd and October 4th. They're having Watchtoberfest, which is basically an Oktoberfest theme for watches, for some of the brand new releases that they have available from some of the biggest and best watchmakers around the world. They're going to have bites, they're going to have coffee, they're going to have beer, they're going to have a lot for you to enjoy. And while you're shopping for watches, maybe you're just window browsing, maybe you just want to see what the the best new watches look like, or maybe you are looking to buy, sell, or trade, that is going to be the day. On Friday and on Saturday, you can stop in and enjoy yourself, and they've got some really cool cars coming in on Saturday as well for you to look at. So when it comes to jewelry, you know the place to go. When it comes to watches, there's no one better. Watchtoberfest, October 3rd and 4th at Zadig Jewelers.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. So, let me ask you guys this. There's a Florida nurse. She got prison time after her husband, who she thought was going to be at work all night, came home, and she was having sex with her teen stepson. The mother of the boy said that she's an incestuous pedophile. Is it incest if you're having sex with your stepson?
Oh, why is this the question you want to ask us at 9:59 here on a Friday?
Well,
by the law, I don't.
They're not blood.
They're not blood.
But if it was a category,
it's probably wrong.
But if it was a category on a certain site, it would be deemed incest.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can look those things up if you want.
If
Don't
you so
act them out.
choose.
My goodness.
Yeah.
What a way to end the week.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Astros play the Mariners today.
A robber had a unique getaway in Lake Buena Vista, Florida. Investigators are searching for a man who robbed a popular Disney Springs restaurant after it was closed to guests and then swam away afterwards. His getaway was swimming in the lake. And he did get away, in fact. That, my friends, is ingenuity. They'll never catch me, a scuba diver, swimming away. Pretty good,
that
huh?
man watched a lot of Navy SEALs movies.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I respect it.
I do.
Plan it out.
I mean, how are you going to catch a guy in scuba gear? First of all, he's got the mask on. You can't tell who he is.
Just stay down there if he's got a tank with him.
Yeah.
But, scuba where you just have that one snorkel, like you'll just keep following a snorkel like this dumbass. I'm just going to keep following that snorkel.
But if he had the whole tank and everything.
Yeah, that'd be trickier.
I think he did. He had the whole tank, swam away. You'll never see him again. And you can't even tell who he is.
That should be on Netflix.
That's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. A math teacher was busted with cocaine. Apparently, they had drug detecting canines during a random check at middle school. Coke and marijuana were found in her car. Do you feel like that's unfair when you don't think that there's going to be a drug detecting canine at your school?
Well, isn't the point that it's a surprise? Isn't that the whole point?
I guess.
Yeah, I would ask any administrator, teacher, whatever, to operate with the thought that at any point a detecting dog could come in and don't bring drugs to the school. How about we do that? Leave your drugs at home. I'm not even someone who's on the morality train like, oh, don't do drugs. If you want to do drugs, do whatever. Just don't hurt anyone. But leave them at home. Why do the drugs have to be in your car?
Well, she had him in the car because as soon as you're done with middle school,
you wait to go
if you
home.
got to deal with those
till
kids
you're
all
away from the
day,
kids before
you
you hit
need a
that
bump right after.
No, wait, do it at home. Do the drugs at home. Why do you have to do it?
Not in your car when you're about to drive.
Yeah,
well,
do we really think she waited till after the school, or did she do it to get through the day? Did she do it before?
Maybe just a quick spoon, and then drive away.
You think she had like a mini spoon with her at all times?
She had weed and coke.
I'm going to go with she had one of those long nails that she put the coke on and did it that way.
She could have done that.
I think she's doing that.
Yeah, that could have been.
Do it at home. Do your coke at home, and you're fine.
You never taught middle school.
Thankfully, I've never done coke either. But if I did either one of those two things or both at the same time, I'm doing it at home.
Yeah.
I'm doing the coke at home.
I mean, she probably felt like, I can't wait all that time.
You know what she could do?
You don't know how far she lived.
Well, how long? How long does the
terrible
Coke wear
argument.
off before the Coke wears off?
You don't know how far she lives. By that rationale, I guess everyone's drinking in their car too. Like, I live too far away. What, I got to drive all the way to Baton Rouge?
I don't know.
I can't wait that long.
I don't know her tolerance. I don't know her habits. But if you want to do something
John,
before you get in the car,
you're
do
falling
it.
into his trap. He's making us do a show.
I'm not falling in the trap.
Stop.
This segment started at 9:59. You can't blame me for this.
No, but we can blame you for keeping our weekend
Sorry,
short.
don't bring
for
up
making our weekend shorter.
Don't bring up a teacher's doing Coke story and then excuse it and not have me elaborate
all
on
I'm
things.
saying is you don't know how far she lived. That's all I'm saying.
That's not an excuse.
Okay.
It really isn't an excuse.
Well, that's because you never taught middle school. All right.
I work with you, and I live very far away. You know
I
what I'm
told
not
you
doing?
about
Bringing my Coke to work.
My kindergarten. I told you about my kindergarten thoughts on women.
Yeah, you think
But you listen to car rides. I mean, you listen to podcasts, which are the cocaine of car rides.
You're worse than a middle schooler, and I don't bring my Coke to work. So
No, you don't bring it. You just wait till you get home.
yeah,
Yeah.
He waits till he gets to League City.
Well, you have more self-control.
about 1:10 when I get home.
That's it.
Starting
You
on
just
Friday.
Got that blow ready.
And I'm responsible. I don't start till Fridays.
You go
That's
to
it.
sleep immediately. You're not fooling anyone.
All right.
Says you. You don't know me.
We're done.
do.
You don't know.
Pizza
Mopey
King
and
and
Mapes
sleep.
next.
Coke and Pizza King.
I hope you all have a great weekend. But first, we got to tell you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Nothing against Mark, the plumber that was just on. But, Mark, you don't work for Billy. You ain't Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We feel like Aqueduct. We like you, Mark. Thank you for listening. But Aqueduct Plumbing Company is who I'm calling, okay? If I've got any issues whatsoever. And there are so many uses for them, too. You know, you need a plumber to put in a grill, a gas grill. You need a plumber. So you call Billy and his guys over there, and they can do that. Whatever issue you have with toilet, shower, hot water heater, whatever, pipes, if you have a pipe that busts, God forbid you have a pipe that busts, Lance. We've had that. It was awful, but Billy's guys came and mitigated it and made it as easy and simple as possible.
You have a leak underneath your foundation, which I've had before. You know, they can come in, they tunnel under, they repipe for you, get you set up. And if you're just worried right now, like, I think I might have a leak, I'm not sure, get a hydrostatic test. Let them come out there and do that for you. They'll diagnose it quickly. They don't charge any money to come out and diagnose it. Their prices are fair. They're transparent. Great reviews on Google. And they come recommended by 2 Texas Radio Hall of Famers. And we are honest people. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
We got a big weekend, and it starts tonight. While what the Astros did earlier in the week means it's not do or die against the Mariners, like getting swept or losing 2 out of 3 against the Mariners doesn't mean the end of their chances to make the playoffs. They did good work against the Rangers. This is perfect. You've got a division that's tied. The Mariners won yesterday, so they tied it up. They come in here, and you have your best pitcher on the mound against arguably their best pitcher in Brian Wu. And let's lay it all out. Let's see how it goes. On its face, you have your best chance. You've got Hunter, you got Alexander, and of course Framber's in the mix there as well. So on its face, you are putting your best foot forward, and you may, if we are to believe Dana Brown, be getting a bat back in the lineup. He has been, how do I put it? He has been cautiously optimistic in his words regarding Isaac Paredes. Espada mentioned it as well, that Paredes could be back for the series. I don't like the fact that they said if he's out there, they're going to ask him not to run so hard on the base paths. Perhaps he's not ready to play. Particularly with the hamstring. Hey, we don't need you to open it up. Look, he's not a running back who has to survive. So, of course, he can swing the bat. But in a series where runs may mean, like an individual run may mean a lot, if he's on second base because he hit a easy stand-up double, or, he could have stretched a single into a double in a tight ball game. Do I want a guy you are telling, hey, man, let's go at 45 to 50%? Is that good? Is that something you should – are you protecting the player? Are you giving yourself the best chance to win if that is the directive?
One base at a time, Isak. One base at a time.
You know what? That's good if you're winning games 8-1.
Yeah, if we're confident on who's behind him is going to knock him in or hit a home run.
Hit a home run because he can't open it up.
Yeah.
So
Cal Raleigh's behind him.
Well, yeah, sure.
Well, he will be behind him.
Yeah, as a catcher.
Yeah.
When he's up at bat. So Paredes could be back, but he won't be at full strength, and the Astros want him to be very cautious. I don't want that to be a thing. If he cannot run, maybe we don't play him.
When do you want to pinch run for him? Like, at what point in the game is it like, should we just pinch?
If it's 3-2 in the fifth, do I pinch run for Paredes in a situation where you have a chance to score a run? Maybe. If this is the idea they're entering the games with and the series with, where we think if he tries to go at 100% run the bases, he's going to re-injure himself.
Is he just going to be swinging out of his shoes? Because that's what I would do.
Yeah,
if you tell me, like, you can play but you can't run, it'd be like, all right, I'm trying to trot around these bases.
Yeah, I would imagine a lot of big cuts from Paredes if the goal is to not force him to overextend himself.
And really just having him in the lineup, especially when you lose Jordan, there is a value of just like, hey, this is just a all-star level, literally an all-star this year, level bat in the lineup that pitchers will have to respect because he can just yank one over the Crawford boxes. But at the same time, yeah, like he's going to be a limited version of himself. I wonder if instead of the swing out of your shoes approach, is it, hey, just work some counts? You're the only guy in this lineup that works counts. How about you just work some count, get the pitch count up high, and if they're going to get you out, make them throw 7 pitches to do that.
Yeah, let's make Brian Wu work.
Yeah, and honestly, if he just does that, that's almost worth it, especially considering the alternatives of who would be, I mean, they wouldn't be the DH, but who would be in for Paredes.
So Brown said earlier in the week, Dana Brown said earlier in the week, that the idea would be to have him DH and then give him a day off.
Yeah.
And let him DH and then give him a day off. So we wouldn't see Paredes throughout the series if he does come back. Of course, it's only 10-15, so we haven't heard anything.
Yeah, we don't know if we'll see him today.
Yeah, we don't know when he'll be back, if he'll be back.
Yeah.
But the general manager and the manager has said it's a distinct possibility.
And really, if this wasn't the Mariners series,
they probably wouldn't play him. If it wasn't as important as it.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't play him, and I'd be more comfortable with the play him, sit him, whatever. Like, next week, if you want to bring someone on slowly as like a rehab assignment in Major League Baseball, the 6 games against the A's and the Angels, it's like, okay, yeah, I can see why you're just kind of, like we're saying, in a close ball game, do you want to have a guy who's gimpy on the base pass? Well, if you're telling me that it's in Sacramento or Anaheim, every game has a lot less weight to it than essentially playing for the division this weekend.
Yeah, of course, if it's a series that one side wins 2-1, then the last 6 games of the season will be very important because you have not locked up anything as far as the division is concerned. Of course, the disaster scenario or the best scenario, depending on which side you are on, is a sweep. Of course, if the Astros could sweep the Mariners, great. I don't foresee that, but who foresees a sweep when you're playing a good team? They got that done with the Rangers. If they can do that again, great.
Yeah.
And even still, while you'd be in a great position, you have a disaster of a time against the A's and the Angels, and all of a sudden Seattle is back in it. So this is it's not particularly specifically decisive, but it gives you a leg up.
Yeah.
If you can take the series, and of course, sweep was even better.
It is. I mean, for both these teams, like, and more so the Astros, I'd say, because of the 6 games are the 2 last place teams. But it does kind of put the destiny more in your hands, where if you win this series, you did not lock up the AL West, but you put yourself in a very good position because you have 6 games against the A's and the Angels.
Yeah, so 84-69, that is the record for both teams. So sometimes baseball can be a drag as far as the season. This is what we want.
Yeah, this is the first 151 games. That's practice.
Yeah,
leading it all up to this.
Yes, the two teams at the top of the AL West. Of course, while you mentioned that the Astros have the Angels and the A's after this,
I was gonna say, who's the Mariners?
The Mariners have the Rockies at home and then the Dodgers at home. So certainly, if we're just going by, if we combine the Rockies and the Dodgers,
that's like an average team.
Yeah. So it weighs out to be above Angels and A's slightly, but the Rockies are atrocious. So I imagine that series being at home, the Mariners would at minimum take 2 out of 3. They would certainly look to sweep it, but that's 3 games in the future. But that's how the schedule closes out for those 2 teams.
We really need the Padres to catch the Dodgers, so they're running through the tape a little bit more.
Yeah,
they're currently 3 games up on the Dodgers are 3 games up on San Diego. And they're not really in a chase for a top 2 seed either. So it really is, for the Dodgers, just the NL West.
Yeah, we're going to need the Padres to do us a favor and make the Dodgers care.
Now, who do the Padres play? Oh, Padres play the White Sox and Brewers. Yikes. And then D-backs.
Oh, look. All of a sudden, National League matters to us. Look at that.
Yeah.
Now we care about what's happening.
Yeah. I'm looking at who's the schedule of the second place team in the NL West.
Just to find any advantage we can to make sure the Astros
win. This is how far
win
down
the
the rabbit hole because they're playing because they're chasing the Dodgers and Dodgers playing the Mariners and the Mariners and the Astros.
Look, if the Astros were better,
I feel like Charlie Day
in August and September. Up until the Rangers series, we wouldn't have to have these conversations.
No.
We feel a lot better.
There's like 3 series that you're like, if you just took care of business against these guys, like.
But they didn't. So here we are. But they have it all in front of them, and they got their best 3 going in name. Fromber, could you please, let's end on a high note. At least your time pitching in Daikin on a high note. Because if you could do that, maybe we see you pitch in Daikin at least one more time in the playoffs. So. Here we go. Hunter Brown on the mound tonight against Brian Wood, so it should be a good time. And it's good to have Hunter starting the series off. You can always expect a good performance, and when he doesn't have one, it's a really big surprise. So I expect him to be good out there. Astros with the advantage. We'll see if Perez adds to that. As I said, no word on whether he'll play today. All right, we'll go to break with that. Certainly Texan sound to get to. We got a college football weekend to discuss as well. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30 to talk about what you should or shouldn't watch in TV and movies. There's a new show on Netflix with Jude Law and Jason Bateman, which I think I'm going to take a look at. It's another Jason Bateman, I can't believe I'm in this crime situation type show. I think we talked about it. Maybe I was talking to someone off air. I don't know if it'll have complete Ozark vibes because I think it's set in New York, but it's one of those things where unlikely person is in a really messed up situation because of someone they know. Jason Bateman in that. Maybe Michael Carroll will recommend or tell us not to watch it. I don't know what he thinks of it. And he also, I believe he saw another movie. At least I was mentioned. So maybe Michael Carroll has another screening to talk about as well.
The new horror
Oh,
movie.
he saw the Jordan Peele produced. He didn't direct, but the Jordan Peele produced horror movie about football.
Yeah. Football psychological horror.
Where
is
you
what-
make a
how
deal
it's
with the
been
devil
described. Yeah.
and you see the results. So Michael Carroll will let us know what he thinks of that. But we'll hear from the coordinators when we come back, particularly Nick Caley. A lot of talk of he's still learning, and not from him, but just from the general discussion around his first two games. And there are things that he needs to improve on. I don't like room for improvement with my OC, particularly when you're 0-2. You're not really in a spot where you can work through some things when you're desperate for a win, but that's where they are. So we'll hear from him when we come back. But first, I'm going to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. There really isn't any room for improvement. They're really great at what they do, but they're always trying. They're always striving to make sure the car buying experience is something that's great for you. Not just good, but great. To match the cars you have access to. Go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out all the offers they have going right now. It is Truck Month. It ends later this month, September 30th. So if you're looking for a Silverado 1500, Monument Chevrolet is the place to go for that. They have that 72-month, 2.9% APR on those trucks. And of course, if you're looking for something maybe electric like an EV Blazer, they have those for you too, where you get that potentially you get a chance for a $7,500 federal tax credit on an EV Blazer. So like I said, offers everywhere on the vehicles out there. That's their new inventory. If you're looking for something pre-owned, they have it. They have those for you too, a wide selection of vehicles. And of course, if you have a business that you're either jump starting or you need to add a vehicle to it, they have a wide selection of cars for your potential fleet. So it's all out there for you. And once you see the car you want, just head on to Pasadena. Head on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Once you get there, you're going to be able to meet the great people, whether it be a salesperson or people in the finance department. They're all there for you to get you into the best vehicle at the best price and in as quick as fashion as they can. So they'll get you set up, they'll get you squared away, and you'll be good to go at Monument Chevrolet. So monumentchevrolet.com, then head on out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, you should remember this: Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So we were going to hear from the Texans coordinators until Sean alerted me to something that we have to get to. Now, with no Astros last night, I'm sure a lot of you who wanted to watch some sports tuned into the Thursday night football game between the Dolphins and the Bills, a game that was probably more competitive than the internet suspected it would be. I know they eventually got their piece of flesh because Tua threw the pick, but it was getting a little shaky for everyone in their takes when at least going in it was going to be about the Dolphins being a disaster and who's getting fired. But when you take the Bills to the fourth quarter and it's 21-21, that can't really be the storyline because they were competitive. But Tua gave them their chum by throwing that pick, so people got their takes off with him. After watching the game, I didn't think either quarterback particularly changed the way I thought about the game of football, but I'm not Mike Greenberg. Here's Mike Greenberg on how he saw Josh Allen last night.
I'm mad at myself that we spent 9 minutes and 17 seconds and I didn't say this yet. I'm watching the game last night. I've been watching this sport 50 years, and I'm just a fan. I'm just a reporter, whatever the case is. No one has ever played that position better than Josh Allen plays it. He's not the greatest player ever. Bart, no, you tell me who has played that position better than he plays it.
Lamar Jackson and Justin Herbert right now is cooking. What are we talking about, Greeny? It's so early.
I'm not saying he's better than them. I'm saying you can't be better than Josh Allen is. Josh Allen does everything. His command of what he's doing in the game right now is ridiculous. He just hasn't won anything. If he had won anything, we'd be talking about him with literally the best quarterbacks that ever played.
Greedy, I totally agree.
Enough
if you go back to the start of the
particularly you, Tannenbaum. I don't hear from you either.
I just wanted to wait till the Tannenbaum. I totally agree. couldn't wait to totally agree with this insane thing.
There's nothing wrong with saying Josh Allen is a great player. There's nothing wrong with it. Even
one of the best in the league.
Even my hating asses will acknowledge that. But my hate goes beyond just him being a quarterback of a team. We've documented that on the show. That's fine. You can say he's one of the best. You want to say he's a top 2 quarterback, but the best. No one's ever played the position better ever. What about? Look, I know he's talking about him in totality, not just about what happened last night, because he couldn't have used what happened last night as a reason to have that thought.
One pass past 10 yards.
Ridiculous. It was a game that when people online put the videos up, we used to watch gods play the sport and just watching quarterbacks throw the ball down the field. This would be the prime example of making that tweet.
He played like Alex Smith last night.
Yeah, that's what he did. And sure, won the game efficient, didn't turn the ball over. Kudos. Had a big run after a holding call to turn 1st and 20 to 2nd and 1. Yeah, super talented dude. He's not the best guy to ever play the position. He doesn't play the position the best. I don't know what he's talking about. Josh Allen is a great player. But what are we doing? Maybe I'm so offended by it because my brain doesn't work that way. I wouldn't ever just watch a game and just pause and go, you know what? This guy's playing it the best that's ever been played. It wouldn't cross my mind to ever say that. While Tom Brady was doing what he was doing, it didn't ever cross my mind to think that way because I'm just in the moment of watching the game. So it's just not how my brain works. But Josh Allen has not played the position the best has ever been played. Cut it out. He's a great player. It's okay to just say he's a great player. He's a great player and leave it at that. Wasn't even the best quarterback last year, but the narrative said it's time for him to win an MVP. And Bart Scott chimed in with Justin Herbert and Lamar Jackson. I wouldn't credit to Bart Scott for not saying they're playing the position the best that's ever been played.
Yeah, he just said better right now.
Right now. And it's fine to have a differing opinion on that, but to think over the course of history, watching Josh Allen
years
the last couple of years and say he's playing quarterback the best ever. I don't know that Mike Greenberg is a reporter either. I took offense to that too. He might have been a reporter in the past.
25 years ago.
Yeah, but he's not now. You're just a commentator, and that's what a commentator says. Because you know what a reporter does? They actually do some research and figure some things out about who's playing quarterback great. He's not. He's great. He's a great player. He's not playing at the best that's ever been played and seen. That's all. It's ridiculous. Just cut it out, man. Greeny.
I also like.
I know he's a fan of the Jets, so any competent quarterback play is going to freak him out a little bit.
Which?
Yeah. Let's see if he floats. We'll drown him, and if he survives, he's a witch. And if he does drown, then he's not a witch, but he's dead anyway. So there it is. Appreciate you, Greeny. Yes, Josh Allen, great player. And that's fine to be said.
Like he said, I can't believe we went 9 minutes and however many seconds in Get Up without saying that, without playing that. I couldn't let us get, well, not actually 30 minutes into the show, but like 20
minutes.
20 minutes into the show without acknowledging that was said this morning.
It's silly, but a lot of silly things are said because you got to be more of a take factory than someone who has a somewhat well thought out opinion. And I'm not putting myself in the well thought out opinion category. I just don't see myself as the take factory who will just say that and get it out there because my train of thought is wonky. We'll get to the Texans when we come back. Something that actually matters to us as they try to avoid going 0-3. Man, I've said it a couple times, but I can't believe this is where we are. We could have an 0-3 football team when we come back on Monday. That'll be tough. And
it'll be rocket season real fast if they're 0-3.
Yeah, training camp's right around the corner, and if they're 0-3, start to take a look at the Rockets previews, I guess, at that point. Look, that's kind of tough to do with 14 more games to go, but if you don't stand up and be the Jags on Sunday, what is this season? What is this team? What are they actually capable of if they can't find a way to win? Like, it's not the challenge the Dolphins face going into Buffalo against the quarterback who's playing it the best ever. It wasn't that. You got Trevor Lawrence on the other side and a receiver who doesn't want to take hits from him. It's time to make a move, and it starts on Sunday. So we'll hear from the coordinators. We'll also hear from you guys. Gary, you want to talk about Josh Allen? Anyone else want to get in and talk about quarterback play or anything else? We will certainly bring you in. 713-780-3776. Sean and I, until noon, we'll be back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And like we said, you just watched the best quarterback of all time play last night. Or no one has played better than the guy who played last night. And, you know, maybe if you put some squares on him, you would be saying something a little bit differently. Especially if you were interested in his rushing yards, only 25 rushing yards. I could have used a little bit more. Personally, myself, obviously, Mike Greenberg doesn't feel the same way. But, hey, listen, there's going to be football on all weekend, and these guys, according to Mike Greenberg, are nowhere close to as good as Josh Allen, and for the most part, he is right. But you can still make a little money off these quarterbacks when you're playing on Prize Picks this weekend. Are you looking for college games? Are you looking maybe at a shootout early in the day on Saturday again with TCU and SMU? Kevin Jennings, more than 271.5 passing yards. Are you looking maybe for some Josh Hoover action? More than 320.5 passing yards? Or, again, another early game, Brendan Lewis, Memphis quarterback, going up against Arkansas. This game is going to mean a lot more for Memphis than it does for Arkansas. And guess what? It's getting played in Arkansas or in Memphis. So I think he can go for more than 220.5 passing yards. There's also, of course, some Sunday action you can get involved with as well, including the Texans. We talked about them playing for their season in Jacksonville. Maybe you think this is the day that the offense breaks out and you have C.J. Stroud throwing for more than 220.5 passing yards, or you think it's going to be less on Nick Chubb, 50.5 rushing yards, whatever you want. You can make some money. Use your knowledge, your ball-knowing knowledge, because you listen to ESPN 97.5. Put it to the test and make a little bit of money on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olalea.
All right, we'll get to a couple calls here. Let's get to Gary. He loves the quarterback discussion. He wants to talk about Josh Allen. What's up, Gary?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Josh, not even close. In today's society, when we got computers and AI and Facebook and TikTok and things like that, I mean, you can call BS on people such as him for making idiotic statements like that. But in the old days, whoever told the narrative got the goal. And so back then, maybe 10, 15 years ago, if he'd made that statement, people would buy that. But now people look at him like that's idiotic. And it goes along with the lines of Dan Orlovsky's yesterday. I called in, but I had to go. Dan Orlovsky was talking about the athletic quarterback in college that they all look to the side and they get their plays and what have you, and that's why they haven't evolved. They look to the side, get the sign from the coach, come back, and so they're not pre-reading the offense or what have you. But they were, and he said the likes of like the Baker Mayfield. He has grown. He didn't benefit from that. They did that when Baker was there. They've been doing that for the last 10 or 15 years, where everybody stands up, looks right or looks left. Even the defense, everybody takes their cues from that. But for him, Dan Orlovsky to talk about the athletic quarterback not being able to process. Those are his favorite words. And here is Josh Allen, who's athletic and gets rewarded for the running touchdowns, but he's not considered a running quarterback. When Lamar and Jalen and all those, it's just asinine how they take that stance over and over and over. And they think we buying into that, but we see through that. Josh Allen is not even close of his history. All right.
Thank you, Gary. As I said, Gary loves the quarterback conversation. I don't hear the words of Dan Orlovsky because while he's working, I'm working. And certainly the only reason I heard the Mike Greenberg thing is because Sean grabbed it. So I don't know his consistent views on quarterbacks, either one of their views. Look, Mike Greenberg is a commentator much like us. Take our opinions for what they are. They're just opinions. I mean, he said something. I'm going to disagree. A lot of people will. And that's all it is. He's just out there on television saying things for, as Dan Lanning would say, for clicks and not for wins. He's out there. That's fine. He thinks that way. Or he just said it because it's something to talk about on the show. Either way, it was ridiculous to say. Josh Allen's a great player. But as far as historically speaking, you're going to find plenty of quarterbacks who have played the position better. He plays it in a different way than a lot of people. He wins in a different way than a lot of people because we have our own quarterback in town who cannot win cannot win games the way Josh Allen does.
I mean, Tua said it, I think, I forgot if it was before the game or
it was
after
before the game.
Where he was like, he does stuff that I can't do half of it, and that is true for a lot of guys. But there's a difference between being able to do a bunch of things and actually fulfilling on the promise and actually being able to do all of those things. Because like you said, I mean, like this, Tom Brady's on a different planet than a lot of these guys. Dan Marino, Joe Montana, like these guys weren't the most physically gifted guys. That it's not about all the things you can do. It's how many things you actually do. And so, yeah, that's another reason why the Josh Allen. I mean, dude, for 213 yards. Like, what are we talking?
Yeah, even if he thought that was true.
Why would you say it after last night?
Why would last night's game be the one that got you there?
You're 2 weeks late. Should have said that after Sunday Night Football after week 1.
Yeah, where the other quarterback in the game in that, that MVP duel was pretty good himself, to be honest. But Derrick Henry, if not for the fumble, would have been the star of that game anyway. Ironically, it was the running back who was probably the best player in that game until he fumbled the football. All right. It's one man's opinion. So be it. Let's get to Pena here before we get to some Texan stuff. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what up, Dale? Hey, so I got some over-unders for you. These two quarterbacks have not been good this year. How do you like E.J. Lagway for 223.5 under that, and Arch Manning for 260.5 against Sam Houston. Have a great day.
Ooh, two of the more disappointing quarterbacks in football this year.
He is going less on both of those.
I would,
from the sound. The thing with Arch is that it's like they are playing Sam Houston, and they can break like a big one, like they did against San Jose State, where it's like they had 3 big plays.
Yeah, as far as DJ Lagway, of course, he's coming off the 5-interception game. He has not looked good on the road at night, big environment, just like probably won't be as hellish as Death Valley.
Asylum?
Yes.
Perhaps.
Maybe an asylum. That is what Mario Cristobal wants that place to be as they welcome the Gators. That Miami defense appears to be improved. I mean, the only real test is the Notre Dame game. I mean, USF is an inconsistent but explosive team, and Miami held them to the 12 points that they did. I think Lagway is going under, mostly because I believe Billy Napier has learned his lesson, and he'll lean on his running game more. Of course, if it gets out of hand, that doesn't really mean that DJ Lagway will throw for a lot of yards. He could just be throwing the ball to the other team. I don't think he gets to what was he, 265, or was that Arch's number?
Yeah, that was Arch. I think it was 225 or 220. There's probably difference.
Yeah, there'll be a major difference depending on the yardage. But Payne, I would go under on Lagway specifically if it's in that 260 range. I think the Gators stay in that game. We're gonna have to run the ball quite a bit, and unless Lagway is going to show something he has not shown all year, that number seems high for him in that passing offense on the road. And you take into account how Mario Cristobal likes to play offense against a competitive team, or at least he perceives Florida to be a competitive team. I don't know how many possessions Florida's going to get because Miami's going to run the ball quite a bit too. If we remember the Notre Dame game, in that second half after taking a 21-7 lead, he ran the ball on first down quite a bit, and now that led to 3 and outs until the final drive of that game. But yeah, I'm not going with Lagway, because if you look at Lagway's numbers over the course of the first 3 games, and we're throwing in the likes of Long Island and USF, who the Canes picked apart. If you go by, I'm just going by his game log this year. 287 against LSU because he had to throw the ball a lot. 222 against USF and 120. He was efficient, but only 120 against Long Island. I would bet the under on that. And Arch, as Sean said, the problem is they're playing an outmatched opponent, so he could throw a screen, and that can go for 65.
Yeah, like again against San Jose, he wasn't down to down very good, but he also had a 85-yard touchdown.
Yeah,
so that's just how it goes.
Texas, no matter how poorly Arch is throwing the football, are going to just have dudes who can go make a play if you get the ball in their hands. All right, let's get to Soul, and then we'll get to Josh Allen. Maybe it's Saul. However you like me to pronounce that. What's up?
Yeah, hello. This is gonna be really quick. In my honest opinion, I think I'd rather watch Josh Allen play over Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. That's in my opinion. That's it.
Yeah, that's preference. I mean, whether Greeny enjoys, and this is how this all started, whether Greenberg enjoys how Josh Allen plays and maybe prefers it more, that's one thing. But the proclamation of how he played the position is, while it can be subjective, I will say it's an objective fact that he does not play the position better than it's ever been played before. I don't know that Josh Allen is all that. At least last night he wasn't all that entertaining. I'm trying to think if he plays a style of football that's totally different from Lamar Jackson. Lamar, his running game is more designed like Josh,
and it's more speed.
Yeah,
whereas Josh Allen's more power.
Yeah, Josh Allen will have design runs on third and short and stuff. But as far as we're just going to use Lamar as an extra option in the run game, Josh Allen doesn't do that much unless it's called for on third and short. Then he becomes a real weapon, and of course around the goal line. I don't have a giant preference as far as play style. I would say Lamar Jackson hasn't caused me as much misery so I enjoy watching him play more.
Yeah, generally.
Yeah.
I like watching him.
Yeah,
because he does it against my team less.
Yes,
He does it against my team all the time.
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah, he looks amazing against my team.
Yeah, against the Texans when he gets to play them.
Same thing with Derrick Henry. Whether he's a Raven or a Titan, that guy's one of the best of all time as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the Texans will get a taste of that again, as is the case when you have a first place schedule. I appreciate the call. I can acknowledge he's a great player, but I don't need to go further beyond that when it comes to Josh Allen. All right. I keep saying we'll get to the Texans, but hey, you guys, you know the deal. You call, we'll get to you first. All right, we'll hear from Nick Caley when we come back. He doesn't have a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson, so he's got as defined, C.J. Stroud is a pocket passer. So how does Nick Caley get this offense going when he doesn't have a superhuman in his arsenal? We'll hear from him on those things when we come back. But first, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We had a plumber on for our game with John and Lance, Beat the Warehouse Live guy, Mark. Hopefully Mark does well and gets those free tickets. But when you need a great plumber and one that's going to do the job right every time, you go to the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just call them or go to the website. The website is aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and you can call them at 281-488-6238. Simply put, they have a wide range of things they do, and you can check that out. They have a nice drop-down services menu on the website, and they'll tell you what they do, whether it's something to do with a fixture, or maybe you need a big-time remodel job, or maybe it's new construction. They have it there for you. Big thing they do is that repiping, particularly for older homes. Those pipes erode. They turn your what was once clean water into dirty, stinky, smelly water. And, when you turn on the tap, you expect the water to come out clean. That is something we just assume. That's not always the case. Make sure your pipes are good to go. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company check them out if you sense any problems. You want to be preventative. You don't want to be reactionary and turn a small problem into a giant one. So go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com, see what they have to offer, see what you can get fixed, and they'll take care of it for you, because Billy Brown and the people there are great at what they do. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
For those of you like Eric who love to save their Friday call until 11:30, Michael Carroll will be here. He is the host of Comicast. He'll let us know what you should or shouldn't watch. He went and saw Him, the movie produced by Jordan Peele. Marlon Wayans plays a quarterback who made a deal with the devil. We'll hear Michael's take on that when he joins us. But let's get to a quarterback who, you know what, I know he wouldn't because he's a God-fearing man, but maybe a little help would be needed for Sunday. Maybe not from the devil, but from someone else. Maybe the man upstairs has the Texans in his sights on Sunday. They got the Jags. The guy who's going to be coordinating the offense is Nick Caley. And let's just say, despite all the offseason platitudes, the praise he was getting, it hasn't been great when your quarterback, and it's only 2 games, is only throwing 1 touchdown, and you scored 2 touchdowns overall. And one, it's kind of questionable if the Bucs let you score that touchdown. The Bucs were very cagey on that when asked from the Tampa media asked them, "Did you let Nick Chubb score?" They're like, "We're not going to tell you."
I definitely would be like, "Yeah, sure."
Yeah, they didn't even do
I
that.
I didn't miss an assignment.
Well, maybe Todd Bowles is one of those dudes who says, I won't respect the game.
Yeah.
Disrespect the game.
Yeah.
And if I do, I'm not going to tell you. So maybe they scored 1 touchdown legitimately. We'll just give them 2 because we can't prove that.
Yeah, beyond a reasonable
Yeah,
doubt.
we cannot prove that Nick Chubb touchdown was given to them by the Bucs. So 2 offensive touchdowns in 2 games. Not great. There was a opportunity for another, but there was a disaster at the goal line. So let's hear from Nick Caley on that scenario. If you remember, it was the Nico Collins slant to about the 1-yard line. Then you had the stop by Vita Vea, and then a pass that C.J. Stroud missed where it looked like Nico was open in the corner of the end zone on 3rd and goal, where you beat the the corner with the double move, and then we saw where they rolled out to the left, and C.J. just threw it out of bounds. So it was not great. Here is Nick Caley on that sequence.
Down there, we ran the ball, obviously, stuck in a run, didn't really gain much on it at all. Then you get into a 3rd down situation, and at that point have a lot of confidence in the guys that we have on the team. So called a low red zone play that we have a lot of belief in, and it didn't work out. Again, our process, I feel confident in the process. Gets to 4th down, same thing, call a low red zone, 3rd down, call it 3rd and 4th down play. Didn't work out the way we want it. So again, got to assess those things and move on and learn from it. And, just I can do better. We all can do better. So moving forward and trying to grow.
Sorry, I was asked if I was on air by one of our colleagues, I would say. I mean, they don't work specifically with us, but they work in the building. She asked me if I was on air. I am. Now I'm waving. So was Nick Caley just asked to tell us what plays he ran? Because he didn't give an explanation for why he ran the plays.
No,
he did. Was the question just, hey, can you repeat what plays you ran because I don't remember?
Yeah, he did the coach, just stretch it out, take up as much time. If I talk for 37 seconds,
I'll wear you down.
People will be like, okay, that was an answer somewhere in there.
There was no answer unless the reporter just forgot what plays were run and he wanted a refresher.
No, it probably was like what happened at the goal line. And he was like, I'll tell you what happened.
Tell you exactly what happened.
I'll tell you what happened.
Coach, can you give me your mindset on why you went away from the run? I don't know if the question was asked that way. That might have gotten a more specific answer why they went to the pass.
I mean, I would have been like, do you see us running the ball?
And that's fine, but I'd like to get that answer.
Yeah.
As opposed to a rundown. I did that rundown of the plays, and then he gave it to me again. And I was even more specific.
Yeah. No, I would have preferred a Brian Kelly. Like, the hell was that? Although he can't do the after a win
because he didn't win. So
Nick Caley, maybe he can't do the Brian Kelly.
Nick Caley can't be in a position to be where he's offended. You would dare to ask him about
what the hell was that?
Yeah, when they won a big game.
I love in that exchange I'm assuming Baton Rouge reporter just was like, all right, then how about this? Why can't you run the ball? Like he just like doubled down. It was like all the stuff that we say, like how we would ask questions even though we know we wouldn't.
Yeah, but there's some guy who does.
He's 10 toes down.
There's some guy who would ask a question that way. So that was your OC telling you
that
the things you saw for yourself.
Yeah, they couldn't score on the goal line. Cool.
Well,
really, like a more accurate pass on third down.
Third and goal, yeah.
3rd and goal. Like that play for the most part worked.
He was open.
Collins was NFL open.
He was NFL open, and your quarterback, who has to win by being accurate, simply missed.
Yeah, it was more to the back line as opposed to the pylon. If it's on the pylon, he probably gets it.
Yeah, that's a throw the quarterback has to make.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't make it, when his skill set lends to that, then you're getting the two touchdowns over 2 games because he's not at his best. But thank you, Nick Caley, for the less than specific rundown of what happened. I would like more, but that's what he gave us. That's what he was allowed to give us, and that's fine, I guess. All I really care about is a better offensive effort on Sunday against the Jags. A Jags team who has a couple pass rushers. We saw with the Bucs, they only really have one, although Greg Gaines sacked C.J. Stroud because he beat up, I forgot which lineman he got by, but legitimate pass rushers, the Bucs have Hassan Reddick. The challenge is even bigger than what they saw against Tampa when you have the two that the Jags have, and certainly Travon Walker, who will always be known for the guy that the Jags shouldn't have taken because Aiden Hutchinson was on there, but Travon Walker's been a good player for them. And he has 1 sack against the Bengals, but he's been a pretty good player for them. He's just overshadowed by Hutchinson, and then of course you have Josh Hines-Allen, got that right this week finally, as the other one. So the tackles are going to have to be good to go.
Yeah, it's something that it's going to be a challenge, a lot like how Week 1 was a challenge, where it was Verse and Young out there for the Rams. Now you get this pass rush duo, and like you said, Hines-Allen is I guess a little bit bigger of a name. I've just been in the league a little bit longer than Travon Walker, and Travon Walker obviously overshadowed by the number 2 pick, but it's pretty close. Like
he's had a good
it's not
career
like
so far.
as big of a blowout, and part of that is because Hutchinson broke his leg last year.
He wasn't well on his way to maybe winning DPOY.
Yeah, we'll see how he responds, but Walker to me has not been as good as Hutchinson, but it hasn't been a miss.
And they got Eric Armstead there too, so they got some dogs on that front the Texans are going to have to deal with. So the challenges don't stop.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Every week they're going to come into this offensive line is going to come into a game, and we're going to talk about how much better the defensive line is, because chances are, unless there's massive injuries, like I can give you a preview of the Titans game. Well, got Jeff Simmons over there. You got Tavondre Sweat.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be every week where we can sit there and go, when they play the Niners, got Nick Bosa.
So, will we see more of the quick passing game when you have Christian Kirk back?
Yeah.
So,
I hope that wasn't a yes. I talked to Nick. Yes, but
hope.
I believe I would hope so. If not, then we can have an uncomfortable conversation, as Emmanuel Acho would say, about the Nick Caley situation. Now, it wouldn't be uncomfortable for me or you. Maybe it's more uncomfortable for Nick Caley.
Can I ask you one thing?
About uncomfortable questions? Is it going to be an uncomfortable question? Okay.
It depends on how you respond or how you feel about this. Could I ask you never to invoke the Acho name again on this show? Can I get that from you? Unless I bring
Sam Acho?
Sam's fine.
Okay.
Unless I
talk
bring
about
up
2008 Texas.
I said Sam's fine.
Okay.
Unless I bring it up, I don't like the Acho thing.
All right.
Mostly because I feel like he's performative, and I don't like that type of action.
You think?
That's all. I can't say that I know because I don't know him. But
he seems to exhibit the qualities that someone who is performative does.
Yes, and much like Mike Greenberg, I think he may be the best at it that's ever been when it comes to performative takes. That's what I think about what that Acho is on. I like a Sam Acho. He just shows up on college football Saturdays, giving a little talk here
at the
and there.
desk on like the ESPN game. Yeah, come on.
Hey, look at him, just being normal. He's a normal brother, I'd say, when it comes to sports takes. All right,
we'll be more like your brother, Manuel.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking for. A little less of you, I think, is what I'm saying. All right, we'll go to a break with that, and we will come back and hear more from Nick Caley because he was, I won't say under fire, but he was the man of the hour yesterday after practice because people wanted answers, and much like what he gave before, he didn't really give answers, but at least he was open to the questions. So we will get to him on trying to be less predictable because the numbers we read earlier in the week show that the Texans aren't really using motion, aren't really using play action. And when you don't do those two things, people can look at you and say, you're being predictable. We'll hear Nick Caley's thoughts on that when we come back. So this is our second year of doing this. This show is in its second year, and certainly being on during football season, second year. So I've heard a lot of coordinators, well, particularly Texans coordinators over the last couple seasons, a lot of their clips. And I will say one thing about Bobby Slowick. While some may say he's a little long-winded, he did give me answers. Like when he answered questions, there are actually answers in it. So far, Nick Caley, at least the first one, not an answer. He was asked about predictability. Let's see if we get an answer here. Here's Nick Caley on maybe the assertion that his offense can be predictable.
I mean, I think we always try to have some balance in everything that we do. The one thing I would say is early on in the season, especially if you take the inventory of the first two games, you get back to a lot of get back on track situations. At that point, we're trying to make some positive plays. So, no, in the long term, I'm really not. Because I feel like we do a good job of trying to stay on top of that. Some of these outcomes, come into situations in the games that evolve, whether it's obvious pass situations, et cetera. So I think it dictates it game by game. Certainly, you want to have as much balance as you can.
So he isn't worried about them being predictable. In fact, what I took from that is he's saying, I'm a victim of circumstance.
Yeah, he's saying because we're down in some of these games. Although
or behind the chains.
They weren't down, but yeah, I guess behind the chains.
Behind the chains in those down-to-down situations. So he's put in spots where, things are rather obvious because the down and distance says they're rather obvious. I got to do a certain thing.
Are we ready to buy into what Todd Bowles said earlier this week we didn't get a McVay guy, got a Patriots guy. That's not actually 100% what Todd Bowles said, but he said, when we game plan for him, we looking at the tape, it wasn't a lot of McVay stuff. It was a lot of Patriots stuff. That's the offense that they're running.
Well, D'Amico told me it wasn't the Rams or the Patriots system. It was the Texans system. That's what I was told this offseason.
Well, it looks like the D'Amico Texans system. I remember when this team used to have good offense. I remember the defense would be the one that did us in. Bring back Gary Kubiak.
Wow. Super Bowl champion Gary Kubiak?
Yeah. Bring back Bill O'Brien. If they go 0-3, I know a guy. Who went 0-3 and made the playoffs.
From 0-3 and made the playoffs. Yes, Bill O'Brien has done that.
He went 10-7 or 10-6 back in the old days.
Had a long winning streak that no one believed in.
Nope. And they're right.
And they played out that way in the
The
playoffs.
haters are right.
Yes.
Brink called by the haters.
Sometimes the haters get it right. So, as we said, 0-3, it'll be real desperate times, as if 0-2 wasn't desperate times. I do think Nick Caley is a victim, but not of the circumstances of game to game, of his roster. His roster is not what they thought it would be, considering the absence of Joe Mixon, and of course they didn't have Christian Kirk for the first two games. Now you can take or leave what you think of Christian Kirk. I mean, he's a guy the Jaguars were fine trading in the division, which might say some things. Usually, when you think about these trades, we don't want him trade him inside the division. That's why the Eagles couldn't get Micah Parsons, because I think the offer reported was better than what the Packers were offering, but Jerry was like, not to them. I'll trade him to another NFC contender, but not to the Eagles. Never was Christian Kirk thought of as impactful as Micah Parsons, but the Jags were like, whatever, take him. Yeah, sure, take him.
Yeah, we're going to cut him.
We're fine. So I'm not sure how big the impact is, because we haven't seen him in the offense yet. Maybe he's the missing piece. Maybe the slot receiver is such a big deal in this offense, and the likes of Jalen Noel or Hutchinson weren't ready to take on that role.
I think it's more of it's less about Christian Kirk. It's more about the de-emphasis of Justin Watson or Xavier Hutchinson or one of the rookies, where it's less about who you're getting. It's more about who you're not playing right now. And, maybe the Iowa State rookies, there's still a long way to go for those guys.
Sure.
But as far as game 1 and 2, they're a team. And I don't know if I talked about it on this show, or I know I mentioned it when I was on with Jeremy before the Monday night game. Like, you look at the skill position guys for the Bucs and Texans. Nico Collins was the best skill position player in that game. How many more guys do you go on the Bucs before you take the next Texan? You had Evans, Abuka, Bucky Irving. You had Rashad White. You had Kate Otten. Like, are you going 5 or 6 deep before you get to a Nick Chubb, Dalton Schultz? Like, how many guys? How outmatched are they in that game, and going backwards in the Rams game as far as skill position talent? So I think it's something where, especially once you take a guy like Joe Mixon off the field for this team, like the talent level on the outside, it's one guy that you're worried about. Everyone else is like a fringe NFL player, really.
Even if you had Christian Kirk, which you'll have in this upcoming game, there's not a lot of guys who pose a threat. And
he's a guy,
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it with the linebackers with John and Lance. I don't want to use the term jag because that is infinitely insulting.
Yes.
To call someone a jag, but it's just an acronym for just another guy. And the Texans are filled at linebacker and at the wide receiver position with just guys outside of Nico.
Yeah, that's guys.
And with certainly Tank wouldn't have fit that profile, but he's hurt, and who knows when he's going to come back. Yeah. Christian Kirk is maybe slightly above a guy, but he is
he's like an NFL.
Yeah, he's an NFL slot receiver, but he's never going to change or bend the defense. That's not who he is. Certainly not now.
He's better than the other guys on the roster, but again, he's a guy where on an NFL team he should be your third best receiver.
The Texans are filled with guys, particularly on offense, with just guys.
Yeah.
And maybe a little inflammatory, but the quarterback has played like just another guy this season. I mean, we can bank on 2023 as much as we want as far as potential. I'll look to throw to Nico to start the game for the touchdown. I don't want to be at a point where all we're doing is grading CJ's flashes because it reminds us of what could be. Because right now, the last couple games, at least the start of the year, he's just a dude. He's just a guy out there. I mean, he's not terrible, but he's not elevating anybody.
Yeah. No, he looks like he's more in that Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins level of quarterbacking where it's like competent as long as he has competence around him.
Yeah.
And then when you don't put competence around him, he looks below average.
And the thought was giving him more control would help him elevate himself and others. That has not been the case. And are we? Okay, it's only a couple games in, but are we at a point where we're starting to consider him as, at least right now, not a bus driver? Right now, the way this offense runs with him at the helm, it feels like he needs more juice from others to be better than him helping others be good.
I think there is like a middle ground between like he needs more help, and it's like I'm not even saying he needs like Pro Bowl help. The line and the receivers, like they're
I think
they're below standard.
I'm actually being complimentary, calling
they're
most of the roster on offense just guys. They're barely Jags.
Yeah,
a lot of them. Either they're too young to be contributors, or they were never that good.
They're cast-offs off bad lines,
and you're stuck with them because you couldn't fix everything in one offseason.
So I wonder if it is like, hey, you get more just like we're saying, like a Tank Dell out there. It might not literally be Tank Dell because we don't know how he'll recover, and if he does recover and shows to be the old Tank Dell, probably won't be this year. Probably be the year after he comes back, and you take that out. You take out Stephon Diggs, who at this point of his career isn't like some Pro Bowl high level receiver. It's just like you need more NFL players around him. A more solid, how about this? Just solid guys. Just we're banking on improvement, or we're banking on Ursary as a rookie or the Iowa State rookies. It's like it would really be cool just to have a solid NFL player that is dependable somewhere on this team.
Yeah, the Texans on offense are juiceless. I don't know where you get that juice from. Maybe it's the impact of a rookie developing later in the year. We heard CJ talk about how Kirk helps, and it'll help the guys in the room, the young guys, get better.
Tank Dell's coming out party as a rookie. Know where that happened?
Let the people know.
Jacksonville, Florida.
So you think it's Noel or Higgins' time to shine?
Thematically, yes. Actually, I don't know. I would say Noel just because he A, fits the bill, and B, has shown, again, like we're saying, just flashes of, he can do some stuff on an NFL field. I'm not ready if I'm ready to put the Tank Dell performance on him, but I saw him, I've seen enough to go like, there's something there, especially in comparison to who the other guys ahead of him on the depth chart were, especially the first two games where I'm like, give this guy a shot at least. I'm good on Justin Watson. I'm good on Xavier Hutchinson at this point as far as like a number 2 receiver. Just hey, let's give these guys a chance, and there will be growing pains, but there's at least the like possibility that you get an impact guy as opposed to who you've been trotting out there, where there's like no possibility that these guys are true impact guys.
So we did the thing after week 1, finding all the teams who hadn't scored hadn't scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
And the Texans were unfortunately on the list. I mean, we could do the thing.
2 touchdowns?
2+ weeks into the season. How many teams in the NFL haven't scored 20 points or more?
Oh, 20. I thought you were going to go 28 total.
No.
Because I think that's what they're at.
No, 20 points or more. In fact, I'll have that just to speak to how juiceless the Texans are when we come back. The offense has been a problem. The defense didn't get the stop that they needed. We've got one more segment to go, actually, before Michael Carroll joins us. So if you want to get in on something non-TV, pop culture related, now's your time. I'll have that number for you. How many teams have not scored 20 points? Who joins the Texans on that list through now 2+ weeks of the NFL season? We'll do that when we come back.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olalea.
Now, this is an arbitrary stat. It doesn't mean all that much, only 2+ weeks into the season. But the Texans are one of 3 teams to not reach the 20-point mark this year. The other 2, the Browns, led by Joe Flacco, and rookie Cam Ward and the Titans. Those 2 teams, just like you, no wins. It's not a great list to be on. It's
no.
Now the visuals of watching the team, it makes sense you would be along the lines of the Browns and the Titans, the way you played offense. But when you have the quarterback people tell me you have, that's not supposed to happen.
And even the Titans, like, they played the Broncos at the Broncos, and then they played the Rams, one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, we saw. And they scored more points against the Rams than you did.
Just 10 more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scored a touchdown. Look at that.
That touchdown, too, was...
Yeah, that's the
That's
Cam Ward.
the Cam Ward
that's
I
the
know.
Cam Ward experience.
That's Cam Ward.
Rolling right.
Yeah. Do you think Will Levis was like, they get mad when I do it?
No, because you don't throw touchdowns when you do it. That's why we get mad at you.
Yeah.
They sync it up with Cam Ward's family in the suite watching them, and you hear one line that's, I'm sure it's been said by every family member of a quarterback at least once. No one's getting open. And then,
I was about to say Cam Newton. Cam Ward's dad is hilarious.
He is.
Through 2 games, I'm ready to call it. I like Cam Ward's dad.
Yeah, I didn't see that much of him as far as focus on him when he was with the Canes, mostly because the reactions were different because all his son did was just light the world on
another
fire.
Touchdown.
Yeah, so
Boom,
it was probably a little less dramatic than how he's reacting to a Ridley drop or receivers not getting open. But yeah, Titans and the Browns, that's who you're lined up with right now.
Not great.
Good stuff. Let's get to David here. We'll touch on college football a little bit. We didn't get to it, and then we'll be joined by Michael in the next segment. What's up, David?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, man, I've been a football fan all my life. Of course, I'm a Cowboys homer, but I do follow every Texas team. So, with that in mind, CJ come up from his rookie year. He's confident. He played confident. But after that year, last year, like a deer in headlights, he has the confidence in his own ability to make plays and stretch a play downfield. Now, you got to look at Mahomes, Rodgers, Brady, even Josh Allen. Those guys that they have confidence in themselves. They don't care. They stretch a play downfield. They're going to take a chance. It doesn't look like CJ has that ability or that look in his eyes that he wants to do that anymore. Maybe the NFL is too big for him? Question mark? I'll just hang up and listen.
Appreciate it, David. I believe David called in during hockey season and was not upset, but did think we should mention Stars hockey more. I believe that's how I remember him. And as I told David at the time, probably not going to happen. That's just how it's going to go. But I do appreciate the call, David. Well, there is some thought that the offensive line play has affected the way CJ plays now. You see a lot of fading. A lot of talk of him not stepping up in the
Happy
pocket.
feet.
Yeah. And that has happened to plenty of quarterbacks where how you played in college and maybe even your rookie year in the NFL changes because of the hits taken, the inability to play in a clean pocket. You know, the great ones, you mentioned some guys who are great players. Generally, they overcome bad environments to make them not so bad. In fact, make be thriving in those environments. That's why the whole term fighter pilot or bus driver, that's where it comes from, where it doesn't really matter. As long as it's not an abject disaster, that quarterback is going to perform, and he's going to make the players around him better. I don't know that CJ right now is capable of that through at least the first 2 weeks of this season, and certainly sometimes last season. It does appear that he needs a better environment to thrive than as opposed to him being a guy who shapes the environment around him because of his skill set. And that's not a shot at him. Just some quarterbacks aren't gifted with the type of ability that some of the guys you named have been. Like you mentioned, and Josh Allen's been a big topic, but he has the ability to do things a lot of other quarterbacks don't. You mentioned one of CJ's favorites in Tom Brady. Tom Brady wasn't a guy who could shape his environment early. Now, of course, he had the clutch drive in the Super Bowl, but he was a guy who leaned on defense and smart play at quarterback before he became the legend that he is. So CJ's 3 years in. Not all growth is linear. In fact, most of the time it's not. We see even the guys you consider some of the best in the league right now. Herbert had a tough year last year dealing with injuries and the environment he played in. Of course, Joe Burrow, who's been good, can't stay healthy. At this point, we can put that on him.
Yeah.
He's a player who can't stay healthy.
3 out of 5
6 years now?
3 out of 6.
So we all have these things. And, of course, the other guy who played last night, he got a good schemer and 2 big-time wide receivers, and he was one of the more efficient quarterbacks in football. Now that adjustments have been made and injuries to him have continued to build up, now he looks like a guy who went from throwing the ball 20 yards in that intermediate zone and lighting teams on fire. Now the offense can't exist that way. So we all think that quarterbacks should go up, 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 up. It's not always the case. Only the real greats have that trajectory until they level out because their play at some point can't reach another level.
That's what I was going to say. Like, there's a level of quarterback to where it's like it doesn't really matter who you throw out there. They're gonna show out. I think Brady, especially like in that in between part of the Patriots run, like between the 3 Super Bowls on each side.
Sure.
Like he proved that it's like, he can kind of still do this
and
with
even
Rashay Caldwell.
And even his greatest season was the one that gave him Randy Moss.
Exactly. And then you got Gronk and some other tight end that we won't talk about.
They tracked the numbers when Gronk wasn't available, and when he was available, and you saw the performance of Brady fluctuate. So even he had problems. Now the Patriots were such a well-oiled machine; they won games anyway. But even Brady's performance fluctuated by who was around him.
Yeah, and Manning. Manning always played with great receivers. Rodgers was a little bit of just roll the ball out there. So I think that speaks to C.J. Stroud. I mean, after his rookie year, I'll have to look up exactly where like the Mike Sando quarterback tiers list had him. Well, it was like 5 or 6.
I bet.
Like it was very high. It was right behind, the top 4 that have been the top 4 for a while now since basically they've broken out in the league. And he was kind of that next up guy. He was the Jaden Daniels of last year, And I think now I think I've seen enough to where it's like, okay, you're not those guys. You're not, Lamar Jackson, who the Ravens offensive line has been through 2 weeks been graded as worse than the Texans offensive line by the people that grade offensive line play. And you know what? With Lamar Jackson, haven't noticed that the offensive line is as good. The Bills, where after they got Diggs, Josh Allen broke out, then they got rid of Diggs, he's still that guy. So I think that it's fair to say, like, not those guys. Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl, yes, with Kelsey, but also throwing it to McCole Hardman and Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
You're not that guy. Like right now, C.J. Stroud, he's not on that tier.
You may be looking at a guy who, now this team has won a lot of games with him, but you could be looking at him as a more Jared Goff type.
Yeah, I was thinking Goff Prescott.
Yeah, as opposed
like
to and Prescott, at least in the regular season, has been just as successful. Hell, the Cowboys are winning 11, 12 games a year, so at least in regular season wise, more successful. Now, of course, CJ has won playoff games. I think Dak may have one under his belt, but
he has a couple.
Maybe 2 wins, I think. But Yeah, he may be more in the Prescott role.
Yeah, where he's a top 10 guy, not a top 5 guy.
Yeah, and you hope he can get to the top 10 level because so far that has not.
Yeah,
been the
now
case.
he's like a top 15 guy.
Yeah, and a lot of it has to do with reputation of what he was in 2023,
and just the not his fault element of
yes, there's a
some
lot of it
stuff.
baked in where we can look at and go, this clearly isn't all on him.
Yeah,
there are a lot of problems going on. He just at this point hasn't been able to elevate the team above those to be successful.
He hasn't proven that he's him.
We'll be hearing about him when we come back.
There we go.
Michael Carroll went to see that movie. He got a screening, so he will give his review of that. Eric, I see you. You're up there. You want to talk to him. Let's do this quickly. We got an interesting college football weekend here. Nebraska proved themselves Saturday for them. They host Michigan in a game they're not favored in. They're a slight dog at home in a big game for them. Look, Michigan's without their head coach. It's the second of a 3-game suspension for Sharon Moore. They look really good, but it was against Central Michigan, so how much can we take from their performance there? They have played in a tough road environment already. They went to OU, and the quarterback didn't seem overwhelmed. He just didn't play well, but it didn't seem like Bryce Underwood was shook by the moment. Michigan just has some limitations at wide receiver.
Felt like they took the car keys out of his hand.
Yeah, they weren't going to throw him into the fire against Brent Venables. Nebraska is a different challenge. As I said, they're the favorite. Michigan is in that game. So away from predictions, because the last time we talked about how games would go, while we weren't completely wrong on the result, we were wrong on how they would go. So I'm interested to see if Nebraska is actually a team that we can actually take an interest in this year. This is one of those games where if they get beat, then I'm just going to put Nebraska off to the side and go, okay, that was cool. All the Matt Rule 3-year bump stuff is fine, but you're still the Nebraska I know and despise over the last 10 years where there's nothing to you but close games and close losses. So that's a game I'm looking at to see what Nebraska has. And I'm there's some other things to look at, of course. You got game day down in Miami, kind of by default because there's, I guess, nowhere else to go with the top 5 team hosting one of their rivals in Florida. But across the country, Auburn OU, another one of those games where Jackson Arnold goes back to Oklahoma and Norman to see if he can get revenge against the team who
discarded him.
That's right. So that one is interesting, mostly because of that.
Yes, and not sure I like how things are looking for old Jackson Arnold.
Now, they can run the ball, but can they do that against Oklahoma?
They better be able to run the ball. Now, they have 2 good receivers. It is a matter of getting it to Coleman and Singleton. And it's does Jackson Arnold have it in him to do that
against
good
competition?
A good competition who's watched him practice for the last 2 years.
Yeah. For anyone not named Ball State, he hasn't hit 150 yards yet. Passing.
I'm concerned.
Yes.
I'm concerned when it comes to that. Maybe they just win at the line of scrimmage. Maybe they can just run the ball.
Now, he can be a threat in the running game. He went for over 130 and 2 TDs against Baylor running the football. So that's an element of his game that Oklahoma will have to account for. But as you said, they've watched him practice, so they know what he's capable of there. And Brent Venables, we make our jokes, but good defensive mind.
He can scheme it.
Certainly good enough to make it tough on a quarterback with limitations throwing the football. So that's another one to take a look at. That's the 2:30 game on ABC, the SEC game of the week for them. Other than that, Texas Tech, Utah, it's the big noon kickoff, but it's Utah, so it's actually like 10 a.m. for them when that game will kick off. Tech at Utah, 2 of the main contenders for the Big 12 title. See what Morton has. It's a good quarterback matchup. Morton versus Dampier, who is someone who actually brings some solidity to the Utah quarterback situation. That's been in flux, it seems like, for several years now, mostly due to the lack of availability to for your doppelganger. He's no longer part of the program, so they don't have to worry about that anymore.
It's a shame, but yes.
Yes.
They got way less handsome, but it's all right.
But more available.
More athletic.
Yes, more available, more athletic, but way less handsome. Well, I don't know what Dampier looks like. I only seen him in a helmet, so I can't speak to that. Sean certainly has his opinions.
I know what Cam Rising looks like.
Yeah, since you say I look like him. Handsome. There it is. All right, so those are maybe your top 3, of course. It's the college football weekend. There'll be other things to take a look at.
Yeah, SMU TCU is
Yeah,
a good
that'll
one.
be fun. What's they call it? The old
Iron Skillet.
Iron Skillet. There it is.
Memphis, Arkansas.
Yeah, Arkansas going to Memphis.
Yeah.
You rarely see something like that happen. big game for Memphis to have an SEC team come to town. I know they played Ole Miss at times. I think they may have had Ole Miss in Memphis years ago now, but to have Arkansas coming off a tough loss to an Ole Miss team. Taylor Green's played really well this year. But Memphis, if they want to stake claim to a potential college football playoff berth, they got to get this one with the Arkansas coming to town. So that's just a quick preview of the games. And, of course, later we had Pena call in to ask about the over-unders. He really calls the wrong show about that. I told him that already. I don't pay that much attention to that.
I think Joe and Jeremy are the
if you want to do over-unders on passing yards for DJ Lagway, I'm at Lagway telling you, wrong show for it. But we appreciate the call. That one is about can Billy Napier find something in that team to make the rest of the season interesting for the Gators? Because if they're 1-3 with losses to LSU, USF, and Miami, just pack it up for them and wait for the moving trucks. But if they can get a win, not only does it keep your season alive, it also throws a wrench in what appears to be a high-speed train on the tracks in Miami.
The buyout.
Yeah, well, for him.
Oh.
But I meant for your rival who appears to be
the high-speed train to the ACC championship.
in line for a potentially special season. So if you want to change some of that, at this point,
I really thought you were saying high-speed.
I understand that's in the cards as well, but to ruin, maybe not ruin Miami season, but to kind of change the thoughts about Miami, because right now people are talking about Miami as one of the better teams in the country, maybe the best considering their resume. But if you get in there and go win that game, it's, same old Miami. And that might be the best thing for a Florida fan, to be able to talk trash and say, you guys thought you were good. No. Mario Cristobal's your head coach. Of course you're not
You
good.
lost to us.
Yeah.
No way you're good.
No way you're good. Yeah. They're one common opponent. Very different results.
Very different.
With Florida losing in the swamp and Miami destroying USF. So the common opponent would suggest that Miami's going to have an easy time, but that transitive property rarely works. So college football, good weekend. We'll see how it plays out. We'll certainly talk about it. Maybe not in depth on Monday, but we'll get to it on Tuesday. All right, we'll get to Michael Carroll and you if you want to call in when we come back.
Oh, hello. I am the guy named Michael Carroll alongside Del Olea. How you doing, Del?
This is someone taking liberties.
I'm just saying the music came back. I introduced and I didn't want any dead air.
God forbid that 3 seconds before I sat down, we had a little.
I'm helping.
I was off to a bad start, Michael.
What? What did I do?
Off to a bad start. I don't know how the protege in him treated apparently the GOAT that is Marlon Wayans.
Yeah.
So you're about to tell us about that. So maybe you learned some lessons from him, and you're trying to seize control of the show.
I got to step up and prove why I'm him.
Michael Carroll,
the GOAT,
is him. He went to go see him, but normally he is the host of Comicast.
Yes.
He does that podcast with John Lee. You can find it wherever you listen to podcasts, and you can find it here as well. Is it still Wednesday?
As of now, Wednesday nights at 7.
We've moved again.
Yeah. Well, we were.
It was 8, 7.
It was 8 to 9.
8 to 9. Then 9.
A&M showed up,
Okay.
so we were 9 to 10.
And now
we're 7 to 8.
7, 8. Look, it's easy. Just listen to it on Spotify or Apple or wherever you listen to your podcast.
That's
the easiest way to find it.
I like to equate it to The Office. Snip, snap, snip, snap.
Yeah.
So
I
there you go.
don't watch The Office or have, so I don't know the reference, but I do understand there's a lot of moving parts here at the station. It's very easy to find it in podcast form.
Yeah, it is.
Wherever you listen to podcasts. So Michael Carroll saw him. We'll get his review on that. But Eric has been holding. He held through our football talk because he really wants to ask Michael a question. So welcome, Eric. Welcome to the show.
Hey guys, y'all shouldn't be cutting into Michael Carroll's time.
Thank you.
But
hold on. To be clear to both of you, it's my time. And I love Michael being here.
Oh, thanks, man.
This is just my reaction to you bringing the segment back. That's all. All right, Eric, go ahead.
Michael, I heard him. It's not getting good reviews. Also, I heard in the Batman 2 there's going to be a new villain. Some say it's Victor Freeze or the Mad Hatter. And also, when is Swamp Thing coming out? Is that still in development? I'll hang up and listen.
So I did see that the people behind the Batman 2 say it'll be a villain that's never been done
Never
before.
been done, yeah.
So we'll see what that means as far as the primary villain in that one. It opens up some possibilities because it feels obviously the Penguin, Joker. We've seen quite a few.
Yeah.
Mr. Freeze we've seen in a very comedic way with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, we did see that.
So we will see what Matt Reeves has to offer. But as far as what is him, we'll get to that after Swamp Thing.
And I just wanted to say, I think like Mad Hatter, Calendar Man, Victor Zod, somebody like that may be the main villain. But again, my overall theory is that we're leading to the Court of Owls, which is a big comic angle for Batman.
And I wonder if Matt Reeves would go to one of the more fantastical comic book villains or something more grounded, considering his world.
I think it'll be. That's why I say Mad Hatter or Victor Zaz. Victor Zaz is a serial killer. Calendar Man, serial killer.
Yeah.
Somebody along those lines rather than a Killer Croc or a Mr. Freeze.
How do you explain? I guess
Clayface.
How do you explain Mr. Freeze in Matt Reeves' world? How does that come about?
He likes his AC at 50
it just
degrees.
Seems like
I don't know.
would be just very different from the tone.
His AC bill is very high.
Yeah.
He owns a deli or something.
There's gonna be a lot of groundwork laid.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Meat market.
A lot of groundwork laid to make that thing happen. All right. So as far as Swamp Thing,
Swamp Thing, that may be one of the projects that's been canceled. We don't really know. It's up to James Mangold in terms of writing a script, or unless he has somebody else working on the script. But that one has no update. That might have been James Gunn hinted at something being canceled quietly, and that might have been the one that has been canceled. We don't. It's hard to say because James Mangold also has the Jedi movie that he's supposedly still working on, and I think there's a couple other projects for him. So who knows where those go? But yeah, Swamp Thing, no update, which I'm very disappointed because it's cool. I want Swamp Thing.
Yeah, Eric, if you want your fill of Swamp Thing, years ago now, like 5 years ago now, DC made a series.
Yeah.
It got canceled abruptly. So instead of a 13 episode season, they had a 10-episode season. I think you can find it on YouTube and maybe and some other Fandango.
It might be on like HBO Max or something like that.
Possibly.
Feel like.
So Eric, if you really want some Swamp Thing, there it is for you.
Or go to the 80s and watch that movie.
Or watch that one, sure.
Yeah.
But as far as him, he mentioned
All right.
it. You've seen it. What do you think?
I'm in the minority on this.
I saw that you give it 4 stars.
I gave it 4 stars. I'm one of the few that have given it 4 stars. Right now, him is at 30% with critics, 59% with audiences. Of course, him centers on a promising young football player played by Tyreek Withers.
Sorry, I just typed in him just to get more of a context. And the one Reddit review that popped up, him was god awful.
Yeah, I was talking to another journalist, Nadia Martinez of Big Gold Media, and we're both high on it, and everyone else is like despise it, and it's just wow. But it centers on a young football player played by Tyreek Withers, invited to train at the isolated compound of a dynasty team's aging quarterback one, played by Marlon Wayans. The legendary quarterback takes his protege on a blood-chilling journey into the inner sanctum of fame, power, and pursuit of excellence at any cost. I think this is, as you mentioned earlier, I think this is produced by Jordan Peele. This is not made by Jordan Peele. This was made by Justin Tipping. He directed and co-wrote it. I forget the other people that co-wrote it offhand. But to me, it does a great job of showcasing the horror that we put young athletes through in trying to say, you're him, you're the best, you're the GOAT, you're this, you're that. And it truly takes the weirder aspects of sports culture, the cultish-like way we go, we surround the TVs, or the weird behavior we are when we're interacting with athletes. This is not a spoiler, but in an early scene when Tyreek Withers' character Cameron Cade is in a tunnel, it's a dark tunnel, a football tunnel, and he's getting ready to go out to the field, and there's this creepy breathing or whatever happening, and it's just a fan that wants an autograph, and he's a creepy older man that's painted, and it's weird. It's very weird. Now, I wonder if it's more so people were expecting a traditional horror movie. That's not what this is. This is not scary at all to me. There's a couple of jump scares, but I think the horror of it all is more of what it represents in terms of young athletes, what they go through, what we put them in. There's a moment where Cameron Cade's character is like getting a haircut, but he's got all these people around him telling him this, telling him that. His phone keeps dinging like off the hook. Like, it's just the absurd mental jumps that we put on young athletes that are not made to be maybe doing a lot of this stuff at such a young age. And I liked it. It's more visual representation, especially because there is a lot of creepy, weird visuals. The ending's not going to land for everyone, but I think what it means and what it represents, it landed for me, and I enjoyed it.
So, Michael, out on a limb with Nadia. Yeah. What's your last name again?
Martinez.
Out on a limb with Nadia Martinez for him. So, who do you trust? Michael Carroll or all these unknown people who don't know how to watch a movie?
All these blog boys.
Yeah.
They don't know about football. They don't know ball. So they're like, ooh, this isn't scary. No. This is a reality for millions of little kids all across the country.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I wonder how much of when y'all see it, I'm curious what y'all think of this.
He thinks I'm going to see it.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Okay, I'm curious what you think,
Are you
Sean.
going to see it, Sean?
Maybe.
All right. Well,
maybe. No.
Never mind.
Not like a maybe as in like I'm being nice and saying no. It's just like I actually don't know if I'll have time to watch it.
I think I will see it based off your review.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it'll be soon.
Let me
like I may see it at home.
What's the streaming?
What's the streaming timeline? Yeah.
Probably like a week later or something like that. Let me rephrase it. I'm curious what sports fans think of this movie.
Okay.
Because
I'll give it a chance.
Because to me, it increased my enjoyment because of the
sports fan.
Yeah.
because of knowing
it takes place in a world you're familiar with.
Exactly, and it's like the world that I know. It's getting just crazier and crazier, right? I mean, we talk about it with college football, like NIL and all that. Like, it's just absurd what's happening.
Arch Manning should watch it.
Yeah, and there's also like
he shouldn't. He should be watching some passing clinic. He should be watching.
He should
watch his uncles play.
But there's also like a moment that it's not scary in the moment, but it's scary in terms of what it represents, where a character goes through the fencing response, after being hit.
Yeah.
And it's like what Tua Tagovailoa did, when he got concussed. That was scary to me. And I think people didn't think that was like.
Yeah, they're just like
whatever.
Getting his head chopped off. Who cares?
But also, when you mentioned about knowing ball, like I saw somebody trying to write football references, and it was just like that doesn't make any sense when it comes to
this
football.
didn't quite touch down with me.
Yeah. And it's like he fumbled the winning pass, and it's like I don't.
yeah,
that's
I
not-
got you.
That's
So
it's a lot of like that.
Don't
I've seen.
listen. Don't listen to the nerds on Rotten Tomatoes. This is Michael and I uniting over the lack of respect for the institution that is Rotten Tomatoes.
We're like the Predator meme right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Strong. Yeah.
I appreciate
Very
that.
manly,
That
yeah.
actually gives me more of a reason to watch it because I want the nerds to be wrong. Hey, welcome to our world.
Listeners, I am never going to hear the end of this if y'all end up hating this movie. I know that.
I mean, I
understand that.
I think it's more likely that because this has been such a good year for horror that I'm just like mentally being like, well, it's not sinners, it's not weapons.
No,
yeah.
but it's also like I saw somebody say it wasn't funny. It's also funny.
Okay.
Like Marlon, I mean, of course, Marlon Wayans shines here. I talk about Tyreek Withers, but Marlon Wayans really shines. And the way I try to explain it to people also is Marlon Wayans' character is like Tom Brady, and Tyreek Withers is like Cam Ward. Tom Brady taking Cam Ward for like a long extended training session, and things got weird. Things got real weird.
Some TB12 talk.
Yeah.
Cam's like, I'm just here to ball, man. Leave me
I just want
Guerrero's in this. All right.
All right. So thank you, Michael, for that. Let's get to maybe some other movies people can go see or something they can watch at home before we wrap it up.
Well, if you don't want to see a scary football horror movie, you could see a feel-good football movie in The Seniors starring Michael Chiklis, which he plays a 59-year-old man who ends up on a college football field somehow. So it's getting solid reviews, 85%. There's a couple other wide releases. I know we're short on time, so I'll just quickly mention A Big, Bold, Beautiful Journey is out, but that one is getting middling reviews, so maybe hesitate on that a little bit. Superman, though, is now available on HBO Max. So if you want to watch anything streaming, and there's a lot, actually. Gen V's back. What is it? Jim V, The Morning Show, Reasonable Doubt, Futurama. There's a lot of stuff streaming this weekend, but Superman. Go watch Superman right now. Oh, and I think you mentioned it earlier. Black Rabbit is out on Netflix.
That is the Jason Bateman Jude Law show. Jude Law show. Excuse me.
Have you watched an episode or two?
I haven't gotten to it yet. No.
Neither have I. So it looks interesting. Jason Bateman and Jude Law. I'm all about it. So I am curious about it. But right now, 65%. That's not like terrible, but I am curious about it. So
yeah, I'll give it a watch. I like a Jason Bateman joint.
Yeah,
and we'll see if he and Jude Law have good chemistry. All right, Michael. As you said, we're short on time. The Rich Eisen Show is up next. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. Once again, you can listen to Comicast. He does that with John Lee. Wherever you find a podcast, it's there for you. Listen to it, enjoy it. If you like what he does here, you'll like what he does there more in depth.
If you like it, I guess
I mean, I assume they do. If they're listening, we've been doing it for a good
we've been
while
doing
now.
it for a while.
Yeah, so if you like it, you got more opportunities to listen to Michael Carroll on Comicast. As I said, Rich Eisen is up next, and that means we're done for the week. Sean, since we're done for the week, what does that mean?
Flip me over, Mike.
As always,
just flipping away.
Flip them over, Mike. We'll talk to you on Monday.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Yeah, I'm going to call it. I'm going to retire.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Our expectation was to come in here and win the game.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Today's guests, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears, plus latest news and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this Friday edition of the Rich Eisen Show live on Disney Plus and ESPN app, the ESPN app that you can get everywhere to check us out. Stream us live every day between 12 and 3 Eastern Time. We say hello to our audience that's listening to us on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Everybody out there saying hi to you on Sirius XM Channel 80. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial to have a conversation with us. Today, Week 3 beckons in the National Football League, another weekend of college football, and I believe this is going to running out of weekends for Major League Baseball's regular season as the wild card weekends beckon as well. Thus, we're headed towards October. 844-204-RICH again is the number to dial. Tom Pelissero to join us, my colleague from the NFL Media Group on everything going on in the NFL, and Marcus Spears of Everything ESPN. You see him on pretty much every show. He will join us in the middle of this program. Tom is up in about 18 minutes' time, eager to know about Jaden Daniels, eager to know about Brock Purdy, all the injuries that you need to know. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman. What's up, brother?
Rich, getting a little worried about the Sox, not going to lie.
Okay, yeah, the Guardians are closer and closer and closer. Once upon a time, finished, and now they're right there, 1.5 back. Yeah. Good to see you over there, Jason Feller. Jay Feller's here.
What's up, Rich?
TJ Jefferson, I hear you rustling over there. What's going on? How's it going?
I'm just thinking about how happy Pete Alonso's made me the last 4 games.
The Polar Bears taking you off the griddle.
Home run after home run.
Me too. Fantasy finals.
Good for you guys. Terrific. And TJ, after today, heading off to Indianapolis, Indiana, where you and O'Shea Jackson Jr. will be honchoing a 2-hour pre-WrestlePalooza show on the ESPN YouTube and Facebook pages. We're very excited for you and about that.
I'm starting to get a little nervous.
You'll be fine.
and a 15-minute post wrap-up show.
You got
right?
You got your
more
importantly, do you got your fit picked out? What are we doing with?
You know
shoes
me, Brockman.
And t-shirts.
How many pair of sneakers do you think I went through last night?
Probably 80.
Well, like 5 or 6.
Well, all I know is he's checking 3 bags because that's what he does for a 2-day trip. And I'm not going on this trip, which means
you don't have to worry about it.
Free to do whatever you'd like to do.
You've beaten me over the head enough with it. It's carry on.
Yeah. Wow, that is top story. That is top story.
Jeez. Breaking news. Okay. My eyes see.
Outstanding.
Find your boy in business,
and it's always right here on the Rich Eisen Show on our El Segundo campus, where there's hardly a soul. The 2 people who are here are standing directly in the camera behind them.
Move. To be honest, there were 6 back there right before we went on air.
Listen, okay, let's jump into it here, please. Our competition's already at halftime of the Thursday night football game. Listen, going into this game, the Miami Dolphins going into Buffalo with the weight of the world on their shoulders. As I mentioned, the hardest 0-2 in the National Football League. I guess you are what you are. 0-2 is 0-2. Right. But when you're 0-2 with a blowout loss in Indianapolis to start the season that causes a players-only meeting to happen 2 days later, and then you lose your home opener 5 days after that, there's a banner circling ahead. Somebody's paying for a banner to read, hey, fire everybody. And then you lose a division game at home. And then 5 days later, you got to go to Western New York, where the history, recent and even not so recent, says the Buffalo Bills are about to take you down and out. because that's what they do to the Miami Dolphins. And when we talk about the Bills in short order, you will hear exactly why everybody thought that, because they wound up doing it again. That said, the Miami Dolphins performed way better than a lot of people thought that they could or would. Chris Brockman, your higher register on Thursday was, I think the Dolphins can make it a game. Well, your higher register, spot on. You nailed that one.
Thank you.
Hey, yo.
Because the Dolphins came out with an impressive drive to open it. A touchdown, marched right down the field, and Ollie Gordon, their rookie back, who is bringing some heft to the running game.
Big boy. Yep.
Okay. He pops it in the end zone. And the Dolphins not only start the game that way, but they finish the first half with another touchdown drive with 8 seconds to go. And there's Jalen Waddle in the end zone. After it looked like the Bills had gotten their sea legs under them on a short week game for them, coming off of a 20-point beatdown of the Jets on the road, not too far from Western New York, in New Jersey. I'll give you Bills fans that piece of red meat, the only team that plays in New York.
Petty.
So,
that is petty.
Well, it's not petty, it's facts. Listen, the Miami Dolphins are in this football game. And then as a matter of fact, not only in this football game, but they do something that is so rare to be done to Josh Allen at home in a game in the fourth quarter. It's tied, and they got Josh Allen off the field with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And then two of the Miami Dolphins captains make plays that they want back in the worst way. Like this morning, Zach Sealer has got to be waking up with the pit in his stomach and feeling like I feel every single time I lose a fantasy game. Which is you need consolation and need to remind yourself about good things that are happening to you in the world. And I mean, he absolutely folds the Buffalo Bill blocking him on a punt and just gets in the backfield, and he probably is thinking about glory as he reaches out for the punter, Cameron Johnson.
Yeah, he probably thought he blocked it.
And he
also,
didn't.
inertia took over. He's 6'6", 300 pounds. What do you want him to do?
Just maybe not try and block the punt. I know that's 2020 hindsight, but it was a turnover. It was essentially a turnover. You're not going to see it in the turnover column, but the 15-yard penalty puts Josh Allen back on the field. And just like that, those horror movies where you know the calls that are coming from within the house are going to take somebody out.
Yeah.
You knew, like, Josh Allen wasn't going to go 3 and out with this extra opportunity. You just knew. The inevitable was just who's scoring and when. And it was 5 plays later in Khalil Shakir for the 3rd touchdown pass of the night for Josh Allen. Yeah. And it's just like, okay, are the Dolphins going to fold now? And the answer to that question is no. Tua comes out, and he starts marching down the field in a drive where I'm sitting there with my poker buddies, and we start talking out loud. Would they go for 2?
I thought the same thing.
If they score and you're in Western New York and you're 0-2 and you're scoring a touchdown, and what are you going to do? Give the ball back to Josh Allen and,
Nope.
Let the old man Prater do to you what he did to the Ravens? And then Tua, another guy with a C on his chest, throws a brutal interception. I mean, a brutal interception. Terrell Bernard just steps right in front of it.
Yeah, never saw him.
And that's all she wrote. Now it's all she wrote. And you're starting to wonder, now what? Miami Dolphins 0-3 for the first time since 2019 when Brian Flores was their head coach. They started 0-7, finished 5-11, got the 5th overall pick, and chose Tua, who now you're sitting here saying, what's happened to him? I mean, this is a guy, if you remember, in Mike McDaniel's first year, puts a 40-burger on the Ravens in a fourth quarter that the Dolphins were finished. And then the next year, he puts 70 on the Denver Broncos in an offense that you're wondering, who's going to stop this offense? Is this the newfangled thing going on? And now, 2 of his first 3 games this year, he hasn't even topped 150 passing yards. And last night was one of those games, and he found both Tyreek and Waddle for touchdowns in the same game for the first time since week 8 2 years ago. And he still couldn't pull it off. And so you're wondering, like, when's this all going to get put together? Can it be put together? And, Tua said last week or 2 weeks ago that he keeps the outside noise off, goes home, and his kids put on Disney Plus. Well, we say hello if the Tagovailoa household is, they probably don't turn us on if you want to turn off the outside noise on Disney Plus.
Good point.
They might be hating that Pixar tile more than anything in that house. But now what? Because they played well. They did. And if you're questioning whether Mike McDaniel has the locker room, they came out prepared. They made plays, and just two captains. I mean, McDaniel had to be back on the flight thinking to himself, two guys that I got to depend on. This is what McDaniel had to say afterwards about, hey, I guess higher register question. Hey, you guys did play well. I mean, can you take something from that? Like silver lining conversation.
I'm never proud of a loss. And I'm not, we came here to win, and I refuse to take moral victories as the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. It wasn't good enough, so that's where I'm at.
Yeah, he's got to be sick to his stomach. And then he asked about, again, he's put in a position. How do you handle calling your quarterback out? Again, we'll ask Kurt Warner next Wednesday, or I'll see him on Sunday. He might be watching the All-22, and he understands why Tua did what he did, or route wasn't run here, or whatever. But it always looks bad on a quarterback when with 3 minutes to go, and you're on the opposing team's 21, and you're marching down the field, and I'm sitting there thinking, does Mike McDaniel go for two? Do you wind this thing down with less than 30 seconds to go and give yourself a chance for 1 2-point play, one play from the 2-yard line, and instead Tua just throws it right to Terrell Bernard, and it's all she wrote? This is what McDaniel had to say.
I wanted to protect the ball. I wish I could, I think the quarterback has to be responsible for it. However, I wish I could just put it on him, but I think it's a tough job to do when there's someone in your face. We need everybody needs to do better, and we can't. If you got to ditch the ball to the flat in moments like that, and that's what we have to learn from.
So, all right, before I comment, I think Tua is talking about that. I think we have that soundbite as well. Let's load that one up. Here's what Tua had to say about that pick.
I thought I was in rhythm and timing of the play. Seeing the flat defender go over the top of Jalen. Jalen's turning around. I think that was a really good play by the defender. And had some color in my face trying to maneuver the throw as well. But 10 out of 10 times, if we're looking at that same thing, I think I'd still try to work that timing of hitting that spot. And I think the linebacker made a great play on that.
Well, I guess he and McDaniel are going to have a conversation about, the flats where you're supposed to go with it. If he's thinking about 9 more cracks at it, he'd do the same thing. Listen, this is now going to be, and he knows it too, 2-0 knows it's going to be an extra half a week of the question of, did you make the wrong decision by signing this guy long term? Because it is just not on tilt anymore. This offense isn't on tilt anymore. And then the defense has given up 30 points a game now in every game this season. Last time the Dolphins defense started a season with giving up at least 30 points in first three games. It's only the second time in franchise history. The last time they did it was their last 0-3 start where they went 0-7. Last team to do it in the NFL period was the 2020 Falcons, who finished 4-12. So if that's the canary in the coal mine, this season's over. Last team to do it finished 4-12. The last time the Dolphins did it, they were 0-7 and wound up picking 5th overall. Let's put up the schedule if you don't mind. Let's hunt and peck for a silver lining before Tom Pelissero joins us from what looks like his car. You've got a Monday nighter home against the Jets, who could stroll in their 0-3. The Jets have Tyrod Taylor in Tampa for the Buccaneers home opener, and if the Bucs do to the Jets what they've done to the first two opponents, it's going to be a long day for the OG, Tyrod Taylor. They're at Carolina and home for the Chargers. Now, that's going to be obviously a significantly important game if they win their next two, and maybe their toughest opponent, with all due respect to Buffalo. By the end of the day, we might see it, that the Chargers are the toughest team in the American Football Conference, period. I mean, can you say there's two games that they should win when you're 0-3? But when you see an opponent like the Bills be beatable last night and then 2 foot shoots at the worst possible time in the fourth quarter, one by a defensive captain, one by an offensive captain. Go figure that, the captains.
They got to win the next two. Just there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
And then they're at Cleveland. I mean, there are some games that the Dolphins, if they put up points and just slice a touchdown off of what they're giving up, it's possible. Mm-hmm. It's possible.
Yeah,
I mean, but the light at the end of the tunnel is quite dim. And I don't know what it's like in South Florida. You can call us from there. I know we're on the air on ESPN Radio down in South Florida. I phoned into the station a couple of days ago. So we say hello to everybody out there. Call us. What's the mood like down there? I can assume what it is, but, Stephen Ross might hear it and make a rash move. I don't think he should do that. I think there was just enough what we just saw on Thursday Night Football to stay the course and see what could happen. Clean this up, clean that up. And I know Mooch says it all the time on Sunday mornings, and it kind of frustrates me because I need, as a fan, to hang something more on it. Just play better. That's what he says. Play better, coach better.
Yeah. Well.
And that's what coaches say. Just clean this up, clean that up. They walk out of Western New York with a win. But, as we all know, if a particular matriarch had wheels, she would be a particular vehicle.
It just seemed like to me...
I'm talking McDaniel now. You know what I mean?
This version of the Dolphins, to me, just kind of died on the frozen turf of Arrowhead a couple years ago.
Interesting that you say that, Chris, because I got one last stat for you here, courtesy of the National Football League Network research staff. And, of course, I did not peg it. But they are, since that loss in Kansas City, they have only 8 wins, I do believe, since that loss in Kansas City on that frozen day. That was the ESPN article. Let me get that out before we throw to break and get Tom Pelissero here for the first time on this Friday program.
And unfortunately, maybe Tom can clarify this too. They're kind of stuck with Tua. His cap hits are monstrous for the next couple of seasons. I thought I heard he's owed more money than Josh Allen.
Yeah,
so they can't move off of him, unfortunately.
8-3 since that wild card loss in Kansas City in 2023.
8-13, maybe.
8-13. Yeah. Did I say 8-3? 8-13. Yeah. Conveniently for Miami, left off the one.
Not good.
Maybe that's my like for Mike McDaniel that I dropped that one. All right, let's take a break. Tom Pelissero is in his car, everybody. But he's still going to dispense information like nobody can. That's next. Marcus Spears of ESPN and you at 844-204-RICH on a What's More Likely Friday as well.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
At Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, you can save thousands of dollars on new Buick SUVs. Listen to this. Right now, well-qualified buyers can enjoy 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for eligible non-GM owners and lessees. That's a lot of savings. Whether it's the sophisticated Envision, the versatile Encore GX, the dynamic Envista, or the premium Enclave, your perfect Buick is waiting. The #1 mainstream brand for dependability, Buick. Exceptional by design.
Progressive understands that bond between you and your boat. But imagine if something happened to it. Without the boat, you're just Tina with too much boat knowledge. Sure, it's helpful on the water, but with no boat, you're someone who talks way too much about knots, and no one cares what a jib is anyway. Boat Tina could get away with it because she has a boat. So make sure your boat is insured. Get Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer, and then go back to being you, Tina, who owns a boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars repairs? That's fantastic, because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries, because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Every family has challenges.
Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
I'm optimistic that by then we're going to be good to go.
Tom Pelissero, we're back on our ESPN radio presented by Progressive Insurance airwaves, and Tom Pelissero joining us from his front seat of his car due to Wi-Fi issues in his house. We're all fully up to speed here on the program. Let's jump into things with Jaden Daniels first up. What do we know about him? The media didn't see him out practicing on Friday, and we heard he was mentally preparing or preparing mentally, as Dan Quinn said, giving me an idea for a new racehorse name should I ever own one, like I guess like our colleague Ian. What do you think here about Jaden Daniels, Tom?
Jaden Daniels is not going to start on Sunday. It's going to be Marcus Mariota for the Commanders against the Raiders. Daniels was able to get out there after the media viewing period. He did a little on the field, but you go back to what Dan Quinn said at the start of the week, which was they were going to proceed with caution. They had to see him practice in order to play. Well, he got, again, some limited type of activity today, but clearly not enough. They also made very clear, DQ did, that they weren't going to put Daniels on the field unless he was full go. So all those things together obviously got you to the point where they feel most confident moving forward with Marcus Mariota. So Marcus Mariota's played on enough teams now that we could have any number of revenge games around the league. This is certainly one of them. He was a member of the Raiders at one time. He'll be out there against Las Vegas.
Okay, so there's a question looking back, and now there's a question looking forward. First up, the question looking back. When did this happen in the Thursday nighter game in Green Bay? Do we know when this happened?
It was a play where he got tackled awkwardly from behind. It was in I believe the second or third quarter. He just kind of got wrapped up. He came up limping a little bit. He did have a wrap on it in the locker room after the game. They MRI'd him. It's a knee sprain. So there is a ligament involved here. It's not something that's expected to be long term. I would not anticipate Jaden Daniels goes on injured reserve. He may well be back in week 4. But it makes sense. I mean, we don't have to bring up the comparisons to another young, bright Washington quarterback who had a knee injury and they rolled him out on the field. It made it worse, and his career was never the same again. Obviously, Commanders fans don't need to, relive RG3 all over again. But this is not that injury. This is not as significant. This is very much a conscious decision that, yes, if this were a playoff game, maybe the decision-making is different. But it's week 3. There's a long way to go for a team with high expectations. So hold Jaden Daniels back this week. He'd probably put himself on the field if it were solely up to him. But hold him back right now, get him fully healthy, and I would anticipate in the coming weeks here he'll be ready to roll.
Well, I mean, the next 2 games for Washington are against 2 teams that in the first couple weeks of the season have shown some pass rush, to say the least, at Atlanta, at the Chargers, Tom. So you think it's possible he's back for week 4 at Atlanta?
Well, the Raiders also have Max Crosby, who can make your life miserable regardless of how mobile you are.
Right.
Back in there in the pocket. But, it certainly seems like this is a day-to-day type of a situation. Okay. They gave him the week. He was able to get out there a little bit today, not enough to convince them. So Mario gets to go on Sunday. Okay,
before we continue on with any other injuries of note to keep an eye on in week 3, Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. What happens with the Dolphins at 0-3? Any temperature, pulse check of Stephen Ross here that's worthy of looking at, or the Dolphins aren't even thinking about this sort of stuff?
Here's what I would tell you, Rich, because there's going to be people who talk about that game last night, which was a loss still, even though they were certainly competitive in that game, as well. They saved their jobs. I never got the sense, in speaking with people and understanding the situation, I never got any sense that this was even a consideration. Now, you lose 100-0 last night. A lot of different things can change. That was not that type of game. You saw that they were competitive, especially on the offensive side of the football. You got the ball in the hands of Tyreek. You got the ball, at least in the end zone once, to Jalen Waddle. You really seem to have found something in Ollie Gordon. The issues that they ran into were very much the issues we've seen through the course of this season, and a lot of it boils down to Tua Tagovailoa. I know that the quarterback gets, more of the credit than they should when you win. They get more of the blame when you lose. But he's got 5 turnovers this season, and they have been some big ones, and they've been some fundamental ones. You go back to week 1 in Indianapolis, Lou Anarumo just calls a standard zone drop, and Tua throws a ball right to Leatu Latu that looks like he's targeting him on the play for a pick as that thing kind of got away from him. Last week against the Patriots, there were operational issues late in that game too, which were not great. But Tua, from a decision-making standpoint, it wasn't great. Then, and I heard you guys talking about this in the last segment, there's Tua's version saying, hey, he just made a great play. There's McDaniel's version saying the ball's got to go to the flat. When I watch that play back, and I am not, a quarterback guru, you certainly could follow up, Rich. You've got enough of those guys in the rotation on this show. But that play, which is a concept, by the way, the Dolphins don't run a lot. I know that there was a comment made by Terrell Bernard that, well, we saw things on tape. They don't run that play a whole lot. When I watch that play and knowing what it's supposed to look like, the whole thing looks rushed. Watch Tua Tagovailoa on that play. He's in the shotgun or the pistol on that play, but there's still supposed to be a drop. He kind of gets it and doesn't entirely look off the flat and then just kind of comes back and his feet are stuck in cement. The whole thing just looked like it was sped up. And so when the timing is off and the angles are off, if there's things with your drop or the timing of the play, that creates opportunities for defenders to make plays on the football. There's obviously other things that happened in that game last night. The Zach Sealer punt block. Why are they trying to block the punt? Why is Zach Sealer on the field? Why is Zach Sealer anywhere near Bill Burr, or the new punter, Cameron Johnston for the Bills? And then the Jordan Brooks one, where it looks to me, I've watched that play back because it was running over and over on a loop on TV this morning. I've watched it 10 times. It looks like Brooks is kind of, he maybe is giving him the business a little extra, but he's trying to ease off and he kind of falls awkwardly. Official throws the flag. You just can't put yourself in that type of a position. But in terms of if you're looking for, has Mike McDaniel lost the locker room? Have the leaders bailed on this thing? Does Tyreek Hill look like a guy who's going to push the eject button? I don't sense any of that there, and I don't sense that in the building. The other part of this, Rich, and I know you alluded to this as well, the Dolphins are very much tied to Tua for the 2026 season. He is due, forget the cap hits if you cut him, he is due $54 million fully guaranteed in 2026. And if he's still on your roster, I think it's the 3rd day of the league year in March, which when you own $54 million fully guaranteed, it's a good bet he is. Another $3 million in 2027 becomes fully guaranteed. So if you move on from, let's say, Mike McDaniel right now, which again, I've never gotten the sense that was a consideration 3 weeks into a 17-game season, what purpose is it serving? What are you trying to get out of the next 14 games? And oh, by the way, then you're locking yourself into, we have to hire a new head coach for 2026. And that head coach is going to be told, all right, we got $54 million in Tua. What are you going to do with him? This has to be your quarterback. That may not be palatable to a lot of people. I mean, there's not enough said, and I don't mean to just be a Mike McDaniel defender here, but there is not enough talked about with the hoops that Mike McDaniel has to jump through on a week-in, week-out basis to design a game plan for a quarterback who can't get hit. You can't have him holding the ball. You can't have him designed runs. You can't really run quarterback sneaks. We've seen some of the, in relative terms, the least athletic quarterbacks in the NFL get exposed at times as runners. Tom Brady ran a pass route in a Super Bowl. It didn't end well, but they put that in the game plan. You can't do that with Tua. You can't run a naked bootleg. You're not going to run zone read with him just to keep people honest. If you watch the game last night, whether it's he's not trusting the protection, whether it's he doesn't want to get hit, or he's been told don't get hit, he's not stepping up in the pocket. Everything when there's pressure, he's going out the back of the pocket and he's flushing left. And all those things combined make it really hard to produce on a week-in and week-out basis, that even when you draw up a play that maybe has a chance to succeed, he either doesn't go the right spot with it or the timing and the drop is off. It's just a lot of different things that go into this. And having said all that, Rich, they've still, if you look at the schedule on the other side of the bye, they've got 4 or 5 winnable games coming up here where they've got a chance to get back in it, but they've got to get better as a team. They've got to clean up those self-inflicted errors, and Tua's got to play a lot better than he's played through these first 3 weeks.
Tom Pelissero with the latest on the Miami Dolphins here on the Rich Eisen Show. Is there a shot for Brock Purdy to play for the 2-0 Niners against the 2-0 Cardinals? You want to talk about a game somewhat under the radar? What do you got for me on that one? Tom.
We had Calais Campbell on the Insiders the other night, Rich.
Love that guy.
And, he's back. Obviously, he was gone for almost a decade from Arizona. I'm like, this is probably the biggest game they've had since you were there the first time. And they went to the NFC Championship game and then got their doors blown off in Carolina in that game. But there's not been a lot of those opportunities. And for a Cardinals team that's been steadily building with a really young, dynamic coaching staff, this is huge. This is a moment to kind of say, we're not just the team that kind of hangs around and they're fun. Hey, yeah, you won 7 games. Congrats. No, we're actually a playoff type of force. Ian Rappaport asked Calais, what quarterback do you want to face? Calais does, do you want the honest answer? Yeah, I'd rather face Mac Jones. He just got there. Brock's a master of the offense. He's nothing against Mac, but I'd rather face him just because, he doesn't have all the time on task that Brock Purdy does, which I appreciate the honesty of that answer from Calais, who's seen a lot through the course of his career here. But yes, it does sound like Brock Purdy's got an opportunity and there's a possibility he could go. But there's several different moving parts here. One is they're seeing how his body reacts. He's got a left shoulder and a toe. The toe's the real problem. It's on the bottom of his foot. It's kind of like a variation of turf toe, not nearly as severe as what Joe Burrow had, but it's uncomfortable. And so he's got to see from a functionality, a pain tolerance, a body response perspective, how he gets through these practices. And then the other part of it is, do the 49ers want to put Brock Purdy out there if Brock Purdy is not 100%, from how he protects himself, how, just how the game plan can function, what you can put in it here. So there's going to be some discussions, but you heard Brock Purdy say it himself to reporters yesterday that, you got to see how he's feeling on game day. That would indicate Brock at least wants the opportunity. Hey, list me as questionable. Give me another 72 hours. Let's see how I feel here. We don't know on the outside exactly what the division of reps has been through the course of the week here. This may just be the ramp-up period in Kyle Shanahan's mind. Play Mac again, and then the following week get Brock out there. But they have not ruled him out. Kyle has said that there's a chance. We'll find out a little bit more this afternoon.
Okay, and then you mentioned about Burrow's toe. I guess is today surgery day for him? And walk me through what his process might look like. And because I know when we were talking about it last week, Tom, you were saying 3 months from now would be Cincinnati's game home for Baltimore on week 15. So even if he gets some more rest time, it's Jake Browning's show potentially for the rest of the regular season, unless you tell me differently right now.
That's been sort of the belief, Joe Burrow being a competitor and frankly, having missed as much time as he's had and, not want to be labeled about, the guy who's just always got the injuries. He's going to do everything he can to get back, assuming that Jake Browning can keep the Bengals in this thing long enough for Burrow to get back. But 3 months is really the baseline here. This is 12 to 14 weeks probably from the people that I've talked to familiar with this injury. A grade 3 turf toe, you're talking about things torn under there. That's why there's no rehab option. There was no, hey, hope the pain goes away and heal up and maybe you're back. No, that's not possible. This is not a Brock Purdy type of an injury. This is something really severe here. So the plan was to have the surgery today, but the swelling needs to come out, and so they were going to evaluate. I don't know at this moment whether they actually got the surgery done today, but that has been the plan. That then starts that 3 month or 12 to 14 week clock. So sometime late in the season, this reminds me a little, Rich, of Aiden Hutchinson last year, where there was always that carrot out there for Aiden Hutchinson of, hey, if the Lions get to the Super Bowl, that's the soonest. Maybe you can get back. With Joe, it's like, hey, if the Bengals can stay alive until the end of the season, maybe you can get back. It's not a guarantee that you're going to be in that situation. It's not a guarantee everything's going to go right from a rehab perspective. But I also know from talking to Lions people about Aiden Hutchinson, different injury, obviously. But the reason that you've heard Dan Campbell and others say, hey, Aiden looks better than he ever has, part of that is because they feel like because he was so aggressive and attacked the rehab the way that he did, he actually came back and was in a better position than he was previously just because, he had rehabbed so aggressively. Maybe you get something similar here with Joe Burrow. He'll push that timetable. It does sound like it'll be 3 months, and we'll get our first real taste of can Jake Browning keep this train on the tracks on Sunday against Carson Wentz and the Vikings.
Right there in that town in Minnesota, Tom. I'm pleased to be able to give you information for a change. I think quite literally while I was asking you the question, Zach Taylor in Cincinnati confirmed he did have the surgery. Burrow did have the surgery today. So that timeline you just laid out for us is now officially a clock that's running. Before I let you go, my weekly question that I promised you I would ask you every single time is, because again, I know the way your life is and the information men and women in our business constantly getting texts from people around the league looking to you for information as well, and also to maybe spill tea or want to gossip about other teams, which team has been, I guess, blowing your phone up the most in terms of interest, whether because they're 2-0 or 0-2 or wondering about their situation? Which is the team that's showing up on your phone from around the league the most?
Well, I think we covered Miami pretty thoroughly, right. So let's set them aside for a second and assume that over this mini bye, things calm down a little bit, at least locally and nationally around that team. I would say the team that I'm asked about the most is what's going on in Cleveland. What is the Browns' plan here? They have been ineffective offensively to this point. They have a 40-year-old quarterback in Joe Burrow who certainly can operate the offense, but it's not operated at a particularly high level. Quinshon Judkins, who just got back, and who knows how long he will be able to stay on the field if the NFL does, in fact, enact discipline, which that process is still ongoing. He's not yet been able to make the impact that they wanted him to make. Jerry Jeudy is your top receiver. Where else is the playmaking coming from here? And, oh, by the way, you drafted 2 quarterbacks who are both sitting and biding their time. I'm not saying the Browns right now are on blow-it-up watch. What I would say is a lot of people within the league are going to be monitoring what is happening with the Browns in the coming weeks. Remember, they got a Week 5 game in London against the Vikings. We all know that when teams have pressure on them, those international games, the flight back, the bye after. I can't remember if they actually have their bye immediately after, but that's a lot of times. They don't have their bye after. Correct. But neither did the Jets when they fired Robert Saleh on a Tuesday. So you've got a unique type of a situation here where people are just wondering, like, what buttons are they going to push? Could they be a team that ends up, wanting to sell? Do they feel like they can afford to be sellers at the trade deadline if this thing does not turn around? Again, they could go out and they could stun the Packers on Sunday, but failing that, they're going to be an 0-3 team in a division where you've got at least one team in the Ravens who looks, regardless of how things ended against Buffalo, they look like they could be one of the NFL's best. You're chasing the Steelers. You're still chasing the Bengals, who are 2-0, despite everything that they've got going on here. Where does it lead in Cleveland? There will be a lot of focus on that. The trade deadline is still, I believe, 7 weeks away. Right now, it's the first week in November. As we lead up to that, and there will be, of course, additional scrutiny if you continue to lose games on the coaching staff, on the front office. But the short term is, at what point do they change quarterbacks? At what point could they become sellers? Those are all questions that people within the league are asking right now about the Browns.
Yeah, and in the short term, where do they go after the home game with Green Bay at Detroit before they then head to London against the Vikings and potentially still Carson Wentz or J.J. McCarthy? So keeping an eye on all of that. Tom, I really appreciate you going the extra yard and after your Wi-Fi goes out in the house. Now, please go home so you can respond to the text as to whether the Wi-Fi is back on. And also, to be honest, I think you're creeping people out in that parking lot, sitting in your car for 25 minutes talking to
I might
windshield.
go get some wings.
Okay, yeah, please do that.
I can actually smell it.
Okay.
It's wafting.
Very good. Okay, so. All the sensory.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks to my boys in studio.
Creeping people out in a Minneapolis parking lot. Tom Pelissero. He goes for the rest of the day.
Love it.
All right.
Hey, Rich, say hi to Tom. I'm sending this.
What's up? That's so stupid. Why am I lending credence to this silliness? I don't know.
Because it's hilarious.
All right. We will take a break, come back, talk about what the Bills did on Thursday night and how they move forward, and more of your phone calls at 844-204-RICH.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro. like it never even happened.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, char-broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-thru, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
Hey, Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Your hair has more potential than you think. Nutrafol gives your body what you need to see thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months because it's designed to get to why it's thinning in the first place. And the best part? The results have been measured in clinical studies on real people. Your hair deserves more. More strength, more growth, and more proof. Get hair growth you can trust at Nutrafol.com.
St. Arnold, they have a beer for everyone. They also have a space for everyone. Lance Zerline here. If you're planning a wedding, company party, or birthday bash, St. Arnold has a space for you. For events with 20 to 300 people, choose the Cozy Investors Pub or the spacious beer hall. Enjoy fresh St. Arnold beer, plus wine, cider, root beer. Their in-house chef creates everything from appetizers to full feasts. Book your holiday party now for prime dates. Visit StArnold.com, click private events. Make sure you go to StArnold.com, click private events.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, everybody, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Everybody, check that out whenever you can. We greatly appreciate it.
Great mold coverage, too.
So, by the way, we did not, we were very 0-3, Dolphins are in trouble centric to kick off the program. Buffalo Bills football. Again, They pretty much have won every different way you can so far. One at home in a track meet where they're losing, and it looks like they're not going to be the best team in the AFC, just one game out of the gate, and we'll use this as a prism for the rest of the year. Certainly having a problem with the Ravens and a tiebreaker throughout the year, and then boom, fourth quarter for the ages, and it's a 40-burger over 40-burger win. Then they go to MetLife to take on the Jets. They win by 20. Beat the Jets straight up, knocked the quarterback out of this week's game, and Josh Allen accounts for 0 touchdowns. They still win by 20. And then last night's a 10-point win. Yep. When Allen scores, has 3 touchdowns, but they needed a little bit of the luck. Where for some reason Zach Sealer roughs their punter. And they take advantage. That's what championship teams do. You make a mistake, we're going to beat you over the head with it. I talked about how the Eagles are doing that now, and the Bills are doing that as well. Also, they win a game without Ed Oliver, without Matt Milano up the middle. So they're just next man up is doing what they need to do. The guy on the screen, though, when you play for the Buffalo Bills, it's tough to be their MVP when Josh Allen is suiting them, okay?
Right.
But James Cook is playing most valuable snaps. He's logging excellent repetitions for them. And thank goodness they signed him.
Yeah.
They took care of that business because what James Cook is doing is getting the ball in the end zone and creating massive problems. Massive. I know, listen, not everybody is rostering Khalil Shakir or Keon Coleman. Dalton Kincaid scored almost a second time last night.
Where was this Kincaid last year?
But James Cook, man, as Allen is doing his thing, 13th career win against Miami. Only Tom Brady has more career wins against Miami. 24, I might add. 302 offensive touchdowns now for Josh Allen, fastest player in NFL history to reach 300 career offensive touchdowns, including playoffs, surpassing Mahomes in that regard. 86th career quarterback win, first reigning MVP since Mahomes in 2019 to start 3-0. But James Cook, man, he is putting the ball in the end zone, rushing touchdown in 7 straight games now, tied for the longest streak in the history of the Buffalo Bills. Back-to-back 100-yard rushing games for only the second time in his career. He's getting it done as a matchup nightmare, and the Bills are outstanding. I say it all the time. I'll say it again. When you look at them, you're like, really? They won by 20? They won by 10? And each time you're like, it feels like it's more than that because they have a sense of inevitability. Josh Allen is as dominant a quarterback as we've seen anytime. He's that good. And they are maybe the best team in the NFL as a sum of its parts. Together, collectively, coaching, McDermott at the helm, and Joe Brady as their offensive coordinator. As a sum of its parts, you're looking at them and you're like, individually, really? Am I scared of that guy? Am I scared of that guy? Am I scared of that guy? Together, they're frightening. And the team that they cannot beat in the playoffs is 0-2. So, the ultimate higher register? Maybe this is their year?
Well, you mentioned the luck aspect, right? They're getting kind of the bounces and that type of lucky stuff that we've seen Kansas City get during their championship run here.
Maybe so.
So you're wondering, maybe the tide has turned Buffalo's way. Certainly it would be fun for the league, and obviously their fans deserve it, and they've got Josh Allen, so anything's possible.
Tie break against the Ravens in their back pocket. Chiefs are 0-2. They do not play the Chargers in the regular season, and the other 2-0 teams in the conference are the Colts and the Burrowless Bengals. Things are looking good for the Bills after 3 weeks. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Jeremy Branham here for my good friends at HR&P. For 25 years, Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P protecting the interests of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P, and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. Call me today at 832-779-4000. I'll buy your house for cash and pay you cash up front. I buy houses in any price range and any location in the Houston area. Do you own a house that needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-upper houses. Do you have a tenant living in your property? Not a problem. I'll buy your house with the tenant in it. Do you think your property would be difficult to sell? Easy. We provide assistance for any situation for houses in any condition. Do you want the best price for your house? Done. I'll beat any offer you have on the table. Remember, if you need cash fast, I'll pay you cash up front. Give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Okay, Texas, pop quiz. True or false? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. True. Find a huge selection online that you can't find in stores. True or false? Groceries always cost more when they're delivered. False. Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. Last one. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. True, y'all. Use Express Delivery to get eligible items to your doorstep before the pool party starts. Walmart. Who knew? Subject to availability. Fees and restrictions apply.
Hey, sports fans, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you looking for a place to watch your sports, eat like a boss, and chill with your friends? Well, since 1993, Nick's Place has been that place. Yeah, I know we're kind of a dive bar, but you won't find any other place like it. We have every sports package and a menu that's to die for. Cheap beer, craft cocktails, and 27 different bottles of wine. This is not your typical dive bar. Come check us out. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
John Renato here with Yanni Damaris, talking football season now. I got a few suggestions for you, Yanni. Why don't we do a Thursday night steak night?
You know, that sounds great.
How about Saturday, all-you-can-eat ribs?
That also sounds awesome.
We got 16 TVs where you can watch your games all day long and eat Yanni's ribs. What about on Sundays to watch the hometown team? How about a little happy hour?
How about a football happy hour?
It's all going on at 18th Street in the West Loop. I don't mind giving the business away. It ain't mine. It's great barbecue and a whole lot more. Damaris Barbecue.
Guess who?
ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Yeah, I'm going to call it. I'm going to retire.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Our expectation was to come in here and win the game.
Picked off by Terrell Bernard. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears. Plus, latest news and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour 2 of this Friday before Week 3 edition of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial, whether you're streaming us live on Disney Plus or ESPN, the app you can get everywhere for all ESPN things, or whether you're listening to us on ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance or Sirius XM Channel 80, or our podcast version of this show, all 3 hours, wherever you can get your podcasts. 844-204-RICH again is the number to dial to have a conversation with us. We're about to take a phone call. What's more likely coming up? Marcus Spears of Everything ESPN will be joining us to talk about what he saw last night in Thursday Night Football and preview some of the rest of the week. TJ Jefferson, you and O'Shea Jackson Jr. are going to Indianapolis, Indiana to host the pre-WrestlePalooza show. What do we call it? It's not a game. Is it a pre-show?
It's a pre-show to the official pre-show.
What does that mean?
Nice. Well, it's like, you know, and the song Gold Digger, this week we're mopping floors, next week we're on the fries. It's like we're moving up, you know what I mean? We're starting off here, we're the pre-show to the pre-show, then eventually we'll make ourselves up to the pre-show, and then hopefully we'll get to the main event.
Well, where's the pre-show on?
ESPN's YouTube page.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. But you're the pre-show. You are the pre-show.
Yeah.
And then you're the post-show.
And the post-show. Just found that out. Yeah.
Outstanding.
Can't stop them. They can only hope to contain them.
This is what's so wonderful. You and O'Shea Jackson Jr. Mm-hmm. First of all, you've been killing it on no contest wrestling. You've garnered a fan base.
I think.
You have. I can say these things. You've garnered a fan base. You've built a podcast. You've put in the work. You and O'Shea. And now you're reaping some rewards, but you're also getting to know what it's like to talk with ESPN management, or you're seeing what it's like. Because I remember this back in the day. It's like, thank you for doing it. You must do more. And, oh, by the way, since we're liking what we're sensing already, how about some extra stuff? You're there. How about you come back? Right?
Yeah, like I said yesterday.
It's not like they're coming out of the gate, like doing an hour. No, now it's 2 in the front. Oh, and how about 15 in the back? Now, does that mean you and O'Shea will keep away from any WrestlePalooza libations that you normally would be potentially ingesting? Because you now have 15 minutes on the back end?
No, that stuff's like a truth serum. You know, you want the truth at the end of the show, man.
The answer is you say no. They're watching right now.
Yeah, but come on. Everybody knows I'm not a drinker.
You are not. I know that.
We've mentioned that on the show
I know.
many times.
You are not.
I mean, I'll have a beer or two, but
Okay.
I'm not, you know.
Okay.
I'm about to make a name for myself here.
Exactly. You know how long I've been waiting for this? Since I was 10.
Perfect job for you.
All right. Thank you, Jason. That was the greatest drop you've ever done.
What are you thinking over there, Chris? Chris is like, what am I going to say now? I got nothing to say. Okay,
I got
good.
nothing. I'm proud of you guys. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait to watch.
Yes.
Thank you.
So what time does it start? Do we know the
3
time?
to 5. Now, I got to check if it...
Eastern?
Yeah, Eastern. So I guess...
They could have slid that time now. It could be 3 hours long now, for all you know.
Well, I'm prepared for 10 hours.
Hey,
I got to be honest with you.
Would you mind doing it starting at breakfast?
Rich, I'll start.
Indianapolis is in the Eastern time zone. I had to look that up.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
I was unclear.
What are you talking about? Of course it is.
It's in the middle of the country.
Yeah,
Why would it be central?
I know it can throw you off, but Indy's
Eastern.
It is. It's
and Arizona has no daylight savings. They don't switch.
They're East Coast, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
because
We're very
they're
excited.
actually Midwest. We're East Coast.
Everybody make sure you're trained to either ESPN's YouTube or Facebook pages.
Please, we'd appreciate
to watch these guys do their thing, which I'm excited about. Oh, and O'Shea is a surprise for you.
Oh,
that's what he's been saying.
Okay. And I know what it is.
Oh.
I think I know, but I'm not sure.
Okay, no contest wrestling. It'll be great.
Now, we got to have to use the banner that has the ESPN under my chin there because we moved up.
We'll figure it out. PLE is what we call it. The
Premium Live Event.
That's right.
Used to be a PPV, a pay-per-view, and then way back in the day used to be closed circuit.
Well, you're pre-PLE is what you're saying.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, very good.
Can we just call our show a PLE?
Oh, we've been a premium live event since we started, in our minds.
Since you were in the shower.
We should start calling this as a PLE.
we should.
Yeah.
I'm for it.
Who would deny us that?
Stop us.
Hey, everybody, welcome to the Rich Eisen PLE.
No, it's not. No, we call it the Rich Eisen Show, which is a PLE.
Yeah.
We're working.
We're the original PLE. We're the OGs of PLE. We're the PLE OGs. We're the Pleogs.
We're premium. We're live.
I just made that up. Corey and Ballmer here on the Rich Eisen. That's line 3 for those scoring at home. Corey, what's going on, sir?
Hi, how you doing today?
I'm great. How are you today, Corey?
I'm good. Well, since it is What's More Likely Friday, what's more likely team to get upset in Week 3? The Eagles, Packers, or the Chiefs?
He's not cannibalizing anything of our Hour 3 What's More Likely, is he?
Got to go back and check the script, but I don't believe so.
Okay, so obviously I'm going to go Eagles because I believe the Rams can win the NFC, and if they can win the NFC, they'd have to win a game like this. And the Chiefs are taking on the 0-2 Giants, and the Packers are taking on the 0-2 Browns. So the team that's most equipped to actually win the game on the road would be the Rams. But if you want to choose one where you're like not seeing it coming, that's a stunner that we're talking about, I'd have to go Packers because that Browns defense is no joke. I know what happened in the second half of the game in Baltimore, but I think the Ravens putting up 40 on the Bills in Week 1 showed you what they can do. And stranger things, it's the first game the Packers have played outside of Lambeau.
True.
But I think, Jay, you do know who the difference maker for the Green Bay Packers might turn out to be. There you go. So thank you for the call. Corey in Baltimore giving us some great food for thought.
I like that it always surprises you, TJ. When that hits.
My ability to gratuitously ask for our favorite new drop here, courtesy of Frank Caliendo.
Maca.
Who, by the way, apparently is if not this week, then the week after against Dallas. There's no way he's on a snap count going into that Sunday night game.
No.
Like Matt LaFleur would have to hydrate with the entire body of water that the Hoover Dam holds up.
Look, he better be on a snap count. He don't want these problems.
By the way, did you like
what problems are those?
Did you like my pull of the Hoover Dam? Is that what you were smiling about right there? I don't know of too many other dams in the United States of America.
That's the most famous
Okay,
one.
where's that? Where's the Hoover Dam?
It's in Nevada.
Ah, that's the way I'm turning the page to what we were going to talk about. Listen, I'm just wondering. I'm wondering if what's going on with Ashton Genty in Vegas isn't a fantasy football related storyline that's being put out there because Ashton Genty was chosen in so many first rounds of fantasy drafts. I took him in one, so I'm fascinated about his usage.
Yeah.
You as well.
Same.
Otherwise, name me another running back in the league where people are like, what gives?
Well, we went through the same thing 2 years ago with Bijan Robinson. Yeah.
No, it's Bijan now. Again, you just said Bijan. You're stuck in May of 2025.
Is he flip-flipping on the name?
That's so May
he's back
of you to call him Bijan.
I know. Trying to be respectful.
But you're right. The same thing happened with him.
Same.
We're all like, why is Algier getting all of these snaps? When
goal line carries? Like, what are we doing?
Arthur Smith is like, I can't run this kid into the ground. And then fantasy football folks who drafted Bijan are saying the same things that you're hearing about with Ashton Genty. Yeah, you can run him into the ground. You needed to do it last week. Sarah Tiana got guillotined. Do you not know this, Pete Carroll?
Why are you laughing, Chris?
Because he got saved by the guillotine.
Yeah, but he's not going to be saved when he gets home tonight.
That said, it could be just flat out Raiders related, because for the Raiders to have won that game against the Chargers, they needed Ashton Genty to control the line of scrimmage, help them out, keep Herbert off the field, put the Chargers on their heels. We're finding out maybe the Chargers are not many are going to be able to do that. And plus, if the Raiders chose him instead of somebody else who could have been helpful, who could have played more snaps, then why didn't they do that if their plan for Ashton Genty is to, have him stand on the sideline watching Zamir White or Dylan Laube take some snaps?
This guy also became one of the most famous college football players last year. 2,600 yards, 30 touchdowns. He was everybody's darling. And you see him and you're like, oh, he's going to be a beast in the NFL. What are we doing?
Unless it's just a different ball of wax. As you know, I'm very, very proud of the line that I came up with off the top of my head about 3 Overreaction Monday podcasts ago, that he's going from Boise to men. And maybe this is part of it as well. Well, that's what Ashton Genty had to say when, in his media availability at the podium on Wednesday, was asked about his usage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you draft a guy like me to not give me, carries and touches, and I'm ready for the responsibility, and like I said, it's going to start with me, and in the run game, and I got to continue to get better.
It's not just that either, too. How many times, if you take a look at, we're not all 22 people, but we are, seeing videos in the palm of our hands. Geno Smith running for his life, and there's number 2 potentially not, what's the word for it, blocking.
He's just standing there.
Like his Jason stance, or he just, his head was on a swivel. Stuff's coming fast. Because, when you're from Boise, do you know who, look like men? The Chargers defense. Mm-hmm. Grown ass men. From Dayon to Derwin. Killer D's. Is that another one? Did I just come up with another one off the dome? I can't turn it off.
You should try.
Okay. Chip Kelly's the guy calling the plays.
Mm-hmm.
He said this on Thursday.
Would love for Brock Bowers to play every play. You would love for Ashton Genty to play every play. But if you play Brock and Ashton or any of those guys every play in every game, by the time you get to game 8, you're not going to have guys left. Because there's a certain amount of plays. In basketball, it's called load management. It's not, we're not sitting out games here, but I think you have to be conscious of, over the course of 17 games, if some guy's carrying the ball 30 times a game, they only have so many carries in a season. And if you're gonna waste them, not waste them, but if you're using them early, then it's going to hurt you late. So there tries to be a balance.
Backhanded compliment towards the NBA. Chip Kelly. He went, by the way, for those listening on the radio, certainly in Las Vegas, Nevada, he went air quotes with load management and then said, we're not sitting out games. Whoa. Shots fired at Kawhi Leonard, not from Pablo Torre.
Hey, now.
Hey. All right. Listen, speaking on behalf of those who have Ashton Genty in fantasy football, not asking for every play. We're asking for a little bit more.
Just
you
a
know
smidge,
what I'm saying? Just give me something.
Like
How about
third downs, maybe?
Third downs. I get the third down stuff.
But this guy is a pass catcher, right? That's why you took him so high. That's why he was so successful at Boise.
Got it. But if you can't protect the quarterback, you're not getting out there.
Okay.
You're just not. You know what? If you don't if we get Peyton Manning on next time. Hey, Peyton, did you ever have a third down back on the field that couldn't pass protect? You know what the answer to the question is going to be from him? Hell no.
Yeah, fast. Hell no.
Hell no. So, and that's why, again, fifth drafted overall, Zeke Elliott, he didn't come off the field. You know why? Because he came out of Columbus, Ohio, pass proing like a beast.
He was awesome at it.
While feeding himself, okay? But the 2-minute drill, I don't get that one. I mean, you got a guy who can break one.
Yep.
And if you need instant offense, again, I'm sure. Listen, Dylan Loebe's taken shots from me here all week, and I'm sure he's probably a guy who's worked his ass off to get in this position.
Doubt.
And in Pete Carroll's always compete world, those guys get on the field.
No doubt.
So that's purely fantasy football related. With me making these broadsides.
Zeke, too, led the league in rushing his rookie year. He was a monster right out the gate.
Because he was a 3-down back, and he earned it. And there was no question about it. Can Ashton Genty pass pro? That's the way you get on the field on 3rd down. And number 2 is, this is a big game for the Washington Command. I mean, you got Marcus Mariota, former Raiders quarterback, but it's Marcus Mariota. It is not Jaden Daniels. Put Ashton Genty in the game a little bit more, see what he can do, and challenge him. Challenge him. But if he can't pass pro, that's Von Miller. You know what I mean? So there's a challenge for the kid, but it's also clearly a challenge for the coaching staff to get him in and use him and start seeing if he can dominate, because the Raiders could use it. We take a break. Marcus Spears of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, coming up.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Sean Mapes Fridays at 6 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston, powered by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Suit up for savings. Suit Mart's Suit Timber Sale is on right now. Get 2 sharp wool suits in solids and fashion patterns for just $429. 2 wool suits for $429? That's incredible. That's style and value you won't find anywhere else. And complete your look with Italian-made socks. Get 3 pairs for only $18. Suit up smart. Suit up stylish. Only at Suit Mart. Don't wait. These Suit Timber savings won't last. 3 convenient locations to shop. Suit Mart, where style meets savings.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they need and want, starting at Silver Key status every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help. You save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
The most anticipated event of the year has arrived. That's right, it's Truck Month at Monument Chevrolet. With employee pricing on Silverado 1500s, plus an unbelievably low 2.9% interest rate for 72 months, this is your opportunity to get the truck you deserve. With over 50 years in business, Monument Chevrolet makes buying simple. No gimmicks, just honest deals. Swing by Beltway 8 and 225 or visit monumentchevrolet.com today. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, charred broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-thru, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
St. Arnold, they have a beer for everyone. They also have a space for everyone. Lance Zerline here. If you're planning a wedding, company party, or birthday bash, St. Arnold has a space for you. For events with 20 to 300 people, choose the Cozy Investors Pub or the spacious beer hall. Enjoy fresh St. Arnold beer, plus wine, cider, root beer. Their in-house chef creates everything from appetizers to full feasts. Book your holiday party now for prime dates. Visit StArnold.com, click private events. Make sure you go to StArnold.com, click private events.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Back here on Rich Eisen Show, simulcast here on ESPN, the app, and also Disney Plus and ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Let's chop up what we saw last night and preview the rest of the week. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, first time since we started this show in this spot, one of our favorites from all the ESPN shows you see, Marcus Spears back on the program. How you doing, Marcus?
What's up, brother? What's going on, man? Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. That LSU thing behind you, is that magnetic? That thing is hypnotic over your left shoulder right there.
Look like it's floating. Actually, when I was with SEC Network, man, this guy had a company, and I saw that thing and was like, I have to have it. So it's been with me for a long time. So it actually is a good product. It works.
Or is that just trying to intimidate me to ask the right questions of you? Because, or is that just a Brian Kelly thing? It's not all LSU people? Just want to make sure.
It could be. Sometimes we get a little testy.
Okay.
Rich.
I just want to make sure they ask the right question. I don't want to be yelled at. You know what I mean?
If the gumbo and the jambalaya is not good, we get mad.
I get that from my children enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
No
let's jump into it. What do you think is happening in the Dolphins locker room right now, Marcus Spears?
You know, Rich, it's funny, man. It's probably hard to dissolve as a football team because they actually played well up until the end of the game. You go on the road against Buffalo, you're in position to have a chance to tie the game up and presumably try to win the game. And obviously, Tua throws the big interception late, and Josh comes out and seals it. But, you know, last week, obviously it was so much talk about those guys having a players-only meeting and having these conversations, but ultimately this thing is about wins. And I know people say no moral victories, but they showed up in Buffalo against a divisional opponent and played well for 3 3/4 of a quarter. But I got to imagine, Rich, with all of that positivity that I just gave you, that they're reeling a little bit, especially when you get to a certain point where you're trying to decipher between if your team is good enough to make the playoffs or should we blow this thing up and start all over. And I'm not sure if that involves Tua. I'm sure that involves Tyreek Hill and trying to figure out the direction in which this organization is going to go. And these type of games are actually make it harder. Now, hear me out, Rich.
Yep.
When you go and have a really good performance like that, and the guys that you've paid a lot of money played very, very well in the game, and you think about all of the things that you would have to do if you were saying, all right, we're going to disband this thing and try to rebuild it. One, you're obviously going to take a step back on offense. I firmly believe that, unless you're telling me they're going to get another prolific guy like Tyreek Hill in the building. Two, defensively, we all see that they got to get better on defense. So it's kind of like a reset button there. You got some good, really good players on that side of the ball, but you're going to have to do a lot of work to improve that unit. So, again, man, I think it's a very perplexing situation. I think last night made it more difficult for you to just say, look, we're going to blow it up and get ready for another season. But I also believe that how long do you want to waffle in this parts unknown? Shout out to my man, Anthony Bourdain. Rest in peace. But, again, brother, I just think it's a difficult time to be a Miami Dolphin and a fan because – Rich, you've been doing this longer than me, and I've been doing it long enough to know when you really don't know the direction of an organization and a team, that's probably the worst place to be. You either need to be bad so everybody acknowledges that we need to completely do something different, or you need to be a couple pieces away potentially where you can try to go and add those in free agency in the draft. But to kind of be waffling in the middle with some really good players on offense and defense, you got rid of some really good players on defense as well, and kind of you in that gray area, and that's the worst place to be to me as a team in the NFL.
Well, again, I was talking about at the top of the show here, Marcus, is that two of Mike McDaniel's captains, for the lack of a better phrase, let him down. Where Zach Sealer puts Josh Allen back on the field with a roughing the punter penalty.
Yeah,
it's a de facto turnover. I mean, that doesn't show up in the turnover column, but it was a turnover.
Absolutely.
And then Tua, I mean, Mike McDaniel said in his own way, he made the wrong throw. Should have been the flat. He threw a brutal interception. And otherwise, the question about whether McDaniel has the locker room, they came out and hit the Bills in the mouth. Also with a brilliant first half closing drive.
Yep.
And they had the game right there. So I don't know what you do if you got to stay the course if you're the Dolphins right now. And I understand that is an issue. If you do need to rebuild or you want to hit that button. But the last thing you want to do also is fire a coach, fire a GM, and then start from scratch. No ownership wants to go through,
they don't want to do it.
A search and all of that sort of business, and also admitting that they were wrong. No one wants to do all of that.
Rich, it's like the way you just explained it is why I think it's so difficult. Right? Like you look in your division, Buffalo is going to be good for a long time. And it looks like New England is starting to kind of show them signs of trying to get back right. We know when they hire Vrabel, this team is not going to take long to get really, really good. And I think sometimes we talk about it, and obviously the Jets and with Aaron Glenn, and we'll see in which direction they go. I think if they get a quarterback, they can start to kind of count on things with them as well.
Well, just not to jump in here, you kind of hit that, which is the ultimate third rail conversation, that instead of throwing an interception at the end of the game, the Dolphins need the Tua that finds Devontae Smith for Nick Saban to show up.
There you go.
And the question is he the right guy? Is that a fair question to ask right now?
It is a very fair question. And Rich, it's so it's so sensitive on Tua because we've seen him go through all of the concussions and we've seen him miss time with some catastrophic things. And also we see those times of brilliance. Like last night, there were times when Tua looked, when he gets in that rhythm and he's just in a free flow and pushing the ball downfield. He made some plays with his legs last night. I was actually more impressed with him evading the rush and being able to push the ball down the field at times in that game as well. So there are things about Tua that is always going to be tantalizing and enticing, but obviously, I don't know it right in front of me, but I think he's at 4 interceptions on the season already, and we through week 3, which is not a good sign for what you're trying to do, and especially in offense. And think about how far we're away from this, Rich. This team put up 70 points in Denver at the beginning of the season. Was that last year or 2 years ago?
It was McDaniel's first year. They came out of the box really, coming back on the Ravens and doing stuff like that,
Absolutely. So you thought the trajectory, especially offensively, and the way that Tua played and the way that they paid him, that this was going to be a constant with this football team. And the outing hasn't been bad the last 2 weeks. And obviously the crushing interception. But ultimately, man, it's I don't think you can get rid of the quarterback. I think he plays well enough for you to still feel like you can get something going. And then, too, this part of it, Rich, and what they were doing successfully, and I got to get to it at the line of scrimmage, Miami doesn't run the ball well anymore. And I think people forgot how good they were on the ground when they had Mostert and they drafted H.A. Remember, we talked about all of the speed and the track runners. That's when that offense was absolutely phenomenal. And they had some runs last night that was really good, physical runs. But it feels like this offense has become one-dimensional a little bit, and they depend on, obviously, Tua making throw after throw after throw and trying to get the ball in Jalen Waddle's hands and trying to get it in Tyreek hand and see if they can be dynamic. And that's something that Mike McDaniel is going to have to fix as an offensive coordinator. That's something offensive line with Chris Greer. You're going to have to figure out if you got the right guys up there or if you need to retool the line of scrimmage. But I don't think Tua is the issue. I hate the interceptions that he's thrown at this point in the season, but I think you still have enough faith, especially last night for a large majority of that game, that this guy can win games for you in the NFL minus these mistakes that he's been making this particular year. Miami, like I said, Rich, you think about how long we've been in this conversation. It's a conundrum a little bit, man. It's not as simple as saying, let's do this and let's do that, and now we back on track. They've had the player stuff. They've had if Mike McDaniel has the locker room, like you just asked, like everybody is asking. The defense didn't look good at all last night, but again, you probably give them a little credit because that's Josh Allen and all of that. But in the same vein, the fear is that the rest of them catch up. Because remember, we thought this division was just really Miami and obviously the Buffalo Bills. Well, once it turns and you still kind of running in the mud, now you vying for a third or fourth spot potentially, as opposed to your conference your division just being down and you by default getting second place in that. And I think that's the fear that they have to have right now as far as if they're going in the right direction.
Marcus Spears, our colleague from ESPN here on the Rich Eisen Show. So the Bills have now won 3 different ways. A track meet comeback against the Ravens. A 20-point beatdown on the road of the Jets, despite Josh Allen accounting for 0 touchdowns.
Yep.
And then last night, a gritty, sort of grinded-out home game against an opponent that you think they have to beat, but it's a division game. They also didn't have 2 very strong warriors up the middle on defense. They won without Ed Oliver and Matt Milano. Where do you place the Bills now overall, Marcus?
I think they're the best team in the NFL. And, look, I don't say that easily because I think the Baltimore Ravens are still right there. But, obviously, you got to give them benefit of the doubt for being able to come back and win that game. And I think that's the only thing and the only reason that I would put Buffalo number 1. Or, for me, it would be Baltimore. Baltimore looks when they're dominant, they look more dominant than anybody, in my opinion, even in that Buffalo game for a large majority of it. But it speaks to the brilliance of not only Sean McDermott, but I don't think this guy gets enough credit for what he's been able to do and get Josh Allen to buy into, and that's the offense coordinator, Joe Brady. Now, I'm fond of Joe Brady because in 2019, he was a member of the LSU coaching staff that gave me the greatest college football season ever.
Joe Burrow's 60 touchdowns. You know, I was just talking about it with my kids, too. You know, Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase were teammates of Joe Burrow in college.
Embarrassment of riches.
I mean, it was, you know, so Odell wasn't the only one making it rain. But, you know, post-game, I know we're supposed to, you know, bury that. But what about the Packers, though, Marcus? The Packers have looked pretty darn dominant. 2 home wins, but against playoff opponents, one they're going to have to beat to win the division in the Lions. And then, obviously, what they did to the Commanders, they may have put Jaden Daniels on the shelf on top of all of it. What do you make of the Packers right now?
They are very scary, and they are a top 5 team in the NFL. It is so hard, especially in the regular season, for me to look at football right now and think that anybody is better than the Bills in Baltimore. That's just where I am. And then how you perform matters as well. And I think they've had dominant, obviously, defensive performances in Green Bay. Jordan Love looks as comfortable. They got Josh Jacobs in the backfield. They are a complete football team. And if they represent the NFC in the Super Bowl, I don't think anybody is going to bat an eye. And obviously, the mega trade that was made, unfortunately for me as a fan, of Micah Parsons going over there. So I think a lot of what I'm waiting to see with Green Bay is, can Jordan Love keep this consistency? He's been up and down a little bit to me, and you just want to see him kind of stay even keeled. Now, he looks much more comfortable in this offense. And Matt LaFleur wants him to push it downfield. They want to be explosive as an offense. And I think sometimes last year, if we're being honest, we watched him struggle early in games, turning the football over. And then you could see those glimpses of, hey, this dude going to be really, really good, and this team going to be really, really good. They came into the season with high expectations before Micah Parsons. So I think they are one of those top-tier, top 5 teams in the league. I just think Buffalo and Baltimore have been doing it a little bit longer, so I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt. But if you were asking, I would probably put them behind Philly at 4. Philly would be the 3rd best team. I haven't really loved all the Philly performances, but how in the hell do you take away from a team that just wins any way they can?
That's right. And they feel invincible, to use their, the Vince Papale phrase for Philly, and they do feel that way. And they, as I was saying last week, the Chiefs and the Eagles may have swapped places, where the Chiefs are the team that can't afford to make the mistakes. And the Eagles are the team that if you make one single mistake against them, they will beat you over the head with it. And they did 100%. That in that moment where Mahomes and Kelsey didn't connect. A few minutes left here with Marcus Spears here on the Rich Eisen Show. So which 2-0 team, Colts, I'll throw you the Niners. I'll throw you another 2-0 team, and I'll throw you the Bengals. Tampa. Oh, Tampa. Yeah. I think Tampa is Super Bowl worthy. I think we know who they are. I really do think. I'm concerned about Kancey being out. Where are they going to get some pass rush? I get it, but I mean, I'm not worried about them. Mm-hmm. Which one is realer? In the Niners, despite their injuries being 2-0. The Colts at 2-0. The Bengals, I know they've lost Burrow, but I know
you believe in Jake Brown.
Yeah, I know. I know it's provided some topic bars for some television shows, but I mean, honestly, Browning went one game above 500 in his 7-game stint when Burrow got hurt significantly a couple of years ago. All he's got to do is go one game over 500, and I know it will be a longer period than just 7 games. That would be a 10-7 season, and maybe the Bengals get Burrow back. Who knows? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Listen, I completely disagree with you that he's going to play well, but I would not be shocked. Here's what people have to understand, and this is why there is some validity to what you're saying. Okay. Jake Browning has been in this organization. He understands what Zach Taylor is wanting to do offensively. I don't think anything is going to change. Now, can he be as dynamic with the ball as Joe Burrow over a consistent time is what I would love to see, because I'm with you. If he can, obviously we know Jamar and T is out there. He has significant playmakers. Cincinnati has shown some life on defense a little bit, but I just have to be convinced that Jake Browning can perform well enough, because this team still is about scoring points, and a lot of them. They not going to win 20-17. That's not the type of games that they're going to play. They going to have to be a high-powered, prolific offense. I don't think that defense is just going to stand up over and over again as the season goes along. The realer one to me with this 2-0 start would probably be, out of the three teams that you just gave me, I would probably have more confidence in Kyle Shanahan. And it's I love what Robert Saleh is doing now defensively. San Francisco look like that fire is back. We know how good Fred Warner is, brother. I'm telling you right now.
I know, right?
We just don't talk about him enough. I even feel bad for not talking about how this dude is great at football. And I think that matters when you start talking about kind of San Francisco and who they are and what they're going to be. I love Brock Purdy and the way he's played and shown that he is the guy. But Mac Jones, when he was coming out, I was vehemently against him going third overall. I just didn't think he was a third overall talent. Obviously, Trey Lance didn't end up being that either.
Yeah.
But I think Mac Jones obviously fits what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. He's a cerebral quarterback. If you can get him to take care of the football, his eyes and all of that stuff goes to the right place. And Kyle is obviously Kyle is not bringing quarterbacks in to back up his starters that he doesn't believe he can win with. So yeah, I think the 49ers are going to be something to be reckoned with, and obviously with being able to get their guys back healthy as the season goes along is what you hope, because it's been a team riddled and decimated by injuries. They've been probably more unfortunate than anybody when it comes to dudes missing time and not being available. And we're not just talking about some guys that back. We're talking about the superstars for their football team. So hopefully they can get rid of that injury bug, and they'll be a team to be reckoned with as the season goes along.
Yeah, I like to do top 5 lists around here, Marcus. If I did a top 5 list of guys in the NFL who I think there are 2 of on the field at once, Fred Warner might be at the top of the list. You know what I mean? Like, how many of them are on the field? Because like he's wearing the same number, but how could he be in those places like that? I am with you, man.
Look, you can get excited when you watch him on TV because you see the plays and the announcers are saying, brother, when you turn the tape on like we do to study these games, it's unbelievable how many plays he's affecting when he's not making the tackle.
That's right.
Like, it's like, is he a part of 100% of the defensive plays that are happening? But he is phenomenal, and he is also a guy, Rich, that I believe once you get into the playoffs, and I used to talk about this. I played with DeMarcus Ware. I played with T.O. He's a guy that brings the best out of everybody around him. And I think in order to wear those gold jackets and be in that Hall of Fame, there has to be something about you that the guys next to you, the guys behind you, they benefit from you being on the football field. I think that's a big deal when we start talking about being great. And I think Fred Warner is great.
Last one for you, Marcus. 2 teams that we haven't mentioned in this conversation who are absolutely in the top maybe 5, if not top 7 in the league, are both teams out here in Los Angeles. I don't know if people sleep on us out here because we arrive late, we leave early and things like that to beat traffic. And we got the sun here, and, it's a hard-nosed sport here. But the Rams and the Chargers can both hit you in the mouth, and there are big games for both this weekend, for both being 2-0. If you had to put your marker on one of them, Chargers-Rams, to go last longer, it would be which Los Angeles team, Marcus?
I would probably go Rams over the longevity of the season, because I don't think the NFC is as strong as the AFC. Okay. That's number one. And we know the Chargers got to play Kansas City again. And I'm not ready to bury Kansas City, Rich. I don't feel like this team is going to go quietly in the night. But I do love what the Chargers are doing. They have an identity, and obviously you give a lot of that credit to Harbaugh. He has bought and sold into Justin Herbert, and not only did he talk about him, he's showing, like, he's making sure that Greg Roman elevates Justin Herbert at the quarterback position. He's playing phenomenal. But I've seen Matthew Stafford win a Super Bowl. I've seen the Rams go on the road against Philly, which ended up being the best team in the NFL with an opportunity to win the game on the road, in the playoffs,
in the snow.
So, and I got a lot of confidence in this defensive line. Another guy that I think doesn't get enough credit for what he does. I know we talk about him. We run through the highlights. Puka Nacua is as good as they come at the wide receiver position.
Yep.
Devontae there now. Like, the Rams are, and they still are. Here's the thing I love about McVay. McVay wants to push the ball down the field. He wants to be explosive, but he does not get away from the roots and the nuts and bolts of football, and that's the line of scrimmage and being physical. So I think the Rams have a chance for that longevity, one, because of the division and the conference, but also because they've shown us that they are formidable against the Super Bowl champs.
All right, we got to do this more often, Marcus. I'm not lying.
Let's do it, bro.
Okay.
You got my number now, man.
Yes, and I'm about to text you mine. So there's no excuses. We're out of excuses. No doubt. Thanks again, Marcus. You're the man.
All right, my brother.
Marcus Spears, everybody here. Check him out on all shows on ESPN right here on The Rich Eisen Show. There he goes. All right, we'll take a break. Back with more. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Hour number 3 is just for all of us right here, including What's More Likely coming up.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month. Yeah! He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Collectors Firearms. Don't let the name fool you. We have new guns too. With 12,000 new and pre-owned guns in stock, we have the largest selection in the country. Got a dirty gun? We'll clean it free while you wait. With over 50 years of experience, our expert staff help both seasoned collectors and first-time owners. From tactical firearms to historical rifles, modern handguns to vintage classics. Visit us at Westheimer and Voss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collectors Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
Every Friday at 4, tune in to Jeremy and Joe as they're joined by the TV voice of your Houston Astros, Todd Callis.
Deep to left field. You've got to be kidding me.
Todd breaks down the latest with the Stros and gives his unique insight on the team.
6-run, bottom half of the night.
Jeremy and Joe with Todd Callis, Fridays at 4 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Presented by Houston Powder Coaters and Pipe Fitters Local 211.
Time to huddle up with Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery for Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics. Feast on Crawfish Cafe's Game Day Pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, corn, potatoes, savory sausage, and a boiled egg. Wash it down with $10 Carbach lager buckets. Or grab a cold one for just $2. Big games on TV, bold flavors on your plate, and ice-cold brews in your hand. Head to any Crawfish Cafe in Greater Houston. Visit crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe. Crawfish Cafe, where game day is legendary.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713, call now. That's 713, call now.
You don't want to show that to the kids. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Definitely not.
The Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. It's all new. It's an incredible SUV, and it's for many reasons. There's a spacious interior, comfy for the entire crew. Is it capable of going off-road? You bet it is. Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range, and it could be also the driver behind the wheel. It's really special. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. It's 562-314-4603 for more details. We started the hour with fantasy football, wondering if the Ashton Genty story is completely 100% fantasy football related. Then we found out in hour number one that T.J. Jefferson spending $350 fantasy dollars on getting Jaden Daniels, plucking that off of the I'll just say it, I'm sorry, the buzzard-like over Sarah Tiana's guillotine team. T.J. Jefferson spends all that money to watch Jaden Daniels sit for a week. Let's hope.
Let's hope you're not out this week.
Because I have him in my poker league I want to win, and I'm 0-2 because he hasn't done jack.
Like I said, there was an accident. All right? Okay. I didn't mean to spend
whatever. But I don't know if there's a bigger foul than what Jason Feller committed during the commercial break.
Yeah, you missed this one, Chris.
Is there a bigger fantasy foul than... Go ahead and ask the question you asked of me.
And ask
Hold on a second. Do not give any other background other than the information of the question
say it like you said
you gave to me.
Who are you feeling this week? You think Mahomes or Goff's going to have a better week in fantasy?
Now, there's an answer to that question, and I appreciate you asking me because
I respect you.
You respect my football acumen and ability to conceive or whatever.
Yeah, that ain't the reason, though.
Ask him who he's playing in fantasy this week.
Who are you playing?
Rich.
Wait, so you asked him for advice on who you should play against him.
Now, did you do that just to troll, or did you really think I didn't know I was playing and you might snake out some crucial information?
I don't know if you recall, this happened in the playoffs last year. And I remember. I got it out of you eventually.
Oh, I remember.
But I had to watch you on a different show to get it.
I know that. I know it.
Oh,
just
checking you're paying attention.
Because I respect you, I will give you an answer, okay? And I looked it up on PFF, Pro Football Focus, PFF.
Love PFF.
And there's a special new stat from PFF, and it's I'll read it off right here. It's a stat that's 3 letters, GFY. And the GFY is very high on that particular question. There's an answer of the GFY. You should look it up yourself.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why we were even talking about your matchup, the 10th and 11th place teams in our league playing each other.
Yeah, well, that's one way to say it. I mean, there's one 2-0 team and one 0-2 team, and the rest are all 1-1. So it's a crucial week 3. But I would start Goff.
See, now I don't know if you're just trying to backfire.
I would start Goff. The guy had 5 touchdowns last week. He's clearly on fire, and Mahomes is having trouble. I'd start Goff.
Okay. There you go. Thank you.
Yep, we got it. Are you looking to buy a new or used car? Or maybe you're looking to save some money by refinancing your current auto loan? Check out Navy Federal Credit Union. They offer great rates on auto loans. And if you're active duty or retired military, you could get a special discount too. Applying is super simple. You could do it online or through their mobile app, and in most cases, you'll get a decision in just seconds. Not ready to buy just yet? That's okay. Refinancing your current loan with Navy Federal might help you lower your monthly payments, pay it off faster, or just save some money. And here's a nice bonus. If you refinance a loan from another lender of at least $5,000 with Navy Federal, you could get a $200 bonus. At Navy Federal, our members are the mission. Find out more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans.
Credit and collateral subject to approval. Rates are subject to change and are based on credit worthiness. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200 bonus. Terms and conditions apply. Terms and conditions apply for military discounts. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Hey Houston, John Granato here. Chastang Ford is teaming up with the local Houston Food Bank for a local food drive happening September 15th through the 25th. They're collecting non-perishable items right at the dealership at 610 Loop East at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. It's all about giving back, and they're proud to be here for the community. So swing by, drop off your donations, and help them make a difference. That's Chastang Ford, where community comes first. ChastangFord.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Hey guys, Lance Erline here. Football is so back and Underdog is ready for you. It's the best place to make picks, and of course, it's available for you right here in the state of Texas. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1. This year, there are 2 new opportunities for you, ladders and streaks. Make 3 to 5 picks and progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. Win a little on a different night and a lot on a great night, up to 250 times your money. That's a ladder. For streaks, each streak starts by making 2 picks. If both picks are correct, the next pick for the streak becomes available. Get all 11 correct, and the prize is yours. Download the app today and sign up with promo code Lance. You are going to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Lance. Millions of fans are winning with Underdog Fantasy.
Must be 18 plus, present in Texas. Terms apply. See website for complete details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncbgambling.com.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Yeah, I'm going to call it. I'm going to retire.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Our expectation was to come in here and win the game.
Picked off by Terrell Bernard. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears. Coming up, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
It's our final hour of the work week, everybody. We already had our first 2 hours of the show with Tom Pelissero sitting in a parking lot in Minneapolis, creeping people out, dispensing information, but maybe not in that order. And Marcus Spears of ESPN joining us to break down what we saw on Thursday night, as well as preview the rest of the weekend. If you missed our first 2 hours, many different ways to catch us on demand by clicking the full 3-hour re-air. The tile that represents that on our Disney Plus page. There's also the ability to check us out through our podcast, all 3 hours, available that way. And also, there's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. And we're thrilled to be here on Disney Plus and ESPN, as well as ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. This hour is all about us. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. What's More Likely Friday? We have yet to play that. We're about to shortly, but let's take some phone calls, shall we? Who's been waiting the longest? Let's go Gabe in El Paso, Texas. What's up, Gabe?
Gabe. Hey, Rich. What's going on?
Thanks for hanging in there, brother. What's going on?
Sure, yes, sir. And shout out to the fellas. What's going on, guys?
Hey, what up, Gabe? Look at Gabe feeding the animals. Oh.
Yes. Hey, glad that you took my call. I'm glad that I could say I'm making my Disney Plus debut here.
Hey,
look at you. Look at you, Gabe. What's going on?
Hey, usually when I call in, I talk about the Packers, but everything's good in the hood, enjoying Macca.
Macca. Hold on, give Gabe his drop. Macca. There we go, very good.
Yes. And, well, I'll get to it right now, Rich, because just like you, I, too, am a lead pipe wheeling professional.
Gabe is a fan.
Gabe, you're on it.
Gabe is on it.
After watching last night's game between the Dolphins and the Bills, I know the Dolphins hung in there tough. I'm going to say that this is my prediction.
Okay.
The next 2 weeks, I mean, a lot can happen between the Jets and the Panthers, but if the Dolphins become 0-5, more than likely there's probably going to be an interim coach by the time the team meets up to play your buddy Coach Harbaugh and the Chargers.
I I can't. Let's put it this way: if this is an overreaction, I can't call that an overreaction. I mean, 0-5 is brutal, and then you take a look at who they would have lost to. Certainly, that Monday Nighters at home. So if they lose that one in front of the fans that are there, again, that's the sort of stuff that moves ownership to take rash decisions and make them reality. So, and thanks for the call, Gabe. Thanks for your clear fandom of this program by dropping many of our frequent phrases around here while asking for a drop from Jason Feller. And we go back to the phone lines here. Ben in Austin, Texas. We'll take your phone call. What's up, Ben?
Well, I've got wings on the mind thanks to Tom Pelissaro, but
Okay,
I really think we need to talk about former Heisman candidate Arch Manning.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. Come on, everybody seems to have an opinion on what's going on with our quarterback right now. You know, is it mechanical? It's mental. It could be the scheme, maybe the coaching. But here's the rub. Like, Arch isn't some redshirt freshman. This is his third year in the system. He has the biggest or probably the best support structure of possibly any quarterback in collegiate history. And he showed last year that he has the tools to be successful. So there's really should be no excuse for what we're seeing on the field, which looks a lot like the worst quarterback in the SEC. And I'm just curious as your thoughts.
Wow.
There are a lot of folks here in this town that just don't see Arch finishing the season.
Oh, that's crazy.
Unless things improve significantly.
That's
starting
ridiculous.
Tomorrow.
That's ridiculous. I mean, honestly, first of all, with all due respect, and as you know, if you're a fan of this program, that allows me to be as disrespectful as possible. Sam Houston's coming to town, right? So we're looking at the game in Gainesville on October 4th. That's the one.
They're 40-point favorites.
Okay, and then there's the one in the Cotton Bowl. Okay, the old Red River rivalry. And Oklahoma, I can personally attest as a Michigan fan, is not at all like the previous iterations of Oklahoma football in recent years. So that's the one. I mean, if the kid Mateer, who they get from, bringing everybody from the northwest part of our country to come to the heartland to turn Oklahoma's offense around, if he's the one that's going to start outplaying Arch Manning, even though he has a hell of a lot more experience in his own offense potentially as well as overall. Those are the 2 weeks. And then let's put a pin in that, Ben, and then we can pull it out at that point in time, that pin, and have the conversation. But Arch has got another week where he can basically have a nice 11-on-11, and we'll see what happens. But not finishing the season, that would be crazy talk. Thanks for the call, Ben.
I hope that's the case, and hopefully we can show out in Dallas.
Okay, you got it. There you have it. That's the weeks. And by the way, visiting Lexington, Kentucky is no simple matter either. They got to go to Starkville to take on Mississippi State. I mean, there's going to be some tough ones coming down the road. I mean, it's the SEC, so it just means more there. Corey in New York State, a New York state of mind, if you will. Some folks like to get away and take a holiday from the neighborhood. Hop a flight to my very good. What's up, Corey? What's going on? No, I'm going to stop. What's up, Corey?
Hi, guys. First-time caller.
Hey. What's up?
I'm a local family dairy farmer, so I love listening to sports while I work.
Excellent. Very good. Okay. What are you? Hold on a second, Corey.
I'm big Michigan fan. Should we be worried?
About what?
Nebraska.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dylan Raiola, baby.
Yeah, they should be worried.
Baby Mahomes.
Absolutely. Matt Rule wants to put a maize and blue pelt on the wall. That, he's got baby Mahomes, and we've got, what would you say? Is he baby Newton? Is that what he is?
Baby Milton?
No. He's not baby Milton. Michigan already had Joe Milton. That didn't work out, sir. If he's baby Milton, we've got a massive problem. Baby Newton, as in Cameron.
Oh, interesting.
That's where I'm going.
Oh,
sir.
I thought you said
Milton. No, not Milton. Newton. Big difference. Yeah, we should be worried. The head coach has got his last game of a sit down, and they better move Underwood. They got to move him. They got to let him run, and they've got to move the pocket because he can throw on the run. You got to put the pressure on the defense. That they have to do. But they should absolutely be worried. You know, the Bussin' with the Boys trophy better go to Ann Arbor. So I don't want to hear it from Compton at all. That guy, I don't want to hear a word from this weekend. I just want to see.
Bussin' Bowl.
I want to see all the memes. I want to see him just sitting there eating nothing but, words I can't say on Disney Plus. That's what I want him to do. But thanks for the call, Corey in New York. Everybody up there. Before I let you go, Corey, you there still? Oh, there he goes. Okay, there he goes. There he goes.
And he's out.
I did it. I wanted to know what goes on in a New York dairy farm. I was about to interview him. Churn and butter, everybody. I got one more phone call. Well, you know what? Actually, if you're on hold, stay on hold. We've got What's More Likely to get to. You ready to do it?
Let's go.
It's a Friday. It's time for What's More Likely Friday. Hit it. Hit it.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
Here we go. What you got over there, Christopher?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday.
What's going on?
Hey, these two teams played last night. Is it more likely the Bills finished with the NFL's best record or the Dolphins finished with the league's worst?
Okay. I think it's more likely that the Bills... Hey, nobody circles the wagons like Chris Brockman in What's More Likely. Oh, gosh. I'll go Bills finish with the NFL's best record. I'm going to go. You know where I like to go. You know my default is to see a sunny sky.
But the Dolphins look like a team picking in the top five.
Not last night, with the exception of two plays that I know are hallmarks of bad teams to have those moments crop at the worst times. I'll go Bills finish with the NFL's best record because I pointed out in hour number one, we'll revisit here, is that they're 3-0. That helps. The other teams in their division, they should sweep the AFC East.
Yep.
The Chargers might have trouble sweeping the AFC West, and we may even find that out 2 days from this recording as the Broncos stroll into SoFi. And the other two teams in their conference have Daniel Jones and currently Jake Browning as their quarterback. So for them to have a better record, and then the Ravens need to be one better than the Bills. Obviously, you've got the Eagles and the Bucks in the NFC right now. I think the Bills have an opportunity to have the best record in the NFL this year. Yes, sir.
I think you're right.
Okay. Thank you. A very rare agreement from that side of the aisle.
It happens.
Very rarely, though.
Guys, how about this?
A bipartisan What's More Likely moment.
More likely.
That's weird.
I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Okay.
More likely team that were surprised at their start to make the playoffs.
Give me that again.
The start.
Team that were surprised at their start to the year to make the playoffs.
Colts or?
The 0-2 Chiefs or the 2-0 Colts.
Okay. Dude. First of all, both. Secondly, I know that
try again.
I'm taking the Chiefs.
Oh, shocking.
Okay. Well, that's what you're trying to pen me in to do. I'm taking the Chiefs.
I want you to believe in Danny Diamonds.
I do. But if at the end of the day, I'm sitting here and wondering which one is going to potentially go in the other direction from their surprising start, I will choose Mahomes and Reed and Kelsey and Chris Jones and everybody over Daniel Jones.
I'm going to ask this question every week.
Sounds great. Everybody, make a note. BJ Novak GIF.
Just write it down.
Okay. I'll take the Chiefs.
All right. All right, you're going to do some math on this one.
You didn't like that.
But I've done it for you.
We're no longer bipartisan.
I did not like it.
Isn't that odd?
More likely to be the bigger number Sunday. Saquon's rushing yards against the Rams or Cal Raleigh, Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge combined home run season total on that day. I've done the math for you. They currently have 155.
And there could be more between now and
they could get to maybe 160, but Saquon, as you pointed out yesterday, has shredded the Rams.
I did, but recently. That was in a segment where I went higher register. I think the Rams are going to take care of Saquon this time.
Yeah.
I think they're going to actually hold him to less than that.
That's an interesting question, man.
I mean, I'll go the trio of baseball guys.
Okay.
I'm going to back my higher register play. I think the Rams are like anybody but 2-6. Anybody but 26. Yeah. That's not today. And I know they were going to say that in the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
But not today.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll go with Shohei and Judge and the Dumper.
Dumper's got 56, by the way.
I know, and Shohei's got 50 and
51. Hit another one last night.
Another one last night. I missed that one. Okay. What else you got, Chris?
All right, the backup quarterback bowl, baby. More likely to throw for 250 and multiple tutties in a win. Jake Browning or Carson Wentz.
You know what I'm going to say here, and it's going to start Sunday.
Carson Wentz, baby.
How about when we had Marcus Spears on? He caught wind of what I was saying here about Jake Browning, because it was a topic bar. Was that a topic bar?
It was a topic bar.
Morning shows on ESPN.
It was a video. It was everywhere.
Was it every morning show on ESPN?
They were talking about it.
Okay, all right. So what I say, people are listening over there in Bristol, Connecticut, and New York City.
Bristol aggregation status.
BAS. Okay. Good to know. Oh, come on now, man. Get out of here with this noise. Jake Browning, baby. And it's going to start this weekend. And the Bengals are going to be 3-0. And
wow.
Everybody in Bristol's going to try.
Bengals
3-0. I'm available for being booked. Can I take a Monday morning victory lap when Jake Browning shreds it?
As long as you're prepared to take the opposite.
Because, again, I'm trying to recall, is that what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to say something that provides topic bar and split screen fodder combination, conversation, and then you're right. You immediately victory lap it and forget. Absolutely. And then if it doesn't last, then you forget it.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Never page turning.
Never said it.
What? I never said that.
I forgot how it works. It's been 22 years.
Wait, screw up a Viking fan. Come on now. Respect.
What the hell does that matter?
Starting for the team you grew up a fan of? That's cool.
That'd be like you starting for, the Yankees.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would go well.
Or the Jets.
You could be a DH.
Okay.
I'm not saying you should pitch.
I'd be a DT, a designated talker. All right. What else, Chris?
All right. Speaking of the Jets. 0-2 team more likely to score an upset road win. Saints or Jets?
I'll take the Jets. I don't know, man.
And Tyrod?
Can I give you a new higher register?
Sure.
Offense might look pretty good with Tyrod Taylor.
Uh-oh.
Tyrod Taylor can see defense is probably better than Justin Fields. I know he doesn't run like Justin Fields. He doesn't bring that to his game, but I don't know. Tyrod Taylor might actually do well in this offense. And they could go down to Tampa and go get, their old coach.
Todd Bowles' revenge game.
I don't know. I kind of can see that. Yeah, the Saints...
we don't talk enough about Todd
Saints
Bowles
going to Seattle might be particularly troubling.
No, that's my survivor pick. Fingers crossed.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Saints going to Seattle is that famous Sean Payton moment where we ran the wrong B-roll and he was in his hotel room in Seattle for a playoff game thinking he missed a bus when he saw Drew Brees on the field.
Bucks and the Creamsicles this weekend.
Okay.
Dropped his waffles.
Gotcha. But I'll go Jets. Yeah. What else?
These two guys are the best running backs in football. Which one more likely to have more total yards and touchdowns this weekend? Christian McCaffrey, Bijan Robinson.
Atlanta and Carolina. McCaffrey, total yards and touchdowns. I'll go McCaffrey. It's a short week for Atlanta. McCaffrey's at home.
Sneaky 2-0 game.
I know.
Arizona.
I'm aware of that. I'll go McCaffrey. Yeah.
He looks good so far.
Yeah. Plus, Bijan's not playing against me in fantasy, so he probably is not going to have a great week. That's
Are
one
you
way.
playing against McCaffrey?
That's one way. I'm not playing against him. I don't know why I made it about myself, but I do know the name of the show. What else you got on?
All right,
there,
a couple
Chris?
more. These two guys have been absolutely spinning it through the first 2 weeks.
Yes, okay.
More likely MVP candidate QB to have more 30-plus yard completions to air it out. Jordan Love, Justin Herbert.
I'll take Herbert.
Quentin Johnston.
Danny Diamonds did well against that Broncos defense. I'm telling you, man. I mean, the Browns defense played 2 bad quarters this year. That's it. 7 total yards for Burrow in second half?
Second half, week one. Yep. Only lost that game because their kicker.
I'm going to go. Oh, but by the way, you missed it. Both are number 10. Both were 10.
Oh, both 10.
Yeah.
10 is the new 12, I've noticed.
Is that right? You're just saying that because Mac Jones is 10.
Well,
okay.
Drake May is 10.
All right. Oh, that's why I meant that quarterback in New England. My bad.
Wow. Jimmy G wears 10.
Herbert is my answer, sir.
All right.
He's home. Broncos are on the road again. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'll go with that one.
Man.
I'll go with that one.
All right. More likely rookie running back to finally have their breakout game.
Ashton Genty or?
Travion Henderson.
By the way, you're forgetting about Marion Hampton, too. He hasn't really gone off yet.
I already did a Charger one, so I was trying to...
Dude, I'm going to go Ashton Genty because he's the starter, and Ramondre is standing in the way here.
Ramondre looked good last week.
Yeah. Ramondre's standing in the way.
But Mike Vrabel admitted that big catch that he had was originally supposed to be for Trevion, but he had 3 holding penalties, got kind of bent.
Well, that's the whole point. It's like, playing running back in this league is not easy. And you're learning. You're learning about matchups. You're learning about pass pro. You're learning about 2-minute. You're learning about a lot of stuff. It's more than just like, okay, see ball, run ball. But I'll go Genty. He's going to have more opportunity.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What else?
You have one more. I did not know this.
That's my boy.
One more. Holy smokes. Huge game Sunday night.
You had no idea.
In the Meadowlands.
Such a shock.
Must win for KC. More likely to be the larger number, TJ, touchdowns in Cowboys-Bears or Travis Kelce catches against the Giants. Kelce has 6 catches on the year.
I'm going to go. I say the touchdowns.
You do?
I think it's going to be a high-scoring, porous defensive affair. So,
big total in Chicago.
Just for fun, okay, I'm going to go with Mr. Perfectly Fine. That's a Taylor Swift reference.
Okay. Oh, my God.
I did not.
We are not going to know the names of Taylor Swift songs.
Why?
I knew something.
She's incredibly popular.
Why would we?
Apparently, there's some movie that she might be putting in theaters in conjunction with her new album, and I know I'm going to be hearing about that when I get home.
Well, you're going to be forced to go.
I don't know about that. By the way, excuse me, I will not be forced to go. I will go willingly and gladly.
Oh. Blink twice if you're being held hostage.
I am not being held hostage. I blinked once. How dare you?
Your eyes are closed.
Carp all you want, man. There's a reason why she's insanely popular, because she's a dynamic talent, sir. And I'm going to take Travis Kelce here in this one.
Okay.
Just for fun.
Are you doing that just because you want an invite to the wedding?
No. No. Dude, if Santino's not going, I'm not in the mix.
That's true.
But Santino don't got his name on a cup either,
Oh, that's right.
That's true.
As a matter of fact, he took a cup with my name on it.
Yeah. How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
Good. What's more likely, sir?
Have a great weekend. Have a great football Sunday,
okay.
everyone.
We'll take a break. If you're on hold, stay on hold. We got tons of time for your phone calls. Plus, my top 5 rest of Week 3 games I'm looking forward to seeing the most. There's one that's not on there that I'm wondering if I should make a late ad. It's coming up.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and 0 for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000.
and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority tax relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority tax relief. For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
You know what's built to handle whatever you throw at it? It's the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab with 4-wheel drive and a Turbo Max engine. It does what the job demands. Lance Zierlein here. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get this truck with 0% APR financing plus thousands more in dealer savings. It's pretty incredible. Gulf Coast, Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Your next GMC truck is there where professionals get professional trucks. Check them out online or just head on out to Angleton. GMC, we are professional grade.
The annual Katy Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com.
Hey Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Time to huddle up with Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery for Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics. Feast on Crawfish Cafe's Game Day Pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, corn, potatoes, savory sausage, and a boiled egg. Wash it down with $10 Carbach lager buckets or grab a cold one for just $2. Big games on TV, bold flavors on your plate, and ice-cold brews in your hand. Head to any Crawfish Cafe in Greater Houston. Visit crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe. Crawfish Cafe, where game day is legendary.
Back here on our radio feed on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We'll go back to the phone lines. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. David in Riverside, California, as we're here on locally here in Los Angeles on ESPN 710. What's up, David?
Hey, Rich, you're the best, and hope to see you anchoring another Sports Center soon. That was great.
I appreciate that.
A little baseball talk. So everyone's talking about how Clayton Kershaw, he's not going to be starting in the postseason. And on one side, I get the Dodgers have had really bad relieving, to say the least, and he could be put in there or could even do what Walker Buehler did if the Dodgers can clinch and could save for the Dodgers. But I think it'd be a huge advantage to have a 5-man rotation and get you guys some extra rest. I don't know why that's not even being talked about, because Kershaw is still playing at all-star level.
Well, first of all, tonight is his final start in the regular season in Dodger Stadium. And that's going to be a memorable night, right? And as a matter of fact, Cooper and I are in a fantasy final in an ESPN public league that I don't know if people know that we're in it. We picked up Clayton Kershaw for tonight because I just think he's going to have a big night tonight.
Cool.
Against the Giants. You know what I mean? Like
he's been good.
I know.
Kind of surprisingly.
But David, let me ask you this question. Do you want Ohtani in the pen or you want him starting in the playoffs? What do you want?
So I want Ohtani starting, and that's part of my argument. No other team is doing a 5-man rotation. Why not give your guys even extra reps?
Because it's the playoffs, man. You don't need a 5-man rotation in the playoffs. You just don't. You just don't. I mean, again, but Dave Roberts has some very imaginative ways of looking at things. I can't imagine 5-man rotation. You know, you need a starter, and your game 1 starter is going to be your game 5 starter, and your game 2 starter is going to be game 6, and your game 3 is going to be game 7. And who do you trust? You know, who do you trust in those situations? I think, how about this? And thanks for the call, David. How about having Ohtani as a swing? How about that? You start Ohtani in 1, and then maybe you have him relieving. And if there's a game 7, you have him relieving that one. You know,
or even a bullpen game where he's got to pitch, 4 bulk innings and maybe in the middle.
I'm in the middle. I don't know. The Dodgers last night it worked out, right?
Yeah.
But the bullpen has been implosive.
Not great, Bob.
So wouldn't you want Ohtani? What if you bring in Ohtani like an old school Rivera?
Like 8th?
Yeah. Or even 7th. Bring him in the middle. Like if something's really hairy in the 7th.
To finish it out?
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, obviously, he's the ultimate X factor.
Bingo. Absolutely. I know, but 5-man rotation. Well, wouldn't you have? By the way, Yamamoto is spectacular.
Amazing. Worth every penny.
He is as on fire as any pitcher is in Major League Baseball right now. And so you have him. What? Game 1. You put Glasnow game 2, and then do you put Ohtani 3? I don't know. It's still got Blake Snell lurking there.
Yep.
Wasn't he the one that the Rays pulled, much to the Dodgers' excitement one year in a World Series?
Yeah, talking to Gem, and he gets yanked because of the notebook.
I know, and then Mookie Betts is like, thank you.
Appreciate it. Stupid.
Dude, one night last night, Freeman knocks in Ohtani and sends Betts to third, and I'm like watching nearly, $500 million run the base paths at once? You know what I mean? Freeman hits one up the middle, like probably exit velocity of about $150, it felt like. And there comes Ohtani home and Betts going around. Like, that's $500 million right there. Well, eventually. Yeah, I mean, there was
in 30 years.
Third.
Yeah.
My God. And doing this thing.
All right.
Damn
Their
fine.
arms.
And hot.
Okay, very good. Wow, a Kyle McLaughlin drop right there. Hey, man, the NL playoffs are going to be something.
Yeah.
Phillies and Milwaukee, and we'll see what the Cubs look like.
Are you going to make it?
Yeah, the Metropolitan's going to make it.
I'm pretty sure we're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Yankees
we're
now.
heating up right now.
Right now, Yankees are 3 behind the Blue Jays and 3 up on your Red Sox right now.
Yeah, there's talk on the local fun radio in Boston. That
what is it? Yeah.
Those yahoos. If Sox miss out, should Cora be fired?
Please. On behalf of all Yankee fans, will you please do that again?
No, I would not like to do that at all, actually.
Oh, that would be great. The same way all you guys want Aaron Boone to be manager for life. Hey, man, Aaron Boone is...
Don't say he's doing what he's told.
Excuse me. No, Yankees are playing really well. And it looked like they were dead in the water.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. And, Volpe was... Terrible. And they get Jose Caballero. And as Cooper and I nicknamed him Joe Man or Joe Horse. Dad, Joe Horse is up. But it's like but he's now taking Spanish. He's like, Dad, that's what caballo, isn't that what it is? Or horse? All right, I should stop being hooked on phonics here. Caballero. But he's been terrific, and Yankees have been playing well, buddy. And I'm not going to higher register. I'll say these words out loud.
We're not playing
I'll say
well.
these words out loud.
We're not playing well.
I will say these words out loud. You know who's been unhittable lately? Devin Williams.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
You better find some wood to knock on.
Right there. That's my head.
That's some good audio.
That hurt. Let's go to Sam in San Antonio.
Sam.
What's up, Sam? What's up?
Hey, Rich. I know you were watching the game last night, and it was higher register yesterday. Did you catch Herbie's higher register last night on the broadcast?
First of all, I did not. Secondly, you, Sam, must 100% do it because you don't sound like you have a higher register voice at all. All right, Sam?
No.
So you must recreate it for me. What did he say, and what were the circumstances, please?
Okay, so basically he was talking about last week's game with the Commanders.
Yeah.
And, saying that it was, closer than the score was showing closer than what it felt like.
Right.
And then last night he was like, well, the Bills are in control of the game.
All right, Sam.
Better than us, TJ.
Well done, Sam. Way to get in the spirit of it right there, Sam. Well done.
Not bad, Sam.
Hey, Sam, that wasn't bad. Hey, you're pretty good at it, Sam. You should call back.
All right, I think I will.
That was delightful. That was...
all right, I think I will.
If this was another show, he would be wrecked.
Rack him.
And then tell us how great we are.
Oh, my God. I don't... Line 3 intrigues me. Do we want to take line 3? Do we want to take line 3?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know why he wants to talk about this or why his... Double B in Michigan. You're on the Rich Eisen Show. What's going on, Double B?
Hey there, guys.
Okay, it's a man. That's good. Okay, very good.
Just wanted to get some advice. I'm doing a volunteer event in a dunk tank this weekend.
Okay.
Oh,
I like that.
Hold on.
This is a curveball for Rich Eisen Consulting.
It said it was typed in differently.
I need heckles. I need what's going to get me, almost drowned, but I don't want them to find me in the parking lot later, so I can't cross that line, but just get close enough.
So hold on a second.
Are you sitting in the dunk tank?
Yeah, good, excellent follow-up.
Yeah, I'm going to be in the dunk tank.
Okay.
Riding high.
Who are the ones who are attempting to dunk you in said tank, Double B?
It's going to be it's this event called Bertucky Days out there, where it's like a carnival fair type thing.
No. I'm not asking you. Listen, Double B.
It's Michigan.
Double B.
You got your equal opportunity state.
You've got to focus, Double B. You've got to focus on me here. Okay, we're trying to help.
Yeah.
I don't care I don't care the surroundings. Who are the individuals attempting to dunk you? Who are they? Just random civilians?
Random people.
Okay.
Some friends, some family. It's mostly random.
Okay, great.
Okay, because it's crucial. Like if you are asking for smack talk to those who are throwing, and you're not going to see them again, who cares?
Who cares? Say whatever you want.
Say whatever you want.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I just wouldn't want you to go personal. We don't have any experience. Is there anybody in RES Consulting who has dunk tank experience?
I mean, I've been in one before, and I've thrown at one before.
If you've been in one, so have you?
I mean, Sarah could give roasts to she would have to see the people
material
before.
That's true.
It's hard to give general insults.
Yeah. I know.
And I know a bunch of Yo Mama jokes. I don't know if that's appropriate for the dunk tank, but I could.
I think like Rookie of the Year, you could just make fun of their arm or something.
Yeah,
or
pitcher's got
a big butt, stuff like that. Yeah.
But be careful, man. What are you wearing in the dunk tank, Double B?
Great question.
Well, it is a family event, so I'm probably going to avoid the Speedo. So I'm thinking donut patterned onesie, tank top, and
like a singlet? Are you a wrestler? Like, can you wear like a singlet or something?
It's not bad.
Like old school?
I haven't considered that, but that's a good idea.
Double B, there you have it. You're welcome.
Will you be consuming beverages while you sit on the...
Oh, yeah. I thought that was implied.
That was implied, Chris. Come on now.
Drunk take.
Hold on a minute. Wiedemann's? We doing that? What do we got? He's gone. All right.
So, you figure
trying to name a Midwestern beer.
To tell him, if someone's got their kid there,
don't make fun of the children.
No, I'm saying let your kid throw it. They got a better arm than you.
Right,
very general type insults.
And then some little leaguers comes up and hits the bullseye, man, and suddenly you are wet.
You think I was going to say make fun of the kid?
You started with your mama, so.
No, he's only jumping in front of a camera when his godson is on TV.
Rich,
why would you ever do something silly with a child?
He's not going to remember that, but I would. Okay.
No, we will. We haven't forgotten that.
Well, hey, 100 plus
million
on
Netflix. Let me jump in front of him.
That's right. I'll do it again, too.
You discovered that
I'll do it again.
Oh, my gosh.
And Rich, that led to me going to Indianapolis this week.
So. Very good. Yeah. All right, we take a break. There it is, right there. That's your godson, who we have done our best to obscure his face.
He doesn't really look like that.
Obviously, thank God.
Hey, yo.
All right, let's take a break. I've got my top 5 games that I'm looking forward to seeing for the rest of the week, and maybe we sneak in another phone call or two. Hey, if you're going to a carnival, let us know, and we'll help you out. Not get beat up.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9. Located 1 mile from downtown Houston, East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. But hurry, it ends September 30th. EV Blazers are in stock now at Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey, Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, they offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options to cover your small business needs and more. Visit Progressive.com today. Okay, we talked at length about the Thursday night football game. It's now time to look over the steering wheel at the rest of week number 3 with my weekly Friday staple, top 5 matchups I'm looking forward to seeing for the rest of the week. This is my Week 3 Such Edition. Hit it.
High five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's Top 5.
All right, here we go. Number 5 on the list. Once upon a time, it was Joe Burrow versus J.J. McCarthy. And you think that's no longer of interest? You think I'm like the rest of NFL Network that tells Tom Pelissero,
stay home.
We don't need you at the game? We're not looking at 2-0 Jake Browning versus 1-1 Carson Wentz. You can stay at home. You know what I say to that? I'm going here. Well, I'll be on NFL Game Day morning talking with Tom on his home camera, but I'm going with this to start the top 5. Let's see what Carson Wentz can do. Can he keep this Viking ship afloat? And guess what? I want to see if Jake Browning's going to prove me right. The season is not over for the Cincinnati Bengals. 1 Eastern on CBS. Let's go. Can't wait to see that. Number 4 on the list is the one that T.J. Jefferson is watching with the man who shall not be named in his barn. He's going to drive Mila's old car to her house.
It's my car.
You're okay.
I bought it. I paid for it.
It's still her old
Cash
car.
Money.
It's still her old car. It's still her old car.
A huge discount, to be honest with you.
He's going to take that 90s car.
It's 2000,
okay, bro. And he's going to go and hang out with one of the 2.5 men and see if 1.5 teams are going to play each other very well. Which one's the half is the question. I don't know. Can the Cowboys go to Chicago and put the Bears in a deep 0-3? What's happening? I thought Ben Johnson was supposed to be the answer hole. Or will Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams finally get rid of these pre-snap problems and post-snap one right off and where it doesn't shine on the Dallas Cowboys? And I'm kind of wondering, at the end of the day, if this will be another one where the Cowboys are missing one in particular.
Maca.
Because Dallas needs to win this one. Otherwise, they're going 1-2 into that Sunday night Week 4 game against
Maca.
Oh, it's going to be on and cracking in that barn. Pass me some more of that crudité, will you, Ashton?
Crudité?
I don't know.
Wait.
What do they serve there? I'm wondering.
What do you mean what they serve?
What do they serve there? What do you get? What do you get to eat while you're watching your team against this team?
I mean, let me tell you something. Mila can cook first and foremost.
Okay.
Yeah, so
very
some
good.
beef stew.
I imagine it'll be something fancy with the proceeds of that car.
Look, we're not. Listen.
All right, number 3 on the list. It's going down here, just up the road. The Chargers win on a Friday in Brazil. They win on a Monday in Vegas. It's a Sunday in Los Angeles, and Jim Harbaugh's bringing his Chargers home 2-0. They're number 10 against Denver's number 10. It's Bo Nix time on the road. What can the Denver Broncos do? Will they avoid the dreaded leverage penalty at the end? Will there be any leverage penalty? What is going to happen when the Chargers and Broncos play one another? Can the Chargers win this game and go 3-0 and have a win, all 3 of those wins against their division rivals? What a way for the Chargers to start. Or can the Denver Broncos take that full-on bandwagon that was filling up during the summer and say, you were all right. We can actually be the team to win this division, because guess what? If the Raiders lose in Washington and the Broncos beat the Chargers, doesn't matter what happens Sunday night, Denver would be in first place in this division through 3 weeks, just like that. Or the Chargers could have a firm grasp in this division, 3-0, 1.5 up, or 2.5 up, or even 3.5 up on people. We shall see. Number 2 on the list, Lions and Ravens. The Lions 50-burgered Ben Johnson. And now they come for John Harbaugh and the Ravens. The last time they met was a couple of years ago. Let's not forget the Lions had just beaten the Chiefs. We were all like, wait a minute. The Lions are for real? And we thought they were for real. They were winning games. And then they go into Baltimore. And Baltimore made them understand, not there yet. As we recall, the carriage turned back into a pumpkin again last time they were there. And turned into a carriage again because they made the NFC Championship game. This is 2 years ago. Jared Goff says they remember.
Yeah, they kicked our butt. They got after us early and often, and we certainly remember that.
38-6 was the final score of that game.
Baby.
So,
that's why you said play him.
What is going to happen on Monday Night Football? The Manning brothers are back on their simulcast. I will be sitting on the couch watching Lions and Ravens. Can't wait for that one. Number 1, though.
Can't wait.
It's a rematch of the divisional playoff game. The only team to give the Eagles a scare in last year's playoffs were the Los Angeles Rams, coming in with this city on fire, literally, and the ice taking place in Philadelphia with the snow. And even though Saquon was doing Saquon things as he usually does to the Rams, over 200 yards of offense from him alone, the Rams had a chance to win it and almost pulled it off. I cannot wait for this 2-0 versus 2-0 game. That's the game I'm looking forward to seeing the most for the rest of week number 3 here on the Rich.
One more.
Okay,
I did not know this.
I have one more. I've toyed with 2-0 San Francisco versus 2-0 Arizona. I toyed with some other games as well, but I'm going with this one, Christopher. 1-1 Pittsburgh. 1-1 New England. Let's not forget, everybody thinks Mike Vrabel was a Patriot since the minute he left the Ohio State University.
Not true.
He was drafted by the Steelers.
Vrabel revenge game.
Not really. But I kind of dig this game a lot. Aaron Rodgers in New England. They did not look good against the Seattle Seahawks, and the Patriots coming off of a terrific game for them. In Miami, a terrific finish. And Drake May, maybe his best statistical game as a professional quarterback. Let's see what happens, right?
Yeah, this is kind of like our segment earlier in the week. Are the Steelers the week 1 team, or are the Patriots the week 2 team? Like, who are they?
In week 3, it all plays out on CBS. And that's my top 5 matchups with one more for week number 3.
That's a fun game.
Okay, fantastic.
Who are you going to take in that one?
I'm leaning towards the Steelers. You asked.
All right, we're done talking.
Okay. Okay. There's a lot. These are a lot of games that I have no idea. Could go
It's a
either
tough week.
way.
It's a tough picks week.
to figure out. So I'll be home watching my Sunday ticket, and you'll be watching your Sunday ticket.
Doing the same.
TJ will be landing and going straight to the barn.
When do we get the barn in?
Yeah, when do we get that?
Probably never.
Hey, you just say, hey, I'm bringing a couple friends by, and like, we come with
Probably
you?
never.
Not.
Disrespect is real.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Speaking of disrespect, a lot of wrestling fans on Twitter aren't happy with Stephen A's top 5 wrestler list right now.
It was interesting. Work on that when you're on.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a classic Week 3 matchup in the NFC as the Dallas Cowboys square off with the Chicago Bears. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as the Cowboys go for a second straight win. But the Bears are hungry and at home, looking for their first win under Ben Johnson. Dallas, Chicago. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Coverage begins Sunday at 2:45 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, but if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Okay, Texas, pop quiz. True or false? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. True. Find a huge selection online that you can't find in stores. True or false? Groceries always cost more when they're delivered. False. Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. Last one. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. True, y'all. Use Express Delivery to get eligible items to your doorstep before the pool party starts. Walmart. Who knew? Subject to availability. Fees and restrictions apply.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices.
If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Houston! He is Joe, I am Jeremy, it's Jeremy and Joe. Right. Lots to get to today. Isaac Paredes, his return. Do we think that he's going to be in the starting lineup?
Yes.
Yeah, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense
Playing
to
where, though?
Activate him. What's that?
Playing where, though?
DH. Designated hitter.
Yeah, I guess while Jordan's out, you got that luxury.
Yeah, I don't think you would activate him and then not have him in the lineup day one. So I think he plays today and doesn't play tomorrow. We'll get into some Isak stuff. Although, how much are we really expecting from Isak? He hasn't seen live big league pitching in 2 months. It's kind of weird. Like, here you go. You're our DH. You're going to bat top 3 in the order. Go save us. Not that they need saving, but I don't know. It feels like a pretty tough spot to put Isaac Paredes in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not easy, but, I mean, he's got a DH and just, be better than Victor Caratini. I feel like it's a relatively... It's not a high bar to pass on, so I think he can accomplish that.
It's like a medium bar, It's a solid professional bar. For Victor.
So as long as he's good enough, like it's fine. I think we should have low expectations for Isaac Paredes. I don't think we should be expecting him to do what Jordan Alvarez did, coming back and looking like the best hitter in baseball. No. Just go out there and be competent at the plate. And look, they got minor league-ish teams next week in the Angels and the Athletics, so. Just be good enough. That's really your warm-up series, that one. This one, we'll see. Probably plays, my guess is today and Sunday, and it's an every other day thing throughout his return.
My expectations aren't very high either. Like, I'm hoping he can prove me wrong. And look, I love that he's back, and I do think that it makes some sense to get him back and, hey, let's see what he's got before we get to the playoffs and all of that stuff. I just, expecting him to come back and be the guy that he was is it's a little bit lofty. To me, it's more let's build a runway for a week and see if we actually have a legitimate bat. Plus, what's he going to look like? Is he going to pull his hamstring the moment that he tries to bust it, going first to third? Not that he's going to be doing that, but still. I'm curious to see what that looks like, too. I'm also very curious to see what the corresponding move is. Because for him to come up, somebody has to go down or be placed on the injured list. Like what they do with Jordan today's I'm pretty interested right now. Because if they don't place him on the IL for Isak, it's like, okay, well, they probably think that he has a chance to get back in that 10-day allotment of when he was hurt. If they put him on the IL, it's like, okay, well, now, will he be back by the playoffs? So, who they take off the roster is, equally intriguing to me as where does Isak plug in and all that stuff.
Yeah, because if you're not gonna put Jordan back, while that's positive, you do create some interesting, options or problems that you could have in late games. If he's not going if he's going station to station and it's the top of the 8th inning, he hits a single, you're probably gonna want to take him out of the game for Zach Cole or Cam Smith or someone like that, just a pinch run in that situation. But if you don't have Jordan Alvarez, then you're just you're lessening your bench more and more and more, and thus you're also taking out your DH out of the equation. So you lose that. So if the game were to go into extra innings, they're going to be short of bat again. So it does create some problems for Joe Espada. I'm assuming they've thought this out plenty through every scenario, but I think it's my gut tells me, Jeremy, that they're going to put Jordan on the IL for 10 days.
That's probably the safest bet. But that opens up the questions of okay, how severe is this ankle injury? Will he be back for the playoffs? All of that. Because remember, Kyle Tucker wasn't placed on the injured list until 3 days after he fouled a ball off his shin that later became a broken bone. Even Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena had broken ribs unbeknownst to them and lands on the IL 3 days later. Jake Myers should have been on the IL, was playing center field, ran out to his position and severed his calf even more. So what they do with Jordan will be interesting to me, because if he's placed on the IL today, it's will he be back for the playoffs? If he's not placed on the IL today, it's interesting. Could he be back in that 10 days that he would have spent on the injured list? But we'll be on the lookout for the moves officially. The report from McTaggart is they do plan to activate Isaac Paredes tonight. We'll be on the lookout for the lineup too. Usually it's out around this time, but I imagine with a roster move that it might be delayed a little bit. But we'll be on the lookout for that. Houston Texans travel to Jacksonville to take on the Jaguars tomorrow. I've been listening to a lot of that guy actually over the last couple of days. I'm pretty impressed with Liam Cohen. I think that I like Liam Cohen. He's kind of in the Shanahan mold to me. I know he was never under Shanahan. I know he was under McVay with the Rams, and last year he was in Tampa. He made Will Levis look like a stud the one year that he was in Kentucky as the offensive coordinator there. I think that Liam Cohen could be a problem in the AFC South. I actually believe that.
Yeah, I think the question is the quarterback going to be a problem? As much as one coach can do with a quarterback, we'll wait and see. But the offense for them has looked better. The way they've used Etienne specifically, I think in the first two games shows there's some stuff there that they can work with. I can't get over the Duval thing. It's so strange. I know it's not the end of the world. Jonathan Gannon's got the Cardinals playing well, and he was he's a little strange himself. But we'll wait and see. I guess he's the reason why you love Will Levis. So I think you kind of have to like him at this point. That's almost your defense mechanism, Jeremy. I love Will Levis because of Liam Cohen.
Yeah, I think my love for Mayo has went away. It's gone. It's no longer with me. Although I do wonder where he ends up next year. It's going to be kind of interesting to see what happens to him now that Tennessee has given up on him. But no, I think we'll hear from Liam Cohen a little bit later, too. He's an impressive dude. It actually made me nervous about this game on Sunday, which we should all be nervous about this game on Sunday, because the Texans are the underdogs in this game coming up on Sunday. We'll talk about that later. We'll play two favorites and a dog. Which, again, why are we maximizing the dog here when it's all a coin flip bet? But whatever. I digress. I'm certainly not going to put more value on the line than you guys. Bad Take Boulevard coming up later. Todd Callis, the TV voice of the Astros, will join us at 4:30. And then Taylor Dahl. Feels like a fake name, Brian. Taylor Dahl does not feel like a real name. Did you get duped? Did you get
No,
deeped?
This was actually Joe's booking.
This was Joe's booking?
I'm gonna surprise you here. And I say surprise with a /s. Joe booked someone he works Bears shows with as our Jaguars guest.
Okay.
That's not fair. She hosts a radio show in Jacksonville.
I know.
Yeah, that was never on my plate either. I was never told anything about Taylor Dahl. I just looked at the rundown. Taylor Dahl at 5 o'clock. That's the first I've heard of Taylor Dahl.
We had to get a Jags person. I know Taylor, and RJ's her producer, so she's been better a little
behind
bit.
my back. I'm gonna take up the paranoia of this show.
Oh, good.
No.
I need that in my life. That's what I need, Jeremy.
Oh, so now I only agree with Joe. Is that going to be the ongoing bit?
Is Taylor Dahl a man or a woman? 713-780-377. Well, you just ruined the game.
Was it really that hard of a game?
Taylor could go both ways. I have a good friend named Taylor. He's a
You don't
guy.
have friends.
We used to be friends. No, I have friends. Taylor is one of my good friends, and he's a guy, and his name is Taylor. So Taylor could go either way.
Was it necessary to put the S on the end of friend?
Everyday Tay. I have multiple friends. I know I like to play into it. I don't have many. I don't have time for any of them. I see them once a year. But, no, I have friends. I have a few. But, yeah, you ruined the game. Thanks a lot.
Sorry.
Absolutely.
I didn't realize you were playing the game.
Anyways.
After how you handled two favorites and a dog last week, I think you kind of earned that one.
No, you guys.
I don't
want to get into that anymore.
Thank you for being on my side.
You brought it up.
I know, because I'm still bitter, because I think it's stupid, obviously. I'm going to let that
We
one
offered
go.
you a way out.
I'm going to let that one go because I rather play a stupid game with a stupid name than give y'all way more value. Like, I'm not going to put up a steak dinner compared to y'all's, like, sandwiches.
You mean mention it every single week?
I know. I told myself I was going to let it go, and I'm back. I'm not doing a very good job of that. A little self-reflection. But anyways, we'll play that game later. Also, the return of mean tweets. So if you have mean things to say to us, 713-780-3776, you can tweet Joe at Joe George Radio. You can tweet Sacked by BMAC. I don't need to give my Twitter for all the mean things that you guys need to say. But did you guys watch this Thursday night game yesterday? What'd y'all think? Bills beating the Dolphins. A good college try for Miami's, the narrative out of Miami. But the Bills looking like the Bills to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good effort by the Bills. I mean, by the Dolphins defense. And I mean, when they were showing those graphics on there where Tua was, 3 seconds to pass, and he was averaging negative a half a passing yard or an air yard on each pass attempt. He was just throwing behind the line of scrimmage to Devin Achane the whole time. It wasn't that the Dolphins season's over. You start 0-3, your season's pretty much done, especially in that division. But the Bills just look like the Bills. I mean, Josh Allen, he's really getting everyone involved. James Cook looks awesome so far this season. That holdout, it clearly looks like it was the right decision to pay him. It doesn't look like they're going to regret that one, at least in the near future, because he just runs so hard, and it's going to be a real challenge, honestly, for I think most teams in the AFC this year. So the Bills are the Bills. They were clearly the better team last night.
Yeah, they were better. I think they played with their food a little bit, like let Miami hang around in the game. I really like Mike McDaniel. Like, he's scheming some stuff up with a quarterback who stinks and a wide receiver who has no interest in really playing for the Dolphins. That little ball, the ball that Tua threw the furthest in that game yesterday with all of his might, because Tua doesn't throw it very far, but he threw it with all of his might, gave Tyreek a chance. Tyreek goes up there and alligator arms it. That annoyed me so much. I want Mike McDaniel to be the offensive coordinator of the Texans immediately, because if he gets fired mid-year, I would hire him and bring him in as an analyst right away. Like, whenever remember last year Saleh got fired and teams were bringing him in, I would do that with McDaniel right away, and I hope he's the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans next year. I wouldn't want him as my head coach because I don't think he can, as a program builder, I don't think he's great with the culture thing, but as a quirky offensive wizard, give me Mike McDaniel. I want him in Houston as fast as possible.
I think the thing I'm most interested in going forward is how quickly Miami blows it up. Because, I mean, their season's over, but I could see locally they talk themselves into, well, if the DT doesn't rough the punter, we're right there and maybe we can win the game. I agree with you. But you know how fan bases and owners and general managers will sometimes talk themselves into, it's like, hey, we're actually close. We go on the road to maybe the best team in football, and if our guy doesn't rough the punter, we win the game. That might talk them into letting McDaniel play it out for a few more weeks than we originally thought. But I think that's the thing to watch, because the Bills are just the Bills. Josh Allen's amazing, James Cook's amazing, and the defense. The defense, even without Go Cougs, at Oliver and Matt Milano, still made enough plays when they had to.
Yeah, they play the Jets next week on Monday Night Football. So if it's Tyrod Taylor and not Justin Fields, even if it's Justin Fields and you get embarrassed at home on Monday Night Football, that to me it was an awful game on Monday night. That's one where I would look at. That could be a firing game. The week after they play the Panthers as well. So that's two games where this is the Bills. But you lose to the Jets at home as currently a 3.5-point favorite. You lose the following week to the Panthers. Those are the ones where it's I'm not sure he makes it past the next 2 weeks if they don't come away with 2 wins.
Yeah, I have no idea. It depends on the owner. Is the owner going to flex and be like, hey, we're going to make moves? And it doesn't really matter. Firing a coach after they're 0-5, what is that really doing? You're not salvaging the season by any stretch of the imagination. But I find the Texans situation kind of similar to the Dolphins. Not that any of the head coach or the GM's on the hot seat like McDaniel and Greer are in Miami. Cacero's not on the hot seat. D'Amico's not on the hot seat. But just like their lot in life in the 2025 NFL season, the Dolphins 0-2 entering Week 3, Texans 0-2 entering Week 3. And the Dolphins played a better team, Buffalo, than the Texans will be playing in Sunday, Jacksonville. But Joe Shad, who now writes for the Palm Beach Post, he had a headline today in his article, his game recap basically. The Dolphins may have a 1-41 chance to make the NFL playoffs now that they're 0-3, but at least they showed fight at Buffalo. If I see that headline in Houston on Monday after the Texans lose to Jacksonville, should they lose to Jacksonville, I'm going to lose my mind. I will riot. That headline is the softest headline I have ever read. And I understand you're playing Buffalo. I get it. But, hey, at least we showed fight. This is the NFL, man. If we see that in Houston, I am going to lose
seen it before.
My mind.
We've seen it before.
When?
That's in the Texans' DNA. Cal's dad, once upon a time. Remember that Monday night game where I think it was like maybe 2010.
They showed fight?
Yes, yeah.
Were they good then?
Well, it was 2010. They never made the playoffs before. But it was during that time where Kubiak kept going 8-8, 8-8, 8-8, and they took the Ravens to overtime, but lost on a Matt Schaub pick six, shocking. And Bob McNair went on TV the next day and said, or maybe later in the offseason, and told how everyone on TV how everyone at the owners meeting kept patting him on the back. It's like, man, your team fights. You're really close. It's like. No.
See, I can excuse the Texans a little there because they were like an expansion team, have never done it before.
By 2010? They're 8 years in.
I mean, I can excuse it a little bit more than Miami. That's my point.
Fair.
I can excuse it a little bit more than like what the Texans could potentially be looking at coming up on Monday. Like if they fall to 0-3 after back-to-back division titles, whenever they were the favorite to win the AFC South, and we get a headline where at least they played hard, at least they were competitive, I will lose my mind. Very, very soft headline on that one, Joe George.
It's such a loser mentality. I'm with you. I don't think we should be holding the Texans to a different standard. The Dolphins haven't been in the playoffs since 2023. They're 8-9 last year. Like I get it from their perspective, but like I don't need to be doing that, and I don't think we'll be kind to the writer who writes it either because it's just a puff piece at that point. They're not going to do you any favors by saying they play hard. It doesn't matter. They play hard the last 2 weeks and they lost. Like you're 0-3, you're not going to make the playoffs. Your season's over essentially. So. I'm with you. I hope we do not see that come Monday if the Texans lose.
Yeah, there is some news out of the Astros, by the way. They have announced. Blindsided me. Isaac Paredes has been reinstated off the 60-day IL. They have placed Yordan Alvarez on the 10-day IL.
Chilling right now. In La Playa right now.
Left ankle sprain, which to me does bring in the question, will Yordan Alvarez be back by the postseason? I think they were holding out hope. They're like, hey, in 3 days, his ankle is going to be way better, and we could get him back like 8, 9, 10. The days, day 8, day 9, day 10 on that 10-day IL. They decide today, nope, that's not happening. So Isaac comes up. Yordan Alvarez is down. The lineup is out tonight as well. And Isaac Paredes immediately in the top 3 spots in the order. They're going Pena, Correa, Paredes the DH, Altuve, Colbat's 5th ahead of Christian Walker, who's at first base hitting 6th, and then Yiner, Jesus Sanchez, Jake Myers, all for Hunter Brown. So
I mean, look, it's not surprising. We said that at the top of the show. Like We'll wait and see for Yordan Alvarez. When they said it was serious immediately. He couldn't get down the stairs, Jeremy. Like I think expecting him to come back in the regular season seemed far-fetched at the time, and now it's just can you extend your season long enough to get his return?
It feels very similar to me with Josh Hader at this point. Of just the longer the Astros go into the playoffs, the better chance you have to have a full,
core group of players. But Paredes is back, and at least for today, like that's the most important thing out of this. I don't think it really, for me, changes my perspective too much on the Yordan Alvarez stuff. It's kind of business as usual at this point.
Yeah, I mean it's very, very nitpicky, and like it really doesn't matter. And like the Astros playing with 25 players as opposed to 26 the last few games didn't matter. It's just the way that they're very hesitant to place players on the injured list is weird to me. Like it's totally different than what I would do. Like I would err on the side of placing them on the injured list right away. You're not creating an expectation for when the player to come back. You're not putting your manager in a tough spot. Not that Espada was really in a tough spot the last couple of days. Like we're arguing the margins here. It's very minuscule. I get it. But it's just weird how this organization always errs on the side of we're not placing the position player on the injured list as opposed to the other side of it. I disagree there. Didn't really matter in this case. But it does bring up the fact that, Yordan ankle sprain. We'll have to continue to monitor it, of course. All right, 713-780-ESPN, the HR&P listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio on TikTok? C, yes, that is correct. Good Spanish there. I'm at Jeremy
And I'm Mexican.
J. Branham on TikTok. We're all on Twitter at ESPN975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Listening to the Texans coordinators yesterday. Yesterday was like the coordinator day in the NFL. Nick Caley was talking. Matt Burke was talking. It triggered me. I'm not going to lie, and I'll share with you why it triggered me next. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs. Used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's protecting your businesses. They have great people over there. Chris Fisher over there, dear friend. He's an Aggie, balances it out. But great people at HR&P from the top all the way to the bottom, if there is a bottom over there. But business owners, let HR&P help you. And that's what it's all about. They can help you with HR compliance. They can help you with benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HR&P can help in any or all of those areas. There's no boxes with HR&P. It's small job, big job. You need a lot off your plate. You need a little bit off your plate. Doesn't matter. HR&P is going to sit down with you and completely customize a plan for what you and your business needs. Nothing cookie cutter, not reading off a menu. It's going to be customized for you. They do it in a way that's unique, too. Technology meets service. They have the best technology in the game, the best in the industry. You're going to love that. You're going to trust that. But it's their service that really sets them apart. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. Always talking to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. If you love your employees, give them a little HR&P in their life. We use it here at Gow. It's fantastic. We just did the whole insurance enrollment, whatever you call that thing. It's over my head. And because it's over my head, I rely on HR&P to help me out on that, and they always do a fantastic job with that. I'm thankful we have them. So give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you and your business. 281-880-6525, or visit them online, hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
ESPN 97.5. I assumed you knew.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
you
left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting you had yesterday? She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granato, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granato.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
inside of the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is Jeremy and Joe. It is ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Maybe Isak is like Jordan, can come off the IL and not miss a beat. Hopefully. That'd be great. It'd be outstanding. Taylor Sheridan is a dude. Says a junkie on the text line. That's true. He's great at what he does, too. A little Yellowstone. Little landman.
I do not know this man.
Yeah. Tulsa King, I hear, is good. I've not tried it. A little Sly Stallone. Have you watched that one, Joe?
No, I haven't watched it yet, but I've seen all the clips. It's one of those that it's like in my Facebook feed or Instagram feed where like the clips keep popping up. So I might watch that. That might be a post football season watch.
Huh. He did Hell or High Water. That was a great movie. He did Mayor of Kingstown. I never watched any of the prequels for Yellowstone.
They're pretty good.
Probably won't. He did Sons of Anarchy. I didn't realize that.
He's in Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, he's in it?
Yeah, he's in it for a while, and then he gets killed
Sicario,
off.
too. Sicaria's a very good movie. This guy's a genius, this Taylor Sheridan. He is to, like, drama what Larry David is to comedy. 713-780-3776. Key from L.A., the Astros need to trade Mr. Glass, a.k.a. Jordan, while he still has value in the offseason, ? See, he said that like a statement, but then he throws a question mark at the end. I'm out on that. I don't believe in trading Jordan. He's your best offensive player. I don't think that he would have premium value either because of his health. So you'd be selling him for not his full value, which I'm not a fan of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trading Jordan Alvarez, he's under control, so you're going to want a player back or multiple players back that are, close to Cam Smith, but because of his injury history, like you're probably not going to want to give up a ton if you're another team because of the risk that comes with it. If you trade Jordan Alvarez, that's a rebuild. Like that's not anything of trying to win all the time. And I know he's not out there, but it's best if he's on this roster. Even if it's limited, the Astros are better off with him here than anywhere else at this point.
Yeah. To me, it's more like has a good year next year, and then you trade him next offseason. To me, it's not this offseason coming off a game or a year where he plays 40 games or whatever it's going to be. 713-780-3776. So I was triggered listening to the Texans coordinators yesterday / a little bit of Liam Cohen. So Nick Caley, he's gonna hit the firing squad there, right? Like they're all out, they're not happy with him, this, that, and it's a tough spot for an OC. But at the same time, hey, like produce. Nick Caley was asked by GJ Bieniemy about like the motions because the Texans are one of the bottom teams in the NFL in using motion. After we thought that hey, they're gonna use motion, hey, this could help an offense. Here was Nick Caley describing why they haven't used motion, and hey, yeah, maybe it's coming.
Yeah, I think if you can gain an advantage, a decided advantage, I think that it's definitely something that, you want to obviously incorporate, though. In terms of getting out and getting set, there's some games that we may use more. There's some games that we may not use as much. And I think that's week to week. And that's the honest to God truth. We've used plenty of motion back to spring and training camp, and we have the ability to do that with what we do, too.
All right, there you go. Like, whatever. Like, some guys are going to use it, some guys aren't. I don't necessarily love the answer. I feel like it was more of a – but at the same time, like, we're not going to like the answers of people, coaches, players that aren't producing. So, like, I understand that bias exists. But so, like, that answer is what that answer is. But where I really got annoyed was whenever Matt Burke was asked about, like, hey, what does Cohen do with Trevor Lawrence to help Trevor Lawrence out, to help the Jacksonville Jaguars out? And listening to Matt Burke indirectly triggered me on Nick Caley.
The motions and the stuff are helping him. I think again, just he's really good at getting the ball out quick. Like he's not going to hold it. So I think like Coach Cohen putting him in those spots to like have those quick answers and try to like again keep defenses off balance.
Matthew Burke just explained to us why I am unhappy with Nick Caley.
That's interesting because you'd think like that there would be some trickle down to that, right? From D'Amico, and then they would tell, Nick Caley, hey, this works. I don't really understand the Nick Caley one, and to be honest with you, Jeremy, like I don't think we see a lot of teams use motion one week and then not use it the next week. It feels like it's either something that's part of your offense or something that's not part of your offense. So I do find that answer a bit strange, honestly, of like why you just wouldn't use it all the time. And exactly what Burke points out, it makes things easier. The easy button throws that we're all talking about this week. Like it just all of that can come from motion. It can help with C.J. Stroud seeing if it's a zone or a man coverage. Even the basics of the defense you're facing, that's what you need. And they're not using it. And I don't also I wish there was a follow up to Nick Caley of just like why why would you use it some weeks and not the other weeks? Like what is the benefit of that?
Well, he would tell you that it's matchup dependent.
But on what? Like I guess the team that like only runs zone or man at that point, like they don't run a lot of mix and match. They primarily stay in zone, so it's a waste of time. But even then, it just seems It just seems strange to not want to use it. So, yeah, I think you're rightfully annoyed, and especially when you added in with the Burke, and he really lays out for why Nick Caley's factually wrong, honestly, in what he's saying.
Caley's, like, dismissing the whole motion idea. Stroud dismissed it the other day when he talked to the media, too, and then Burke's like, yeah, the reason that Cohen helped Trevor Lawrence so much is because of the zone. Now, here's Liam Cohen. Like, I wasn't going to even include Liam Cohen to this, and then I listened to Liam Cohen today, and I was like, okay, well, this is an offensive mind. This is an offensive genius. He's been hired by Kentucky. He's been hired by McVay. He was hired in Tampa to call plays for their offense last year. He's hired by this little wonderkin Jacksonville Jaguar GM who's like 28 years old. Here was Liam Cohen, like the whole offensive mindset.
The way that he can show that he's, continuing to respond is in his preparation, in the way that he's surgical.
Talk about Lawrence.
With his footwork, with his reads, like playing the position at a high level and continuing to get better week in and week out, mastering their defensive scheme, knowing what's going to happen, using the formations and motions to be able to undress the defense, like being and playing the quarterback position at a high level.
Using the formations and the motions to undress the defense. Meanwhile, your offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans and your quarterback of the Houston Texans, we don't need that. We don't need motion. We're fine. We're okay.
They're fine.
I feel like they're in over their head. I am so disappointed with this. I feel like they're incompetent, in over their head, and I'm terrified what the rest of the season looks like.
This feels like it could get really bad, guys. Yes. And I'm trying not to red flag in week 3 and overreact. But if the offensive coordinator is telling you that motion is matchup dependent, it makes me question if he knows ball. Yeah. And that's a bold statement coming from someone like me to someone like him who worked under Sean McVay. But if you think, we don't need to use motion all the time, well, look at the best offense in the league. They use motion a lot because, as Liam Cohen says in that clip, it helps you address the defense. Like, a guy followed, it's a man. A guy didn't follow, it's zone. Like, it gives you the answers so the quarterback knows where to go the ball post-snap quicker.
Yeah, it's I'm worried, guys. I am worried.
I think it's valid to be worried. I think the responses that were I looked at your responses to your tweet about Mike McDaniel being the next offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. I think the people who are, I love DJ, but DJ Bieniemy responding with an LOL. I'm like, well, I mean, you sure that's the stance you want to put out there? Because the way this feels like it's heading, it feels like it's going to be worse than last year. It's 2 games, and maybe it's an overreaction, but it feels like the offense is going to be worse this season. They have the lowest amount of points in the NFL. Yeah. You could have hired someone with play calling experience. You chose not to. You didn't really interview anyone with play calling experience. I mean, I didn't love the idea of hiring a college coach, the guy they interviewed out of Syracuse, but I feel like there was other options they could have looked into, and this is the problem with hiring a first-year OC coming off a year in which your offensive coordinator and your offense struggled.
It's a gamble.
Is you're not given the benefit of the doubt. You don't deserve it. Like they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt.
And you don't know what you're going to get. Like if you're the head coach with D'Amico, you don't know for sure what you're going to get. Like it's you're making your best guess, but you have zero history of what that's going to look like. So it's more of a gamble, more of a risk for sure.
You know what's frustrating about that gamble is they're gambling during the best advantage you can have in sports, a QB on a rookie contract.
Yep.
It feels like you're wasting the biggest advantage you're going to have for the next decade when C.J. Stroud is making pennies compared to what he'll make in the future when he's making probably $55 to $60 million per year. You hired year one, a guy who's never called plays before, worked well in year one, obviously fell apart in year two. You see that happen, and your answer to it is, let's promote from within from this bad offensive line and hire another guy who has no experience. You saw it fail but right in front of your eyes the year before, and they basically signed up to do the same thing again.
It's what's the definition of insanity?
That. Yeah.
I agree motion, one of the junkies on the text line. I agree motion is part of your offense, and it should be used weekly. Do you think Joe Brady's only going to use motion every other week? This is ridiculous. It's a great point. Do you think McVay's only going to do it every other week? Do you think Shanahan's matchup dependent? People might not like Mike McDaniel because the Dolphins aren't good right now. Is he going to stop using motion because they play team XYZ in week 4? No, like it's their offense. They're good at what they do, and they'll have adjustments and they'll have counter punches to what the defense is going to do. But that's a foundational piece of some of the best offenses in the entire NFL. Israel says CJ owns the AFC South. Trevor's a loser. Make the playoffs. He said Trevor, aka flop. He can't compare to CJ. Laugh emoji. Laugh emoji. Laugh emoji. This isn't a Stroud Trevor Lawrence debate because I would agree with you, Israel. Like I'd rather have Stroud than Trevor Lawrence. This is an offensive scheme versus offensive scheme conversation. This is a Texans offense just might be incredibly incompetent conversation. This is not a knockdown C.J. Stroud. We like C.J. Stroud around here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is one of those where, like, I know I'm new to the show, but, like, Israel, you got to take the potatoes out of yours, man. Like, we're talking about the offense. We're talking about the issues that are surrounding the offense. And it's not a C.J. Stroud. We're talking about how it's hurting C.J. Stroud, how we want the best for C.J. Stroud. And the Texans and the decision-making process they went through this offseason does not look like it's in the best interest of C.J. Stroud. The Jaguars, the Bears, these teams, like, they did what they think is best for their quarterbacks. Does it mean it's going to work? No. Is it going to fix all the Trevor Lawrence problems? No. That's why he's, throwing his hand up at his coach on the sideline already this offseason. But, like, this is where if the offense doesn't improve quickly, there's going to be more questions about this organization. It starts at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Texter, or junkie rather, my 9-year-old even uses motions in Madden. Your 9-year-old knows ball. Another junkie, that's what they get for constantly clowning on Bobby Slowick. Another texter says they should have just kept Bobby Slowick. I don't know if keeping him was the answer, but like I said yesterday, I think Slowick is a better OC currently than Nick Haley. Maybe DJ LOL because he doesn't think McDaniel will be an OC next year. Maybe he thinks he'll get another head coaching position. I don't think that DJ believes that. And look, I don't know what DJ was thinking. I don't think that Mike McDaniel will be a head coach next year. My thought was, because I know that DJ is not a Nick Haley guy. Like he's talked very honestly about this offense in a not so positive light. I think he's just anti Mike McDaniel. Is kind of my takeaway of that. But
that's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
I get it. It's the same offense you were running. Like, I think it is.
But I think McDaniel's far more creative, and that offense was very clearly, through just 2 games of Haley, more beneficial for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and that's where – and because I think the issue with Bobby was really just it wasn't his offense, and you saw the lack of experience when people adjusted. If he could adjust, he could still be, I think, the Texans' offensive coordinator right now. But it was just when at halftime, it just – would get worse, and I think it showed he was running someone else's offense that I don't think he has a full grasp on at this point, and how to adjust when the defense adjusts to you. So that to me is why Bobby's not the OC, and why I don't think Bobby should have been the offensive coordinator this year. I think it was the right decision to move on, even though it's been bad for 2 games, because that skill didn't seem like it was going to get better for him. I think right now the Texans just made the wrong hire.
Yeah, I would agree. The definition of insanity is Texans fans. This organization has been inept since inception. There you go. The Houston Texans.
Never quit.
Inept since inception. 713-780-3776. At least
sounds like a bad yearly slogan. Built for this. Inept since inception.
Inept since inception. I kind of like it.
It's got a nice ring to it. I don't think they'll use it, though.
The alliteration's very good. All right, 713-780-3776. 2 favorites and a dog. Where are we making you money this week? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Houston's only FM sports stations. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Time to huddle up with Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery for Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics. Feast on Crawfish Cafe's Game Day Pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, corn, potatoes, savory sausage, and a boiled egg. Wash it down with $10 Carbach lager buckets or grab a cold one for just $2. Big games on TV, bold flavors on your plate, and ice-cold brews in your hand. Head to any Crawfish Cafe in Greater Houston. Visit crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe. Crawfish Cafe, where game day is legendary. Collectors Firearms. Don't let the name fool you. We have new guns, too. With 12,000 new and pre-owned guns in stock, we have the largest selection in the country. Got a dirty gun? We'll clean it free while you wait. With over 50 years of experience, our expert staff help both seasoned collectors and first-time owners. From tactical firearms to historical rifles, modern handguns to vintage classics. Visit us at Westheimer and Voss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collectors Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Sell your house in the most simplest way. Greenlightoffer.com.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are expanding as well.
Yes, we are branching into San Antonio and Austin. So if you have a second house over there, we can come and pick up your items, bring them back to Houston Powder Coaters, and then deliver them back to your second home.
How about that? And your delivery?
It's free in the Houston area. It's going to be $125 for Austin and San Antonio.
That's not bad at all. Call Robin. You'll probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jeremy, Joe, ESPN 97.5. Junkie on the text line. JB and JG into place to be. Dropping bars on the text line. I don't know if that's good or not. I'm not cool enough to know if that's good or not. 713-780-3776 if you want to tell us how big of idiots we are with these bets. Mean text coming up later. The return of mean text coming up a little bit later. But two favorites and a dog. You can't see me biting my tongue right now. Last week I went 3-0. Brian and Joe went 1-2. This is also going to be a draft element. We don't know each other's bets. So as soon as somebody takes a game, it takes it off the board completely. So we're going to go reverse order of standings. Brian won the coin flip. Sorry, Joe. So Brian will be going first. Now, the question that I have, because we've not ironed out the details of this, y'all just put things in place without even chatting with me. Are we going like 1 through 3 first round, 1 through 3 second round, 1 through 3 third round? Or are we doing it like a snake draft?
Doesn't matter to me.
Joe, you call it. I don't care either.
Let's snake it.
Okay, we'll snake it. So Brian's on the board with the first pick. Brian, what's your first play of the week?
My first play of the week is the Chargers at home, a 2.5-point favorite at home against the Broncos. I don't think the Broncos are necessarily a bad team. I know they're kind of in the conversation of overrated coming into the season, but I think the Chargers have put themselves in the conversation of maybe top 5 team in football, and I will take them at home to cover the 2.5.
All right, so you're on the Chargers, 2.5 over Denver. Chargers playing that game at home. That one is off the board, Joe. You're on the clock.
All right, I will take Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts, minus 4.5 on the road against the Tennessee Titans.
That was on my board. I had that one on my draft board, so excellent pick. So you have the Colts starting 3-0 if you're taking them to cover 4.5.
I do, yes.
Interesting what that means for the Houston Texans. So Joe's on the Colts side of that. None of y'all have played an underdog yet, huh?
Nope.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, I'll get I guess I have back-to-back picks here, so it doesn't matter which one I go with. But I'll just take the underdog right off the board, get it out of the way, wash my hands of it. Can I take 2 underdogs?
I mean, it's 2 favorites and a dog.
I know the semantics of the stupidity of the name. Is this play again here?
No, it's pretty clear.
So you can't take more than 1 dog.
No, it's right in the title of the name.
This is the stupidest betting game ever. Okay.
I'm going to be honest with you. Wait, time out. I would be fine if you went 2 dogs and a favorite.
Okay.
Why?
So can we just pick games against the spread and just
change the name
at all?
We should just
okay, no. All right, no. You know what? No, Brian's right. 2 favorites and a dog.
Like, if we would have changed the name, cool. But, I mean, it clearly says 2 favorites.
Can we just change the name? Let's just change the name.
All right, fine.
Let's change
What's the name now?
I don't know. We'll workshop that in post-production. But we're changing the whole concept of 2 favorites and a dog. Because it's a coin flip either side. It confuses
I like that
me.
we're changing it in the middle of the picks, but okay.
Yep.
Well, we can follow those rules today.
All right.
Well, if we can follow those rules today, and then we'll flip it next week, I guess. I'll just
Super
take the Bears.
well organized.
I'll take the Bears plus 1.5.
All right.
Give me the
don't.
hometown Bears. Give me the Chicago. Their losses have been, they've been way too concerning. They've been overrated, those losses. The Cowboys couldn't defend water if they fell out of a boat. I really don't know what that means.
I was surprised they're a road favorite.
Yeah, Chicago's going to win this game. Now, it's going to be a high-scoring game, all of those things. Chicago's going to win their first game under Ben Johnson, going to beat the Cowboys. Give me the Bears as my underdog. And then I'm going to go with Carson Wentz. It's not Carson Lutz. It's Carson Wentz. He's going to win this game for the Vikings. Skull. They're playing Browning. He stinks. Minnesota's got a great home field advantage. The number at 2.5, too small. Skull. Vikings cover the number. Back to you, Joe.
Oh, that means I'm on the clock. Okay, I couldn't remember. I honestly forgot the order there for a second. I'm going to go You took one of my games here, so I got to pivot here.
Bears?
You know what?
I'm gonna draft.
I know it's throwing me off here a little bit. I'll take my underdog here. Then I will take the Fighting Illini, Illinois plus 6.5 against the University of Indiana in that one. The
Where's
Fighting
that game
Brett
at?
Bielema
Bloomington?
was. It is in Bloomington.
They're saying that Mendoza kid could be the number 1 pick in the draft.
I've seen that. Yes.
Seems wild to me.
Well, there's a lot of kids I've said that about in September.
I know.
Arch.
Hello, Spencer Rattler. Hello, Arch.
Way back in the day. All right, Brian, last 2.
All right, so I'll go ahead and I'm gonna run it back. Oregon screwed me last week. They were up 34-0 on Northwestern and gave up a couple garbage time touchdowns to cost themselves the cover. Right this week though, the last rivalry game for Oregon State, at least for a year. They might run that. Apparently, they might sign that rivalry back in 2027. But the last Civil War against Oregon State, who's garbage, they're 0-3. They've looked completely uncompetitive. Give me Oregon minus 34.5 in the last
big
rivalry
number.
game. It's a huge number. Part of me is just stubbornly picking Oregon because they screwed me last week and I want to run it back. But that is a high number. And also, Oregon State is trash. Let's be honest.
They are trash.
And so, okay, 1 pick left here. I'm going to go back to the NFL. Tampa Bay at home.
Oh, that was my next pick.
Minus 6.5. Good. I feel better about it now because you were 3-0. Tampa Bay minus 6.5 at home against Tyrod Taylor and the Jets. I think that's a comfortable cover for the Buccaneers.
There you go. I agree.
Wait, time out. You picked 3 favorites.
I did, but we're changing the game, right?
Sure.
No, we're not.
That's fine. I don't care.
No.
I hate the whole concept of 2 favorites and a dog.
I thought
Betting
we completely
against
threw
the
the
spread.
format out.
That's fine. Let's do that.
All right.
Betting against the spread is a coin flip. There is no reason to have 2 favorites and a dog. It is so dumb. All right, last pick, Joe.
Honestly, I was just trying to enforce the rules there because that was my last pick.
Rules? We threw them all away.
I was just trying to fight with that.
This is
one.
like Fight Club. The only rule is there are no rules.
The anarchy segment.
All right, well let's go to the. We're gonna stick in the state of Indiana then. So I've got Illinois winning, and I'm gonna take the Irish to pummel the Purdue Boilermakers. Give me Notre Dame minus 25.5.
Drew Brees ain't walking through that door. All right, last pick for me. Give me Atlanta on the road. At Carolina, the Panthers, I think, are just terrible. The Cardinals let them in that game last week. They had no business being in that game. I think the Panthers are one of the worst 3 teams in the NFL. I think the Falcons are actually pretty good. That defense is looking good. Their pressure is getting to the quarterback. Good luck, Bryce Young. And that offense has a bunch of pieces. I think the Falcons roll on the road at Carolina, and they cover the 5.5. So those are our bets. We'll workshop a name. Or if you have a name, junkies, you're usually more creative than we are.
Did anyone write that down, by the way?
No, you're going to I'm writing it down.
You
wrote it down?
Good.
Okay, good.
I was just hoping we could add to the anarchy by not remembering our picks.
Well, I mean, there's tape that exists. There's
that's a lot of work.
Where you could go back and listen.
Says you.
It's a fact.
We know you're not doing that work.
I would not. No, I'd force Brian to do it. Brian, go do it. We got an intern here today, don't we? Where's your panic meter at on these NFL teams? Brian's going to hit us with some of these teams, and we'll tell you where our panic meter is at for them. 713-780-3776. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
The Walmart you thought you knew is brand new. Who knew? Walmart right now, look, we're using it. We're getting ready for this big move to a new house. We're using it to get all of our stuff. You can use it online. You can find things that you're not going to find in the store. We're going to use it mostly for this trip because, well, we're going to throw out everything in our refrigerator. We're going to make it nice and easy. Get to a new house. Get the delivery. Have it right to the, go there, pick it up, or have it come right to the door. We're going to use Walmart to get all of that done. Right now, you can go on there, did you know, Walmart can deliver in fast as an hour. Fees and terms do apply. You can use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart. From groceries to home goods to prescriptions, it is subject to availability, and you can learn more at walmart.com.
ESPN
97.5.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a classic Week 3 matchup in the NFC as the Dallas Cowboys square off with the Chicago Bears. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as the Cowboys go for a second straight win. But the Bears are hungry and at home, looking for their first win under Ben Johnson. Dallas, Chicago. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Coverage begins Sunday at 2:45 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Houston's independent voice for sports. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, char-broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-through, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
We're back with Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5
inside of the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Jeremy and Joe, the ESPN 97.5. Brian hangs out with us too. He's going to give us teams just in the NFL. We're going to give you our panic meter on these teams. Panic meter, where are they at on that needle? Joe, you can go first. Age before beauty. Brian, hit us with the first team.
Since we're going with Joe first, let's hit him with his favorite team, Chicago Bears. New head coach, new offensive system. Caleb Williams still sucks. What's the panic meter in Chicago, Joe?
It's about a 7. I think is a fair way to put it. It's not Caleb. Caleb's been fine. Go watch the tape. Jeremy picking the Bears when they're missing 3 starters this weekend on defenses. Yikes. Good luck.
Right.
To be honest with you.
Two
corners.
What was my record, Joe?
3-0.
What was your record?
I hope you're right. Because that means
what was
the Bears
your record,
are probably
though?
going to
You're
win.
not answering the question.
1 of 2.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure.
2. But yeah, I'd say it's like a 7 right now.
Okay. I mean, I guess what's the panic? Like, are we talking like miss the playoffs here? Because
I think the panic is that you're facing Matt Eberflus this weekend, and the defense just gave up 52 points to the Detroit Lions, and it looks so much worse. And that while Caleb has looked better, it hasn't taken the leap that you thought it was. You got 3 new offensive linemen. Caleb Williams is still getting pressured like crazy. DeAndre Swift is awful. So I think there's panic in the fact that the roster is locked in for the next year and a half.
Okay.
At this point, you can't really get out of a lot of these guys.
I'm gonna go.
Wouldn't the panic be like they don't show improvement?
See, I think they're going to be fine ultimately. Like, I believe in Ben Johnson. I agree a little bit with Joe that Caleb Williams has been – I mean, he's had flashes. Like, first half of the Week 1 game against Minnesota, I thought he looked really good. Second half, I thought he looked really bad. Last week, that game got so out of hand so quickly, like I almost throw it out in terms of an assessment on Caleb Williams. But I think that they're slowly going to figure it out. I like their pieces. I think they have been banged up, so, like, I think it is going to influence their record. But in terms of, like, their long-term, I'm still pretty good with them, so I'm, like, at a 3. With the Bears.
The problem is that Ryan Poles got a 4-year contract extension before the start of the season. And if this roster's not good, he's tied to this team. That's the problem.
You don't think that they could just buy him out? Like, it's not cap-related or anything. Do they have the money to throw around?
They do not have the money to throw around.
Okay, so they're not Cal, where they'll just, flex their money and, like, get things
that
they want or get rid of
things. No, they don't.
It's always fun to win.
They don't have money. Like, they bought their team for, like probably $50,000, honestly.
And aren't they also financing a new stadium right now?
Maybe.
Maybe? Okay.
We'll see. But like they don't have they don't come from money. This is their money. This is the McCaskey money. Is the Bears. They don't have other businesses.
Okay.
So.
All right. Next team, Brian.
The Commanders. Obviously, a lot was expected of them in the preseason. Now got embarrassed by Green Bay. Now Jaden Daniels is out. How many games? Is it time for a little bit of concern that the Commanders could fall short of their preseason expectations?
I probably have it like a 3 because I think people are going to be, will be very patient with them. And because of the Daniels injury, I don't think people are too concerned. And I think most fans know to expect a sophomore slump at this point from quarterbacks. So I think it's a 3. I think it's pretty low.
Is that a thing now? Sophomore slumps? Was C.J. Stroud the maverick of that?
No. It was at least a terminology before then.
I guess. I didn't know that.
It's more of a baseball.
You hadn't heard of a sophomore slump before last year?
No, I've heard the term, but I've never. But I wouldn't associate it with football. I wouldn't associate it with quarterback play. Yes, I've heard the term sophomore slump in sports. I would never before C.J. Stroud attribute it to the quarterback.
Well, like Baker, I think is one that you would point to. Having a pretty good year his rookie year, and then the second year struggling. Trevor Lawrence, didn't he make the playoffs his rookie year? Was that his rookie year when they beat the Chargers?
Mac Jones definitely had a sophomore
it wasn't his
slump.
rookie year. His rookie year was Urban Meyer. They did not make the playoffs.
Mac Jones had a good rookie season, made the playoffs, made the Pro Bowl, and did the gritty, and then was terrible his second year. Like lost his job. Terrible.
To Bailey Zappi. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Shout out Houston Christian, which isn't even, or shout out Houston Baptist at the time. Now it's Houston Christian. But he went somewhere else. Did he go to Western Kentucky, Bailey Zappi?
That sounds right. It was. I thought it was a MAC school. I'm not exactly sure which one.
I think either the head coach or the OC went to Western Kentucky and he followed him. Are they the Hilltoppers, Western Kentucky?
Yes.
I think that's where he went. Washington, I'm not going to 1 on Washington. I think they're going to be fine. I think they can win Mariota. And I don't think that the Daniels thing is long-term. I still think the Commanders easily get to 10 wins. Who do they have again?
Raiders at home.
Yes, I do. I think they beat the Raiders at home. Branham Analytics has the Raiders losing by 1. So I have Mariota and the Commanders winning that game by 1 point. But while the quarterback is out, that's all you care about is winning the game, finding out a way. So I still think they're a playoff team. I'm not worried about the Commanders a bit. They're at a 1 for me. Next.
All right, probably the most surprising 0-2 team in the league has to be the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, they have played the Chargers and the Eagles, so you could certainly say, well, they played 2 of the better teams in the NFL, but losing to them maybe means the Chiefs aren't one of the better teams in the NFL, at least at that top elite level tier. Eddie, what's the panic level with the Chiefs?
Man, I want to go like a 6, I think. I mean, the offense hasn't looked any better. Rice is suspended for 4 more games. Xavier Worthy, I don't think he's back yet this weekend. The offense just hasn't really improved at all, and with the way the Chargers are playing, I think you'd be a little concerned. And I think they kind of view their team like we view the Astros as the expectations to win the division, and that's where the panic thus lies. So I'll go 6.
I'm going to go to 5 for Kansas City. I'm not so much worried about them, like the team, like their success and like playing good football. Rashee Rice is coming back. Xavier Worthy might play this week. Like, they're going to add pieces. It's more the division. Like, the division's pretty salty. Like, the Chargers just might flat out be better than Kansas City. And they won the game that they played on a neutral field in week 1. Denver's much improved. The Raiders are better than they were last season. So the division is tough. Kansas City playing a first-place schedule. I'm more concerned about what Kansas City has on the slate than I am, like, their personnel, their roster, that sort of thing. So give me a 5 for Kansas City.
All right, one quarterback taken ahead of C.J. Stroud. Of course, that was Bryce Young.
Oh, yeah.
Looked really good in the second half of last season. Things were looking up, but that trend has reversed, and the Panthers have looked pretty awful with an 0-2 start so far. What's the panic for Carolina?
8. I think it's high. I think it's very, 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 very high.
Yeah. I give him a 10. A 10. Bryce Young looks awful. He looks terrible. Oh, he had good numbers last week. That's because Arizona fell asleep in that game, and they allowed Bryce Young and the Panthers to get back into a game that should have been put to bed early. I'm really worried about Bryce Young. I think this is Bryce Young's last year as a starter. Maybe they give Canellis another quarterback. I don't know. I don't like that team at all. I think Hunter Renfro's catching 2 touchdown passes for them.
Yep.
Hunter Renfro is catching 2 touchdown passes for them. I don't like that football team at all. I'm at a 10. A 10.
You want to do one more?
For Carolina. Yeah, sure. Why not? It's
all
a
right.
Friday.
I believe you picked this team to win, Jeremy, but the Vikings, obviously, outside of one quarter against the Bears, J.J. McCarthy has not looked good, and now he's hurt, and they're having to play Carson Wentz. Obviously, that division's really damn good with the Packers, the Lions, and the Bears are obviously more talented than their record shows. What is the panic for Minnesota?
I think I'm just gonna go right down the middle here. I think it's a 5 because there's some faith in Kevin O'Connell that he can figure it out with any quarterback. So the panic that's there, it's what you've seen from J.J. McCarthy. But because it's still only his second start and he's hurt, I think you got to give him a little bit of grace here as well. So I'll call right down the middle for them.
I'm going like at a 3. I think Kevin O'Connell is going to make Carson Wentz look okay. Like, I think he's going to make Carson Wentz look like a suitable NFL quarterback. Going into last year, is there any reason to believe that Sam Darnold is greater than Carson Wentz? No. I think that he's actually going to find a way to make Carson Wentz look productive again. Not like MVP Philly that year, just like a solid NFL quarterback. Their defense is still very good. They still have Justin Jefferson. They're getting Jordan Addison back after this week. I still have the Vikings making the playoffs. What did I say, 2 or 3? I'm going to give them a 3.
Yeah,
3 for the Vikings. I'm not really that worried about it. Now, if they lose this week to the Bengals against Jake Browning, we'll have this conversation again. We'll revisit. But if they go 2-1, Wentz looks okay. Addison's coming back. Like, I think they're all right. They're all right. All right, 713-780-3776. Have you seen the plan to fix college football? I like it. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 975, ESPN 925. Y'all looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, the midweek, whatever, the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, or whatever is causing you stress? Well, I have the best idea for you. You already know what it is. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. 20% off right now through October, by the way. From the open green spaces to the beautiful wildlife to the beautiful majestic trees and also some of the best fishing in Texas. Two Creeks kind of border their property there. They have the catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great for the kids. You can't beat it. It's just 90 minutes from Houston too. Escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Don't blow all your PTO time traveling. Get on up there and enjoy some rest and relaxation. Hike on their 92 acres of property. Do a little bit of kayaking. Play some pickleball. Hang out by the pool with a drink. They have glamping. They have cabins. They have the tree house. Pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. I'm always telling you how they love to take care of their customers. You know what's going on this week? How about a little bit of Frozen Friday coming up tonight? They have an Astros watch party tonight. Well, I'm going next week. Okay. Next Thursday. Thirsty Thursday. Who doesn't love a little Thirsty Thursday? And who wouldn't love a Thirsty Thursday at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston? Frozen Friday next Friday. Fajitas and Ritas contest. That sounds like it's for me. On Saturday, they have so many things. A little live music from Kenny Cooper. They have kids craft. They have bingo. And college football at Swampers as well. So you can watch your football out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You can watch your Astros out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. So book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. 20% off right now through October, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Listen on the go with the ESPN 97.5 app. Just search ESPN 97.5 and download today.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage. No overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
This weekend on ESPN Radio, it's a huge showdown in the hunt for October.
Right to right off the bat of Raleigh. It is deep. It is gone.
The Seattle Mariners and Houston Astros are locked up in a fight for the American League West crown, and every game is critical.
Jose Altuve the opposite way.
The Mariners at the Astros.
Coverage begins at 6 following Cowboys-Bears coverage on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
What's this voice guy's name again?
Jim Cutler.
Jim Cutler? I'm gonna like Mr.
Yep.
Cutler, a strongly worded letter.
Because of the verbiage?
Yeah. Yeah, we started 64 minutes ago.
You never get caught up on small things, do you?
Starts now. No, it doesn't start now.
Never.
It bothers me.
The hour starts now.
That's not what he said.
Semantics, I think.
That's not what he said.
Yeah, but that's what he means. That's what it means.
Moving the goalpost. I'm being gaslit.
Random is the king of semantics.
Semantics matter. I pay attention to detail.
You're the gaslighter.
No, what am I gaslighting?
Everything.
You actually don't think he's gaslighting here?
Name one thing.
I think he's overreacting. I don't think he's gaslighting.
Fair. That would be a better way to argue that.
Thanks for the time, Jeremy.
The overreactor.
I mean, do you care about your job or do you not, Jay Cutler? That's not his name.
No.
Jim Cutler.
Jim Cutler. Like Jay Moore.
You think Jay, with the cigarette in his mouth, is voicing stuff for us?
I do love Jay Cutler. He did reality television, very Cavallari for a little bit, and then they got divorced.
They've been divorced for a while now, right?
Yeah, there were rumors that he might have, with her friend.
Oh.
There were rumors. I can't confirm.
He might have taken snaps underneath another center.
It's a weird way to put that. Very weird way to put that.
But you knew what I meant.
But yes.
But I might use that going forward. I like it.
Thank you.
It's kind of like
you
outkicked your coverage.
Yeah,
Which, like, does that really work? Does that really make sense?
I knew what it meant when I first.
Right,
I mean, it first
I
popped
understand.
up with what was it, Travis? Oh, what's his name?
Like, we all know
Clay
what
Travis,
it means.
yeah,
We all know what it means, but it's like,
yeah,
does it really fit? Like, outkicking your coverage isn't a good thing because it sets up the return.
But what it's referencing is also not a good thing. Well, I guess.
Well, no, it is. It's a good thing.
Well, it's a good
you
thing
did better than you deserve.
I think it's good. I think it's saying it's good temporarily. It is like in real life where, oh my God, that pun is booming. But you realize, like, okay, this is not going to go well because I can't maintain what's coming next.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a well argued, Brian. I still don't know if I can get there. And we all outkicked our coverage.
Wow, for sure.
So
definitely.
Is that good or bad?
We'll find out.
I'll let you know. Anyways, the plan to fix college football. So some things happening in the last couple of days. First off, the NCAA officially eliminated the spring transfer window for football, which I think this is great because you have dudes that are playing in spring games and then they transfer the very next day. They transfer that night. So I like this, Joe, that they're getting rid of this at least.
I think this is good. I mean, we saw the spring games getting canceled because they didn't want other coaches having scouts there and things like that. So those are I don't really care about spring games, but I know there's a large portion of college football fans that really do, and we're very upset. I know I saw BK going on rants left and right that the UT game was canceled. So it makes sense. I still think there's room to go. I know there is the issue with them actually being students of the winter portal of the timing of it, but like I still hate that Bo Prabula, however you say it. Left Penn State before the playoffs started to go to Mizzou. I don't like that part, but I think cutting it down to one portal is still a step in the right direction to reining in college football just a little bit.
Yeah, there's still some things to iron out there. Now, there is the bigger plan. Billionaire Cody Campbell, who we know from Texas Tech alum. I think he played football there. I don't know how much he played, but was on the team. He's the dude that bought up all these oil stuff, kind of like the real life landman, and then sold his company recently, his energy company, for $360 billion, something like that. So he has a plan of scrapping the NCAA, creating a federally chartered agency to govern college sports. It would set transfer rules, negotiate all TV deals, and even realign conferences. This is kind of like I wonder if the Saudis will buy college football like they, bought golf or they bought soccer, like all that stuff. This is kind of that plan, but with American money. I would love this. I think this is the way to go, where you have this big entity that is governing college football. NCAA, we haven't loved the NCAA for a very long time. I think that you go back to more geographic conferences. You don't have Cal playing in the ACC. I think it would be great for the rivalries and things like that. Basically, it would be like college football becomes the NFL with still some college to it. I think this is a great idea. I think it's far-fetched. I think that it is I think it's a long shot, but I would absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think if you can make the logistics work about what happens, around the rest of it, my questions are they still students? Are they not students? I don't really care, to be honest with you, but at the same time, it does matter because of how few of these kids do go to the NFL and have, long careers. I was listening to, I don't know if you know, T-Bob Hebert. He used to be in, Louisiana doing radio, but he's with Barstool now, and he talked about how he lost money trying out for an NFL team because he didn't get paid while he was there for training camp. So all of his expenses were not paid for. So, and that's the end of his career. So what do these kids do when they don't make it to the NFL, I think is concerning of if you don't make them actually be students. And then what happens to the other sports, I think does have to factor into this a little bit. That's what funds volleyball and soccer and golf and all these other sports. That does have to factor into this, I think a little bit, but the premise of it, I love. I think taking the control away from the NCAA makes sense. They're not really involved anyways, right? It's not an NCAA championship. When you see the college football playoffs on ESPN, it does not say you do not see the NCAA logo like you see for March Madness. So they've already kind of separated, church and state there a little bit. And I think it'd be fine to go forward. Some kind of governing body has to take over the NFL, the college football landscape at some point. It's a must for me to really see this thing not become a concern at some point.
It would be so much fun. Now you want to be in, right? You want to be in the league. If you're not in the league, then oh boy. It's a little bit like when the European soccer were trying to have the top clubs from a bunch of the different leagues over there leave their league and then play in this whatever they were going to call it, and then like they decided not to do it because there was so much like public outcry. I think it would be similar to that, except I think all of the Power 4 conference teams would be invited. Like I think that to be true. It doesn't really say specifically, but if you're the odd team out, like you don't get into this little whatever we're going to call it, then I think that you're pretty much dead as a football program.
Yeah, I mean, because then you're what? You're the NCAA College Football League, which is going to be filled with the non-Power 4 teams. And I would even imagine some of these non-Power 4 teams could get invites as well.
I wonder, like, what do you think the number would be?
68.
Okay, yeah. I think it would be somewhere around there, like 64 through 72, something like that.
Yeah, and see, and this is where, like, could you factor in, could we introduce relegation? Like, to the teams that weren't invited, like if there were schools that didn't get the cut, like could there be some form of relegation that allows you into this power league? I know the answer to that.
No chance, because Ohio State, Alabama, Texas, Notre Dame would never agree to something like that. And if they're not going to agree to something like that, your Wake Forest, Georgia Techs can't be asked to do that.
And I think the question for like the teams that wouldn't be invited, I wonder it's more about would there be schools that would turn it down?
Nope.
Like, you don't worry about some of these like these smart schools that really don't put any money into their program already, that they don't look at this and say maybe football's not what we need it to be.
Worry about it? No. Like, could it potentially happen? Okay, maybe. Like, would Vanderbilt? I couldn't even imagine Vanderbilt doing that. But would, like,
I was thinking
Stanford,
like Stanford, Stanford, okay. Northwestern.
What if they do that? What would you lose sleep? Like, would you be mad if Stanford and Northwestern aren't in this big new college football league?
No, and my guess is like Northwestern would, because they're building like a multi-billion-dollar stadium, so they're kind of forced to. But it's, I mean, it's just I don't know. At this point, I see Sunshine of Twitch here says the pace is out of the tube now. College football is no longer a collegiate sport. Totally agree. Like, and I don't want the NFL to be involved though. That's my caveat. Like, while I do want a governing body, I don't want the NFL to then oversee college football.
No,
I kind of like how they're separated, in at least in some capacity. I don't need it to be a straight NFL minor league system.
See, I think this would be better for the sport than the way it's currently compromised or whatever. There's 76 teams right now in Power 4 football. The Big Ten, the SEC, the ACC, and the Big 12. Like, let's keep it at 76. Like, that's fine. Like, if you have a couple of the teams that don't want to do it, which I have a hard time believing it, okay, then we'll figure it out. Maybe even add, like, 4 teams. Maybe you get to, like, an even 80, and you go that route. And then I don't know, like, how you would distribute the leagues, per se, but I would make them as regionally important as possible. Like, all of my importance would be on – you're going to have a Texas conference. You're going to have a Southeast conference. You're going to have a West Coast, like whatever. I want the geography back more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, geography, like, you hit on the nail with Cal playing in the ACC. Oregon, Cal, USC, UCLA, like those programs, put them together. UT, A&M, Oklahoma, put those, U of H, put those teams together in a conference. It would be way better for the sport. I mean, I don't really know what the holdup here is going to be. Is it going to be – I mean, I guess you have to wait out the contracts, which that's what's complicated. It's like you have to get everyone on board to, like the ACC specifically. The ACC contract, obviously, if they could get out of it, that conference would already be dead at this point. So how do you that stuff, I mean, that's not really our problem. But I do think this is realistic, and we're starting to hear more of this stuff. This isn't the first time we've seen proposals like this. This feels like at some point somebody's going to step in and really do this, and everyone's going to get on board quickly if the right person is in charge. I don't know who the right person in charge is.
I think it's Cody Campbell. I mean, he's worth $360 billion. Like, it's going to take somebody with that sort of clout and financial background and support to be able to do it.
But I think you need people within college football to also be part of this.
Sure.
He needs to convince Nick Saban.
Sure. Well, that was the plan. Like, that was the plan under Trump. Like, these two guys are going to fix college football. And I think you need to do it outside of the political landscape, quite frankly.
I agree.
So, like, Cody Campbell is the man that finances all this, that gets the wheels in motion, and then you have a commissioner. The commissioner's Nick Saban. I mean, this is kind of like Live. Like, this is Live on the college football scale, where instead of the Saudis financially backing it, it's Cody Campbell that's financially backing it, and then he's going to sell it out with new TV deals, which the TV deals would obviously obviously better, would be better for this than it would for Live. And then they had the Shark, Greg Norman, as their commissioner. You don't have the Shark. You have Nick Saban as your commissioner. It's basically the same model.
Fat guy in his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
I hope he doesn't talk to Cody Campbell that way. It's basically the same structure with a different sport that's far more popular that wouldn't have the rival like Liv does with the PGA because they're taking all of their teams, and then it would be way better in the market because this would sell. Like the TV contracts would be insane for something like this.
And they already are. Like they're already insane. But if you can then remove like, hey, we're gonna restructure this so that way, unless we choose to put a West Coast team playing at 11 o'clock in the morning because they're in the Big Ten now, like unless you choose for that to happen, like you can remove some of that stuff. The problems with college football can be fixed if you do this. What we talked about, the transfer portal, paying players, all that stuff, unions, so the players are well represented. The players are taken care of financially and with health care and things like that after their careers are done for the guys that are injured in a serious way while they're in college. Like you can fix all that stuff. So I'm very pro this. What do you think? If you had to guess, what do you think a timeline looks for this? Is this like something that we should be 20 years?
Yeah, I don't think it's imminent at all. Because you might have to wait out the TV contracts like you mentioned. Like it might take a while for this to happen. But I like what I'm reading. I like the ideas. I like what I'm reading, and I hope that it does build the momentum that I hope it does.
Yeah, and I guess even thinking about it more, like the TV stuff, as long as you include those TV partners in the new league, maybe they won't care. If whoever the ACC's partner is, maybe it's hey, we're still going to let you have these ACC games. We're just going to, not call it the ACC anymore. That's my other request. This is a small one, Jeremy. If they're going to do this, you got to rebrand everything besides the SEC. If you're gonna call it the Big Ten, I need 10 teams.
No, it's just I would blow it all up. You just have it's more of a regional thing, like it is in all the pro sports. All right, 713-780-3776. Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Oh, you know what I love? I love a little underdog. I love a little bit of football. You already know that. And underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. Maybe you were on the right side of things in last night's game. A little Thursday night football, Bills, Dolphins. Did you win yesterday? Did you get your picks right yesterday? Playing on underdog is so easy, as you know. Pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower in a bunch of different statistical categories, touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and much, much more. Also, you can now pick your teams on underdog. That's right. Pick whether or not your team will win or lose. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. How do you feel about some of these picks in the Texans-Jacksonville game coming up on Sunday? Do you like the Texans to win? Maybe you're on that side of it. Maybe you like the Texans' margin of victory, plus 2.5. That's getting a little bit bigger. Travis Etienne, 57.5 rushing yards. Higher or lower on that? Nico, do you think he's going to get the football? Do you think they're going to force feed him? 68.5 receiving yards. You higher or lower on that? CJ Stroud, 220.5 passing yards. That seems low. Do you like the higher on that? Or do you like the lower on that? So much to play, so much fun to be had, and I think you can get an advantage on this too. So much money to win, and with Underdog, you still have the originals. You still have the drafts. You can find me in the drafts. The streaks. My streak came to an end yesterday, but how about you keep yours alive? Download the app today and sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? No? Then download it now in your app store.
Collectors Firearms. Don't let the name fool you. We have new guns, too. With 12,000 new and pre-owned guns in stock, we have the largest selection in the country. Got a dirty gun? We'll clean it free while you wait. With over 50 years of experience, our expert staff help both seasoned collectors and first-time owners. From tactical firearms to historical rifles, modern handguns to vintage classics. Visit us at Westheimer and Voss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collectors Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world.
Time to welcome some new takes.
Right this way.
To Bad Take Boulevard.
If only there was something in your head to control the things you say.
It's the dumbest argument ever.
With Jeremy and Joe.
Can I just say that I'm an idiot for listening to you?
Star-studded Bad Take Boulevard. Dive right into it. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 975. If you have a bad take, 713-780-3776. Jock Peterson signed with the Rangers in the offseason. And Jock Peterson, introductory press conference for Jock Peterson. That's how low things are in Arlington. December 30th, last year, Jock Peterson, introductory press conference, had this to say.
Played the Astros a couple times in the World Series, and they put together a nice little run, and it's coming to an end, and it's time for us to take over the West.
How'd that sweet taste, Jock? How'd that taste?
You remember what another Ranger said a few years ago, Nathaniel Lowe?
What'd he say?
Here, I'll pull the audio for just 1 sec.
While he's doing that, proud Ranger fan on Twitter. He said 2 runs for Jordan's ACL, # worth it. Then they lost every game of the series.
Here's Nathaniel Lowe 2 years ago.
You know, it's funny you say that because I got on a Zoom call too early in spring training, and I watched a certain host at the network talk about how it's Houston's division again, and they're going to win the division by 15 games. And I was like, gosh, that kind of pisses me off, and I don't want to say anything about it because we haven't even played a single spring training practice yet, but this team's for real. Like, the starting staff is for real. There are guys in the bullpen that are competitors. There are guys that'll get big outs for us. There's 120 games left or whatever it is, but the division is ours to lose.
When did you say
this? You can't sleep on the Rangers, man.
During
We're not in contention.
Season.
Like, coming down the stretch, I would be very, very surprised to say something has
They won the series, though?
Yeah,
did they win the World Series?
World Series. Yeah, I think it was 2023.
Yeah, I think to be fair, he's probably got the trump card there.
Yeah, he did win the World Series. But you shouldn't talk when you sign to a new team about winning divisions, winning championships. Like, you just got there. Just let it play out a little bit. You don't need to rush into everything.
The Astros have won it 8 years in a row.
It's like, why would you say stupid things like that about winning a division? It makes no sense.
Makes no sense. Carlos Houston on Twitter. Jose Altuve was batting the other day, right before his 2-run homer, by the way, off of DeGrom. And he posted a picture of Jose Altuve in the batter's box about to see a pitch. And he said, Altuve standing too far away from the plate. A pitch or two later, he hit a 2-run homer into the Crawford boxes. So,
I think it was so fast that I think, like, Brian McTaggart and the reporters that were in the stadium, I think the home run had already been hit when he tweeted that out.
Oh, probably.
Like, I think it was that quick. That it was already a bad take before he even knew it in real life.
Because it's probably a minute delay from like what's happening real time as opposed to what you're watching on TV. Yeah. So he probably tweeted it without knowing yet. And then, home run. See you later. So Carlos from Houston, love you, man. But
you just made the list.
John Heyman, May 4th, 2010. Kershaw may be regressing faster than Billingsley. Not sure. Close competition. Hashtag, how can Brad Penny be better than both of them?
Yikes.
Brad Penny. Wow.
Oh, he was putting Kershaw on the Billingsley and Brad Penny conversation, and then Kershaw pitched until the year 2025. So John Heyman
pitched really well.
Really well. Probably Hall of Famer. John Heyman.
Easily,
yeah.
Easily.
Yeah,
Is it easily?
Yeah, like I can't remember who posted this group of stats a couple days ago, but pitchers who I think it was 250 starts all. Like he's got the lowest ERA in the modern era of pitchers who have started at least 250 games.
Okay. He's got 222 wins.
Yeah, he's easily in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I think at this point, like with the win thing, while I hear you, like we're never going to see a 300-win pitcher again. So I think we have to lower that standard at this point. I mean, he's done enough. Like while he chokes in the playoffs, and I think that's very fair. And if it holds him out for a little bit, yes. So maybe not first ballot Hall of Famer, but Clayton Kershaw. I know Astros fans don't like this, but he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
Zach Greinke has more wins than Clayton Kershaw in his career.
Well, they're both Hall of Famers.
I don't think that Greinke gets in.
You don't think? I mean, Greinke's got at least one Cy Young.
He's got one.
I don't think he doesn't have a ring.
No,
Should have had
one.
Thanks, AJ.
Yeah.
His ERA is not nearly as good as Kershaw's, though. It's almost a full run higher.
Well, there
the strikeouts are pretty similar. Kershaw 3,039, Greinke 2,979. It's just funny to me that Kershaw's like a no-doubter and Greinke's probably a nodder. Like,
but is it
feel like there's that
the
great
ERA?
a divide. Yeah, sure, I guess.
Championship, Cy Young's, ERA.
Greinke-
I mean, Kershaw's going to have all of that over him.
I mean, Greinke was a 2-time ERA champion. Kershaw was 5.
Mm-hmm.
The Cy Youngs, Greinke has 1. Kershaw has 3.
I think you're finding the answer.
Well, I'm not saying that Greinke's greater than Kershaw. It's just the divide between the two of them doesn't seem as great as Clayton Kershaw, no doubt, or Zach Greinke, not a Hall of Famer. My argument isn't that Greinke's better than Kershaw. My argument's about the divide. I don't think the divide is as great as people would let you think.
Yeah, honestly, who knows with these writers? Like they might put Greinke in. To be honest with you, I think once people were not giving unanimous to Griffey and all the steroid stuff happened, it's hard to know who's going to get votes, who's not going to get votes anymore. So there's an argument for Greinke for sure. I think when you do look back at the last 15 years, like he's one of the better pitchers in baseball, but it feels like a low bar if he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Look, I'm not saying Greinke's better than Kershaw. Let's not twist that. C.J. Stroud, his quarterback rankings 2 years ago.
So, look, Final Five. I know what I'm doing, dog. Mahomes, Lamar, myself, Dak,
Joey B.
No, he didn't really play last year. And then Hurts.
There you go. C.J. Stroud makes the list. Bad list, bro.
You just made the list.
I'm glad he didn't do the podcast tour again
it doesn't
this
matter.
year.
We just recycle the ones from 2 years ago.
No, I know, but
it doesn't matter.
I'm just glad he didn't do it again because he was saying things like that.
Here's Ryan Poles though, Texan and now a Bear,
gosh.
general manager. Whenever he was introduced as the general manager of the Bears, he had this to say.
And the last thing, the most important piece is we're going to take the North and never give it back.
There you go, Ryan Poles. You made the list.
You just made the list.
To be fair, they haven't taken the North yet, so maybe when they do take the North, they will not give it back, to be fair to Ryan Poles.
That's why I was talking about Jock. I knew this one was coming up. This one, that's oh my gosh.
Craig
I hate
Kilborn.
Ryan Poles.
Craig Kilborn went on like a Minnesota thing, Skull Radio or whatever it's called, and he had a hot take about J.J. McCarthy, an oldie but a goodie.
But my hot take is, ladies and gentlemen, J.J. McCarthy will be a better pro than John Elway.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still some time to be fair.
Yeah.
To catch Elway?
I mean, he's only played 2 games.
I feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
I do too.
I feel pretty comfortable making that bet.
I feel comfortable as well, but I mean, gosh, we don't have to. Why do we have to compare every rookie to a Hall of Famer before they even play a game?
To his co-host credit, his co-host so you're saying he's going to make 5 Super Bowls, win 2, and be considered a top 10 quarterback of all time. And Kilborn immediately started to backtrack. He's like, well, he doesn't have to win 2 Super Bowls to be better than Elway. So At least his co-host pointed out the absurdity of it.
Joe, for his preseason Caleb Johnson hype, that one was put on there by a texter. Caleb Johnson also, though, gets it because he was unaware of the kickoff rules and let a ball roll around in the end zone that led to a touchdown for Seattle.
Oh, that was so bad.
I said that C.J. Stroud was better than Baker Mayfield last week, so I
You just made the list!
I also did a live read for Pro Dunk the other day saying you can lower it down from 5 feet to 10 feet.
You just made the list!
I also took Tua in the higher passing yards yesterday on Underdog.
You just made the list!
KILLERB. And then Caleb Williams gets it, too, for telling that punter that, hey, man, now that I'm here, you're not going to have to punt very much.
Just made the list!
Since he told him that punter leads the league in punts.
Is that true?
I don't know. It was some Twitter account.
Okay.
I don't really trust his Twitter account, but
I think
it's
I'm
true.
pretty sure it's true.
I think it's true.
So
All
can
right.
I throw Ryan Poles back on there then for taking a punter in the 4th round? Because why?
Yeah, you shouldn't take a kicker or a punter in the first 4 rounds of the NFL draft. Maybe in the first 5 rounds. But all right. Todd Callis, TV voice of the Astros, joins us when we come back. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Built with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather, get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
St. Arnold, they have a beer for everyone. They also have a space for everyone. Lance Zerline here. If you're planning a wedding, company party, or birthday bash, St. Arnold has a space for you. For events with 20 to 300 people, choose the Cozy Investors Pub or the spacious beer hall. Enjoy fresh St. Arnold beer, plus wine, cider, root beer. Their in-house chef creates everything from appetizers to full feasts. Book your holiday party now for prime dates. Visit StArnold.com, click private events. Make sure you go to StArnold.com, click private events.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey, sports fans, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you looking for a place to watch your sports, eat like a boss, and chill with your friends? Well, since 1993, Nick's Place has been that place. Yeah, I know we're kind of a dive bar, but you won't find any other place like it. We have every sports package and a menu that's to dive for. Cheap beer, craft cocktails, and 27 different bottles of wine. This is not your typical dive bar. Come check us out. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston. You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Time to get the latest about the Stros with Todd Callis. Brought to you by Houston Powder Coaters and Pipe Fitters Local 211.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. Todd, a lot of news today. The return of Isaac Paredes, DHing, batting third, thrown right into the fire. Yordan Alvarez lands on the IL. Good news for Isaac, and probably the news we already knew with Yordan, you think?
Pretty much. Like, there was an outside shot he might have been available for that Angels series, but to play a man down for 7 or 8 or even 9 games just to get him back for 1 or 2. I'm not sure the Astros wanted to play that out that way. And the fact that he went on the IL makes you think that he probably wasn't going to be able to play in that Angels series anyhow. So not a shock. Hopefully he can get treatment and be ready for the postseason. But, yeah, Isaac Paredes right in there in the 3 spot. So Joe Espada putting him right in the middle, in there, right behind, right in front of Jose Altuve, right behind Carlos Correa. So he's obviously going to be a big factor here in tonight's game and hopefully for much of the weekend. I'm not sure if he can play 3 games in a row. Everything's kind of a mystery right now. I do think you might see them pinch run for him at various points, especially late in the game. And I'm not sure what his ability is going to be to play defense. But right now, Isaac Paredes' name is in the lineup. He's a DH, and that's probably going to be his role for the next few days, DH or pinch hit.
How are you feeling about this series here? I mean, this is the big one between the Astros and the Mariners. Really feels like this is going to separate the team to who's going to win the West and who is not. So how are you feeling about this series this weekend?
Yeah, it's huge. And I think if these two teams play each other in the playoffs in, a week from Tuesday, that this could be the same pitching matchups you're going to see in the postseason. I think Hunter Brown against Brian Wood tonight could be game 1. I think Framber Valdez going against George Kirby tomorrow could be game 2. And then Gilbert and Jason Alexander could be your matchup for game 3 in a postseason wild card series if it does come to that. So, yeah, it is the 2 best teams in the division going with their best pitchers at the start of this series. So it's really strength against strength. May the best team win. And if one of these teams takes 2 out of 3, there's still a lot of opportunities for that team that loses 2 out of 3 to still win the division. You're a game down with losing the tiebreaker. So it's not quite impossible. But if you get swept, if one of these teams gets swept, it's pretty much game over. You can pretty much hand the division to whatever team sweeps if that happens this weekend. So huge series. Should have a good crowd tonight. Hopefully it'll sound like a playoff game tonight.
Todd Callis on the HR&P guest line. Astros playing good ball. Won back-to-back series. Obviously, they swept the Rangers to steal the silver boot. Needed the sweep. Got the sweep. What have you noticed? What's the difference, you think, over the last 7 games or so with this Astro, especially offense?
Yeah, I think hitting with runners in scoring position has been better. Jeremy Pena was a beast in that series against the Rangers. Coming into that series, didn't do a whole lot on that previous road trip. And they're just getting contributions up and down the lineup. So they're doing it without Yordan Alvarez, and they've done that before when Yordan's got hurt. They've been able to not only tread water, but able to move, 10, 15 games above 500, eventually got to 20 games above 500 without Yordan being in there. So this team has an incredible ability to try and regroup and next man up mentality, and now it's Paredes instead of Alvarez in that DH role. But I've just seen better situational hitting. I thought they played cleaner defense in the Rangers the past 3 days, and that certainly helped. And overall, just good contributions 1 through 9. They're going to probably the Rangers are solid, and they're a team that could have given the Astros some trouble the last 3 days or 4 days with the off day yesterday. But this is a whole different level. I think Seattle, you look at their lineup now, this is the team that you really know. If you beat the Mariners this weekend, you've got a heck of a chance to take the division.
Specifically there on Jose Altuve. He's 5 for 16 over the last 5 games, 2 home runs. He's also looked a lot better. What have you seen from Altuve and just the improvements he's made quickly again and really getting out of this slump fully in this last series versus the Rangers?
So Altuve, there's 2 things. It's a combination of zone control huge for him. When he gets up there, he has the uncanny ability to hit pitches no matter where they are, whether they're eye high or off the plate by a foot. He can still put it in play and sometimes ends up with base hits or even home runs on pitches up by his neck. But when he controls his zone and swings the pitches that are in his wheelhouse, he's even better. And the other thing is he's connecting more. He's making more solid contact on pitches. He was in that funk where he was getting under a lot of pitches, and he was popping up a lot of pitches that he normally drives. So He's now getting on top of some baseballs and putting them in play harder and to the outfield instead of popping them up. And to me, when he doesn't drop that bat underneath the ball and pop up pitches that he should drive, and also have his zone control in order, that's when Altuve will thrive. He usually loves this time of year. Now that we're in the final 9 games, you should get peak Altuve hopefully down the rest of the way.
A weird way to get there, but do you think that there's more stability to this pitching rotation with Alexander pitching how he has? Javier has looked better, much better. You still like Fromber to pitch well, and that number 5 spot's kind of up in the air. Blue Ball getting the start the last time the number 5's turned through the rotation. But do you feel like there's more stability than, say, like a month and a half ago?
Probably, but it's still a little bit uncertain when you don't have a definitive number 5 pitcher. And today starts a string where they're going to play just 3 days, and then you have an off day on Monday, so you can get away with manipulating things a little bit going into that final stretch of 6 games. But yeah, Jason Alexander makes you feel a little better about your possibilities of who might be your 3 or 4 in the postseason, because he certainly has filled that role and filled it beautifully. So you feel better about that, but you're still uncertain about who your 5 guy is, and really, we have not seen for a month and a half Fromber Valdez at what we're used to seeing for Fromber. So until that solidifies, probably a little more certainty because of Jason Alexander, but still some questions that need to be answered before the bell rings for postseason.
What do you envision Blue Ball's role as the rest of the regular season and then into the postseason?
So I would like to see for the rest of the regular season him continue to get extended. I know they've been limiting him in his pitch count to this point, and part of that was because he was built up and then he was kind of back down as a reliever, and now they're building him back up again. So last time he went 50, the previous time he was around 40. I would like to continue to see that progression. So next time maybe 60 to 65, and if there's a start after that, maybe 70 to 75. And, if he pitches very well in the regular season, I still don't think he leapfrogs either Christian Javier or Jason Alexander if you need 3 or 4 starters, depending on how long the series is. I don't think he gets into that mix, but I certainly think he'll be on the playoff team and the playoff roster, rather, and maybe one of the guys who gives you length in case somebody gets knocked out early in a playoff start.
Todd, great stuff as always. Appreciate it as always. Have a great call this weekend. Should be a lot of fun.
Really should. Only one more of these in the regular season to go, so we got to get some W's here this weekend. It was a great weekend, a great series against the Rangers, and hopefully it carries over.
Yep. You got to stay hot. Got to stay hot. This weekend going to be great fun. As TK mentioned, going to have a little playoff atmosphere there at Dyken Park. Today's interview with Todd Callis, presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. We'll hit some of what TK mentioned there. How about putting Isak just in the 3 spot? Hadn't seen big league pitching in 2 months. Here you go, Isak. You're our 3-hole hitter. What do you think about that? What is the best lineup decision going forward without Jordan and with Paredes? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 975, ESPN 925.
St. Arnold, a beer for everyone. Their beer garden is a place for everyone. And for private events, they've got a space for everyone. We just had the listener appreciation party there, but they've got spaces for groups of 20 people up to 300. We had about 250 people there at the listener party, and it was nice and cool, nice and easy. Look, you want to have an event where when you're planning it, it's easy to put together. They've got a great team there. Joseph, who I was working with, really made all of it seamless for me. He didn't make anything really a challenge. He laid out all the rules for us, for the vendors, what was allowed, what wasn't. So if you're planning an event, you don't have to stress about doing it at St. Arnold. They're the real pros there when you're planning your event. And since you're listening to this station, to ESPN 97.5, you can mention ESPN or my name, and you can receive their brewery game package free for your event. That game package gets you a combo of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and as a bonus, the photo booth. You can get started now at starnold.com. Just click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, a lot of people will tailgate mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Championship teams are built with experience, skill, and teamwork, just like Pipefitters Local 211. For over 75 years, we've been representing the best in the trade across the Texas Gulf Coast. Our 4,300 union pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs bring the heat when it comes to quality, safety, and precision. When you need a home run in craftsmanship, trust the pros who do it right the first time. Pipefitters Local 211. Brought to you by the journeymen and apprentices of Pipefitters Local Union 211.
The Bullpen, Saturdays at noon on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Desire. Here come the Astros, breathing orange fire. Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros! Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Isak Paredes is back. He's batting third. He's DHing. What do you think about that, Joe? You like throwing them right back into the fire, throwing them into the wolves. There you go, Isak. Pennant race, tied with the Mariners, 3-game series. There you go. You go ahead and bat third after 2 months of not seeing big league pitching.
I mean, I didn't really want to see. I think, as we're seeing Altuve look a little more comfortable, I didn't want to see that changed as part of this. I like him in the 4th spot right now for the Astros, so I was fine with him staying there. And I don't know who else you'd put in that spot, to be honest with you. It's by necessity. Like, you don't want Yainer batting third or even really batting 4th. So I'm good with it. I think I think in an ideal world he'd be batting lower in the lineup because you'd still have Yordan Alvarez on this team, or Christian Walker would be producing. But I think for where the Astros are at right now, I think I'm okay with this decision.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to die on this Tal's Hill. Like, I don't care that much. I think batting orders are largely overrated. But still talk about them every single day to nauseum, of course. Isak, I don't love the idea of, hey, you're at West Palm seeing high A pitching. Seattle has a pretty good pitching staff. Here you go. You're going to bat third after 2 months of not seeing big league pitching. I would have probably eased him into it a little bit more. Then here you go. You're batting third. At the same time, I don't care too much. I mean, I prefer somewhere in the bottom of the order. Like, Yiner's been swinging a good bat. Cole's been hot, I guess, although throw breaking balls to him. Like, I don't care that much, but I would have probably done something different. I would have probably started on, like, 7-hole and work your way up as we watch you perform and play. Plus, he's not going to be in the lineup tomorrow, so it's going to be totally different.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where I expect him to play, I guess it's every other day, and I even wonder – and that might even change just based on how it feels today. If he just running to first base, even if he's not going full speed like Joe Espada has asked him not to do, if it still is like, okay, well, it doesn't feel – he's not hurt again, but you want to be extra precautious. Does he play today and then not come back until, the start of the next series, where then that's really when the every other day thing gets into it? Because you're right, it doesn't make sense – what we talked about at the beginning of the show of activating him and then not having him in the lineup today. But – I do think there would be some logic behind him playing today and then not playing again until early next week.
Yeah. It'll be. I think he's going to play every other day too. I agree with you on that front. But whatever. So you think that's the best lineup decision going forward without Jordan, with Isak Paredes for however long they have to do that? And Jordan officially did get placed on the 10-day IL.
Yeah, I guess for the rest of the season, it's good. The Zach Cole one is the more that batting fifth. I know he's been hot, and it's been an awesome story for the Astros. I mean, he wins minor league player of the month while he's on the Astros big league roster, setting franchise records, for RBIs in Astros debut. It's a really cool story, but it's kind of crazy to look at the lineup and see Pena, Correa, Paredes, Altuve, Cole. Like that is a little startling, I think, and I don't know if that's where you talk about comfort in batting order for guys like Yainer and Jake Myers being lower in the lineup, but this is probably the best case scenario. And then I guess you move everyone up when either you play Cam Smith or Jesus Sanchez in right field.
It is kind of odd that
it is.
Like, that's more curious to me that Zach Cole's batting fifth than Isak batting third, because Isak has the back of the baseball card, as we know, whereas Zach Cole has a couple big home runs. It's kind of odd.
Yeah, the back of his baseball card.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you, Skip. That's interesting, but no, it is what it is. I have no issues with it. How about TK's idea of extending Blue Ball and try to get him to be as long of a multi-inning guy as could possibly be once the playoffs, should you make it, roll around?
I think it's really smart. I mean, I think you have really two options for him in the postseason. I think you either go backwards a little bit and really focus in on him being like a seventh inning guy or the eighth inning guy potentially, and really letting him touch 97, 98 with that fastball, or you lengthen him as much as possible, because like we've seen, Framber Valdez struggle in playoff starts and in regular season starts. We've seen Christian Javier, that pitch count can get out of control where he's throwing 85 pitches instead of in 6 innings, it's in 4 innings. So I think the idea behind it makes a lot of sense. And, it's as weird as it sounds, like you feel good about Jason Alexander and Hunter Brown in your rotation right now, but you need someone else to be able to give you some length in the postseason. So I think that makes a lot of sense, that if, Javier specifically, if he, in Game 4 of the ALDS, knock on wood that you get there, if he only can give you 3 innings and then Blue Ball is going to come in, well, if he can get you 3 or 4 more on his own, like I'm all for that. And it opens the door, like I guess if you stretch him out, if you could have him there instead of Javier in the playoffs if you really wanted to.
How likely do you think that is, though? Like, I don't feel like that's likely. I think he's your long guy out of the bullpen, kind of use him as a multi-inning weapon if need be. Game goes to extras, you go to him for whatever length you need, because you don't have the man for man in the postseason. So having that guy that can give you a little bit of length and extras would be valuable as well. Yeah, it makes sense. I have a tough time seeing him start a playoff game if there's not an injury, though.
Yeah, it's way more logical that he's your extender to the bullpen in the postseason, and we've seen it. We've seen the Astros do this before. I mean, in 2017, you're using Lance McCullers and Morton in the postseason coming out of the bullpen. You're using, Christian Javier a couple years ago in the bullpen and giving you some length. So this is not something that the Astros organization, that Joe Espada has been around for all of this, have shied away from. And I think when you look at the state of the bullpen right now, if you've got a guy like Blue Ball that can give you 3 innings in the playoffs, it can be very valuable to this group. And really, I guess the question is, how far do you extend them? Because, does it knock them out for 2 or 3 days? Like, that would be my question, is if you're in a 7-game series and he pitches, 50, 60 pitches in Game 1, let's just say, or Game 2, when's he available next for the Astros? Or is he more valuable if you limit his pitch count a little bit, so you could use him more frequently in a 5 or 7 game series?
Yeah, I think that's one of those things where the game's going to have to dictate it. Like, the series because you're not going to go into like Game 1 of a wild card series or a divisional series and be like, okay, we're only going to have him throw 40 pitches today because we need him in Game 3. It's one of those, let's ride it, let's see how far it goes, and then we'll make that decision after the game. Like, you don't have the luxury of thinking of that stuff pregame in the postseason like you do the regular season. But, he's your number 5 starter the rest of the regular season, I would think. Like, those are your 5 guys. Like, the rest of there's not very much time left. Like, those are your 5 dudes, no doubt. Let's go to the text line here. A bunch of the junkies. Heather, I feel bad calling Heather a junkie, but it is what it is, Heather. Sorry, you're a junkie now. Isak is more patient at the plate than Yainer, though maybe they're looking for him to wear down pitchers. I think it's a great point. The counter that I would have to that, though, is how close is Isak to his optimal form? Like, I don't think it's fair to think that he's close to that. But maybe it won't affect his his approach at the plate. Maybe he's still going to see a lot of pitches. So, time will tell on that. What do you think the over/under is for a proper benches clearing this weekend at the Icebox? And it is most likely to occur when Fromber on the mound. I don't remember their last series. Did they get heated last series?
I think it got heated a little bit. So I think at this point in the season, with the history that these two teams have, I think you got to set it at least at a half. Maybe you want to go. I don't think 1.5. I don't think this important of a series we'll see it happen twice.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, it'd be fun. I love a little drama with my baseball. I like a good benches clearing Donnybrook, so it would be a lot of fun. I hope it does happen. Is there no rehab for Paredes? No, he didn't. No. He didn't have any rehab. He saw live pitching in West Palm, and here you go. You're our DH and you're batting third. And as we get started with the most important series of the year. Not that I have an issue with it. Just him hitting third is a little surprising. With the return of Isak, this texter has sent this 18 times today. With the return of Isak, who's the next Astro to get hurt? He has spammed our text line with this.
I don't want to answer that. I don't want to get blamed if I pick someone and they get hurt.
It'll probably be Isak.
Honestly, yeah, that'd be the betting favorite. Honestly.
Yeah, this is
At what point in the postseason do you tell Isak, hey, don't worry about taking it easy on the base pass anymore?
Probably never.
If you're in the World Series and it's like,
game
well,
7, I guess.
Yeah, like if the ligament falls off the bone, it falls off the bone. At this point, we're trying to get you to second base.
No, I don't even think they would tell him then. I really don't. Like, they would just know that he's going to do that because it's Game 7 of the World Series. Like, I don't think that they give him the
green light
point. Yeah, at any point. I really don't. And I also I'm very. I don't want to say worried. Like, I would say curious. I'm very curious what he looks like moving. Because, I haven't seen it. We're going to see it a little bit tonight. Maybe not. Like, if he doesn't get a hit, like he hits 3 flyouts or whatever, he walks once, like in the 9th, and he gets lifted for a pinch runner. Like, we might not even see him really move. Like, I'm very curious what he looks like moving after 2 months with this severe hamstring pull that could have required surgery, and they elected not to. Like, I don't know what it's going to look like. I'm very eager to see.
How early do you want to see Joe Espada yank him from games for pinch runners? TK mentioned that too, but
7th inning.
If he's on 7th inning, okay.
In a close game. Like, I'm not doing it if I'm down 5. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm down 5 runs and he draws a leadoff walk in the 7th, then I'm not pulling him. 5 might be the number, actually, where you're pulling him to keep him safe. But if you're down 3 runs in the 7th inning and he has a leadoff walk, no, you're not pulling him. Like, I don't need you to be I need guys in my lineup that are a threat. I don't need a runner then. So it just depends. But if it's like a 1-run game in the 7th, then I change my mind. Go ahead, pinch run.
Yeah, I would say just even in the postseason, like I feel like you can go a little bit earlier if you wanted to, especially if you're facing the Mariners and Wu is dealing or Castillo is dealing against you, and you have a runners on first and second with 1 out. Like, maybe it's the time to be a little bit more aggressive in the postseason. I think in the regular season it's different. Like, yeah, 7th inning's fine in the regular season, but in the postseason, I just wonder if you want to be a little bit more aggressive with taking him out of the games. Because if he can't even...
But you're losing the at-bat. Like, if you do it in the 6th inning and it's a 1-run game, you're not going to have him in the 8th or the 9th.
I know.
And that's the other...
You're making it complicated.
That's the other tricky thing with batting him third, too, is, like, who is the pinch runner tonight for Isak Paredes? Like, let's play out the scenario. Astros are down by 1, 7th inning. He's leading off. He draws a 6-pitch walk. Tying run at first base. Nobody out. You're bringing on a pinch runner's probably Trammell? Probably?
Trammell or Cam Smith.
Okay. Or Cam. They like to use Cam whenever there's a lefty on the mound whenever Sanchez is coming up. So, it's curious. Like, I don't know. I don't know their managerial tendencies here yet because they haven't managed a game under these circumstances yet. So we don't know their tendencies yet. I would guess it's Trammell. Maybe it's Cam, like depending on the bullpen, that sort of thing. So now you're going to have a situation where Trammell is going to have a time through the order where he's batting third if you lift Isak. So that's the other wrinkle to that.
Wouldn't it be the pitcher?
No. Trammell would take the DH spot.
You can do that? I thought when you took the DH
Joe, you're acting brand new right now. I'm very disappointed in you.
I thought you had to put the pitcher in.
No, Joe. Whenever
you
have
lost the DH spot.
That's whenever you pull the DH in to play defense, not leave the game.
Say the word. Say the word, Jeremy.
Casual, noob, donkey. There's so many.
Casual. No, casual's your word.
Come on, Joe.
Brain fart. It happens.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. I'm in a new environment.
I wish we weren't up against it because I would let you have
new
it
environment?
Right
Yeah. You pull in the we're an expansion franchise excuse.
We got our
Doing it from my house, brain's not functioning fully.
We got our first nominee for Car Wreck of the Day on Monday, and then we have our first Bad Take Boulevard as well coming up next Thursday or Friday. Joe thought the pitcher is in the DH spot when he gets subbed.
#casual.
My bad.
There you go. It's in the Bad Take doc now.
I'm going to get crushed for that one.
As honestly, you should.
Deservingly so.
Deservingly so. I'm very disappointed in you. 713-780-3776. Maybe you can make up for it with our next guest. Taylor Dahl, booked by Joe George, breaking down the Jags. We go across enemy lines. That's next. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that's a great take, though, a goal from Pro Dunk. Basketball is right around the corner, by the way. The NBA is getting started in like a month. They're going to be practicing very, very soon. College basketball not too far off either. I cannot wait. You cannot wait. You're going to be jonesing to play some basketball. Your significant other is going to be jonesing to play some basketball. Your children are going to be jonesing to play some basketball. And if you're going to be playing some basketball, you better be doing it with a goal from Pro Dunk. Why? Well, they make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Don't mess around and waste your time in the big box stores. Those goals aren't any good. They're cheap. They're going to break. If you're going to do it right with a goal from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, which is important because you're going to be dunking. You're going to be throwing down some yams because you can lower the goal to 5 feet, raise it all the way up to 10 feet. It's height adjustable. Stainless steel hardware, rust proof, which is must have in Houston. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order all of this online at produnk.com right now. From the professional installation, they're going to come out to your goal. They're going to professionally install it, perfectly level, perfectly straight. You can't mess it up because they're going to do it. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. And right now, if you call Pro Dunk and mention hearing this ad, you'll receive the Lightning Adjust Drill powered height adjustment feature for free. You're going to get that sucker for free. It's a $249 value, and because we care about you, you're getting it for free. They're going to install it for free, too. Helps you raise and lower the goal 10 times faster with no effort. Take advantage of this right now. Give them a call at 281-351-9822. Pro Dunk, call them up, 281-351-9822, or visit them on the web, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Your home for Texas A&M athletics is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kick 'em.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
We go straight out to the HR&P guest line. Hopefully our next guest, Taylor Dahl, isn't confused that the show just began. But joining us on the HR&P guest line is Taylor Dahl. Inside joke, Taylor. I don't like how the big voice guy doesn't know that our show started 2 hours ago. But I digress. Going to talk Texans, Jags here as we go beyond enemy lines.
Ball.
Catch Taylor Dahl on Helmets and Hills on 1010XL, the flagship for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Taylor, thank you for joining us, carving out a few minutes. We really appreciate it. I was watching all of Liam Cohen's videos and press conferences this week. I came away very impressed with him. What has he added to Jacksonville?
Yeah, Liam Cohen's been fantastic, and he's one of the guys that, I mean, obviously there's been several coaches here from the recently just with the Urban Meyer experience, and then kind of feeling like Doug Peterson was going to change things and that falling off, and just right away it felt different with Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen came in and pretty much said by actions, him and James Gladstone, that this team wasn't good last year, and they made a lot of moves, including obviously parting ways with guys like Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram, and a lot of guys that have been kind of safety blankets for Trevor the last couple years. So it really kind of made a mark showing that he felt like this roster could be much improved. He felt like the culture needed a lot of changing, so he brought people in here that he felt like had the attitudes and just kind of that what fit what he wanted to build in Jacksonville, which hadn't really felt like it had an identity in a while, probably since Jacksonville back in 2017. And so I do think that's a couple of the things that really stick out with Liam, is just really making his mark right away and digging into that. Very honest guy, which we appreciate a lot, because there's been a lot of not a lot of honesty, I guess I should say, between Urban Meyer and Doug Peterson. And Liam's been very upfront. He will tell, he'll call out, not in a mean way, but he will tell when players aren't putting out their full effort, and that goes back to a guy like Anton Harrison in the OTAs and minicamp time. And so there's been a lot of things he's come in and just kind of fully embraced the way that he feels like an organization should run, and hasn't shied away from that. So it's been really refreshing.
What's the early return on Trevor Lawrence as the quarterback under Liam Cohen? Are you seeing a big difference, you feel like, through 2 games and through camp versus what you saw with the previous regime?
So I think there's 2 sides to that answer, honestly. I think that, number one, one of the first things Liam Cohen did when he came in here was said, we've got to change the mechanics and the footwork. And I don't really know why it took 5 years into Trevor Lawrence's career for someone to say, hey, the reason this ball isn't coming out in a timely manner is because you are throwing off the wrong foot. And so there was a lot of issues with that. So the whole beginning of OTAs and beginning of training camp was with Trevor Lawrence adjusting that and some of the mechanical things that Liam Cohen noticed. So in that, as all that's happened, you have seen a change. You've seen him be able to get the ball out faster, which was kind of an issue last year. It felt like the times he could get the ball out fast is when you saw Trevor Lawrence at his best, but it wasn't able to happen a lot. And so it was kind of a joke almost, where Trevor Lawrence went to his first read all the time, and he couldn't read the field. And I think some of that just was because by the time he would get through his progressions, he wasn't quick enough to kind of make that release and get the ball on target. And so that is one thing we've seen a massive change with, is just the release of the ball, the speed of it, the decision-making, and some of those things have really started to progress with Trevor Lawrence. I think the one thing that Jaguars fans are still waiting for is to see maybe that accuracy kind of settle in a little bit. It's been an issue. There's balls that sail quite often, and it gets a little frustrating because it seems to be in bad moments too. It's third down situations where you need to convert, or in the red zone where you need to convert, and those turn into picks a lot of times. Obviously, I'm sure people have seen the stat of how many turnovers he's had in his 4 years towards the top of the league when it comes to between fumbles and interceptions. So those things are just what you want to see start to get better. And last week he threw 2 picks, and honestly it could have been 4. So those, I don't think it's perfected yet, but I think you've started to see some boxes getting checked of Trevor Lawrence looking more comfortable and just being able to read and get that ball out a little quicker. But the accuracy, I think, is still something people are waiting to see get a little bit better.
Taylor Dahl of Helmets and Heels on 1010 XL in Jacksonville, joining us on the HR&P guest line. What's the deal with Brian Thomas Jr. and his limp wrist? Didn't want to go over the middle, wasn't on the injury report last week, has been on the injury report every day this week, but a full participant. What's the story here?
Yeah, we've been trying to figure that out ourselves, honestly. It goes back for me to last year. Last year in the first 10 weeks that Brian Thomas Jr. and Trevor Lawrence were playing together, because obviously Trevor Lawrence ended up getting hurt and missing the remainder of the season. But those 10 weeks, there were moments where there were flashes of, okay, Brian Thomas Jr. can be a really good football player. But he only had one game over 100 yards during that time. Trevor Lawrence goes out, Mac Jones comes in, and all of a sudden Brian Thomas Jr. has 3 games over 100 yards. He's getting all of the targets. It looks like, okay, this is the moment of breakout. And so there was always a little bit of hesitation of why did it take until Mac Jones for him to really start to shine. And some people were saying, okay, well, he's a rookie. It took time to kind of lean into that. So that was one of the big questions going into the season, honestly. Was it a kind of miscommunication thing and really not being on the same page with Trevor Lawrence, or was it him just getting more comfortable in the NFL? And to be honest, through camp, I had a lot of worries. They were not on the same page a lot of times through camp. There were overthrows for Trevor. There were drops by BTJ. There were moments he wasn't going up and getting the ball, and that's something you would expect him to do when it comes to those 50-50 and contested catches. But then he would make some phenomenal play where you're like, okay, he'll be fine. Maybe he's just a guy that is more of a when the lights come on type of player, and the practice environment isn't really where he shines. And then you get to the first 2 weeks, and there's just not much there. And there's drop passes. Again, there's overthrows. A couple of the ones that people maybe are blaming on Brian Thomas Jr., I feel like maybe have been more of a miscommunication between the two. And if Trevor gets rid of that ball a second earlier, it's not what people are saying, a hospital ball, or it is caught, whatever the case may be. So it's definitely been a conversation here all week long of what is the issue, why can't they get on the same page, the frustrations, can we get past those, because there clearly have been between not only Trevor Lawrence but also Brian Thomas Jr. We saw it a lot through camp, honestly, him kind of getting frustrated with some of the off-target throws and just them being not really on the same page. So we're hoping that some of those things just start to shake out, because Brian Thomas Jr., as people saw last year, has all the talent in the world. He's the ideal kind of prototype of what you want out of a wide receiver. And you just really hope that they can start to click and get on the same page. Part of that, I think, is just the timing between the two of them and maybe the lack of not playing together last year, and hopefully that starts to click soon. The wrist issue was kind of weird. We honestly hadn't heard anything whatsoever. I kind of just say I don't really totally believe it. I feel like it was trying to get some of all the negative energy kind of being thrown towards Brian Thomas Jr. to chill out a little bit. But he says he's good to go Sunday, so we'll see if that hinders anything at all.
Are you surprised the Jags are favorites in this game? Only 1.5, but are you surprised that the Jags are, at least according to Vegas, the team that's favored to get the victory this weekend?
It's really interesting, honestly, because I think that if you go back, obviously, the Houston has 7 straight wins against the Jags here in Jacksonville, so it's something that has not been on the Jaguars' side the last several years, and so that's something that I think kind of is lingering. I think through 2 weeks, a lot of people would say overall that the Jaguars look like a better team, but I think you have to also look at opponents, and the Jaguars are playing the Panthers and a Bengals team without Joe Burrow for the majority, and obviously the Houston Texans had played the Rams and Bucks. So I do think the opponent level is a little bit different, but I feel like the line that I've seen is 1.5-ish is what most of the ones that I've seen. So I feel like just because it's at home, they're kind of giving that, but to me that is at least the betting world saying that they do feel Houston's better, because usually that home team at least gets the 3. But I think this weekend, honestly, will give us a little bit more clarification on each team. Like, has Houston the bit of struggles they've had, at least offensively, been because of the opponents? And it's just that higher level of opponents, and things start, when you're going against some of those defenses and the offensive line is struggling and trying to figure out a way to gel, does that change a little bit? And then for Jacksonville, I think it's a time to prove, okay, You beat the Panthers week 1 mightily, but you lost to the Bengals and Jake Browning, and you said it was because of a couple drops and a couple interceptions and one play could change things. How much does that factor in? So I wouldn't say I'm surprised that they are favored only because they're at home, but I do think that these teams are kind of mirroring each other in a lot of ways, honestly.
Taylor, great insight. Appreciate the time, and look forward to catching up again down the road.
Yep, thanks so much.
It's Taylor Dahl. You can catch Taylor in Jacksonville, 1010 XL with helmets and heels. Also does shows with Joe. Little Bears shows with Joe, huh?
Yeah, we do a weekly Bears show together.
Locked on Bears?
So, yeah, a little Locked on Bears on Tuesday nights. So, and you can go check out our show and say hi to RJ because that's who her producer is.
Oh, so. RJ's her producer?
Yes.
Arj. Okay, all right. Good stuff. Yeah, Taylor was great. 713-780-3776. What do you think about this game coming up on Sunday? Jags, Texans.
It's always fun to win.
Anywhere from 1.5, 2.5, if you believe that to be true. Liam Cohen had some words to say. Also, there's a reporter out in Jacksonville. It wasn't Taylor. I can tell because he was a man. That was trying to bait Trevor Lawrence into a little bit of Azeez Al-Shire drama. Is that still a thing? What scares you about Jacksonville? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Right now, you can book a private event at St. Arnold. They got the beer for everyone, the beer garden, so if you're just going to go tonight or this weekend, always a great place to go. We had a lot of fun after the listener party at the beer garden, and they got the giant spaces for you as well. Spaces for 20 to 300 people, so weddings, family reunions, big birthday bashes, company happy hours, holiday parties. Holiday parties are right around the corner. So if you're trying to figure out where you're going to get your company together, St. Arnold is a fabulous place to do it. They offer a full in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef, from an appetizer table to a full-on feast. You can book your event now, especially, again, those holiday parties to get prime dates. You want to do it because they're going to be going fast here as the holidays are right around the corner. And since you're a listener to this fine station, mention ESPN or My Name Joe and receive their brewery game package free for your event. That game package gets you a combo of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and as a bonus, the photo booth, which is always a hit, especially at a company party. Get started at starnold.com. Just click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. So bring us your big trailers and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area. So bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat. So if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
McGrath Pest Control, basically hired killers. See their killing menu at McGrathPestControl.com.
This is Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Where's your fear for Jacksonville? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. We'll get to that in a minute. First time that Azeez Al-Shire and Trevor Lawrence will go head-to-head or crown of the helmet to head. This reporter was trying to bait Trevor Lawrence into getting into some drama, I guess, with the return or whatever you want to call this. But here was a reporter the other day with Trevor Lawrence trying to bait him into a little bit of Azeez Al-Shire drama.
Will you say anything to Azeez at the point in time?
Will I say anything to him? Not outside of a normal, what I would do, whoever was out there for the toss.
You've never heard from him, right? Since
No.
the hit? Is that disappointing that somebody would that violent or maybe even dirty of a hit and not reach out to him, say, hey, sorry about that, whatever?
I mean, I'm past that. I'm way past that at this point in my life, so it's not something I've thought about since then. Everybody's different, It's football. It's a violent game, and obviously it's unfortunate when things like that happen, and I don't want to get into all that again, but, we're past that, so not going to look in the rearview mirror.
All right, there you go. Trying to stir up a little drama, that Jacksonville reporter. Very clearly going to write a story about it. He tried to lead the witness there. Do you think Azeez should have sent Trevor Lawrence a little message, though? He never reached out.
No, because he said he didn't do anything wrong. He said he's not sorry, so you got to kind of stay on brand. Like, if that's the brand, if that's what you're going to go with there, and that's what he's still sticking with today, then and I'm fine with that.
I am too.
I didn't really have a huge issue with it. I think it was an aggressive play, and I think the punishment fit the crime and what he got from the NFL. And if it happens again, he'll get suspended for longer. So he needs to be smarter than that. But no, I don't think so. And I don't think we should also be surprised if there's a cheap shot from someone else to Azeez in this game. It's kind of everything's on the table when you have a hit like that. But no, I don't think he needed to send him like a fruit basket or anything like that.
Fruit basket. No, I don't think he should have reached out either. Like, I don't think it was that terrible of a play. Like, Trevor Lawrence drops the target. He slides a little bit late. Your quarterbacks are trying to get away with things. They believe in a physical style of football. No, I don't think that anything was necessary. I don't think that Jacksonville is going to try to retaliate, though. I think this is done and over with. I think that the only domino effect that we see in this game with what happened then, I actually think Trevor Lawrence is going to be a little bit more hesitant to run.
Yeah, I haven't watched too much. I'm curious if I know you watch every game, Jeremy. So I don't know if how much.
I try. I don't get that far.
No, you're not doing that.
No, I've been trying. I just fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
I fell asleep last night watching Colts Broncos.
Oh, I mean that's just a banger to fall asleep to. Too.
It was a 1-point game. It came down to the very end.
I know, and you fell asleep during it? That's crazy.
Yeah, I fell asleep mid-second quarter.
Okay, so at least
the Colts offense looks good, though. Looks really good.
That's why they've been picked twice now in Faves and a Dog or whatever we're going to call it at this point. But it's I think he should be a little more hesitant. I think in general, though, I think when a quarterback gets hit like that, I think it's intelligent for a quarterback to play a little bit safer. Like, we didn't see Tua hasn't really done that. I mean, he wasn't super aggressive last night, obviously, but he hasn't really changed his style of play since he got hit, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm more, I guess, on the opposite side. Maybe not even is the ref attention. Like, is there extra attention because of what happened last year on Azeez in this game? My guess is probably just in general in every single game he's in this year. He's probably one of those players that the NFL warns you about at this point as a ref crew. But, yeah, Trevor Lawrence probably shouldn't be running because, he needs to worry about throwing. He's not very good at that either. So
yeah. No, it would be interesting to see. What worries you, if you have any worry with Jacksonville? Anything?
Yeah, Etienne. The way that Bucky Irving was bouncing off tackles, I don't think I'm just guessing here. I don't feel like the size difference is that much. I think the build's a little bit different, but I mean, Etienne's been really good through 2 weeks so far. Obviously, you can use him in a bunch of different ways, carrying the ball, catching the ball out of the backfield. And I was just really unimpressed with the Texans tackling against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And if I was the Jacksonville Jaguars staff, that's something I would want to test right away. I know Boutel has been on the injury report a couple times. I don't know if he was on it today for the Jags, but That's the concern for me is can you tackle? Because it's as much as we talk about the offense and Nick Caley, the tackling is a huge concern for me at this point, and I want to see that be improved because that is something that I think tangibly we can see improve from week 2 to week 3 for the Texans.
I saw Lance tweeting about this earlier today, like his final all-22 thoughts. He thinks that the Texans can be ran on up the middle, which was evident with Tampa Bay. They did that a lot with Bucky and Rashad White. It's also interesting because the Tampa Bay offense and the Jacksonville offense are very similar, which I think bodes well for the Texans, that you see it back-to-back weeks and like, hey, we struggled here. This is an area we got to clean up unless it's that big of a weakness because obviously Cohen was at Jacksonville last year. They promoted from within. They're still doing a lot of the Tampa Bay stuff. Now, the other thing is that Liam Cohen used to be with the Rams, and he saw D'Amico a lot. Also, the Texans have played a couple of offenses that are very similar to what Liam Cohen runs. So they have an idea of how the Texans are going to defend the things that Jacksonville does. So I think both coaching staffs have a bit of an advantage based on who they've played. I don't know how to say that Tootin guy's name. I drafted a lot of him, but I have no idea how to say his name. Bashal Tootin? Is it Tootin?
Bashal Tootin.
There, Tootin. Tootin with a shoulder does not have an injury designation, Joe. He was a limited participant, but does not have an injury designation.
Okay.
The only player ruled out for Jacksonville was Wyatt Millam. He's out. The questionable label
I do not know
I
this
don't
man.
either. Ezra Cleveland with an ankle is questionable. Everybody else is good. The only injury designation for the Texans was Jalen Smith. He's been ruled out with a hamstring, which means that probably the return of Jake Andrews at center. I think he would start at center if he's able to go. Braxton Berrios, Christian Kirk also expected to make their Texans debut. They were a full participant. So that's the injury report there. I have the same thing. Like I wonder if the Texans are going to struggle defending the run against this style of offense. So ETN is up there for me too. Plus, I don't think we should dismiss the pass rush of Trayvon Walker, who's been much better lately, and Josh Hines Allen. Like I think they can create some trouble for an offensive line, for a quarterback, for an offensive scheme that is having trouble protecting its quarterback. That's something that sticks out to me as well. Brian, what kind of worries do you have?
Yeah, just to expand upon what you guys talked about with the offensive line, because I heard Lance talking about it. He's absolutely right. I think it's twofold with the Texans and why they sometimes struggle to stop the run at the middle. One, they seem to prefer, and we had this conversation when T'Vondre Sweat was a draft prospect. They seem to prefer lighter defensive tackles so they can get up the field. So obviously that's going to create maybe a problem in the defensive stopping the run on the defensive side. The other problem is, especially with Will Anderson, I mean, you'll see it sometimes on the field, especially in that Buccaneers game. But Anderson more so, line up so wide of the tackle that it just creates massive lanes for the offense to exploit. So I am concerned about that. Look, I know Brian Thomas Jr. has been hurt, but you always got to worry about that. But I think definitely the top two concerns are stopping the run and can they protect C.J. Stroud.
Here was Liam Cohen talking about what his offense has to do against this Texans defense.
You just, again, we have to be very conscientious with the edge rushers for sure in terms of, when we want to end up pushing the ball down the field, how are we helping those guys or whatever it is. And it's just an emphasis for the quarterback, receivers, tight ends. Like the timing and rhythm of the pass game needs to be sharp. They play a lot of zone, but they'll also play some man. And when we get those opportunities that we have to be able to say, well, this ball has got to get out on a hitch or a hitch or two here. We don't have much more than that, just, play in and play out. So it's just everybody has got to have it's not like you got to go and do anything different. It's just, hey, guys, the timing and rhythm, we have got to get the ball out of our hands in terms of being at the right spot at the right time, the quarterback with his progressions and reads. Hey, we don't have to speed up, but, guys, we don't probably have too much more than that.
I like the way Liam Cohen talks football.
I can tell you're jealous every time you hear these other OCs or coaches.
We have Nick Caley, we don't need emotion, and we have to work hard, and, we need to try. And then you have Bobby Slowick, football is football. You got Liam Cohen, teaching you offense.
Football is football.
I am so jealous. I think they got a guy. I think they got a guy at their head coach. Can he build a culture, leadership? That stuff matters more than, the X's and O's. And, look, maybe Nick Caley has these thoughts. He just doesn't say these thoughts, which there's obviously great offensive minds, great defensive minds that think this, but then don't say this. So we can be fooled a lot of times with words. I care more about the actions, obviously. But, man, I like hearing him talk football. I like hearing him talk football.
Yeah, even what Taylor was saying, just kind of the honesty a little bit, like you hear it, the struggles, and like I don't think like that quote is great in the example of just getting the ball out quickly and doing things the right way, and I feel like we just don't get any of that with Nick Caley, and I'm not, one to – I don't think it matters everything what a coach says, but like at some point, like it's it's that versus not being able to describe why you do and do not use motion.
Look, I don't care what they say at a press conference. Like, I do not care. I could care less if you were Marshawn Lynch, and I couldn't care less if you were Marshawn Lynch and went up there and like, I'm just here so I don't get fined. My fear is that this isn't being communicated in the offensive room. My fear is that this isn't being communicated to your quarterback. My fear is that this isn't being communicated to the offensive line. That's where my fear lies. I don't care if Nick Caley gives us nothing all year long. Could not care less. I don't care what a coach says at a press conference. I care about winning, and I care about production. My fear is that he's incompetent. Like that's my fear. Hopefully I'm wrong. I'm wrong. But I'm not one to be like, oh, they didn't give us anything at the press conference. How dare they? They don't know us, Jack. They don't know us anything at a press conference.
No, but my only counter to that is just that if they're being that open and honest with the media, it just gives me more confidence that those things are being shared. And if you're saying things publicly, they're also 100% being shared privately.
Yeah.
It's like when Bobby Slowick last year was being asked about adjustments and things like that, and he would tell us, it's football is football. It doesn't matter if you're adjusting.
Football.
I think that's what it was related to when he said that. But
he was being asked about Bobby Slowick was being asked about their their identity when he said that.
Oh, and it's just when the coach is being more honest and more open with the media, it just you know that it's at least even if it's the same tone and everything is being translated in meetings and things like that. And when you don't get that honesty from coaches, it just makes you wonder when things are going poorly, what is actually being said behind the scenes, and it gives you more open to interpretation of how bad things can be.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, it gives you a little bit of confidence that, hey, my guy knows what he's talking about, as opposed to a bunch of cliches like, I don't know if he knows what he's talking about. That's fair. Texture, I think Trevor will actually not slide late. Robert and Beaumont, Texans on the money line. Jacksonville's not good. I made that bet, too. I'm on the Texans money line. I bet that Thursday, but I wish I could take it back. Like, I don't like that bet currently. I made it Thursday morning. I don't like that bet right now. Heck no, don't reach out to Lawrence. I hope he gets popped again. Message, slide quicker, love Aziz Alshire. So the text line doesn't really care about the whole Trevor Lawrence thing.
That would be very funny if he sent Trevor something that said, P.S. slide quicker.
That would be like a dog. Like, that would be like an enforcer. Like, that would be one of those, like, this is a mean son of a gun. Like, that would be awesome. I think I would love that, actually. Colts play the Titans this week. Colts are favored. That was one of your bets, right, Joe? On
it was.
The new
Took
betting
the
game we're calling it. Seth DeFlo, who's a regular on our show, friend of the show, he's out with his newest anthem for the Colts this weekend. Titans. What did he say? I love that guy so much.
He said Camor who, but he's trying to turn it to, almost sound like he tried to turn it into the horse neigh.
He
like,
did.
Whoo! Yeah. Like that.
I love that guy.
Camor who.
His team's about to be 3-0 after
Not
Sunday,
as good as, let's give him the Edgar Allan Woes.
Edgar Allan Woes is the biggest bar he's ever had.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be towards the bottom. Without don't even need to listen to all of them. This one's going to be disappointing.
Cam Ward who feels like he kind of mailed it in.
And he's the number one pick of the draft. Like, if you don't know who he is, you're a casual. Like, I mean, come on now. Seth DeFlo. We love you. Love you like a brother, but come on now. All right, when we return, Doghouse. Who joined your Doghouse this week? 713-780-3776. Who is in your doghouse? 713-780-ESPN, the HRMP listener line. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 975 and ESPN 92.5. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for some NFL football coming up on Sunday. We love football around here. I love football, but I think I love Underdog more. I'm not sure I would love the NFL as much if it weren't for Underdog, whether it's the best ball drafts, whether it's the streaks, whether it's picking your favorite players to go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats, even your teams now. You can now pick your teams on whether or not they're going to win or they're going to lose. You think the Texans are going to win Sunday? Well, get in on Underdog and make that pick. You think they're going to lose? Well, download the Underdog app and make that pick. Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. It's so easy to pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and much, much more. If you get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And you can play with as little as $1. Could you imagine? You turn $1 into $5,000? That would be great. I'm looking at these the quarterback matchup between Houston and Jacksonville coming up on Sunday. How about these pass yard higher lowers with Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud? Trevor Lawrence, 228.5 passing yards. You higher or you lower on that? C.J. Stroud has less, 220.5 passing yards. Higher or lower on that? What do you think? Their touchdowns are the same. 1.5 passing touchdowns for Lawrence, 1.5 passing touchdowns for C.J. Stroud. You think you know what you're doing? Download the Underdog app and go win a bunch of money. So much to play, so much fun to be had, so much money to win. You still have the drafts, you still have the streaks. The originals on Underdog, start a streak today, win tons of money. You can do drafts for the Sunday slate on there as well and show your prowess, show your drafting prowess to everybody on the Underdog app. So download the app today, sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Warning. You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
This weekend on ESPN Radio, it's a huge showdown in the hunt for October.
Drives Raleigh off the bat of Raleigh. It is deep. It is gone.
The Seattle Mariners and Houston Astros are locked up in a fight for the American League West crown, and every game is critical.
Jose Altuve the opposite way.
The Mariners at the Astros.
Coverage begins at 6 following Cowboys-Bears coverage on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a classic Week 3 matchup in the NFC as the Dallas Cowboys square off with the Chicago Bears. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as the Cowboys go for a second straight win. But the Bears are hungry and at home, looking for their first win under Ben Johnson. Dallas, Chicago. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Coverage begins Sunday at 2:45 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. You can find a huge selection of items online that you can't find in store. And who know, unlike other grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. We all know what that's like. You order something for delivery, all of a sudden you get to the end, you're like, why is this so much more expensive? Walmart, it's as advertised and as you see in the store. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. And did you know Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour? Fees and terms apply. Use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions, subject to availability. Learn more at walmart.com.
Listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Who is in your doghouse? 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. Texture says if you give someone a concussion, you should at least send them an edible arrangement. Nah.
That says slide faster.
You don't need to send them fruit because they got a concussion because you made their brains mushy. You don't need to do that. All right, who's in your doghouse, Joe?
I mean, I almost feel bad for picking on this guy because he was already on Bad Take Boulevard, but Caleb Johnson, like, dude,
yeah, he's bad.
Know the rules, man. Like, and I still feel like it might have even like touched him a little bit, or it was really close to where probably the instinct is you probably should go after the ball no matter what. But he's off kick return now, and they're not using him. So
he had one carry last week. How many carries is he going to get this week?
0.
Yeah, their offense is. I don't know what I want to say. Their entire offense. Their running game is a little curious though. Like you got Warren. The Gainwell was their bell cow in week 1. It kind of flipped in week 2. But
yeah, I mean
not
that's
a great
life
running
with Arthur
game.
Smith. You never can make sense of who's getting the touches
Yeah,
and targets.
I hear you on that, but I think they have 3 below-average running backs. Like no one is good in that running back room. Like they're average at best. Johnson probably has the most potential, but I don't know. I do like DK Metcalf though. Janu Smith, Freiermuth. Like they got some
you
weapons.
Call him Janu?
Wait, how do you say it?
Janu.
Janu. What's the difference?
Letters.
I read. I don't.
Pronunciation.
I mean, it's not that big a difference. Janu. Like I missed a vowel.
You're right, Brenham.
Okay, that happens to me all the time.
Good counter.
Happens to me always. That's a town in Texas. Bluebell factories there. People go there all the time. That's a common mistake. Henry To'o is in my doghouse. You know the tenor of this conversation all week would be so much different if Henry To'o makes a tackle on 4th and 10 against Baker Mayfield. Like, we're still talking about the offensive struggles, and we're still talking about, like, don't ignore in victory what you win in defeat. But the tenor in this entire city would be totally different if Henry To'o made a tackle on 4th and 10, Joe.
That's why, like, the defense can't escape, can't be not a scapegoat as well for this loss. You're right. If he just makes it, I think the Aziz one, too, on the swing pass to Bucky Irving there in the 4th quarter where he just overran him. But if To'o could just tackle, I'm still curious, like, if we're going to see more EJ Speed this weekend.
See,
I hope we do.
I'm looking at that. The 2 things that I'm looking at this week in terms of, like, substitutions and stuff and, like, snap counts, linebacker 2. Let's see what that looks like. And then 3rd down running back are the 2 things. Plus, I guess you got to throw in Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios if they're going to play for the first time. But those are the 2 things outside of the guys returning from injury. 3rd down running back, linebacker 2. Because I think we see a change in both of them, actually.
I think Nick Haley was defending Dario Gumbawala at his press conference about his pass blocking, so I'm not totally confident.
But D'Amico also said that he's going to have to trust Nick Chubb more on 2nd and 3rd down. Like
that's true.
We'll see. I mean, that's something that's going to be fun to watch, I guess, if that's a fun thing for you to watch. It's linebacker 2 and 3rd down running back play.
Yeah, I don't know if it's fun.
Huh?
I don't know if it's fun.
I like
for you, I guess.
I'm an X's and O's guy. I'm a film guy. Everybody knows that about me.
Posturing.
All right, Brian, who's in your doghouse?
I'm going to throw a pair of Raiders onto this. I don't know if you caught this moment from the second Monday night game between the Chargers and the Raiders, but Ashton Genty had a play where he was in as the blocker. He didn't go out and route or get a handoff, and he got blown up by a blitzing DB, and he didn't even plant his feet, stand his ground at all. Like, the DB hit him, and he just went on skates, scooting backward, and after he regained his footing, he just stood there and watched as Geno scrambled around to his left and behind, and Genty just kind of shuffled his feet in place and never tried to get involved in helping Geno out, block some of the people that were surrounding him. So that was weird. And then Geno himself, later in the game, I think one of the most cardinal sins a quarterback could have, on a 4th down, threw the ball away out of bounds. What are you doing? It's 4th down. Who cares if it's a turnover? It's 4th down. Why are you throwing the ball out of bounds?
CJ kind of did it.
Yeah.
On that little rollout against the grain. Kind of did it. He kind of did it.
I wouldn't call it a throwaway, but I see what you're saying.
It was more of an errant throw than a throwaway, agreed.
The
also
closer
ate
play
a sack
is
on a 2-point conversion. No, Geno's the way worse. I agree. That is the far more egregious play. I agree. Joe, who else is in your doghouse?
I'm going to have to circle back to the Texans here. Let's put Nick Caley in the doghouse. That play you just talked about, all of it. Everything from the 1 yard line and in. So I guess CJ for the missed throw, Nick Caley for the play calls, the blocking for Nick Chubb. But that just possession gets put in the doghouse.
The Dallas Cowboys are in my doghouse. I'm still mad at them. Cowboys -5.5.
Break something in the studio.
No, I'm accurate.
Baseball.
I'm accurate. It wasn't a baseball. It was a football, noob. Cowboys -5.5. I went 6-1 last week, guys. I went 6-1. I like to parlay all my against the spread picks in case I hit big. I had Cowboys -5.5. They cost me a 7-game parlay that would have paid out 93 units. I've never hated the Cowboys more. Unbelievable.
I thought they're at the bottom of the Arlington list.
Yeah, I forgot about that yesterday. I forgot about it until I pulled up my doghouse notes. I wrote this down Sunday, so I had forgotten about it. But this jogs my memory. Stupid Cowboys. Cover 5.5, you losers. Be 93 units richer today. Brian, you want to wrap it up with yours?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll throw in, I don't know if you guys saw this, but it certainly made the rounds on like NFL social media. The Colts owner, the daughter of Jim Irsay, was on the sideline during their game against the Broncos last week taking notes. Like, I don't know what she's writing down.
Learning ball.
Maybe the players and the coaches are cool with it, but it kind of has a Jerry Jones vibe, and I don't like it.
Maybe she's just drawing.
Sketching flowers.
Like flowers. Maybe it helps her zen.
I don't know. I don't like the idea of this brand new owner stepping in and she's taking notes on the sideline like she's going to go and critique what Shane Steichen's doing after the game.
Maybe she didn't like their fashion. She didn't like the color scheme.
I don't like it.
I just don't. Yeah, I think it's almost. There's 3 of them, right? There's 3 daughters, and only one of them is doing this.
Yeah, there's 3 daughters, but one daughter in particular is like.
She's really running.
Yeah, she's the leader of the group. Yeah.
Well, like, how do you tell the new owner, like, hey, you shouldn't be wearing a headset on the sidelines? Like, I don't know. I don't know what the messaging is there to not make it uncomfortable for your job. So.
But they're winning.
It's going to be strange.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see how it plays out. Because if they win, she can't really say anything.
Maybe she's the reason why they're 2-0.
Texter's putting Kyler Murray in his doghouse because he was wearing the Michael Vick jersey while taking a picture with his dog. So he's in the doghouse. Texter, I hope the Jags stomp the Texans so it kills any optimism. There's no optimism right now. Very little optimism right now. Alex says Texans are going to win 45-10. Swarm. That offense scoring 45 points?
That'd be awesome.
If there's an offense that scores 45 points on Sunday, which offense is it? I think it's Cohen.
Cowboys.
Well,
you went completely off the board.
I know.
It's the Bears. The Bears are going to win 45-42.
Yeah. No, but see, there's no way the Jags are scoring 45 points.
There's no way the Texans are scoring 45.
I don't think
I think it'd be way more likely the Texans would.
The total in that game is probably 45.
I'm about to say, I don't think they could reach 45 combined, honestly.
What is the total in that game? I saw a stat today.
It's 43.5.
There you go. I saw a stat today where I think the Texans are like 13-7. The Texans and their opponent are 13-7 when playing the under in the last 20 games the Texans have played, which is the highest win percentage in the NFL in that span.
Well, that lines up with Stroud's fall off after the Bills game.
13-7 playing the unders in Texans games over the last 20. Best under record in the NFL. How about that?
So we're playing the under this weekend, boys?
I don't think I played the total. I played the Texans money line, and I hate that I did it. Like I have the opposite of FOMO that I did this. But it is what it is at this point. Can't get it back. All right, the return of mean tweets and text and calls and all the mean things that you said to us or said to others. And there's still time to get in on this. 713-780-3776. The return of mean tweets. And it's the only place now you can get mean tweets. 713-780-3776. That is next. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet. They're the dealer you can trust. Transparent, no hassle. You're going to love your experience buying a vehicle with Monument Chevrolet. They've been serving the Houston area for 5 decades, 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which means their culture is fantastic. They have the best culture, and you can feel it the moment that you step foot on their lot. You can feel it the moment that you stepped foot in their showroom. And right now, the vehicle of the week, used EVs. It's a fantastic deal that not a lot of people are talking about. Right now, Monument Chevrolet has pre-owned Chevy Bolts on their lots at a fantastic price. These cars have brand new batteries. They're quiet. They're comfortable, and they're priced starting at less than $15,000. What a deal. It's a steal of a deal. If you purchase the vehicle before September 30th, too, you qualify for an EV tax credit of up to $4,000. So it's less than $15,000. You're getting an EV tax credit of up to $4,000, which you're getting your vehicle for like $11,000. That's a steal. But you have to do this before September 30th to qualify for that EV tax credit. So act fast. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations with Monument Chevrolet. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Now is the time to upgrade that ride. Visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8, or visit them online. MonumentChevrolet.com, MonumentChevrolet.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
ESPN 97.5.
This weekend on ESPN Radio, it's a huge showdown in the hunt for October.
Drives right off the bat and rolling. It is deep. It is gone.
The Seattle Mariners and Houston Astros are locked up in a fight for the American League West crown, and every game is critical.
Jose Altuve the opposite way.
The Mariners at the Astros.
Coverage begins at 6 following Cowboys-Bears coverage on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks finished broadly higher today, closing out a week full of records as the Dow advanced 172 points to a new high of 46,315. The S&P, big week, up 32 points or another 0.5% to 6664, while the NASDAQ also advanced rather sharply on the day, closing again in record territory as the market digested the Fed's rate cut on Wednesday and looked ahead to future rate cuts down the road. The NASDAQ up 160 points at 22,631. Interestingly enough, despite the cut from the Fed, long-term bond yields continued to climb today to 4.13%. That's a two-week high, even after the Fed cut short rates. Despite concerns about a glut, oil prices finished 88 cents lower. In fact, because of that glut, to 62.69, while gold rebounded sharply at 38.70 on the day to $3,716 the ounce in a week that was filled with a lot of news, mostly centered on the Fed, mixed economic data, and we go into next week with Wall Street trying to figure out what the next moves might be.
Sell your house fast for cash at greenlightoffer.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes, and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Sunday on Compass Media Network's coverage of the NFL. It's a classic Week 3 matchup in the NFC as the Dallas Cowboys square off with the Chicago Bears. Hi, this is Ted Emmerich. Join Steve Berline and me for all the action as the Cowboys go for a second straight win. But the Bears are hungry and at home, looking for their first win under Ben Johnson. Dallas, Chicago. If it's the NFL, it's right here.
Coverage begins Sunday at 2:45 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Can you dig it? Hey, yo, Houston, it's Booker T. And you already know every Tuesday and Wednesday, we're bringing the heat on the Hall of Fame.
That's right. It's me, the Boat Brad Gilmore, and we're talking all things wrestling, UFC, boxing, and the biggest stories in sports and entertainment. If it's making headlines, we're breaking it down.
Hot takes, real talk, and behind-the-scenes stories you won't hear anywhere else. Don't miss the Hall of Fame with me and my man Brad Gilmore every Tuesday and Wednesday on ESPN 97.5 92.5.
This is Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. Mean text, tweets, whatever we're calling the thing is back. It is back. All the mean things you said to us, Brian included, throughout the week.
Feels like it's 75% me most weeks.
This show would be better if Joe took Jeremy's spot. Oh, come on.
Right off the bat.
Sheesh, man. Too soon.
Thanks for the time, Jeremy.
Thanks for the time. See you, Jeremy.
Joe George looks like he would smell like a combination of lawn clippings, Old Spice, and Bush Heavy Tall Boys.
That's so mean.
Is it true, though?
And it's St. Arnold, not Bush Heavy Tall Boys. Come on.
Yeah. What is your favorite beer at St. Arnold?
Art Car.
We need to Uber to work on Fridays and drink a bunch of Art Car as we do a show.
They have they used to have at one point they had a double Art Car too.
Really?
Good. Yeah.
That would be awesome.
So good.
Arthur, who's a junkie on Twitch. These guys are lucky Sterner is a thing. Otherwise, this would easily be the worst sports talk show in Houston. Dang. I don't know if that's meaner to us or to Baytown Batty.
All right, I'll take it.
We're not dead last.
I mean, it's a low bar, but
I mean, we're dealing with a 1 out of 3 situation, so there's not you're either the top or you're low.
Man, Arthur, that wasn't very nice. Some other junkie called us the B team. Okay, all right. Branham, who is this bum on with you?
That bum.
That bum. I don't
think
that
talking about Brian like that.
No, he's talking about you.
Joe.
I'm talking about you, Joe.
I'm aware.
Texter said that Baker looked like a dog and CJ looked like a kitten. Not a very nice thing to say about CJ Stroud. CJ probably thinks C starts with. Or, never mind. I'm just going to drop that.
You caught yourself?
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Brian, your takes are unathletic. What does that even mean?
I don't know, but I like that one too.
It's a good one.
That one came from Israel.
Oh,
he said,
that's
I think
a
he
good
said
one.
it. I think he said it is yesterday.
Tip of the cap, Israel. That's
some people's favorite junkie. Brian, your takes are unathletic. This one also from Israel was directed to you, Brian. Said giggle, giggle. I guess he thinks you giggle a lot. You got to know your customers, and your customers hate Israel. For the record, he's talking about the person. Talking about person, not the country. Let's be very, very clear. Sunshine at Twitch says BMAC is a bloat, not a bloke.
I get it.
Because we were talking about bloke the other
how
day.
creative.
So sick of listening to Vera, says Israel. Actually, so sick of listening to Vera and Israel. That came from another junkie that was not either Vera or Israel. Joe and his takes. Eye emoji. BMAC is still an intern. All right. That's a mean text. Happy for all of you participating. Great way to boost your self-confidence heading into the weekend. Texans win, yes or no?
Yes.
I don't feel good about it.
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no, too. All right. It's going to do it for us. Keep it here, though, because coming up later, Smoking and Toasted. And then Inside the Icebox with Joe and Mapes. It's coming up next. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He is Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you on Monday. Have a great weekend, Houston. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? Find a huge selection online you can't even find at stores at walmart.com. We had a Walmart order yesterday. We needed some things. We needed some milk for Branham, baby. We're probably going to do it again on Sunday because that's the time that we do it. But we've been ordering online for Walmart from quite some time now. It's wonderful for someone like me that doesn't have a ton of time, doesn't like to mess with the crowd, doesn't like to turn off the football game. So we order online with Walmart. We get everything we need without even having to leave the house. It is great. I know what you're thinking. Oh, that's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. I know that you're saying that, but that's not true. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store, and because it's Walmart, you know that those prices are already low. And what I love about it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. They're going to save you time. Use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, like the groceries, like the home goods, even prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game. You can get anything from toast to chuck roast. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all of those grocery needs. Start an order right now at walmart.com.